Chapter 1 The 24-Hour System. Ding, scanning complete, congratulations, sorry, binding error. Chu-do was a bit stunned. System? At first when he heard the ding, he almost thought he was hallucinating, but only after hearing it did he realize that it was something that really happened. System, is it there? What's the situation? Chu-do didn't understand what the system meant by this binding error. The mechanical voice of the system came in his head. Sorry, in the process of traversing the binding, the system found out that the binding was wrong. This system is a cultivation system, but it seems that an accident happened during the teleportation process. The coordinates were wrong, and accidentally came to this ordinary world. Cultivate. The immortal cultivation system? Chu-do only felt his brain buzzing. He loved reading novels, and for something like a system, he had even seen it countless times in novels and was no stranger to it. Moreover, just now it was him who was reading a divine hero novel in tomato novels, and it was written that deduct 1 to obtain the system. Chu-do of course did not believe. Then he replied, there is one say one. I do not believe. The next moment, the system arrived. The next moment, the system arrived. Listening to the system's meaning, this is an ordinary world, but the system is an immortal cultivation system. So, I'm going to take off? At this moment, Chu-do's brain began to run wildly at an overclock speed, and in 0.1 seconds, it had already fantasized about countless scenarios, and the middle-aged 2 scenarios that he had once fantasized about when he was a teenager. Were they all going to become reality? Is it that he can still proudly say loudly, I don't eat beef? But the system coldly and mercilessly interrupted Chu-do's fantasy moment. I'm sorry, I'm going to be unbound now and go to the original world of immortal cultivation. I apologize for giving you a bad experience this time. Chu-do was confused. Are you kidding me? I just fantasized a whole lot, and you're telling me that you're going to unbind me? Chu-do said in his heart hurriedly, no, let's discuss. You see, there is an old saying in China, both come, then peace. Right, you say you, come all come. The system interrupted Chu-do again. I'm sorry, we all have a system. I have to go and complete my performance tasks. So, I'm sorry about that. Chu-do was silent. Performance tasks, these days, are the systems so rolled up? But that's not important right now. What's important is that the system I just bound is going to be gone. Chu-do cried without tears. If you originally did not give me the system, it would be just that, as an ordinary person. But you gave me the opportunity, and then beat me from heaven into hell. More or less a bit too much. Chu-do's heart was filled with grief and anger, and he couldn't wait to angrily write a poem of grief and anger on the spot. It seems to have felt Chu-do's mood. The immortal cultivation system was also a little embarrassed. It said awkwardly, sorry, it should be that during the transmission process, the machine had some problems. The coordinates were wrong. Turn around. I'll go and find the technical department to fix it. Chu-do said sadly, this is not the point. You say you, anyway, are looking for the host. Help me can also not all work. The system was silent for a moment and said, after the scanning of this system, this world does not exist or does not exist the possibility of cultivating immortality. So, in this world, I cannot complete the performance task. Chu-do sighed and said, so, in the end, you still have to go, right? I'm sorry. The only thing the system responded to him was a cold mechanical voice. Chu-do sighed long and didn't say another word. The system was also silent for a moment and said, I'm sorry for bringing you bad feelings. This system can give you a little compensation. Chu-do's eyes lit up. Compensation. This one was good. He immediately said, please help me raise my strength a bit. It's not too much. Just get a great emperor. He rubbed his hands together, his face full of anticipation. The system was a bit speechless. Hello, this is an ordinary technological world. There is no aura. It cannot help you raise your strength. Chu-do's face stiffened. His beautiful dream was shattered. He said helplessly, all right, then you see what you can give. The system paused and said, given that this is an ordinary urban world, this system can compensate you money-wise. Money? It's okay to have money. Since it's an ordinary world, then of course money is important. The system thought for a moment and said, from now on, this system opens a special spending rebate activity for you, limited to 24 hours. Any consumption transfer can be counted, but it is forbidden to double up on your own against the brush. In addition, it is forbidden to disclose the existence of this system, for the amount of money rebated is 10 times the amount spent. All the gains this system will help you create all the transaction process. There is no probability of any problems being discovered. Chu-do said in shock. So bullish? The system proudly said, this kind of low-level urban world, I can hold it down with a single finger, and the rules are nothing more than toys. Well, the timer starts. After saying that, a countdown suddenly appeared in Chu-do's heart. 24 hours, going by second. When those hours were gone, that was when the system was unbound. Therefore, Chudu had to brush until he was satisfied before the system went away. How great is human desire? When desire completely exploded in a single moment, it was extremely terrifying. Chudu's brain began to run at high speed, 10 times the rebate. You can't brush yourself. The rules were simple, but the time was limited. Chudu is just an ordinary social animal, grew up in the tomato orphanage, and now he is working as a working cowhorse for the people's entrepreneurs in Xinjiang. Money did not earn a few, but also because of the consumption problem, gradually indebted. Linlin total owed 3 or 400,000 online loans and credit cards. At this time, his entire belongings only $2,000 a little bit. Chudu did not say anything. First $2,000 directly charged the phone bill. The next moment, the mobile banking app pushed a message. Your commercial bank savings card transferred 20,000 yuan. Balance 20,024. Sure enough, it is valid. Chudu was ecstatic, but his hands did not stop moving. Wanting to swipe money was actually very simple and difficult. Without saying anything, he first transferred $20,000 to his friend Chen Shuai, and instantly returned $200,000. Chen Shuai sent a question mark, but Chudu didn't have time to pay attention to him at all, but continued to transfer $200,000 to Chen Shuai for an instant rebate of $2 million. The next moment, Chen Shuai directly called. Chudu was alone in the rental house, so he directly picked up the phone and put on the headset, not affecting himself to continue operating. Crap, what's your situation? 220,000. What did you do? Where did you get so much money? Chen Shuai's shocked voice came from the phone. Chudu's hand movements were unceasing, and he began to give himself all the various liabilities to clean up. Don't you care so much? I didn't borrow you 10,000 before. Now give you back the money. I'll still be busy. Say it later. Chapter 2 Brush Money. Chen Shuai roared loudly. Who the hell borrowed 10,000 to pay back 220,000? Loan sharks aren't this ruthless. What are you up to? Chudu's hand speed flew up, repaying the money next to each other. He actually also wants to spend a large amount of money and quickly return cash. But to know one thing, many times, you an ordinary person, usually there are not so many channels. You must first brush the foundation, and then you can have the capital to spend a large amount of cash back. This matter will be explained to you afterward. By the way, you are not indebted to have more than 100,000. Take it to repayment. Don't grumble. Both of them are 26 or 27 years old. They have known each other for more than 10 years. The relationship is extremely good. Even Chen Shuai lent Chudu $10,000, borrowed for 3 months, did not call once, and will not ask for a penny of interest. This is a good brother. Chudu has the ability. Naturally want to help a brother first. By the way, brush money rebate, but also dare not brush too much. Afraid of this brother cannot afford. After considering his trust in Chudu, Chen Shuai said, okay, I'll go repay the loan first. Call me when you're free. After saying that, he hung up the phone. But in just 3 minutes, Chudu paid back all the online loans and credit cards. 2 million paid back in 300,000. Rebate 3 million. Chudu at this time the bank card is 4,700,000. Good friend is so one. Other people are fox friends, also not worth their own help a hand. Right now there is nothing worth brushing things. Chudu naturally want to go to high consumption places. At this time it is 10 o'clock in the morning. Today's weekend. Chudu rest, so at home did not go to work. He went downstairs at the fastest speed in his life, hit a cab, got in and said, Master, go to the Ferrari store on Construction Road. When you have money, naturally you want to buy a house and a car, and such a large amount of consumption naturally rebates faster. In the cab, Chudu quickly downloaded the live broadcasting platform app such as Electric Sound, Shark and Tiger. He didn't look at those anchors either, but went up and first charged 4 million to the Electro voice platform. As for why it wasn't 4,700,000, Chudu said that this million level of charging could only be done in millions. Charge in 4 million, instantly rebate out 40 million. Chudu did not hesitate, and added 6 million into it, rebates out of 60 million. At this time, Chudu's bank card lying in $9,471,013. A platform Chudu also dare not rush too much. I'm afraid to cause attention is not good. He did as he did. In the Shark and Tiger platform also each filled in $10 million. Very good. 200 million rebate success. Took a look at the cabmaster that is not in a hurry. Chudu did not say anything, swept at the collection code and said, Master, I'm in a hurry. You use the fastest speed to rush over all the costs in the middle. I'm out. Even if you finish deducting points to buy points and fines, I'll transfer 5,000 to you now. How? Master heard this, immediately sat up straight and said, sit tight. I'll let you see what is called the god of the car in Intichoming today. The next moment, the car speed instantly raised. Chudu also immediately swept $5,000 for a $50,000 rebate. In such a short period of less than half an hour, Chudu had already swiped close to $300 million. For an ordinary person, 300 million can completely lie flat, but he is not satisfied. When a person had $100, he would want to have $200. When a man has $10,000, he will want to have 20,000. The greed of man is never ending. At the beginning, Chudu brushed a few thousand or tens of thousands of dollars, all of which made him excited. But in just such a short while, he had already brushed out close to $300 million, and his current goal, even he didn't know himself anymore. Under the master's crazy driving, in about 20 minutes or so, he came to the entrance of the Ferrari storefront. Chudu got out of the car and quickly walked into the store. As a high-end vehicle brand, Ferrari salespeople were all very beautiful, all tall and leggy, with gorgeous looks, and not a few of them were waiting for a rich second generation. So, it is often said that every time a Ferrari is sold, a sale leaves the store. Not only that, the sales staff of any high-end luxury goods are strictly trained. There is no such thing as looking down on people and all kinds of mockery. Even if you wore all ground floor goods, they would bring a professional smile and go up to greet you. Before Chudu spoke, a female salesperson came forward and said, "Hello sir, welcome to the Ferrari sales branch. May I ask if you have a model that you are interested in advance?" Chudu shook his head and said, "No, but you can briefly introduce the current car. I will brush it right away." The saleswoman took a look at Chudu's dress, an ordinary person's dress, a suit up and down adding up to just over $1,000. She opened her mouth and said, "Sir can take a look at the car over here. This is the Ferrari 612, currently quoted at 5.7 million with options," and, before she finished, Chudu directly said, "No need to be so detailed. Just swipe your card on this one, then find me a few more. I'll swipe my card on all of them." The saleswoman swallowed her saliva and looked at Chudu's appearance. This splash of riches, today is also my turn? Before she could finish fantasizing, Chudu said, "Are there any Ferrari 812, Ferrari F12, Ferrari 599, Ferrari 488, Ferrari SF90, Ferrari 458, Ferrari FF models here?" Chudu reported 7 models in one breath. The saleswoman was shocked for a moment, but her good professionalism still allowed her to react immediately. "Sir, not all of them may be available here at the moment. Some of them need to be deployed from elsewhere." Chudu nodded and said, "I just reported, plus the 612 car, a total of 8 options I will not look at. Directly all the selection of high matching, the color aspect of the main red and black. You directly give me a quote on the line. How much money in total?" Female sales looked at Chudu, still want to say something, but Chudu frowned. "Trouble action faster. I am more anxious." Female sales, without saying a word, immediately went to bring a calculator. Crackling pressed the calculation. "The price of the car is the bare car, but if you land, there are options, insurance and other costs." In the end, the Ferrari 612 landed at 7 million. The Ferrari 812 landed at 7 million. The Ferrari F12 landed at 7 million. The Ferrari 599 landed at 6 million. The Ferrari 488 landed at 6 million. The Ferrari SF90 landed at 6.5 million. The Ferrari 458 landed at 7 million. And the Ferrari FF landed at 7 million. All the vehicles, a total of 8 vehicles, totaled 53.5 million. Chudu was close to $300 million at this time. He didn't have that much time to brush them one by one. Chapter 3: The Bank. So Chudu opened his mouth and said, "That's it, 4 more sets of the same. A total of 5 sets of the same configuration, down to a total of 267,500,000 up." Chudu's card had more than 270 million, just enough to brush out. Whether it can be used or not is one thing, but first brushing out the money is the serious thing. The big deal is that in the future, the car will be used to pick up girls. How simple it is. The saleswoman was completely confused. She has not seen the rich people who buy Ferrari, but like Chudu, with the same as buying cabbage to buy luxury cars, this is quite horrible. Just multiplying the number above by 5, seeing the amount above the calculator, the saleswoman only felt a wave of dizziness. God, this is more than 200 million. Just so, gone? Chudu did not care about how much impact he brought to the saleswoman. He continued to ask, "Is there Rafa?" The stagnant female sales subconsciously shook her head. "I'm sorry sir, Rafa is a limited edition of 499 limited models. The world has been sold out, unless you can buy it in the hands of others." Chudu also has some regrets. It seems to be unable to buy this one. Chudu touched out a bank card and said, "Swipe the card." According to reason, such an ordinary bank card, the daily spending limit is limited, but in the system can be pressed with one finger under the great power of the world. This rule is easily taken. Along with a swipe successful beep, The saleswoman looked at Chu-do's eyes are stretched. If it is not in public, I believe that the speed of her undressing must be the fastest in the world. Ferrari, this kind of luxury car. Everyday customers are really very few, so there is nothing to do. Female sales almost all over. Can't wait to be able to in this rich second generation close contact. Chu-do's ordinary clothes became synonymous with low profile in their eyes. More than $200 million were swiped out, and instantly returned $2,670 million, counting what was left before. Chu-do now has close to $2.7 billion in cash, a total of 40 cars. Chu-do signed next to each other. This thing is a process that cannot be avoided. A group of sales is surrounded by Chu-do. Even the manager also ran to give Chu-do tea and water, nodding his head. Look at his appearance. Serving their own father are not so pro. Although it is said that when buying a car, the loan to buy a car is what the store welcomes, but a one-time consumption of such a large single customer is obviously more important. On the one hand, the return of funds quickly. After all, loan collection. There is also the cost of time. On the other hand, is such a customer around? Must also be around many of the same strength of the customer. That can be a potential customer which does not bash good. The female saleswoman at the beginning said apprehensively, Mr. Chu, let me remind you once again. It will take about half a year to deliver all of these vehicles, because some of them are deployed from other parts of the country, and some of them are from abroad. The time is different. Chu-do signed while saying indifferently, it doesn't matter. To one, just send me one. I can wait. Hearing this, the saleswoman let out a sigh of relief. This time, with a list of more than $200 million, how much would the commission alone be? She didn't even dare to think about it. Although the commission was important, how could it be as important as the gentleman in front of her? Not to mention other things, even if you are a lover to others, casually give a little, are enough to their own life glory and wealth. If it was before, as an ordinary person, of course Chu-do was very interested in communicating with these beauties, but right now, there was only a 24-hour time limit, and more than an hour had already passed, so he simply couldn't afford to think that much. Any beautiful women, at this stage, give me the side. Suddenly, Chu-do's cell phone, which was placed on the table, rang. An unfamiliar local cell phone number. Chu-do frowned and said, call it for me. Press speakerphone. He was in a hurry to sign. How could he care? The saleswoman immediately tapped to answer, then turned on the external amplifier and amplified her voice. Hello, is this Mr. Chu-do? On the phone, a middle-aged man's voice came. Chu-do was pretty sure that he had never heard this person's voice before, and he casually said, I'm Chu-do. Which one are you? The tone of the person over there was very polite. Hello Mr. Chu. I'm Zhao Qian, the president of the commercial bank. Your savings card in our bank just now had an overseas transfer coming in. It's 2.6 billion, a large transfer. The amount of your deposit in our bank is huge. Our bank is now honored to invite you to become our bank's valued VIP customer, bringing you a lot of convenience and assistance. 2.6 billion. Although Chu-do's phone was just an ordinary cell phone, the sound of the call was clear enough for everyone at the scene to hear. From the manager to the saleswoman, all of them were dumbfounded. How much money was this? Especially the one who introduced the vehicle to Chu-do, who had just felt that more than $200 million was terrifying. But now that he heard this more than $2 billion, he felt even more shocked. For the matter of upgrading VIP, put it aside first, what Chu-do is more concerned about is the power of the bank. To know, in this place in China, the power of the bank was very powerful. Banks involved every aspect, especially the several official banks in Huaxia, commercial bank, agricultural bank, military bank, Huaxia Bank, Construction Bank, and National Bank. Among them, the State Bank belonged to the top tier, overseeing the other 5 major banks. Banks have cooperation with many parties. He used to be an ordinary person. He didn't have that channel, but the bank can help him. He opened his mouth and said, Hello Governor Zhao. VIP matters aside, I want to ask Governor Zhao to do me a favor. Zhao Qian said politely, just do as you command. Mr. Chu, don't be so polite. The source of the money, it was definitely normal. It was income from foreign stock funds and investments and such. It was completely legal and there was no problem. That's why he called. Chu-do continued, I want to buy a house, either a large flat or a mansion. I don't know if Governor Zhao has any relationship in this area. I want it now, more than one set. If it's suitable, I can pay right away. Zhao Qian didn't hesitate. Mr. Chu, please wait for me for a few minutes. I will contact for you right away. After hanging up the phone, the group of female sales next to him didn't dare to utter a single breath. If Chu-do only had a few $100 million, they dared to fantasize that they could marry into a rich family. But now that Chu-do had billions of dollars, and even just a portion of it, it was not a level they could touch. Buying a car or a house as casually as buying something in a food market. This is something they can hold? they can be in Ferrari as a sales. Naturally, they are also used to seeing the rich and powerful, and know more about the unspoken rules of this world. Chapter 4 Brush by Brush. People at this level, even if they were to pick a beautiful woman, it wouldn't be their turn. In the eyes of ordinary people, their bodies and looks could be called goddesses, but in the eyes of the rich, they were just mediocre, and there were plenty of pretty girls. A lot of female sales have extinguished their own minds, but there are still a few who are not dead, still trying to fantasize whether they can succeed on the throne, trying to find a way to show the uniform fancy walk. This operation, Chu-do directly hung 40 cars under his name. However, the law does not stipulate that you can't hang so many cars. It doesn't matter. When Chu-do finished signing, casually said, "Now there is no which is the current car, can drive away?" Female sales said with difficulty, "Mr. Chu, you give all the vehicles are optional. We have to add the configuration of these things. All get well, the fastest then to 3 o'clock this afternoon, which is already very fast speed." Chu-do immediately said, "Okay, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. No matter which car comes out, immediately give me a call. In addition, help me fill up the gas." He seemed to think of something, and said, "And, if the license plate, just put on the ordinary license plate. I still have something to do. I'm leaving first." Flanked by the enthusiasm of the manager and a group of sales, Chu-do left the store. Just after leaving the store, he received a phone call from Zhao Qian. "Hello Mr. Chu, I just contacted for you. There are many people who are willing to sell at the moment. What do you think?" "What do you mean?" Chu-do took a deep breath and said, "Where is our bank? Make an appointment for me. It's now immediately 12 o'clock noon. If possible, I hope to see them at your bank at 3 p.m. In the middle of this, I may have to borrow your bank's office. I'm sorry, I have something to do. I'm in a hurry." I hope that Zhao Qian can understand. Zhao Qian immediately said, "Mr. Chu, where are your words? It's not troublesome. It's not troublesome at all. It's also my bank's honor to be able to serve a VIP like you. I'll immediately make an appointment for you to see them," Chu-do said with satisfaction. "Then I'll trouble Bank President Zhao." After a pause, he continued, "By the way, does Governor Zhao know some private yachts, private airplanes, and these manufacturing plants or sales manufacturers?" Zhao Qian immediately said, "Mr. Chu, please rest assured, our commercial bank has a very high-end VIP service. We can meet all your needs." Chu-do was secretly happy and said, "Since this is the case, then please ask Governor Zhao to help arrange an appointment together, and I'll meet together in the afternoon." Zhao Qian replied with a full reply. Hanging up the phone, Chu-do breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't know much about these super luxurious spending. He just knew about buying houses and cars, private yachts and private airplanes. Any more than that, he wasn't sure. After all, he hadn't been exposed to it before. The appointment was in the afternoon, but in between, Chu-do had to go to other homes to buy a car and continue to brush up his money. Fortunately, there were other luxury car brand stores on this street, but after 500 meters, Chu-do walked into a Porsche sales store. Chu-do did not have time to open his mouth. Immediately there is a manager with a group of sales greeted up, passionate and incomparable. Chu-do was confused. What is the situation? The manager who went up said respectfully, "Hello Mr. Chu, I am the manager here. Wang Li, welcome to Porsche." Chu-do did not know, just he went out to answer the phone in the 2 minutes time. Ferrari store sales has sent this matter to the group. Now the whole street of luxury car brand stores know that here comes a super rich man, throwing close to $300 million, purchased Ferrari 7 models, 5 of each. Couldn't understand this big brother's operation at all, but it didn't hinder their impression of Chu-do. Super rich man, who's rich enough to buy a car like this. Therefore, when Chu-do walked to the door, Wang Li saw him at the first time and immediately greeted the sales all rushing up. Although Chu-do was unsure, he still said, "I would like to ask, is there a Porsche 911, Porsche 918, Porsche Carrera GT here?" Porsche's various models and prices, as a whole, were not comparable to Ferrari's, so there weren't too many that Chu-do could pick from. As for those cheap ones, Chu-do was also too lazy to buy them, and they also took up space. Wang Li hurriedly said, "Mr. Chu, we don't have so many models in stock here. We need to deploy them for you." Chu-do snapped his fingers and said, "Good, arrange it directly." With the previous operation in Ferrari, Chu-do was already familiar with it, and said directly, "All the options, all according to the most suitable color matching. The configuration is directly the highest on the line. No need to ask me." Next to Wang Li has long been ready calculator, crackling a press, and then said, "Mr. Chu, hello, these cars, according to your selection, all landed a total of 50 million, of which 918 different models. There is a 911, and a Carrera GT. Chu-do waved his hand and said, "All 5 sets, the same configuration." Wang Li said with some difficulty, "Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, because the Porsche 918 is a limited edition. The same model is not available. But you can choose other models of the Porsche 918 series. Chudu casually picked them out. The prices were similar anyway. 5 sets were already fine. Although he couldn't swipe all the money, he didn't want to buy a car dozens of times in one breath. That was more or less stupid. A total of $250 million. Now there are $2,670 million. Brush away and then rebate. In this case, the card balance is still $492 million. She held her breath and looked at Chudu expectantly. Without saying a word, Chudu touched the bank card and said, "Swipe the card." Soon, with a beep, the card was successfully swiped. Wang Li almost went soft with a shiver. After all, the global economic situation is not so good right now. Like these high-end consumer items, it's actually really hard to sell. Don't look at those online brush video. A certain sound inside the hand, a tomato inside who do not have a god car? But in reality, these cars, the annual sales of less than a tenth of a certain sound, can be imagined. Chudu, this kind of luxury consumption shocked every sales present, skillfully and quickly signing the contract. Less than an hour in total, Chudu left the Porsche store surrounded by a group of warblers. As far as he knew, on this street, there was also a Lamborghini store and a Maserati store. Chudu calculated that when these two stores finished buying, it was almost time to go to the bank. Although it was now more than 12 o'clock and it was time to eat lunch, Chudu didn't have the slightest intention to eat. Are you kidding me? Is this the time to eat? That's not being able to distinguish between the main and the secondary. 200 meters later, came to the Lamborghini store. Chapter 5 Gathering. The exact same operation was staged again, and in the end, Chudu picked the Lamborghini Revuelto, Lamborghini Aventador, and Lamborghini Reventon, which landed at a total of close to $40 million. Still 5 sets, a total of $200 million. In the end, $490 million becomes $470 million, and then $2 billion in rebates. It becomes $672 million. The usual rules: sign the contract and leave. No time for other things. The last is the Maserati store. Although Maserati is much cheaper compared to the first 3 brands, but Chudu used to pick up girls to give away. Or a good choice: Maserati President, Maserati MC20, Maserati Gran Cabrio, Maserati Coupe, Maserati Gran Turismo. Landing totaled only $15 million. Trudeau waved his hand. 5 sets, as usual, a total of $75 million. A rebate of $750 million. Chudu's amount had been swiped to $740 million. Coming out of the store and standing on the side of the road, Chudu stretched his back and moved his arms and legs. In these stores, the most time Chudu wasted was waiting for the contract and signing photos. As for the models and options, it was a 3-minute thing. As for those beautiful women's sales, Chudu had no time to pay attention. When can't you pick up a girl? It's not like the girl won't live to see tomorrow, right? But their own rebate activities cannot really live tomorrow morning after 10 o'clock. Which is more important? Chudu can naturally make it clear. Looked at the time, now already 2 o'clock. Do not want to waste time. Chudu casually in the side of the point to buy a few burgers, and then played a cab to the bank. After all, the commercial bank is an official bank, and its headquarters building in Xinjiang is really grand. Close to 3 o'clock, Chudu arrived at the entrance of the commercial bank. He casually picked up the phone and dialed. In less than a minute, a middle-aged man in his 40s walked over quickly inside, wearing a formal suit and shoes. Seeing Chudu, he enthusiastically went forward and said, "Hello Mr. Chu, I am Zhao Qian, the president of the commercial bank. Welcome." Chudu also said politely, "Governor Zhao is polite. Why don't we? Let's go in and talk." Zhao Qian looked at Chudu holding an unfinished burger in his hand, and said after a pause, "Mr. Chu, why don't we have a meal first? I'm afraid you're hungry." Chudu waved his hand and said, "No need. I'm in a hurry." "Forget it," Zhao Qian said with some worry. "How about this? I will arrange for the following people to go to the neighborhood and bring you a meal. What do you think?" Chudu also did not excuse himself. "Okay, just make it simple, please. No trouble, no trouble." While talking, the two of them walked in. Zhao Qian just entered the hall, casually beckoned to an employee next to him, then said, "Go look around, buy a fast food back, send it to the conference room. Remember, make sure it's fast. Add 200 bonus this month." Without saying a word, the staff immediately ran out. This time there were more people coming, because Chudu had booked quite a few people. Zhao Qian's office couldn't sit so many people, so he simply sat in the conference room. Zhao Qian personally poured tea for Chudu, then said, "Mr. Chu, the people you made appointments with are all here. This is..." After a brief introduction, Chudu looked around. There were 7 people selling houses, 3 people from the yacht manufacturers, and 5 people from the private airplane side, a total of 15 people. Chudu said politely, I'm sorry everyone, for inviting you all over in such a way, mainly because I'm in a hurry, so I simply invited you like this, but I believe that in the next conversation, you'll all be very satisfied. Everyone was a business old man, so naturally they wouldn't get angry just because of this. Not to mention that Zhao Qian had told them before they came that this was a super rich man with an extremely terrifying cash flow. In the current environment, many rich bosses, seemingly rich, are actually fixed assets or funds and stocks, etc. Cash flow tycoons, really not many, so they also came with great enthusiasm. The first thing was to buy a house. Chudu nodded to a few people and said, "Please a few people trouble me with the prepared information." The 7 people immediately handed up the information that had been prepared before. There were more than 30 sets, both large flats and villas. Chudu looked quickly, mainly looking at the environment and price. These were all famous properties in Xinjiang. The prices were not expensive, and not something that ordinary people could afford. For example, the big flat in here, the cheapest, is 200,000 square meters. The smallest, also has more than 230 square meters. It took Chudu a full hour to read all of this information, and when he looked up, a fast food had already been placed next to him, which was rice and vegetables. He put the information down, not caring about the image issue in the slightest, but spoke, "If I buy a house from all of you, are there any accompanying discounts and benefits?" A few people looked at each other and spoke next to each other about the good things about their houses. Basically, what each house gave was a 3-year waiver of all kinds of property fees and water, electricity, and heating costs, as well as a complimentary parking space. Then there is a gift of 3 years, a total of 10 times to clean the whole house. Chudu roughly calculated. The cheapest set of large flat is to 46 million, and the most expensive set of villas, even to 800 million. A total of 32 sets of large flats and villas, including 7 sets of villas and 25 sets of large flats, totaling a price of 4.3 billion. With 7.4 billion in hand, he was naturally not afraid, but rather happy. After all, this time, it was a direct cashback of 43 billion, but because the amount was too large, the system would give it to Chudu in batches. Due to the haste in which they came, they only prepared the information of the housing villa, and they did not think that they could talk about it at once. Generally talk first, have an idea, and then go to the scene to see. Who could have thought that there is actually such a character in front of me? Look at the picture and place an order. Contracts they did not bring, but it does not matter. A phone call over. Immediately someone quickly sent, "Such a large single, there must be expedited delivery." Chudu casually ate his meal, and the crowd didn't feel the slightest bit out of place. This world is like this. If you don't have money, what you do is wrong. If you have money, even if you eat snacks bought on the side of the road in a 5-star hotel, other people are going to praise you for a good meal, a wonderful meal, a croaky meal. Then, Chudu looked at the 3 yacht representative merchants next to him and said, "Do you all have information?" The 3 immediately took out the information and politely placed their hands in front of Chudu. With the experience of buying a house in front of them, they were already very sure that Chudu was a super big brother. How would they dare to be the slightest bit slow? Such a big brother is riding on their head too. They still have to pass the paper. After Chudu briefly looked at the information, he pointed at the 3 yachts in the information and said, "I like all 3 of these. I'll take all of them. In addition, I'll also customize one." Chapter 6 High-End Consumption. When the 3 heard Chudu speak, they were first delighted, then said, "Don't worry Mr. Chu, there is nothing we can't do." Chudu nodded his head in satisfaction, then quickly said his requirements, and the 3 quickly wrote records on their cell phones. Half an hour later, Chudu said, "The requirements are rather difficult. You 3 compete to see who can take this order." At this time, the contract for the real estate was also brought. Chudu immediately began to sign, while giving the 3 yachtsmen some time. Not only that, Chudu also said to the airplane merchants next to him, "Have a few of you brought any information?" These few people, respectively, represented several domestic airlines. Actually, buying a house and a car was different from buying a yacht and an airplane. Buying a house to buy a car, basically there will be ready-made sports cars, some of which need to be booked, a few months delivery, so the yacht is even slower, usually half a year to a year delivery, or even 2 years and 3 years are possible. Ready-made is really very, very little. As for private airplanes, not to mention, now most of the luxury private airplanes are foreign manufacturers. Many rich people buy are relatively cheap, or with the airliner conversion. So, these few were from airlines. After reading the information of a few of them, Chudu frowned. To be honest, he wasn't very satisfied. But this couldn't be helped because private airplanes cost a lot, and there was usually no stock. They were all booked. Chudu immediately talked about the conditions of his requirements and asked a few people to contact the manufacturer behind them. The requirements of private airplanes are also a lot. Chu-do said while the people remembered. And then they all quickly contacted the manufacturers behind them. Next to him, Zhao Qian was watching like a dream. To be honest, as a bank president, Zhao Qian thinks he is well informed, but he feels that today he is considered to be well informed. Going to the market to buy vegetables or still to daily dazzle it. You buy such an expensive thing, as if you bought a random vegetable. Really good? After signing, the yacht dealer side also came out with the result, and gave it to one of them to customize it for Chu-do. The private yacht that Chu-do wants to customize is exactly the one that he quickly checked some information on his cell phone in the cab, and then specifically customized it according to the combination of the 3 existing yachts. The overall price was as high as $2.5 billion. Even if you look around the world, it was still an extremely expensive kind. The contract immediately arranged for people to send over, and then according to the existing contract, repair and change, and finally signed. Chudo directly will be $2.5 billion all transferred over the next, waiting for the manufacturer 9 months after the delivery. In addition, there is just looked at that ready-made 3 yachts, which is another $400 million. Chu-do without saying a word, signed the contract and swiped the card. After buying a house and buying a yacht and swiping the card, the total amount of Chu-do's funds went straight to $72.2 billion. If he needed it, he could raise it all. This can all be cash for the rich and powerful circle. Chu-do is that kind of top existence. And the customization of the yacht, this time on the manufacturer, is also a challenge, because Chu-do to customize the yacht, whether it is the size or configuration, are the world's top kind. Fortunately, their manufacturers are also quite strong. Look at the domestic, but also first class. In order to be able to next this big single, do this kind of industry, that is really 3 years not open. Open 3 years, and Chudo this time 25 billion spent, direct rebate 25 billion. His liquidity has been quite huge, fixed to buy a house and yacht things. The next is a private airplane, several airlines in the discussion, and finally by the East Airlines next this order. Chu-do's customization requirements is also very high-end complex, all down, expedited also need a year and a half to deliver, usually 3 or 4 years, this time, is already quite expedited, but also to ensure quality. But Chu-do does not care. He cares, just a large amount of consumption, customized according to the international top luxury private jet standards. The final price is 3.5 billion. Chu-do did not know if this price could break the world record, but he knew that the airline personnel in front of him were numb. For all the signed contracts of today's day, Chu-do didn't worry that someone would dare to get their hands dirty. In the eyes of the representatives of the various families, Chu-do was a super rich man, with an extremely powerful family behind him, grasping a huge amount of wealth. To make a move in front of such a huge power? They weren't that stupid. Only by serving such a big shot would they be able to earn more. So, on the contrary, they would also have to defend Chu-do's interests so that they could bring more benefits to them. This was bundling of interests. After all the signatures were swiped, Chu-do's funds, too, finally broke through the 100 billion mark, totaling 103.7 billion. After the many representatives got the contract and money, they also rushed back at the first time and reported back to pay immediate attention to this super customer. After the crowd left, it was already more than 7 o'clock in the evening. Chu-do rubbed his head. To be honest, from the time he started swiping the money at 10 o'clock in the morning until now, he was really tired. The thinking, negotiating, and signing in the afternoon alone was exhausting. Zhao Qian looked at Chu-do and said, Mr. Chu, seeing that you are also rather tired, why don't we do this? Give me a chance. I'll be the host and treat you to a meal and take a break. Chu-do this will not be so eager. After all, there are 100 billion, and luxury cars, villas, private yachts, private planes have. This life just lie flat, can be dashing to death. He drank his water and said, okay, let's go then. Zhao Qian's posture was put very low. Although he was a governor, he was only a local one. Even if Xinjiang was second only to the capital city in the country, it was still a local one after all. It was still just one of them. He knew very well that whether he could move up or not, his hope might rest on this Gongzi. Having this one person was enough to overshoot all the performance. As long as he served Chu-do well, even if he didn't need any salesman, he didn't need to think about performance. Chu-do got up and said, Governor Zhao, where is the bathroom? I want to go wash my hands. After sitting all afternoon, Chu-do hadn't even gotten up, and he was suffocating. Zhao Qian immediately took Chu-do to the bathroom. Watching Chu-do go in, he hurriedly touched the phone and dialed out. Waiting for Chu-do to come out, Zhao Qian said smilingly, Mr. Chu, let's go? Chu-do said casually, let's go. It is worth mentioning that in the afternoon, Ferrari came to send a car to Chu-do. Chu-do just simply looked at it and took it. At this time, when he went out the door and looked at the Ferrari SF90 in front of him, it was quite dazzling. The red body was like a flame, whether it was the interior or the exterior. Shu Du was very satisfied. Chapter 7 Talking. Zhao Qian, on the other hand, was driving an Audi. Although it was not as good as Chu Du's Ferrari, it was still low-key luxurious. Under Zhao Qian's leadership, the two of them came to a private kitchen, only to make Chu Du curious. Just the two of them, but Zhao Qian deliberately asked for the largest private room. Wine and food are all ordered by Chu Du. Zhao Qian did not even look at a glance and said, according to what this gentleman said to go on it. After sitting down, only then can we officially start chatting. Chu Du drank tea while saying, Governor Zhao, I would like to ask if there is any aspect that is more spendy? Spending money? Zhao Qian was a bit stunned. This master, after buying so much today, isn't it enough? He said after a slight contemplation. For example, buying some famous watches, collecting artwork, high-end jewelry, all of them are relatively large amounts of spending. Chu Du shook his head. Is there more? Zhao Qian frowned and said, if it's spending money, then investing is spending money very quickly. Right, investment. Chu Du's eyes lit up. He didn't understand this before, so naturally he had to ask properly. Governor Zhao, are there any companies that are relatively short of investment right now? I want to see, if there is an opportunity, maybe I can support up a few. Engaging in investment, well, this is simple, and there are too many companies that lack investment. He immediately said, Mr. Chu, there are many in this area. So many companies up and down the country need to invest. All walks of life casually pull out a whole lot. Chu Du nodded slightly and said, in that case, then Governor Zhao can help me take a look. Film and television entertainment, network media, medical and medicine, education and training. These aspects are all fine. To see if there are any companies that are lacking in investment. Of course, the company can't be too bad. Otherwise, what if it has no future? This was of course said on purpose. He just needs to invest casually. It's all rebates. Zhao Qian answered with his mouth full. Mr. Chu, don't worry. I'll finish eating in a while. Go back and contact you. As a bank president, many companies wanted to come in for loans, and he knew this aspect all too well. As for buying watches, jewelry, works of art, top day tens of millions of several hundred million, while the investment does not move billions of tens of billions of dollars are possible. Compare and contrast. Of course, this cost-effective. The two quickly reached an agreement. However, Zhao Qian also made his own request. If possible, I hope that Mr. Chu can make a deposit in our bank. For the sake of performance, he naturally had to pull in this customer. Chu Du looked at Zhao Qian and smiled faintly. Governor Zhao, the reasoning that eggs can't be put in the same basket, you surely understand, so it's not possible for me to put all of my deposits here, but I can assure you that Governor Zhao here, it must be the most. Throwing in the towel. People Lao Zhao did his best. This little favor, he naturally helped. Zhao Qian didn't need much. Being able to have 10 billion, he could fulfill his tasks for a year. See talk almost. Suddenly Zhao Qian's cell phone rang. After connecting, do not know what the opposite side said. He just calmly said, come in. The next moment, the door of the private room was pushed open. Chu Du subconsciously looked over, but saw a row of beautiful young beauties walk in, and the last one also gently closed the door. Looking at the group of beauties in front of him, there were 10 of them, each as beautiful as a flower. Just by looking at the face value alone, placed in any school it would be a school beauty level. Placed in the entertainment industry, it would also be a pretty good beauty. As for the body, each has a big chest, waist, thin legs, long buttocks. There were those who wore tight skirts and hip skirts, which set off the firm buttocks, and there were also those who wore tight pants, which outlined the straight and slender legs. No matter what they are dressed up in, they are all quite beautiful and gorgeous, and looking at their age, they are basically in their 20s. Chu Du was a little stunned and turned his head to look at Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian said smilingly, Mr. Chu, these are the 10 prettiest ones in my line. They all look up to Mr. Chu and want to get to know you as a young talent. Look at that. What a nice thing to say. Chu Du naturally understood what he meant. It meant, this is the prettiest of my men. You can pick them at will and take them all away. It's not impossible. Chu Du has seen this kind of situation before, but after buying a car today, he has begun to have resistance to beautiful women, so Chu Du can also look at it very calmly. Money is a person's bottom line. Chu Du's hands are full of money. He is the big brother at this time. Slightly swept the circle. There is a say. The quality is good. Let him be difficult to choose. Seems to see Chu Du's hesitation. Zhao Qian lightly laughed. Mr. Chu, why don't I let them all add you a contact information? Turn around and slowly ask for advice? After all, they can all be single and have more time. Listening to those meaningful words, Chu Du instantly realized. Single. Then, the 10 beauties came forward in turn and added Chu Du's contact information. As for whether there was any follow-up, that would depend on the situation. These 10 beauties, just from the appearance of dress and temperament, there are pure, There are charming, there are lowly type, there are also imperial sister type, there are iceberg class, cold class, gentle, what kind of gesture there are. This meal, in the company of these 10 atmosphere group beauties, the guests and hosts ate happily. It was about 9 o'clock after the meal. Chu-du glanced at the time and said, Governor Zhao, for the contact, I'll trouble you. Zhao Qian said politely, Mr. Chu, where are your words? This is an honor for my bank. Chu-du had gradually gotten used to other people's politeness and respect, and followed suit. By the way, I still want to buy a building. I don't know if there's anyone over here that has the intention to sell. Zhao Qian hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Chu, buy a commercial building. That price is really not cheap if you want to buy it. I have to contact and ask, and I'm afraid that there are not many willing to make a bid. Listening to the chat start to talk about business, the 10 beauties didn't dare to speak again, but quietly listened. They came over today. They only knew that it was the bank president who said that he wanted to accompany a super big customer for dinner, but how rich this customer was, they were not clear. At this moment, hearing Chu-du open his mouth to buy a commercial building, the crowd was shaken. Commercial building is not the usual family business. Easily a building to billions of tens of billions. Extremely expensive. Chu-du pondered slightly and said, office building, commercial building, both can be. If we can talk about it tonight it's best. Although Zhao Qian did not understand why Chu-du was in such a hurry, but thinking about the customer was the first purpose. His eyes turned, suddenly thought of something and said, right, Mr. Chu, if there are such buildings that have just been completed and not yet put into use, can they be? Chu-du was full of unconcern and said, yes, I'll just arrange for decoration and remodeling. Chapter 8 Investment. Zhao Qian immediately touched his cell phone and said, hey, if you say so, I do know one. Chu-du's eyes lit up with curiosity and said, which one is it? Zhao Qian, while looking for the number, said, a few years ago there was a company, in my bank loan, got a twin building, 2 buildings together, inside do quite complex, contains commercial, office, hotel, residential and other use of the template involves, but last month has just handed over, currently heard that it is being renovated inside it. That is, the specific progress of I'm not too clear. Chu-du shook his head and said, I don't want to rent, I directly want to buy. Governor Zhao can ask, if it is suitable, I can directly buy it. Zhao Qian nodded, then dialed the phone. This was the power of the bank. As the state-owned bank of the Divine Empire, the resources they could mobilize and dispose of were quite huge, and all industries were involved. The phone was quickly connected and Zhao Qian pressed the outgoing call before placing the phone on the table. Hello President Zhao, calling at this hour. Is there something important? No? A middle-aged man's thick voice came from the phone. Zhao Qian laughed harshly. Mr. Xiao, I'm calling you today. I'm also entrusted with a request. I want to ask you something. Mr. Xiao said curiously. Entrusted by someone? Who is it? What is it? Zhao Qian said smilingly. Your 2 buildings. How is it? Mr. Xiao immediately said. Zhao, you want to ask about the money, right? Hey, don't worry. I'll soon be ready to use it, and then the rent can be paid back to you. Don't be anxious. Zhao Qian's words turned. I'm not this meaning. I want to ask you. There is no intention to sell. Sell? Mr. Xiao was obviously caught off guard by the question, and said after a pause, I'm not very willing to sell, because these 2 buildings, whether it's the surrounding environment, or the overall design, are very good, and I still want to make some money. Zhao Qian said loudly, I have a very powerful customer here. Would have liked to say introduce it, then you don't sell even if. Mr. Xiao hurriedly said, hey wait, very strong? What level are this? Zhao Qian said mysteriously, I don't want to disclose with you. I can only say that people can buy your 2 buildings in full. Hearing this, Mr. Xiao obviously hesitated. 2 buildings were very expensive, especially in Xinjiang, a city where land was scarce, and it would take time to earn back the cost by renting. Then with the money earned, there was still the repayment to the bank, and when enough money was saved for the next phase of the plan, it did take quite a bit of time in between as well. If one could quickly recoup the money, that would be quite good. He thought about it and said, how about this old Zhao? I'll ask a few of them to discuss it tomorrow. At this time, Chu-du came to Zhao Qian's ear and whispered something. Zhao Qian continued, Mr. Xiao, the other party told me, if you can talk tonight, he'll want it tomorrow, before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. He can still talk. After 10 o'clock, he'll look for someone else. Mr. Xiao immediately became anxious. No, Lao Zhao, what are you making fun of me for? Who buys a building so buy it? Set it for one night? Don't tease. No sincerity. Zhao Qian said unhurriedly. I can only tell you that this customer, in one day today, spent close to $10 billion in cash. Hearing this, Mr. Xiao hesitated. 10 billion in cash? Other than that, to be able to take out tens of billions of cash, that really was strength. and the other party would not be so bad as to joke with himself about it. However, why was it so urgent? A night's time can be fixed? Mr. Zhao's heart is full of doubts. By a building which is so easy, are observed, compare, ask, compare again and again, and finally negotiate, pay a down payment like this person, so not according to common sense? But there is no way, the other side is too rich. After weighing the situation, Mr. Zhao said, in this case, 1 hour later, I'll call you back, okay? Zhao Qian said, okay. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Qian and Chu Du smiled at each other and waited for news here. The 10 beautiful women next to them didn't dare to utter a single breath. Spent close to $10 billion in one day today? And to buy 2 buildings? What kind of big brother is this? Where did the super rich second generation come out from? Shenzhen is the big economic city of the Divine Empire. There are too many beautiful women, and they are all top beauties in the line. Usually have quite a few suitors. There were ordinary people, thugs, and rich second generation, but they guaranteed that all those people combined were not as good as 1/10 of Chudu. For a while, all of them were thumping their hearts, and their minds were filled with the 36 stratagems, Sun Tzu's Art of War, Green Tea Advanced Tips, Chopper Secrets, and so on, figuring out how they could fall for this one. They also finally understood Zhao Qian's mind. Today, just the beginning of the competition. Next to the colleagues, can be their own competitors. Chu Du looked at the time. It was already close to 10 o'clock. He said to Zhao Qian, let's do it this way. Let all these beauties go back first. Let's continue to discuss about the work. Zhao Qian immediately waved his hand and said, okay, Mr. Chu has given the word. Let's withdraw. Go back to rest earlier. It's not very safe when it's too late. Mr. Chu and I still have work things to be busy with. Although the many beauties were reluctant, no one dared to go against Zhao Qian's wishes. Waiting for the crowd to go out, Chu Du rubbed his head and said, right, there's also the matter of investment. Governor Zhao appeased to ask. Group send it out to see if there's anyone who's short of investment. He now has hundreds of billions of assets. Cannot be put in vain. Always have to take out and then get some rebates. Even if there is no rebate, the investment is also a good choice. Maybe it earned it. Zhao Qian is not ambiguous. Edited a very polite message on the phone. Probably means that the bank is currently adding an important customer. Hand quite financial strength. Intends to invest in all aspects of industry. If anyone who has the intention to cooperate and lack of investment, can contact. The message was just sent out. Even less than 10 seconds. Zhao Qian's phone rang. Governor Zhao. The voice over there was very urgent. Zhao Qian inexplicably smiled and turned on the external speaker. Then said, isn't this Mr. Wang? What's the matter? Mr. Wang calmed his tone. Then said, just now I saw Governor Zhao's message. I don't know. Zhao Qian said with certainty. I'm very sure to tell you that it's true. And, right now, we're together. Mr. Wang breathed in sharply. Then said, it's too rude to visit so late. Tomorrow morning, I would like to pay a personal visit. Zhao Qian saw Chu Du's gesture and said, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, in the conference room of our bank, bring your information and contract. Chapter 9 Clubhouse. Mr. Wang said in surprise, thank you, Governor Zhao. Thank you, Governor Zhao. Zhao Qian's news was like dropping a piece of meat with heavy blood in the sea, and countless sharks smelled it and came. In less than an hour's time, Zhao Qian received at least more than 20 phone calls, all of which were looking for cooperation and investment. And there were quite a few people who couldn't even call in, and directly sent messages to Zhao Qian. An hour later, Mr. Zhao's call also came. Governor Zhao, a few of us discussed it. The building can be sold, but those who have signed a contract before, then we have no choice but to let the other party settle it. Chu Du compared a gesture of no problem, then compared a 7. Zhao Qian would understand and said, no problem. Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, in my bank's conference room, bring all the information and the contract over. The two of them politely said a few more words before hanging up the phone. Looking at the many messages on his phone, Zhao Qian let out a bitter smile. Mr. Chu, so many, are you sure? Chu Du said unconcernedly, tell them, those who are free tonight can look for me. Those who are not free tonight, before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. And don't come after 9 o'clock, because after 10 o'clock I have something else to do, and I don't have time to look at it again. Although he didn't know what Chu Du had to do, it wasn't his place to ask. So Governor Zhao didn't mention this sentence at all. After Zhao Qian sent a message to the crowd, and then looked at the time, it was already 11 o'clock. He said with a few moments of fatigue, why don't we change the place? Chu Du thought about it. This hotel would be closed later, so it would be good to change the place. He was now incredibly energized and wanted to get money. He wasn't sleepy at all. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, Mr. Chu, go, I'll take you to a place. Finding a chauffeur, Zhao Qian quickly brought Chu Du to the entrance of a private club. While walking, he said, Mr. Chu, This is also opened by a boss. Private club, inside bath, rest, massage, are very good. Also have a quiet place. Later we'll just talk about things. Although Chu-do has not come, but also very satisfied with such a place. Not to mention, just look at this decoration. It is very good. Reported the card number. Then Zhao Qian took Chu-do first to the bath side. Here there is a VIP bath. Unlike those ordinary bath centers outside, there are a lot of people, but special one person a room. The room is very large, is the kind of suite. There is a bedroom, a bathroom, there is a small bath, small sauna, and back rubbing bed and shower. Chu-do had just undressed when a beautiful woman walked in, wearing a tight little blue suit and sheath dress. She said respectfully, "Hello VIP, I'm here to help you with your bath." Chu-do was a bit stunned. "What's the situation?" The girl smiled gently. "This is the special service of this store. Every VIP has it. Please don't worry. I am here for a normal bath. The service you need. There is someone else." Chu-do was a bit bewildered, but he also heard out that this was the unique bathing style here. He was not a willowy person in the first place, and the ladyboy was also young and pretty, so he relaxed himself at that moment and leaned back in the bath. The girl changed into a bikini swimsuit, revealing a beautiful body, firm chest, flat belly, and a pair of straight legs. Bare feet came to the side of Chu-do. First helped Chu-do massage his head, let him relax. Maybe it was the lady's technique was good. Plus Chu-do was really tired after being busy everywhere this day. It was just that he was overly excited mentally. Soon, Chu-do actually had a trace of sleepiness. A few minutes later, the female student said softly, "Hello VIP, do you need to go to the sauna?" Chu-do opened his eyes and said after a moment of trance, "Need." The ladyboy didn't go in, and Chu-do steamed inside alone for about 10 minutes before coming out. Seeing Chu-do come out, the ladyboy came to the side of the scrub bed and said, "Hello VIP, now let me give you a rub." Chu-do nodded slightly and laid down on the bed. Looking at that strong body, the lady was only slightly surprised, but did not make any excessive movements. Picking up a new bath towel, she began to rub Chu-do's body. When she was done rubbing Chu-do, she helped Chu-do put on the shower gel and other things to wash it off, and then wiped it clean with the bath towel. The girl said softly, "Hello VIP, my work is done. May I ask if you need a specialized technician?" Chu-do was a bit hesitant. He didn't know this place well, and even if it was a specialized technician, I'm afraid that he had served a lot of people, so he might as well forget about it, just in case something goes wrong. Chu-do actually does not know. Here are high-end private places, can come not too many people, even if it is a virgin. Moreover, can come here, non-rich or noble. Naturally pay attention to the safety issue. Each person is a regular physical examination, to ensure that there cannot be any disease. So, compared to certain playful people in the society, this place is even a little cleaner. Chu-do hardened his brain at high speed, desperately thinking about the investment, before he suppressed his lust. However, Chu-do felt that he should also find a woman. When you have money, isn't it about enjoyment? Chu-do glanced at his cell phone. Zhao Qian sent him a message and went to a room 666 after he finished. Chu-do changed into a bathrobe, under the leadership of the waiter, came to room 666. After he went in, he realized that there were already 7 or 8 people inside. The room was quite large. It was a suite. Outside was a small conference room, and there was a bedroom inside. As soon as he saw that Chu-do had arrived, Zhao Qian immediately introduced himself and said, "Come, the main man is here. Mr. Chu, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Chu, and also collectively the noble guest who is ready to invest tonight. Good day Mr. Chu." The crowd all greeted Chu-do one after another, even though Chu-do wasn't very old. In their eyes, this was the god of wealth. Zhao Qian was also waiting on the side with a smile on his face. Investment is also a technical work, not to say that when you see one, invest in one, then later lose money, but also in the back. Although Chu-do does not know much about this area, but part of the industry's prospects and future, he is also to see. For example, medical, education, these industries, is never likely to fall. The first thing to be clear is that any investment has a risk. The general investment are based on their own situation, as well as the current market situation and other aspects of the comprehensive consideration, and then invest. But Chu-do's investment, well, as long as the past is not a loss, can be invested. Chapter 10, the system will eventually leave. Even if the profit and loss hedges were balanced, it would be an earning for him. Chu-do was introduced by the crowd bit by bit, and gradually gained some understanding of this area. For example, the healthcare industry had always been highly favored by the market. Consumer goods was one of the relatively stable sectors, and there was also the new energy issue that had been hotly debated over the past few years. Also, the current network era, especially in the past few years, e-commerce, live bandwagon, simply like crazy. Is a man or a ghost can open a live bandwagon? so the investment in this area, in fact, is also very good. Then there is just demand industry, the most basic, food, clothing, housing and transportation of these several, who do not need. There are also financial, real estate. When the real estate is particularly hot, countless entrepreneurs rely on real estate to become rich and famous. When the economy is relatively low, the financial industry tends to be more developed. Whether it is rich people, or people without money, all want to make their money preservation, value added. Money generates money. This industry has more opportunities. There is also the elderly industry. After all, aging is getting more and more serious. The elderly industry will usher in the demographic dividend and become one of the golden tracks. Nursing homes, healthcare products, wheelchair crutches, senior entertainment, senior services, etc. Promising. There is also cultural tourism. From the ice city out of the circle to all over the cultural tourism fancy whole living. Tourism industry high-speed development. Everywhere is developing cultural tourism, trying to find ways to create their own city card, which is a very big business opportunity. In the end, Chudu invested in about dozens of companies' enterprise group, which involves hospitals, medical equipment, medicine, schools, training institutions, pension healthcare, self-media, network live broadcasting, film and television media, advertising, real estate, building materials, tourism, energy, mining, and so on. Dozens of industries, involving all aspects. Adding up, Chudu invested in a total of $30 billion. Of course, he also gained $300 billion in rebates. Until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, the representatives of each family only all left. Chudu also rare rest for a while, but before he could sleep for long, Zhao Qian woke him up. Mr. Chu, it's time for us to go to the bank. There are still a few representatives who have made appointments. This was normal. Not everyone was able to prepare all the information immediately, and it was predictable that today would be another busy morning. But fighting for money, Chudu was instantly energized. With 2 dark circles under their eyes, Chudu and Zhao Qian quickly arrived at the meeting room of the commercial bank. It was worth mentioning that Chudu found that the 10 commercial bank beauties from last night were all wearing their bank uniforms and making preparations in the conference room today, serving tea and pouring water, preparing the electronic big screen and so on. Chudu sat down on his butt, drank a cup of tea, and felt much more comfortable. It didn't take long for all the representatives to arrive. How many companies are there in the country? Countless. How many in Xinjiang? According to the current information, there were close to 3 million companies registered in the entire city. As the nation's economic powerhouse, it's really ahead of the curve when it comes to business development. In just one night's time, there were more than hundreds of companies looking for Zhao Qian who wanted to pull investments. It was just that Chudu didn't have that much spirit, so he only saw a part of it. Of course, the most important thing today was still the matter of the building. Mr. Xiao is a middle-aged man close to 50 years old. He brought his secretary and prepared a large pile of information to come here. Chudu took a look. If he really wanted to read all these information next to each other, not to mention just 2 or 3 hours, even if it was 2 or 3 days, it would not be enough. He took the information and only looked at the key parts. For example, how many leasing contracts had been signed, such as the construction cost, equity, selling price, quality, size, design and other aspects. Sparing him a quick glance, it took him half an hour. And this was still Chudu only looking at the key few sentences and skipping the rest directly. Chudu looked at Mr. Xiao and said seriously, I want it. Chudu is planning to develop this place into his home base. Naturally, there can't be such a situation as renting it out. After some negotiation, the 2 sides agreed that they will solve this problem by Mr. Xiao, and if it is acceptable to be acquired by Chudu, the head will be fine. If not accepted, then to move away and withdraw within the stipulated time, which produces liquidated damages, paid by Xiao total them. And these 2 buildings, Chudu took it at a total price of $30 billion, a direct rebate of $300 billion. In addition to this, Chudu once again invested out a total of $20 billion in each of the other representatives here. When it was 9:50, Chudu finished signing all the contracts and then found a reason to come to the bathroom. A few minutes later, the system said in Chudu's mind, it's been 24 hours. The compensation I promised you, I've also done it. How it will be in the future is your own business. Chudu sighed and said with extreme reluctance, Unity-san, is there really no way to stay? The system firmly said, no, we have a performance mission. I am a cultivation system. I must go to the world of cultivation to be able to do so. Here I really don't have the means to complete the mission. Chudu also knew that the system could not stay after all. He said with a complicated face, then I wish you a safe journey. The system let out a light laugh and said, think about it in a different way. I've already helped you brush off so much. Even if I leave, you can still live in style. Chudu nodded and did not say anything. The system hesitated for a moment and said, "Before I leave, let me give you another gift." Saying that, a hot current entered Chudu's body, and Chudu instantly felt his entire body was soothed. Before he had time to ask, the system said, "Nothing special, it's just a normal elixir from the cultivation world. I directly turned the medicinal effect into your body. The effect is that it can make you healthy. You won't be infected by any viruses. You won't be invaded by 100 poisons. You won't be affected by 100 illnesses. And you can normally live up to 100 years of age, and live to a ripe old age. Moreover, your bodily functions will also be greatly enhanced. Dragon Essence, 7 times a night, 10 women in the night is not a matter of course. Go for it, enjoy the beautiful life in the future. Bye." After saying that, the system slowly disappeared like a particle. Chudu took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, goodbye." The system left, waving its sleeves without taking away a single cloud. Chudu sighed in frustration, adjusted himself and went back to the office. In this day of 24 hours, with the help of the system, Chudu had swiped a total of 823.7 billion, and these were all cash assets that could be taken out and spent at any time. As for fixed assets, those dozens of villas and large flat floors, and hundreds of luxury cars, private airplanes and private yachts, and even more investment shareholdings in nearly 100 companies and enterprises in those 2 buildings. Based on these things, Chudu one day really go to the end of the road. These all sold. There are still a few hundred million. All the contracts have been signed. Chudu returned to the office. The representatives of each family have all left. They got the investment. Naturally they have to go and do a lot of things. Chapter 11 Resignation. Looking at Zhao Qian, Chudu rubbed his head and said, "It's been hard for Governor Zhao. After this side of things is busy, I have something else to do. I'll leave first." Zhao Qian immediately said, "Okay, Mr. Chu has a lot of things to do. It's only right to be busy. I'll see you off." Saying goodbye to Zhao Qian, Chudu first returned to his own rental room, preparing to pack up his things. In fact, there is nothing to pack. Is some bedding? Some ordinary clothes just. If you change the place, you can just buy new ones. Chudu gave the landlord uncle a phone call. "Uncle Zhang, I'm ready to quit the rent." Uncle Zhang heard this and immediately said, "Xiao Chua, recently is not more difficult. It's okay, Uncle Zhang's side of the rent is not urgent. You first live it, payday payroll and then give it on the line. You go outside to rent a house. The price of the house is more expensive than here. It's not cost effective." Chudu's heart warmed up. Uncle Zhang is a good landlord. Old, likes to be lively, good character, often give difficult tenants an extension or reduction. Uncle Zhang also really do not lack of money. Like you know, people in the hands of no less than 20 sets of houses for rent. Every month just rely on the rent can live a very dashing. Chudu said with a smile, "No, Uncle Zhang, I bought a house. I will have my own house." Uncle Zhang was a little surprised. "Yo, you kid, seems to be rich can, since there is their own home. That uncle will not stop you. You pack up things, turn back the key to me to put my side of the door on the line. Uncle will send the rest of the money to you Okay, thank you Uncle Zhang." Uncle Zhang has been here many times. Chudu's room has always been cleaner, so Uncle Zhang trusts him. Put the bedding clothes those all packed, and put the key. Chudu to Uncle Zhang took a few pictures sent over this before leaving, came to the outside of the neighborhood, not far away from the bridge, Chudu's clothes to the roadside homeless people, and then turned around and left, not caring about the back of the homeless man on his crazy kowtow. Should have finally considered busy, dialed a phone call to Chen Shui. "Hello." Chen Shui's ghostly cry came from over there. "Crap, what's your situation? I've been waiting for you for a day, and this call just came." Chudu's tone was brisk. Just finished." Chen Shui flirted, "Listen to your tone. Very happy?" Chudu laughed, "Of course, the debt is all clear." "You say?" Chen Shui scared, "What did you do? So much money, but also gave me so much." Chudu did not slow. "Your debt is clear?" "Clear, a total of 200,000 debt. Now there are 20,000 left." "That's fine," Chen Shui said doubtfully. "No, you tell me what the situation is. I'm this 200,000 how to pay you Chudu leisurely said. "No hurry. When you have, slowly return on the line. Do not return also line. The relationship between the two is very good, almost like the three big iron." Chen Shui cannot speak. "Bull." Chudu said casually, "Nothing. A few years ago I got some coins. Almost forgot. These 2 days poured a little. There is money." Chen Shui understood in a second. "Okay, developed quite good. Save money in the future. We all have to find a way to live." Chudu said boldly, "Wave on the line. Afraid of a chicken hair. Bah, I'm going to go make money. Get lost." Chudu hemmed and hawed and hung up the phone. Coming to an office building, Chudu parked his car and then took the elevator up. He was just an ordinary social animal cowhorse before. and now that he has money, he naturally wants to resign. This class 13, whoever stepped on the horse loved to go up. Coming to the office, Chudu directly found his superior, Manager Zhao. I want to resign. Manager Zhao was quite a bit surprised. What's wrong? I see you did not come to work this morning. Is something wrong? Chudoware is an ordinary company. Everyone's atmosphere is also okay. There is nothing too much fighting. Just the workload has always been relatively large. Often overtime. The salary is not high or low. Look. He shook his head and said, it's nothing. It's just that I used to play with coins, and I've sold them a bit in the past few days, so I'm ready to quit. Manager Zhao dawned on him. He patted Chudu's shoulder and said, okay, since you want to leave, then I can't stop your future. See you in the future if you have the chance. Chudu sincerely said, thank you Manager Zhao. Manager Zhao waved his hand and said, it's nothing, but the process still needs to go. You write a resignation report, and then I'll let the financial side account for it, and send you the money afterward. There wasn't any twisted contradiction. Manager Zhao agreed painfully. Then, Chudu said goodbye to his co-workers, and then wrote a resignation report, submitted it, and then left the company. However, not more than a few minutes later, a colleague ran up and said excitedly, crap, do you guys know what I saw downstairs? I saw Chudu driving a Ferrari. Ferrari? The office exploded in an instant with heated discussions. Chudu drove away with ease and comfort, and since he had him, he decided that he would start enjoying his reckless life from now on. First of all, go change an outfit to go. He is now wearing a piece of clothing, although it is not considered to be a ground floor goods, but it is definitely not any high grade. It is an ordinary 200 or 300 apiece. After all, it was usually the kind that saved money and paid it back when it was earned. But it is also fortunate that Chudu's tomato orphanage grew up. One person to eat, the whole family is not hungry, even if it is overdue. The other party can only negotiate with him and slowly pay back. Fortunately, Chudu is a person of quality. The money he borrowed, he should bear the consequences, but now it's all in the past. Naturally there's no need to talk about this. For the consumption of luxury goods and these, Chudu didn't know much about it, and he heard that it was troublesome to buy some things and to check the capital, but it didn't matter. Now that he was a rich man, he could find professional people to help him get it done. For example, the bank. Chudu is very good at borrowing external forces. They do not understand. They have to go to the professionals. After all, professionals do professional things. He dialed Zhao Qian's phone. President Zhao, I want to ask, our bank and some high-end luxury goods have no cooperation. Zhao Qian proudly said, Mr. Chu, please don't worry. In this great land of the Divine Empire, our commercial bank, we can be involved in almost any aspect. You only need to tell me your needs. Chudu said with satisfaction. I want to go buy some luxury goods now. I want our bank to contact these partners and see where to go to be appropriate. It's no shame to ask if you don't understand. Chapter 12 Wang Crescent Moon. Zhao Qian's eyes lit up, and immediately said, how about this? Mr. Chu, I'll arrange for you to have a person who knows more in my line. She usually works with these merchants a lot. She'll take you with her. What do you think? Sure enough, money is the master. Chudu replied, no problem, I'll wait for your news. After hanging up the phone, in less than 3 minutes, an unfamiliar phone call came over. Hello, is this Mr. Chudu Chu? A pleasant voice rang out, with a hint of charm and imperiousness. Chudu leisurely said, that's right, it's me. Hello distinguished Mr. Chu. I am the shopping guide arranged for you by Governor Zhao Qianzhao of the Xinjiang Commercial Bank. I am an employee of the commercial bank. We met at dinner last night. My name is Wang Xinu. Wang Crescent? Chudu faintly thought for a moment and knew who it was. So it's you. Such a coincidence, but it's good to be an acquaintance. Wang Crescent continued, Mr. Chu, if you want to buy some luxury goods, my recommendation is the international Wanshan city. The ones here are more comprehensive and the grade is also very good. Chudu snapped his fingers and said, okay, then go here. It just so happens that I'll drive over there, and when I pass the bank on the way, you'll go with me. Wang Crescent surprisingly said, that's too much trouble for you Mr. Chu. Thank you very much. I'm also honored to help you. After hanging up the phone, Wang Xinu started to make up her makeup in seconds. She remembered last night's meal very clearly. In the daytime, she had swiped $10 billion in one day, and although she didn't know what this tycoon had bought, this morning in the conference room, she had spent the entire time beside her serving tea and helping with the miscellaneous tasks. Everything was clear to see. The 2 buildings are $30 billion, and the other contracts are tens of billions of dollars. In front of this young master, the money is like the bank of heaven and earth. Just brush. In the 4 years she had been in the industry, she thought she had seen many rich people, but she had never seen such a super rich man. Why the 10 of them were arranged to go over to accompany this meal, she knew it in her heart. But on that day, Chudu did not leave any of them behind. making them think for a while that Chu-do did not see them. But they didn't expect the reversal to come so quickly, and the opportunity was right in front of them. She wasn't a stupid college student just out of society anymore, and after working here for 4 years, what she wanted most was to live a life of a human being. She was pretty, had a good body, graduated from graduate school, and had a high education, which was her advantage. However, it was also her disadvantage: high education and high face value, both of which were considered good in the dating market. But it happened to be that this was Xinjiang. The Xinjiang household registration alone was enough to break her. She tried hard to find a rich man, but she was either too old or purely for fun, resulting in her never being able to find the right one. In fact, she didn't mind being a lover for others, but most rich men said they were only willing to play for 2 or 3 years before they got tired of playing and switched. This was something she couldn't accept. She wanted a long-term meal ticket, a life as a human being, and she knew that her body was capital, so she kept herself careful and never handed it over, and she hoped that she could exchange it for a future. It wasn't that she couldn't accept premarital sex, it was just that she hadn't found a happy buyer. To be honest, it was just a layer thinner than a plastic bag, but it was really worth $1,000. Even if she sold herself, she would still want to sell it for a good price. She didn't hide her gold worship and vanity, but she wasn't stupid either. However, it was too difficult. Chudu's appearance made her see a glimmer of opportunity again. Following such a big shot, even if people only played with themselves for 2 or 3 years, the money that leaked out would be enough to clothe and feed herself for the rest of her life. But whether or not she could take Chudu, she wasn't half sure. Packed up their makeup, and then wearing a bank work clothes system, and thin as cicada wings transparent black silk, plus a pair of black pointed high heels, Imperial Sister Ol Wind came out, standing in front of the bank. Not more than a few minutes, Chu-do arrived. Get in the car. Opening the car door, Wang Xinyue immediately sat on the passenger side. Just as soon as she got on the car, Wang Crescent said gently and enthusiastically, "Hello Mr. Chu." Chu-do had already sized her up before she got in the car, and now that she was in the car, right next to her, she could see even more clearly. Slightly upturned thin eyebrows, both cheeks with blush, face like peach blossom, blinking big eyes full of seductive flavor, long hair draped over her shoulders, slender swan neck white and delicate, black uniform, white inner wear, but could not hide the undulating peaks, especially from Chudu's angle. It was really a horizontal view of the peaks. Below the black professional skirt is a pair of slender legs, wrapped in black silk, with a few temptations. The figure was very superb. Chu-do silently praised in his heart. Noticing that Chu-do was sizing himself up, Wang Xinyue's heart was secretly happy. She slightly sideways, inadvertently ruffled her long hair, even more moving. Then pulling the seatbelt, she passed between her twin peaks, and under the tightness of the seatbelt, her twin peaks became even more 3 times more erect. While driving, Chu-do casually asked, "You know a lot about those luxury goods?" Involving her own specialty, Wang Crescent immediately said confidently, "Yes, because my side of the business often cooperates with many luxury stores in Xinjiang. Plus I myself also like these more, so I know a little more." Looking at Wang Xinyu's exquisite beauty face, Chu-do's heart rippled. Just before swiping the money yesterday morning, he was still an ordinary person, a social cow horse, an ordinary company employee, according to the normal development. In this life, Wang Xinu would not even look at him highly. But now, Wang Xinyue, that extremely gentle attitude put very low, displaying a rare unique gentle flavor. The car quickly arrived at the international Wanxiang city. Stopping the car, the two of them walked towards the mall. A Ferrari supercar was parked here, but there were no countless brainless onlookers in other novels. Instead, many people simply took pictures and then left. The pace of Xinjiang was very fast. Everyone was working hard for their lives, so they didn't have the time to keep looking around and commenting for half a day. After getting out of the car, Chu-do walked while secretly sizing up Wang Xinu, about 1.68 m height, tall, figure, wearing high heels, foot 1.72 m or so. Chu-do secretly sized up Wang Xinu, and Wang Xinu also secretly sized up Chu-do, dressed plainly, all a few $100s of cheap goods, not in line with his super-rich identity. Of course, maybe it is low-key. The height seems to be 1.85 m. The body shape is straight. The face is handsome. Talk about not handsome shocking, but it is definitely considered good. Of course, compared to the reader, that is definitely inferior by more than one step. Chapter 13, Changing Equipment. International Wanxiang City, the top shopping mall in Xinjiang. Almost every luxury brand you can name has a sales outlet here. For example, the familiar Dior, Chanel, Louis Vuitton, Cartier, Versace, Armani, Givenchy, and so on, involving all aspects of men's clothing, women's clothing, watches, jewelry, Wang Crescent introduced to Chudu while leading Chudu to walk in. Mr. Chu, you just said that you want to buy men's clothing and wristwatches. Then I recommend Hermes, Armani, and Zegna. They are all very good, containing both business and casual styles, suitable for young successful people like you. If you are choosing a watch, you can choose brands such as Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Audemars Piguet, Breguet and so on. Chudu was only slightly familiar with these brands. He thought about it and said, alright then, go and take a look at Ermenegildo Zegna's. As soon as he walked into the Ermenegildo Zegna store, several sales immediately greeted him. Luxury brand stores are really not too many people, so they are relatively free. Wang Crescent took the initiative to go forward and said, Sisterly, this is our bank's VIP Mr. Chu. He's especially here to buy some clothes today. Sister Lee was the store manager. She was wearing a work uniform and said with a big smile, Hello Mr. Chu, welcome to our store. Do you have a good style? Do you need me to recommend something for you? Sister Lee and Wang Crescent had worked together more and were more familiar. She had never seen Wang Crescent able to bring a VIP from the bank to buy clothes, so it was conceivable that this Mr. Chu, who appeared to be plainly dressed, must be a super tycoon. As for why rich people dress like this, she didn't quite understand, but it didn't affect her enthusiasm. Chudu roughly swept the clothes in the store, then said, According to my figure, take 4 sets of clothes, 2 business and 2 casual. Sister Lee immediately said, Okay Mr. Chu, please wait a moment. As sales clerks, they often matched clothes for customers and were naturally very good at it. Just by roughly looking at Chudu's figure, they were able to go ahead and choose a match. In the end, all 4 sets of clothes were taken away, and Chudu changed into a set of casual clothes on the spot, then packed the old clothes and threw them directly in the disposal box outside. Of course, Chudu did not just choose this one brand. There are Hermes, Dior, Armani and several other brands, adding up to close to 20 sets, including spring, summer, fall and winter seasons, as well as 2 styles of business and leisure. The total price spent out $1.5 million. Clothes, jackets, pants, shoes, shirts, ties, belts all included. The price is also quite expensive. But Chudu spent money without mercy. After all, there are more than 800 billion. Panic what? Of course, all this money, the system and the dying time, in order to Chudu's safety, did not mention all at once in his card. Currently Chudu's commercial bank card had 50 billion deposited in it. It was worth mentioning that the commercial bank had upgraded Chudu's bank card to the highest level. The country's several major banks, excluding private banks, all had graded savings cards, and they were all fixed. The lowest was the ordinary white savings card, which was used by ordinary people. Then the higher level is the blue color, which is considered to be a little more petty, and then one level higher is the gold card. This level of gold card is already the grade of ordinary rich people, and then the higher level is the black card, which is a very bullish grade. As for the highest, it is the diamond level card. The diamond level savings card, on the other hand, was the highest level savings card of the 5 major state-owned banks, representing a huge amount of wealth. In addition, the commercial bank had also granted Chudu a diamond grade credit card with a limit of $10 billion, but Chudu couldn't use it is all. It's also funny to say, rich people don't necessarily need this thing. The bank is still rushing to give it away. Ordinary people need this to transition their lives, but the bank is stuck. Very interesting. The rest of the money, all in the overseas financial institutions. As long as Chudu wants, he can send the amount to a 123-456-7890 number. The amount will immediately transfer over. Don't ask why. Asking is the greatness of the system. The clothes have been changed. Chudu also intends to buy a watch. These are the basic collocation. Before there is no money. Also not to say, now there is money, but also can be entrusted? And it is not what Urban Dragon King Shura War God drama. Why we're so sloppy force disgusting people? To say that the watch, of course, is recommended Patek Philippe? After all, this brand should be the current watch number 1. The purchase of Patek Philippe wristwatches, some of them require capital inspection, and some of them do not, but with Wang Crescent on the side, naturally this process was not needed. After looking at a number of watches consecutively, Chuda finally picked out the watch he wanted. Patek Philippe Super Complicated Timepiece Series 6300 G010 watch. The blue dial and sapphire crystal glass material looks magnificent. Of course, the price was also not expensive, a full $31.5 million. Chudu directly swiped the card. Wang Crescent beside her was envious. She also wanted to live a luxurious life. Looking at the way Chudu was waving his money around, she was intoxicated, but she also knew that it was just a dream. Dreams and one's reality were 2 different things. Coming out of the Patek Philippe store, Chudu was already in a big change. The whole body was full of luxury big brands, as well as the top name watches. Of course, the clothes bought are also more. Shu-du let the store back to send him over. Otherwise so many clothes, he cannot take. Looked at the time, this will be more than 12 o'clock. Shu-du also feel a little hungry. He turned his head to Wang Xinu who was next to him and said, "Is there any good restaurant nearby? It's just right to treat you to a meal. Just as your hard work fee. Eat?" Wang Crescent's eyes lit up and said, "Depending on your tastes, there are hot pots, Japanese food, Cantonese food, Sichuan food and so on over here." Shu-du hadn't eaten anything upscale before, and could only say, "Depends on you. Is there a recommendation?" Wang Crescent thought a little and said, "There's a Western food over here that's still very good. It's the price." She carefully looked at Shu-du, not knowing what Shu-du thought. Although people spend money like water, but that are for him to buy clothes for himself to buy a watch to spend, they may not be able to let people break the bank to invite a meal. Shu-du, however, did not care and said, "Let's go. Western restaurant is indeed very expensive." Shu-du probably looked at the menu, casually ordered 2 steaks or big several $1,000s. However, Shu-du was here to experience the life of the rich and powerful. Naturally he would not consider the price. Anyway, you can't have $800 billion in one meal, right? The red wine here is also good, but Shu-du still has to drive. He did not drink. The flavor of the steak was good, but Shu-du always felt that it was not as good as Chinese food. It felt strange, as if the savages ate beef with random seasonings with an egg and noodles, and the beef wasn't cooked soft. It was impossible for himself to eat out every time in the future. He still had to think about recruiting a cook. In addition, the cleaning of the house also needed someone. Of course, there was no rush for this, as Shu-du hadn't thought about which house to live in yet. Chapter 14, Straight Talk. Due to the rectification, this chapter deleted a lot of plot. Feel the plot is not coherent. Sorry, bought so many in one go. Shu-du hadn't even read them yet. It just so happened that he had nothing to do in the afternoon. Seeing that a meal is almost finished, Wang Xinyu still failed to get close to Shu-du. Just an ordinary customer and employee. She was a little anxious to know Shu-du is not the customer she is responsible for. And currently Shu-du has not designated anyone as his bank assistant, so the 10 of them are desperately competing. If they miss out today, what if it's someone else next time? Looking at the way Shu-du lowered his head to eat, Wang Xinyue's heart crossed. She did not believe that there are men who are not horny. Shu-du was pondering which sweet to look at first in the afternoon, when he suddenly noticed that something was wrong. Needless to say, he was clear about what this beauty meant, and Shu-du naturally came to the rescue. Wang Xinyue saw that Shu-du just pinched his feet but didn't respond. She was a little anxious. She lowered her voice and said, "Brother Chu, I want to be with you." Shu-du laughed, put down the jade feet in his hands and said, "I don't fall in love." Wang Xinu, however, was not discouraged. "I can be a lover for you." Lover? Shu-du was a little amused. Wang Xinu, however, did not care about his smile and instead said with a straight face, "It's still my first time." Oh, Shu-du finally started to get serious. "You're still a first-timer?" To be honest, Shu-du was somewhat disbelieving. In the past, he always heard that banks, nurses, kindergarten teachers are not married to 3. How messy it is inside. He is not clear, but the various big melons that often flow out, it is already very powerful. Wang Crescent such a body value. Shu-du does not believe that there is no subterfuge. Wang Xinu immediately said, "Really, Brother Chu, I am really the first time. You can take me to the hospital for a test." Hearing this, Shu-du only believed her. Daring to go to the hospital for a test, then naturally she didn't dare to lie, especially in the face of a rich man like him. Wang Xinu should know the price of lying to him. To say the least, it could make her lose a job and have a hard life in the future. Seriously, Shu-du and the major banks to separate the money to save. Directly the entire industry blocked. Are easy things. If you really want to be ruthless, Shu-du invested and cooperated with a lot of companies and enterprises, involving dozens of industries. It is possible to do a large area to block a person, so that this person cannot find a job in the city of Shenyang. This is the power of money. It is not true that money can make the devil push the mill. If it is true for the first time, Shu-du's heart was on fire. In all honesty, Wang Crescent's body and face value are first class, and placed inside those high-end personal assistants of the bank, they are also the top of the line. If you want to be his lover, it is only because you are interested in his money. But Shu-du does not care. He has plenty of money. Of course, having money is one thing, how to spend it is another thing. Shu-du looked at Wang Xinu's delicate face and said, "I'm more curious. Why can you keep your first time still? You should have quite a few suitors, and you should have been in love as well." Wang Xinu was a little embarrassed, but still said, "I did fall in love before, but I never gave myself away. I didn't want to be too hasty. As for the suitors, to be honest, there are quite a few of them, but their minds are clear to me. They just covet my good-looking body. they don't truly love me. I'm not afraid of premarital sex. I'm just afraid of meeting someone who doesn't love me. In fact, I'm a very realistic person. What I want is money, is a good life, can want to buy what to buy, can not have to work to travel around, to play. Unfortunately, I myself do not have the financial resources. Chudu nodded and said, so it's like this, I probably understand. Wang Xin continued, I don't hide my own gold worship, but I also don't go to scourge ordinary people. For example, some of my suitors, their conditions don't meet my requirements. I also won't go to hang on to them. I also have clearly told them that it's not possible, and I also won't go to accept their money. Chudu carefully sized up Wang Xin. A bit impressive. If Wang Crescent accepted to dangle them, that would be raising fish, and in the end it would be easy for something to happen with a thunderstorm. And Wang Xin rejected them from the beginning. Even if she found a rich man in the future, she wouldn't have all sorts of troubles behind her. Clean and dry. Awesome. Really awesome. Looking at Chudu's thoughtful look, Wang Crescent whispered, Brother Chu, look, am I good? Chudu smiled. Wang Xin was undoubtedly a smart woman. She knew what she had to do and what she couldn't do, so that she could please. He took a sip of his drink and said, I'll give you a Porsche first, then there's a house that you can live in temporarily, and the rest, it's up to you. Wang Crescent was excited and said, Brother Chu, don't worry, I will be very obedient. I will be good. Chudu nodded his head in satisfaction and said, alright, let's try it out first then. However, if the trial ends and you don't pass, I will also give you a breakup fee. This fee was of course a hush money, lest she go out in the future and say that Chudu had toyed with her, and it would not be good to have a small essay at that time. Although Chudu wasn't afraid of this, but more is better than less. Okay Brother Chu, I will definitely be obedient. Wang Xin was obedient on her face, but inside she was ecstatic. Finally letting my mother catch a chance. As long as she grasps it well, then the other 9 will have no more chances. Chapter 15 New Room Battle. This chapter was forced to delete part of the plot. Sorry. After eating, Chudu called out to the waiter to settle the bill. At the same time, he said to Wang Xin, I'm going to go look at the house in the afternoon. If you're free, you can accompany me. Okay Chu, I also want to see your new house. Wang Xinu's face was filled with longing. A meal down more than $20,000 was gone, and it was still just a simple meal. Wang Crescent looked at the bill and was secretly staggered. Her monthly salary was only over 10,000. It was not enough to come here for a meal. There are too many houses. Chudu randomly picked a set, Triumphal Arch. This house was a large flat, with an area of 335 square meters, and it came down to a total of 92 million. However, the inside had all been decorated, and the property had just been cleaned. After brushing the access control verification, Chudu parked the car in the underground garage and walked up with Wang Xinu. Here is a 1-staircase 1-family configuration. Without brushing the card, you can't get to the corresponding floor. Relatively speaking, it's very safe. Chudu bought the 21st floor. 4 rooms, 2 halls, 4 bathrooms design, spacious and comfortable. Standing at the high window, you can also see ships sailing by on the river in the distance. From here, you can see the night view, completely unobstructed, and experience the city's flavor at night. For having a lover this kind of thing, in the past, only in dreams, now actually happened to himself. Chudu couldn't help but sigh at the impermanence of life. However, in Chudu's future life, there wouldn't be only one woman. This point, Wang Xinu also understood. From the very beginning, she had openly accepted that she was the result of being adopted and being a lover. It was even clear that maybe one day she would be called by Chudu to meet with other sisters for dinner and chat. But this is all a matter of indifference. Working in the bank, she has seen too many rich people, and is also clear that these people, none of them are peaceful. The least one person, also raised 3 lovers. That's why it is said that the environment creates people. Wang Xinyu stood in front of the window, staring blankly at the scenery outside, not knowing what she was thinking. Chudu probably looked around. Basically everything that should be there is there. Air conditioning, refrigerator, pots and pans and so on. All very comprehensive. Completely can be directly turnkey. Chudu looked almost done, then sat on his butt on the sofa and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Wang Xinyu said quietly, "Look outside. This city is so prosperous. We ordinary people fight for our whole life. We can't integrate here. We can only waste our youth." Chudu calmly said, "Shun City is indeed prosperous. She is like without money she will look down on you. With money, she will let you enjoy the life of a human being." Wang Xinu sighed and said, "Your analogy is good, but why do you use such an analogy?" Chudu laughed out loud. "Feelings, I guess." Wang Crescent gave him a sultry look. Her original mood was gone. She slowly walked over and sat beside Chudu, leaning against this man's chest. Chudu gently stroked her hair, wrapped her arms around that soft and delicate waist, sniffed the charming aroma, and did not feel foolish. What do you think? How is this house? Chudu suddenly asked. Wang Crescent nodded her head and said, it's very good, just like in a dream. I can't get it even if I work hard on my own for my whole life. Chudu let out a light smile. In the future, you'll live here. If you can follow me enough for 3 years, I'll give you this house. Wang Xinu's heart was pounding. Following this man in front of her, as long as he said one word, she would be able to live a human life, and never have to struggle for her life in this place of Shin City again. No longer need to think about how long you have to save up to buy a bag. No longer need to think about how many decades you have to work hard to buy an ordinary house. So, Wang Crescent did not hesitate anymore. Feeling that it was almost time, Chudu patted her and said, get up, let's go out for dinner. Good. Wang Xinu said warmly and softly, what do you want to eat? Do you want to eat something to make up for something? I'm afraid that you are too tired. Only then did the two of them get up, changed their clothes, and slowly made their way to the garage and drove off. While eating, Wang Xinu finally couldn't help but ask a question. Brother Chu, how many people do you have besides me? Chudu froze for a moment, shook his head and said, none, just you. Wang Xinu was stunned. Just me? She still thought that Chudu had several more outside, so she would see how she could compete, but she didn't think that Chudu actually didn't have any other women. This, indeed, surprised her. Chapter 16, Learning from Green Tea. Chudu skimmed his lips and said, just one for now. Wang Xinu nodded slightly. I understand. Her heart had already prepared for this, so she could naturally accept it, but she would also have some hard feelings. It's not that she is jealous. After all, the time that the two have known each other is actually quite short, and it's a relationship that is completely built on money. To say how much they liked each other, that wasn't necessarily the case. One likes money, one covets beauty, each takes what he needs. Therefore, in Wang Xinu's heart, there was more of a sense of crisis. She was afraid that one day Chudu had a better woman and didn't want her. So be sure to improve yourself. Wang Xinu, who secretly made up her mind, intends to go back and restudy a few books. High-end Green Tea Advanced Edition. How to Pleasure Men. On the importance of bed skills, the awakening of being under-wrapped, and self-cultivation for being a good lover. She had bought all of these before, but had been rather busy, so she had hardly read them, and now it seemed necessary to take them out and scrutinize them. There was no such thing as a man who wasn't horny, unless he was broken. And men love green tea. Oh, no, should not be called green tea. There is no such thing as green tea. It's a good sister who loves her brother. Green tea how? Green tea to you shushing warm. No cold, no hot. Green tea can also intimate all-round coaxing you to take care of you, no matter where to go, or what to do. Green tea to ask for your opinion, so that you have a kind of fully respected and to you as the main feeling. What a good sister. Chudu loves this kind of green tea, or rather, what man cannot love it? Take a look at the cultural tourism in Ha. Local girls are big sisters, small potatoes that can be all the treasure. Directly to the local big brothers fishing into the mouth of the warped. Made up his mind, Wang Crescent softly said, brother, if you have someone else in the future, can you not abandon me? I just want to follow you. Gentle and coquettish voice, coupled with the flow of eyes, and the appearance of Chu Shao, which man resisted? Chudu was a little surprised, completely unaware that Wang Xinu's inner drama was so rich, but after all, Wang Xinu's first time were all given to him. As long as he didn't make a big mistake, Chudu could tolerate it. He said softly, don't worry, as long as you behave yourself and don't make mistakes, I won't not want you. Wang Xinu face said with joy, thank you brother, brother is the best, love you. When he woke up the next morning, Wang Xinyue had already gone to work, and there was still a message from her in Chudu's cell phone. Chudu rubbed his head and went to clean up and wash up. The life after having money, Chudu was still a little unaccustomed to. Do not have to go to work, do not have to get up early, love to sleep to what time on what time, want to do what you want to do. He still felt that it was a bit unreal, as if it was a dream. When Chudu cleaned up, he planned to go out to buy some things, although it was said that the house, the car, the ticket, and the girl all had it, but the basic configuration also needed to be updated. For example, a new cell phone, like a new computer or something. And by the way, today he could go look at the building. After spending $30 billion to buy 2 buildings, you can't just not even look at it. Chudu came to the Huawei store, first bought a Mate 999 Pro version, and then bought a high-quality computer. Xinjiang's resources are still relatively complete. The foot configuration of the high-compatibility computer, enough to spend nearly $1 million, not necessarily can be used, but he is happy. It's hard to buy me happy. After getting good, Chudu drove the car again, went to the 2 buildings there. The two buildings are on the side of the Huangpu River, and they are extraordinary. It took 8 years before and after the two buildings were built, and they were mainly used for offices, hotels, commerce, sightseeing and other public facilities. Both buildings are 108 floors, the height of 550 meters. There are another 5 floors underground. The building is the main building next to the podium, that is, and the main building affixed together, is considered to be an auxiliary building. The total floor area of about 1 million square meters, of which the total area above ground is about 800,000 square meters. The total underground area of about 200,000 square meters, covers an area of about 90,000 square meters. Chu Du came under the main building. Looking at the two skyscrapers, his heart was full of grandeur. Chu Du wandered around the building, looking at the layout design of the place. The podium was not too high, a total of 10 floors, and the overall design favored a shopping mall-style design. Chu Du also almost made plans. Podium then, 1 to 4 layers can be done mall body. Each layer is different. For example, a layer of all cosmetics, gathered a variety of high-end brands. The second floor can be women's clothing, the third floor of men's clothing, the fourth floor children's such a design. Further up, the fifth floor can be considered to sell other things, such as daily necessities, entertainment facilities, pots and pans, and then you can also leave a gym and a movie theater out. Sixth and seventh floors, Chu Du intends to be made into a catering category, snack bars and restaurants, as well as a variety of milk tea storefronts. The 8th and 9th floors are the top floor parking lot, and the 10th floor is the office area. There is an uphill belt around the podium that surrounds a circle, so you can drive up the stairs. So this top floor parking lot is also a good choice. This way down, the entire 10 floors of the podium, all of them were arranged. As for this side of the main building, Chu Du intended to have 5 underground floors, 2 floors as a supermarket, and 3 floors as a garage to use. After all, the building's floor is relatively high. In the future, once the full spread, the flow of people must be very large. 3 garages, absolutely not much. The hall on the first floor of the main building can be used as a main hall, as the reception hall of the group's headquarters in the future, and if there are any exhibitions, it can be borrowed. The 2nd to 5th floors are used as conference halls, auditoriums, multifunctional meeting rooms and so on. The conference center has a total area of 2,000 square meters of large pillarless ballroom with a floor height of 10 meters, which can be equipped with large LED electronic display screen and other advanced equipment, suitable for large-scale annual meetings, new product launches, forums and other activities, which is a good venue. Here in the auditorium, it is a semi-curved ballroom with an outdoor terrace view, with a total area of 1,200 square meters and a floor height of 8 meters, which can also be equipped with LED electronic displays, projection equipment and surround sound audio system later on, and is suitable for holding parties, wedding ceremonies and other activities. Chapter 17 Old Place Barbecue. Multifunction hall is a ring-shaped distribution. Chu Du looked at the design of a total of 8 rooms, different areas suitable for a variety of meetings or small banquets, with the latest video conferencing equipment, can be realized on both sides of the venue real-time interactive connection. Large-scale meetings can be set up in subgroups of the meeting room. The external ring-shaped promenade is suitable for tea breaks, working lunches, and other settings to facilitate the exchange of communication with the conference participants. If it is widened to international in the future, it can also open international video conference at any time. As for the 5 floors above, Chu Du intends to make 6 to 10 floors into a fitness area with gymnasium, swimming pool, basketball court, badminton court, tennis court and so on, to create a comprehensive fitness and leisure area. And the 11th floor all the way to the 50th floor, our commercial area. In the future their own part of the company will be transferred to here. 51 to 55 floors, fully designed into a restaurant mode, all kinds of Chinese and Western food. If the 2 buildings are completely grouped later, then this is the group cafeteria of their own. Further up, it is a hotel, and then it continues to be the commercial area. There were a lot of commercial areas. Chu Du currently invested in various industries, and if there was ever a wholly owned acquisition, then it would be transferred back. For example, advertising and design companies, such as Netflix companies, such as live streaming with goods, such as transportation, and so on, all of them would be placed here. There were enough 2 buildings, and the floors were also very high, and at the very top, a part of the space could be left out as an apartment for the employees to stay. Currently there are still some in the building that haven't moved out, but they are all handed over to Mr. Xiao. They are responsible for taking care of it, and according to the time, they all need to be evacuated out within a month. Chu Du also needed to find a good design and decoration company to design and decorate his future building. Outside the building, there is also a spacious parking lot. Across the street is the river. This side of the flow of people is very large. In the future, once built, this side will be a very important commercial building. Should have spent a lot of time. The building to see is almost the same. The overall idea is also almost thought. He is still relatively satisfied. This afternoon is not a waste of effort. But looking for a company is to look for in advance. After all, such a big building, according to Chudu's idea to remodeling design, also need to measure some of the data in advance. Thinking of this, Chudu gave Zhao Qian a phone call. Governor Zhao, I would like to ask, is there a relatively strong design and decoration company? I want to give me these 2 buildings to decorate. Zhao Qian said in a somewhat odd tone. That said, you invested in one yourself that day. Have you forgotten yourself? I invested in one myself? Chudu was at a loss. He signed too many contracts, almost forgot about it afterward, but Zhao Qian reminded him of it. Chudu also remembered, remembering that it was also a high-end design and decoration company. Cooperation shareholders, seems to be called Wang Zhenwen. Thinking of this, Chudu turned out the phone, and then dialed the past. Chudong. Hello. A middle-aged man's voice came from over there. Chudu also did not dawdle, directly said, Wang Dong, I remember. I seem to have invested in our company. Right, Wang Zhenwen immediately said. Of course, you are now the largest shareholder of our company, accounting for 35% of the shares, Chudu said with satisfaction. Okay, then I have a job on my side. You know I bought 2 buildings from Mr. Xiao. I want to redecorate those 2 buildings. Wang Zhenwen immediately said. Chudong, no problem. You can rest assured. Our own company, that is certainly no problem. Chudu nodded and said. Price you look at how to calculate, and then arrange a group of people for me, ready to measure the data first, and I want to give them a lecture on my thinking idea. Wang Zhenwen patted his chest and said, Chudong, you can rest assured. The price is certainly the price of our own people. You are a shareholder. How can it be overpriced? Manpower, you can also rest assured. I will arrange for you to go to the company's best manpower, Chudu said with satisfaction. Okay, that's hard work for you. Money can be solved. Chudu does not want to use favors, although he also has shares in this side, but the Pro brothers are still clear accounts. Everything is still according to the process, so as not to say in the future, but also troublesome. See, turns so long. Chudu also tired. He gave Chen Shui made a phone call, about friends to eat a meal together. Let go if you have a fart. Lousy is still at work. Chen Shui's impatient voice came from the phone. Of course, it was only because the 2 were on particularly good terms that they were so casual. Chudu opened his mouth and said, getting off work in a while at night. About a barbecue? You please? Cut the crap. I'll arrange it. Upon hearing this, Chen Shui was immediately energized. Righteous Father is above. When the child gets off work, he will immediately arrive. Same old place. I'll wait for you. It was now past 5 in the afternoon, and according to the time, the barbecue was about to start. By the time Chudu drove to the place, it was already close to 7 o'clock. The old place they were talking about was indeed called the Old Place. The full name was called Old Place Shabu Shabu. The place tasted great. 20 years old. Business was still booming, and it was famous in the neighborhood. After almost 10 minutes, Chen Shui rode his electric little blue, then parked it in the planning area, before leisurely walking over. Just as soon as he sat down, Chen Shui threw over a cigarette, and then looked around and said, Yo, it's really not the same. It's getting rich and then start arranging on. Chudu laughed loudly. I can't say I'm rich, it's just a little money. Chen Shui lowered his voice, said with a straight face, although it is clear of the debt, but in the future to spend money in many places. If there is money, buy a house car, get a down payment slowly. If you do not have enough money, then save up, do not spend it. Now make money is not easy to earn. Chudu said unconcernedly. Don't worry, I'm out of this wave of coins, out of a lot. The house and car are bought, there are still deposits. Chen Shui was surprised and said, crap, what the hell did you do that year? How did you save so many coins? Chudu heatedly smiled. You guess. Chen Shui shook his head. He didn't bother to guess. Sighing, Chen Shui said, really good. You this all of a sudden turned over. There are houses and cars and money, and later find an object to get married. The day is slowly good. Chudu skimmed his lips. Marriage? Not an ass. Chen Shui said doubtfully. What? Not married? Chudu shook his head and said, it's hard. I have a high probability that I won't get married in this life. Chen Shui fiddled with the cutlery on the table and said, what happened? Tell me, is it being hobbled by some scummy girl? Chudu opened his mouth and said, that's not true. Just think, it's hard to get married now. Just look at the general environment. Chapter 18 Chit Chat. Chen Shui was helpless. Then you can't be alone for the rest of your life, right? Chudu snorted. What are you afraid of? I'm rich. I can just find a few lovers. Just find a long-term one. Anyway, Don't get married. Don't have to worry about those laborious and troublesome things. How simple, right? Look at now. How much money does it take to get married? House, car, savings, maybe the character of the other party or an ancestor. Why would I spend money to marry an ancestor to provide, to find themselves pain? Chen Shui thought deeply. You're right. So much money. Every day to wash feet can wash a lifetime. Chodu also lit up the cigarette and said, you count. Get married. A suite here in Xinjiang, even if cheap, but also a few million. And a car, but also hundreds of thousands of dollars, and deposits, and a variety of expenses. Add up how much? What about foot washing? How much? Even if you go twice a week, hold out for 1,000. That's only 4,000 a month. That's less than 50,000 a year. And that's only more than 2 million for 50 years. But if you get married, look at the demands of girls nowadays. Fulfilled? Moreover, there are so many melons every day. Who knows if one day it will explode on their head? What's the point of getting married? Find yourself pain. Chen Shui nodded his head repeatedly. What you said is not wrong. So if you want to talk, you must find a good character before. Shudu shook his head and said, when the cost of marriage is much higher than the cost of whoring, and the probability that the moral level of the marriage object will be lower than that of a lady, who is still willing to get married? Chen Shui thought deeply. Righteous father is wise. After saying that, he said in a thievish manner, honestly, have you already started? Shudu did not hide it. There is indeed one. Chen Shui gave a thumbs up. Bull. The two had a good relationship. How good was it? Between the two, there were almost no secrets. Everything could be said, except for the system. Of course, the two had known each other for more than 10 years, helped each other countless times, and had long been an iron relationship like that of a blood brother. So, apart from the system, Shudu didn't intend to hide much from him. Soon, the roasted meat and shabu-shabu trait came up, and the two of them ate while chatting. Say, you're rich now. What are you going to do in the future? Still continue to work at that company of yours? Nope. Resigned. Chen Shui wasn't surprised. What about in the future? You don't plan to make money in this life? Shudu said casually. It doesn't matter if I make money or not. The money I have now is enough for me to live in style for the rest of my life. Envious? I still have to work to make money. People have the idea of getting rich. It's normal, but most people have lost to reality. To be a cow and horse. Shudu said smilingly. Then how about I sponsor you? Chen Shui shook his head and said, not good. Brother to brother. Usually something. We help each other. A few tens of thousands of dollars is okay. Xinjiang a suite of a car. That is not a few tens of thousands of dollars can be solved. So much money, I cannot afford to pay. I still work on their own. Slowly, not in a hurry. Anyway, I'm not now in love. In fact, Chen Shui's family was originally in good condition, but both parents got sick. Successive operations and recuperation. All of a sudden the family's savings are spent almost. Not only that, Chen's father many years ago had lent his own brother 2 million. The results of the pro-brother ran away. Do not recognize the account. The two sides once to the court. Has not been asked back. Under the multiple blows, Chen Shui must work hard and support the family. Eating a skewer of barbecue meat. Chen Shui muttered. Don't worry. I'm not stupid to have any self-respect. One day I really can't carry it, but also you to help me a hand. Shudu laughed. Don't worry. As long as you open your mouth, I will definitely help you. Chen Shui shook his head and said, by the way, the 220,000 you gave me, now there are still 3 or 4 million left. I'll transfer it to you. Shudu pressed his cell phone and said, take it and use it. Buy something for your parents. After all, it's not easy for them to have an operation. Shudu also knew Chen Shui's parents and was very familiar with them. Chen Shui looked at him and said, okay, then I'll be polite. Shudu laughed. We have this relationship. What is polite about it? Once upon a time, the two of them were both burdened with debt, working hard to earn money. But now, all the debts were paid off, and Shudu still had countless riches. This meal was also the most comfortable meal for the two over the past few years. Although it was just a simple barbecue and beer, both of them were very happy. Putting down 1,000 pounds of burden, they finally saw the hope of the future. Tonight, both of them drank a lot, although the beer is much lower than the degree of white wine. But drinking too much will also be drunk. Seeing that both had a few moments of drunkenness, Chen Shui waved his hand and said, all right, it's almost time. Withdraw. Shudu nodded and said, go, settle the bill and walk away. Standing on the side of the road, Chen Shui looked at Shudu's luxury car, sked and said, cowardly, really got rich. Ferrari are driving on. Shudu laughed loudly and said, why don't I send you one? Chen Shui shook his head and refused. Forget it. Shudu patted Chen Shui's shoulder and did not say anything. Soon, the cab came and Chen Shui left. Shudu also waited for the chauffeur who contacted him. Perhaps it was the alcohol that got to his head. Chudu pressed on and didn't want to go back. He just wanted to indulge and experience a life that he had never experienced before. Hello, where is our destination? The chauffeur boy asked politely. Chudu closed his eyes and said, Go, XXOO bar. Chudu had never been to a bar in all these years, and he also wanted to experience the thrill of paper drunkenness. Perhaps this was the confusion of an ordinary person getting rich. When he came to his senses, maybe he wouldn't be like this. XXOO. As a high-end bar in Xinjiang, naturally there would not be a lack of luxury cars at the entrance, but a Ferrari worth more than $6 million was indeed a first-class ride. Before the car even stopped, it attracted countless gazes. The crowd can see clearly. Driving is a chauffeur brother. The deputy driver of the one, is the main, looks like, is already drunk. The car door just opened. Aside 7 or 8 marketing rushed up. Brother. Hello. Welcome. Brother. I'll arrange it for you. Chudu casually chose a young brother and said, You're it. The young marketing excitedly said, Thank you brother. Brother, you come with me. I'll take you in. When the man next to him saw that Chudu had already chosen someone, he had no choice but to walk aside in a funereal manner. But the women around them gathered around. To be honest, in this society, as long as you have money, you will realize how active girls really are. There is no need for you to take the initiative at all, not even to hook your finger. There are a large number of beautiful women leaning up. Chapter 19 Bar Experience. But in Chudu's opinion, the quality in front of him was average. He wasn't hungry enough for this. Following the young marketing towards the inside, the marketing introduced while walking. Brother, you see where you want to sit? We are divided into Zone A and Zone B here. Directly choose the best area. Find a good seat. Why do you still sit in the corner when you have money? Marketing enthusiastically said, Okay, brother, you come with me. He didn't mention the low consumption thing at all. The bar's zoning card seat. There is a minimum consumption, but they have seen this young master's Ferrari. That is a few $1 million of supercar. Give people say low consumption? Don't look for pain. Soon, Chudu came to a card seat. Here location is very spacious. Can sit down a dozen people. Head up the center can see the people on the stage. Location is good. Marketing brought a tablet. Handed Chudu said, Brother, what do we want to drink? Chudu did not come to the bar. These are not familiar with. But the good thing is that there is a price tag on the back of each thing. Simply flip to. Chudu said, on this big dragon bar, 888 a set of. First on the 5 sets. And then there is this Hennessy, Martell, Moat, and these are on a bottle I look at. These are the more expensive ones on the price list, which can easily be several thousand or tens of thousands of dollars. Then Chudu ordered some ordinary drinks, which added up to more than 10,000. The marketing next to him were dumbfounded. Brother, are you sure about this Great Divine Dragon 5 sets? Although Chudu did not play, but also heard some, the Great Divine Dragon seems to be the most upscale in the bar. Out to play. Of course, to play the best. On. Although there is only one word, but the words are concise. Marketing swallowed his saliva and said, Brother, you wait a moment. Swiping his card, he swiped $500,000 out at once. 500,000. Although Shin City was the economic powerhouse of the Divine Dragon Empire, spending $500,000 at a bar at one time was a super customer no matter what. Normally, except for the wrongdoers and fools, no one would spend like this. Rich second generation is not unable to afford to play. People are very smart. Tens of thousands of dollars to play can be. Casually pick up girls. As for hundreds of thousands of every day so thrown to play? Or that sentence, rich, but not stupid. Like Chudu such a night bar to throw $500,000. Cannot say no, can only say too little, simply is the big wrong kind. Although Chudu does not understand, but it does not matter. More than 800 billion. If you also have this money in front of the screen, you play more than he spent. Marketing enthusiastically sat next to Chudu and said, Brother, alone? Chudu slightly shook his head, nodded vigorously, yes, a person. Marketing immediately said, Do you want to arrange a sister for brother? Chudu, with a drunkenness, said with his eyes shining, Yes, but I only need high quality. Just forget about the average ones. Marketing patted his chest and said, Brother, don't worry, I will definitely not let those ordinary people mix in. After saying that, he immediately took out his cell phone and sent a message in a group. XO bar, top big brother, 500,000 consumption, as long as it's high quality and refined. Right away, is there any? At the same time, entered everyone. After thinking about it, he added, send your own photos. Don't come to get scolded if you overdo it. Just less than a minute later, his cell phone was vibrating like crazy, full of photos sent by all kinds of beautiful women. Marketing immediately took the phone to Chudu said, Brother, you take a look. Look on. Just call. Chudu curiously took the cell phone and looked up. This is a nightclub high-end group. 500 people full. But Chu-do didn't care about this. What he cared about was these photos that were currently being sent. It had to be said that there were indeed a lot of beautiful women in Xinjiang, even if it was not a blind pea picture. The 18-year-old innocent college girl, the 25-year-old cold imperial sister, the 30-year-old flavorful young woman. What kind of all? Chu-do randomly clicked on 4. Looking at the style, there are pure, there are cold, there are pure lust, there are flirtatious. Looking at the age, estimating that they are all 20 to 25 years old. However, he did not completely trust the photos. Wait for the people to come and then see. Marketing quickly sent a message to the 4, who immediately came. Soon, Chu-do's drink came up. A group of bikini-clad beauties held up trays and brought the wines he ordered one by one. Under the dim lights, the divine dragon set and the special lights next to it dazzled beyond compare, and the entire room could see it. Crap! This big brother, alone, orders so many? How much does this have to be? Hundreds of thousands of dollars. Sister, he's alone. Do we have a chance? Many people were talking, and those who were far away stood up and looked this way. Quite a few girls had gathered around, wanting to sit next to Chu-do, but most of them didn't have a good face value, and could only be considered as average beauties. So of course Chu-do wasn't interested. Chu-do swayed his body along with the earth-shattering music. In this kind of paper-drunk environment, it was easiest for people to lose themselves. It wasn't long before a pretty girl came over. Hello brother, I'm Yu. Chu-do looked up. Pretty, standard melon face. She bangs with long hair draped over the shoulders, looked pure and unrivaled. But Chu-do also knew that the girls who could mix with the nightclub, where there is any real innocence, it just depends on what style the customers like. You really want to see. They can change in a minute or less out of a variety of styles. Pure, flirty, iceberg type, cold, pure desire, good behavior. Women, they are all the most fickle. Yu was wearing a white short sleeve. The lower half of her body was a black short skirt, revealing a smooth leg, wearing a pair of small white shoes. Good guy, worthy of taking the route of innocence. This is indeed innocent but it is also really pretty. Put in any university, it can be a top beauty. Chu-do patted the seat next to him and said, sit down. This was one of the girls in the group, along with 3 others, probably because Chu-do's spending was more ostentatious. The other 3 girls all arrived in less than 5 minutes. The second one was a beauty with gold-rimmed glasses, about 20 or so years old, wearing a white shirt, with the kind of cold temperament that could easily mesmerize people. The third one was a pure lust-style beauty, wearing a blue halter dress, with a white stocking over her leg, and a pair of small white shoes. The last one was a rather flirtatious beauty, wearing a lace semi-transparent black skirt, so short that she could almost see the root of her thighs, as well as a pair of transparent and smooth black silk, wearing black red-soled pointy-toe high-heeled shoes, flirtatious and enchanting. Chapter 20 Yacht. Chu-do was observing the 4 beauties, and the 4 beauties were similarly observing Chu-do. A bar that could open $500,000 of spending in one night was quite top-notch no matter which city it was placed in. But would it really open alcohol? Most of the cases are stocked with alcohol. The probability of pretending is a little bit more, but compared to ordinary people, this consumption is also very scary. Which knew that after Chu-do saw that the 4 beauties were complete, he said with a wave of his hand, since everyone is complete, let's open all the wines and liven things up. Woohoo! The crowd was all excited. The 4 beauties were also frantically moving towards Chu-do, wanting to stick it to this great young master. There was no way. He had too much money. Chu-do was even more indifferent. Come out to play. Just have fun. Under the red lights, the lights of the bar flickered on and off, occasionally illuminating the small waist and long legs of the beautiful women, their white skin tantalizingly delicate. Drinks, beautiful women, music, mixed together, people on the head, intoxicated in the time of paper drunkenness, almost played at close to 2 o'clock. Chu-do also drink almost. Looking at the table on the few remaining drinks, Chu-do waved his hand and said, okay, tonight play a lot of fun, but also should go back. Chu-do leisurely leaned against the window, looking at the scenery outside with a smile on his face. Life is always like a dream. The day before the poor and downtrodden, the day after the rich and wealthy. Life's encounters magical. Who can say it? Open or not the company or something? Chu-do actually do not necessarily care. At that time is in order to brush the money rebate. Now well, you can keep it. Don't starve yourself to death in the future. Play also play, buy also buy. A time. Chu-do actually do not know what they want to do. Being full of street driving wandering time, Chu-do suddenly received a phone call. Hello Mr. Chu. I am the staff of Starfish Yachts, the yacht that you ordered in my company before. Currently it has already done the maintenance work for you. It can be driven away at any time. May I ask when you will come to see it? Chu-do dawned on him. He bought several yachts that day. It seems to be that they can be lifted away now. But Chu-do also made it difficult. Don't look at buying a yacht as simple, but the later work can be quite a lot. For example, the yacht daily docking problem, such as the yacht maintenance problem, are all things. But Chudu now also do not care about money. Play happy is good. He had never played with a yacht before, but now that he had one, of course he wanted to experience it. Starfish had a branch in Xinjiang. Chudu drove his Ferrari and came to Starfish along the coast an hour later. Facing such a big customer, Deputy Factory Director Lin Feng personally received him. Hello Mr. Chu, let's go see the yacht now. Chudu nodded and said, go. He couldn't wait. Arriving at the beach, Chudu finally saw the yacht. It was 100 feet in length, equipped with a master room, guest room, bathroom, kitchen, living room, cockpit, deck, KTV, satellite navigation, generator, radar, motorboat, and various other living and entertainment supporting facilities. The whole style is blue and white, simple and generous, and young and energetic, very suitable for young people to go out and play. On this scale, a dozen or 2 dozen people playing together is more than enough. In addition, there is also a need for a captain, car clocker, helmsman, coxswain, sailor, and waiter, totaling about 10 people. As for the docking of this yacht, you can choose to dock at our company, or a specialized port of call. Both are possible. Under Lin Feng's explanation, Chudu also gradually understood these things. Yachts generally chose to dock at shipyards, or cities had specialized mooring locations, but they needed to pay mooring fees. Chudu this yacht to calculate. 100 feet in length. The current price is almost 18 to 25 yuan a foot a day. If calculated according to 25, that is 25 times 100 times 365. The annual mooring fee is 900,000 yuan. Not only that, but there is also the maintenance cost, which is up to $800,000 per year, and that's $1.7 million a year, even if you don't use it. Also, the staff need to be paid. For example, the current captain is almost 10,000 a month, and larger boats will be more expensive. If you want to fix the team for a long time, it's going to be close to $100,000 a month, and that's another $1,200,000 or so a year in expenses. Before and after adding up, close to $3 million a year. For Chudu, who had more than $800 billion, he didn't care at all. Chapter 21 Preparing for the Tour. This chapter is revised in more places. Sorry if there are incoherent places, deleted about a few hundred words, so it will feel incoherent. Chudu immediately said, this way, Mr. Lin, arrange it for me. Xinjiang wants a long-term mooring position. I'll pay it directly on a yearly basis. I also need the staff of the cruise ship. I'm sure all of you at Starfish must have trained personnel. In addition, the regular maintenance every year. Notify me, and it will be arranged at your place. Lin Feng was overjoyed. This year was a stable big customer. He had to serve it well. You know, high-end yachts are really expensive. Buy a yacht. Maybe many rich people can do it. But long-term maintenance and mooring and salary, these 3 things can easily drag a person down. They can't afford to support it. Therefore, the entire industry is still in a stage of relatively few customers. Most of the yacht are clubs in use to rent out to make money. For example, coastal cities, you just go to a yacht club. There are a large number of small and medium-sized yachts to choose from. Rent for a day, and then all kinds of fun. Therefore, customers like Chudu who could provide millions a year were quite few. He immediately said, don't worry Mr. Chu, we will definitely make arrangements for you. When do you plan to go out to sea? I'll match you with personnel from my side. Chudu thought about it and said, just this 1 or 2 days. The personnel I also need to be fixed. By year, just go to Sanya. After decades of hard work, it was finally time to enjoy. Then, Chudu gave the card. Mooring location in the port of Xinjiang. Starfish is responsible for contact arrangements and wages in these, together with the payment. This time to go to the beach to play. Chudu did not intend to bring Wang Xinyue. For one thing, Wang Crescent still has to work. For another, Chudu also wants to see if he can come across other opportunities. How inconvenient it is to bring with him. After leaving, Chudu gave Wang Xinu a call. Come out for dinner tonight. Okay, brother Chu. Wang Xin didn't even ask where to go. Anyway, Chudu wouldn't treat her badly. Chudu was bored driving around on the street. Once upon a time, he thought about how to turn over a new leaf, how to make money, how to fight for a future. But now, everything is there. Chudu instead does not know what to go for. Perhaps, after the ordinary people are rich, is the emptiness of it? Dinner Chudu ordered a high-end Western restaurant. Caviar, steak, dessert, pizza. A casual meal spent $20,000. Back to the large flat of the Triumphal Arch. Wang Xinyue simply cleaned up and went to take a shower. Chudu leisurely stood by the window and looked at the night scene outside. Xinjiang is a prosperous city, but if you don't have money, You can only drift here, running around every day to make a living, bending over and bowing your head for a few taels of silver. If you have money, then Xinchang is a stunning beauty waiting for your love. Not long after, Wang Xinyue said behind her, "Brother, you go wash it too." Good. Chudu took off his clothes and walked into the bathroom. The hot water washed over his body, making his body much more comfortable. The next morning, Chudu left a key to her and said, "This is President Martha's key, the car is in the garage. Red. You should like it. In addition, I transferred $200,000 to you. Take it to gas for dinner." President Martha? $200,000? Wang Crescent only felt a wave of bravado coming from her face. It was the flavor of money. Wang Xinu went out and left. After all, she had to go to work. Chudu, on the other hand, leisurely went downstairs to have a meal. Right at this moment, Lin Feng's phone call came. "Hello Mr. Chu, the personnel for you over here have all been matched up and are ready to go at any time." Chudu immediately got excited. "Go out to sea to play go to Sanya." He counted the time and said, "Okay, then leave tonight, prepare food, vegetables and fruits, go to Sanya." "Okay Mr. Chu, there is no problem. The yacht is currently at our berth on the beach, ready to go. What do you need to prepare for going to Sanya?" Normal people go to travel, go to play, are to prepare a change of clothes, bathing suits, backpacks and other various things. Chudu completely do not think about it, directly wearing a short-sleeved shorts and flip-flops, and then prepare their own bank card. It can be. Finally, putting on a pair of sunglasses, Chudu directly went out. He didn't choose to drive, otherwise it wouldn't be good to leave the car at the harbor for such a long time, going out and waiting for a random cab on the side of the road. Chudu went straight to the harbor. When he arrived at the harbor, Lin Feng was already waiting for him. "Mr. Chu, come, I'll show you your berth and ship. The personnel are all currently there, ready to go at any time." Chudu was very satisfied with this attitude and quality of service. Everything was arranged properly, no need to worry about himself. Sure enough, money can make the devil push the mill. Oh no, money can make a mill push a ghost. Chapter 22, Yacht Baby. The moorings were large. There were special defenses outside to resist the wind and waves and reduce impact wear and tear, and the ropes were tied to the shore. Lin Feng led Chudu into the cabin, and there was a group of people standing in the cabin and on the deck. Lin Feng clapped his hands and said, "Everyone, this is your boss beside me. Mr. Chudu Chu has already advanced your wages for the next year, so for the next year, you have to listen to Mr. Chu's orders, be at your beck and call, and be on call 24 hours a day, because Mr. Chu is the one who pays a wage that's 50% higher than the line price." "Thank you boss." The crowd bowed to express their gratitude. Then, Lin Feng lowered his head again and whispered in Chudu's ear, "Mr. Chu, you can go to the inner cabin to rest. If there's nothing else over here, you can leave now." Chudu said with satisfaction. "Alright, set off." Lin Feng left the yacht and made way. Chudu leisurely walked into the inner cabin, but just as he walked in, he was stunned. In front of him stood four beautiful young beauties, all wearing short sleeves and short skirts with high heels, with pretty faces and slender figures. Chudu almost thought that he had gone to the wrong place, just about to turn around and go out. Suddenly thought, "Not right this is my ship where is the pretty sister?" He twisted his head and resurveyed the four people. The four girls were holding flowers in their hands, waving their jade arms, with enthusiastic smiles on their faces. "Good day boss." Chudu was a little confused and said, "Wait, you guys are?" A girl wearing a halter top and black short skirt said, "Hello boss, we are arranged by Mr. Lin. We are all yacht babes, responsible for accompanying you on this cruise." Yacht babe Chudu immediately understood. Although he hadn't come into contact with them, he had also heard of quite a few. In cities with dense yachts, there would be quite a few yacht babes that were responsible for accompanying the bosses on their excursions. Generally speaking, the yacht babes were all college girls in the city, or models, and part-time white-collar workers. Moreover, the yacht babes usually take the accompanying orders or a few hours, because most of the tourists are also experienced, out to sea for a few hours, play around, and then come back. In that sense, a lot of it is green. But, the tourists are spending money where it compares to the bosses and the rich kids. They go out to sea, are to be accompanied by the whole kind? As for what exactly, I will not say more. You also understand. This circle, say it's not messy, it's not messy, say it's messy, it's more complicated. For the honored guests, Lin Feng naturally did not dare to arrange a few randomly. Surely he had to pick the good ones. He didn't know what Chuda liked, but a young man with blood and vigor, it was always right to give a few beautiful women, right? So Lin Feng went and carefully picked a few people, 2 college girls, a model, a white collar, all of them are very clean kind, with a medical report on board, guaranteed, and all had good body looks. Before coming, Lin Feng told a few of them, although they did not experience it, but they are all clear about these things. Originally they were all reluctant, but when they heard Lin Feng say that it was a handsome young rich second generation, they were all moved. Lin Feng had also said that when they got on the boat, something might happen, so they should be mentally prepared. All four of them had naturally thought it through before coming. Choda leisurely sat down and looked at the four beautiful beauties, smilingly said, "That means Lin Feng has already paid you guys. You'll be accompanying me throughout this trip to Sanya and back, right?" The four beauties said in unison, "Yes." Chudu snapped his fingers and said, "Good, come on, let's open a bottle of wine and have a drink to celebrate." A beauty wearing a tight wraparound skirt immediately brought a bottle of red wine from the side and said, "Mr. Chu, hello, I'm called Xiao Xiao. I'll open the wine for you." Chudu took a glance at her mature and charming figure, as well as the two bouncing rabbits, and said with a meaningful meaning, "Little, I see you are not small at all." Xiao Xiao's face seems to be a little shy, as if inadvertently patted Chudu's chest, leaned forward smoothly, and said under her breath, "Chu, you're so bad ah." Chudu was naturally not to be rejected. He a little into the arms, face with a smile, "I wear bad ah." Xiao Xiao again obediently gently pushed Chudu, body backward, then said, "Chu brother, don't be anxious, we will stay together close to a month's time. Let's drink a cup first. Celebrate." Sniffing the beauty of the residual aroma, Chudu secretly said, "TT gas good sister." After all, it had only just begun, and everyone only took a sip before putting down their glasses. Chudu sat on his butt on the soft sofa and leaned his body against it, feeling the slightly swaying cabin while chatting with the four beauties. After chatting, Chudu realized that the one wearing the halter top and black short skirt was a female college student of the Xincheng Theater Academy, a junior this year, called Lin Mingqi. The third year of college actually has very few courses, and the fourth year of college basically has no classes, so she was quite anxious to find a job quickly. It would be great if she could enter the entertainment industry. Unfortunately, after she went to the audition, she realized that the last thing that was lacking there was beautiful women. As a result, she could only work as a model for now, or as an ordinary small supporting role, with no chance to make a name for herself for the time being. As for the other three beauties, one was called Zhao Anan, one was called Qin Miao, and one was called Li Xinran. All of them were beauties with very good body and face value. All four of them were extremely enthusiastic towards Chudu and took the initiative to stick up, although they weren't clear on how much money Chudu actually had. Just by looking at this private yacht, and this team configuration and spending, they knew that they were definitely super rich. Young, handsome, rich, this is not their dream gold master. From Xincheng to Sanya to play, alone this middle of the journey will be more than 10 days. Fortunately Chudu now have plenty of time. In the beginning, Chudu was quite interested, took the wine, came to the deck, blew the sea breeze, looked at the sea water outside, and felt the slightly shaking hull of the ship, but soon it felt meaningless. There is no way. The sea breeze carries a strong fishy and salty smell, plus the sea is vast. In addition to the water, is the water? There is really nothing to see. Just as Chudu was pondering, Lin Mengqi suddenly took a large pile of things and ran over, smilingly saying, Chu brother, look, I brought you something." Chudu took a curious look. It was actually fishing props. He smiled and picked up the fishing rod and said, "I haven't fished yet. It's just the right time to play and experience it." Chudu did not know how to use these props, but luckily Lin Mingqi did. Under Lin Mingqi's guidance, Chudu successfully flung the rod out. Chapter 23, The Active Woman. This chapter has a lot of plot deletions due to reforms. Sorry about that, I'm really impressed. Touching a leg is pornographic? Is that how you read your book? The one who reported it, dare to come out? This chapter has 1,000 words deleted in 7 rounds of changes. I have nothing to say. Looking at the rope line, Chudu said with a few points of anticipation, "It is said that there is a novice protection period. I would like to see, this. Wait, come fish?" Chudu grabbed it with force, and there was indeed a fish hanging on it. Can't recognize the variety, but it doesn't matter. This thing is just playing for fun. Putting the fish, Chudu continued to fling the pole down. Next to her, Lin Mingqi sat next to Chudu, sticking very close. "Brother Chu, is fishing fun?" Chudu said with great interest. "Quite fun. Look, I've been here for 10 minutes, and I already have 3 fish. Brother Chu, do I look good?" "Quite good looking. Look." Chudu suddenly reacted and turned his head to look at Lin Mengqi next to him. Chudu's heart was clear. Very objectively speaking, Lin Mengqi really looks good, but can't be counted as the top, can only be said to be a popular beauty, the goddess in the eyes of ordinary people, in the circle of high precision, but it's just an ordinary beauty. To say that the previous Chudu, on the money, do not even think, Lin Mengqi could not even look at him, but now, with Chudu's financial strength, cannot see Lin Mengqi, is also normal. casually play with it, even if it is to adopt a lover. Chudu also want top quality. Chudu said casually, good looking. Chudu gently patted it and said unconcernedly, although it's good, but it's not up to my standards. Lin Mingqi was a bit gloomy. She was also clear that this kind of big shot with a high price was bound to look at super beautiful women. But people were always unwilling to fail. For the sake of the future, they were all willing to fight and gamble. Lin Mingqi pulled Chudu's hand, looked at Chudu with wide eyes and said, Brother Chu, it's my first time, don't you see that I came out as a yacht baby? But I used to take pure green orders. I'm clean. Chudu leisurely looked ahead, said carelessly, people, all have value. You hope to exchange hearing me. In fact, I do not necessarily agree. Maybe you think you have the qualification, but in my opinion, even if it is to adopt a lover, you are still a bit worse. If you are really exempted from the world, I will just give you a sum of money when you get off the boat. As for getting off the boat, how you will be in the future, I don't care. Chudu indifferently said words that pierced through the heart, although it was scummy, but this was reality. Lin Mingqi was able to come out, and was not some stupid white sweet. She naturally understood the reasoning. It was just a pity that she did not fight for the opportunity to soar. However, a woman is only precious for the first time. Lin Mingqi also thought about the fact that in the future, she didn't know what kind of person she would marry. At least, the super young master in front of her wouldn't treat herself poorly. Chudu sized up the three women and showed a smile on his face. Brother's standards are very high, although you guys are very pretty, but we are also limited to yachts at most, or we can have a friendship canon when we have the time. As for the long term, to be honest, brother's requirements are high. The three of them were all discouraged for a while. With the face value and body of the three of them, looking at any university, they were all beautiful women. But unfortunately, Chudu was now rich, and the Crystal Palace wanted to get in, and they also wanted top-notch beautiful women. Chapter 24, Taking all of them. Li Shinran's eyes turned and said, Brother Chu, to say top beauty, I can recognize one. Chudu stretched out his hand and wrapped her into his arms and said, Are you sure? Oh, top beauty. Li Shinran said with certainty, Of course, Brother Chu. You can't look at several of us, then I can probably guess how you like to look. I do know a bosom friend. Her body looks absolutely top-notch, and also a flight attendant. Flight attendant, ah, Chudu pondered. If it was a stewardess, Chudu was just going to play around and forget about it. It was really the reputation of this circle that really made it easy for people to have all kinds of thoughts. Chaotic. It was notorious for being chaotic. Seeing Chudu's thoughts, Li Shinran hurriedly said, Brother Chu, don't worry. This bosom friend doesn't have a man. Chudu slightly raised his eyebrows. Are you sure? Li Shinran nodded vigorously. That's right. I know her. This friend of mine. It is more like to buy things. She has always wanted to find a high-quality boyfriend. So well, Chudu seconds to understand. Gold-worshipping women want to sell themselves for a good price. This is no problem. For Chudu, can use money to solve the problem? It is not called a problem. Holding more than $800 billion in his hand, can't he still solve a gold-worshipping woman? He casually said, Money is not a problem, even if it's a house or a car. It's not a problem. Li Shinran immediately said, Brother wait, I'll go get my cell phone and show you the pictures. Li Shinran didn't care that she was only wearing a bikini on her body, and hurriedly went to the side to get her cell phone and quickly rummaged through it. Dozens of seconds later, Li Shinran opened a WeChat friends circle of friends. To bring Chudu said, Brother Chu, look, this is her circle of friends. Chudu took it and roughly flipped through it. Basically, they were all about carding all over the place. What with afternoon tea, online red carding spots, or luxury goods and so on. There were indeed a lot of selfies, everyday clothes, work clothes, and so on. I have to say, just by looking at the photos, they are indeed first-class beautiful. Not to mention the school. Even if they go to the modeling circle, they can also hang a large group of models. Li Shinran in the side continued, this girlfriend, height of 1.7 meters, 34c chest. She also often fitness exercise, body really super good. Chudu handed back his cell phone and said, It looks good. You can meet it sometime. Li Shinran shook her hand hard. Yay! Although the young master didn't look at himself, but he looked at his BFF. When my best friend has made it to the top, this introductory love, you pull me a hand, but not too much. For the sake of her future life, Li Shinran immediately started sending messages to her best friend. And next to her, Zhao Anan and Qin Mao, both had envious faces. Li Shinran is a model, knows a lot of beautiful women in the outside world, while the two of them, accompany white-collar, single and unmarried, a senior girl, in this aspect of the resources, really are not much, but it doesn't matter. At least, they still have more chances than others, right? Even if the big young master will not be with their own long-term development, can mix some short-term investment, but also earned The two women are thinking about the resources around themselves, while next to Li Shinran, has begun to frantically launch a message with her girlfriends. Not long ago, Li Shinran turned to Chu Du's side, said as if inviting credit, Brother Chu, I've already said goodbye to my girlfriends. She will change shifts in a few days. Go to Sanya, take time off to play with us. Chu Du's eyes lit up and said, well done, then picked up his cell phone and said, come on, give you some rewards. The collection code light up. Li Shinran gladly opened his own collection code, the drop of a sound, followed by a prompt, the collection to the account of 100,000 yuan. What big brother just about a meeting. Give 100,000 yuan of hard work? Li Shinran's eyes erupted into a huge blaze. Without hesitation, threw away the cell phone, hugged Chu Du, said, brother, I love you, then sent a fragrant kiss with force, thanking the system for its help. Chu Du said silently in his heart. Chapter 25, Li Shinran's best friend. After about half a month, the yacht finally arrived in Sanya. Before departing, the yacht manufacturer, Lin Feng's side, had already helped Chu Du make arrangements to prepare a VIP mooring position in Sanya Bay over here. Chu Du they parked the yacht and then began to disembark. The crew team naturally had to be on standby at all times. They couldn't run too far, but they didn't have to keep guard here. They could also go down to eat and drink. As for Chu Du and the four girls, they naturally had to go down as well. After so many days on the yacht, drifting around, just after getting off the boat, several people were a bit uncomfortable. Chu Du glanced at the seascape next to him and was in a great mood. Coming here, it was natural to play. Chu Du casually asked, what do you guys think? What are the fun places over here? Not recommend them. The four people were talking about places. Wuzizu Island, duty-free stores, seaside travel photography, Atlantis and so on. As for what Coconut Dream Promenade and so on, it is actually very boring. Chu Du patted Li Shinran's arse beside him and said, okay, let's get ready to drive to the car first. Then we'll buy something for you guys first and go to the duty-free store. When he was almost in Sanya, Chu Du booked a car rental service. After all, it is in the field. There is no need to buy a car. The effort to barrage, Chu Du simply directly rent a car. Well, Chu Du chose the Maybach, also hired a driver. After all, he is not familiar with this side. Of course, it is more appropriate to find a local driver. And under the money, the rental car company sent an excellent old driver, specializing in Chu Du's service. The driver was already waiting by the side, an older man in his 40s, wearing a suit, very formal, and with a serious and composed face. Chu Du brought the four people to sit on the car, then said, Master, take the duty-free store. The master said politely, hello Mr. Chu, we are over here in Sanya. There are several duty-free stores. I don't know which one do you want to go to. Chu Du was dumbfounded. He had never been there before, but still pretended to be calm and said, you guys, where do you want to go? Unexpectedly, the four of them said at the same time, Haitang Bay. The driver master sniffed and started to start the car. Chu Du didn't know much about this. In fact, this duty-free store is the biggest duty-free store over here. The brands are very complete. Driving from the yacht mooring location here, it almost took close to an hour. On the road, a few people chattered and discussed what they were going to buy in a while and what they liked. Chu Du felt funny, said, consider so much what to do. You want to buy on the buy it, but estimated that this time, running this side is too much trouble. Today strive for a one-time good to buy finished. These days will not be tossed. Okay, thank you brother, thank you dad, love you dad. All four of them were giddy. The driver's master was also highly professional, and it looked like he was used to seeing such scenes, without the slightest fluctuation, as if he hadn't heard. An hour's time quickly passed, and several people arrived at the duty-free store. To be honest, most men couldn't be interested in such things as shopping, especially when accompanying a woman to go shopping. In this regard, women were still very energetic even after a day of shopping, while men basically started looking for sofas and rest areas after half an hour. As soon as Chu Du went in, he directly sat on the rest area over there, and then said to the four women, okay, from now on, this will already be 3 in the afternoon, to 7 in the evening, you guys can all look on. I pay, I rest on this side. After 7 o'clock ends, we go out to eat. 4 hours of time. The four women were all very excited and immediately began to shop. Chu Du, on the other hand, sat here playing with his cell phone. When he needed to pay, he just went to the store next to him to pay. After 4 hours of bloodshed, the four women all bought quite a few things. LV, Chanel, Gucci, Dior, Hermes, Paris Family, etc. All kinds of clothes and bags, perfumes, lipsticks, cosmetics, adding up to $1.5 million. A mere $1.5 million was nothing to Chu Du. The interest on the 500 million that is currently deposited in the bank alone is an exaggerated figure. According to the current 10% interest that the bank is giving him, every day there is more than $13 million of interest. It couldn't be spent. It simply couldn't be spent. Not to mention the fact that Chudu still had over 700 billion in his overseas accounts. To put it bluntly, even if he gambled every day and lost $10 million, it wouldn't be as much as one day's interest earned, and he would still be able to maintain his daily money-making situation. As for whether or not this 50 billion would be something that the bank employee's personal behavior had nothing to do with the bank, Chudu said that it was simply impossible. 50 billion, but anyone with a brain knows what concept this is. With this kind of person's ability strength, as long as you are still on this planet, he can turn you out and make you beg for your life. Therefore, there would be no bogeyman trying to hack the 50 billion. The amount of money is so big that it will also make them afraid. If you have the life to take it, do you have the life to spend it? The spending of more than $1 million was something the four had never thought of before, but should directly let them all experience it. The next step was to arrange for someone to send these things back to the top of the yacht. Chudu did not intend to stay in a hotel here. On the yacht, it was quite good. Evening meal, picked a local relatively upscale restaurant, several people in the box to eat. Li Shinran sat next to Chudu, holding a cell phone and said, "Brother Chu, my best friend has arrived, just sent me a message." Arrived downstairs, Chudu nodded and said, "Well done." At this time, the four women, too, all had no other thoughts. Big brother already has someone he has his eye on, so don't insist on it yourself, although the recent period of time has been more tiring to accompany, but these things can be really great. No loss. Not 5 minutes later, the box door was knocked. Li Shinran immediately got up and opened the door, bringing in a beautiful woman. Chudu looked up and couldn't help but have his eyes light up. Beauty, indeed a beauty. Her height was about 1.7 meters, and she also wore a pair of 5 centimeter black glossy high heels. Her features were very delicate, a standard melon face with willow eyebrows, a high nose, and small cherry lips. The honey-like red lips were brightly coated with a layer of red lipstick, so dainty that just by looking at them, one could evoke the idea of wanting to kiss her. Wearing a one-line dress, revealing delicate collarbones that could support a fish and jade arms as white as lotus roots, a thin white belt was tied around her waist, forming a strong color contrast with the black skirt, while outlining her slender waist, which was extremely beautiful. The hem of the skirt reached about 10 centimeters above the knee, not too long and not too short, revealing well-proportioned thighs, legs without stockings, bare and tender white, but no flab, straight and slender. On her feet, she wore a pair of high heels, the kind with a silver-pointed toe and a bit of shine. She is indeed very pretty, especially her face. There is a little bit of seductive kind of feeling. It seems that when she looks at you, she can give you a feeling that she is seducing you, a look that gives you a feeling of wanting it and getting it very well. A natural junior face. Chapter 26, talking to Zhang Lily about conditions. Li Shinran had already given her a heads up in advance, so she looked at Chudu and said, "Hello, brother Chu. My name is Zhang Lily. I'm Li Shinran's BFF." Her voice was very good. It was an imperial voice with a teasing undertone. Chudu reached out his hand and said, "Hello, don't be polite. Have a seat." To say the truth, this Zhang Lily's body and looks, Chudu was quite satisfied, and listening to Li Shinran, this Zhang Lily was also very clean, which was great. As for Zhang Lily likes money, laughing, does Chu someone lack money? Li Shinran sat next to Chudu, while Zhang Lily sat next to Li Shinran. Seeing Chudu, Zhang Lily was also relieved. She heard her girlfriend say that this big young master was especially rich, a private yacht alone, that was worth several $1 billion. There was also the perennial fixed crew team and maintenance costs, which were not small expenses, plus this time out to sea, all the way to Sanya. The cost is also very shocking. Rich, very rich, super rich. Zhang Lily does not deny that she is a gold-digging woman. She can accept that she is being adopted, but she is afraid that this man is too ugly to get off. Seeing Chudu, Zhang Lily did feel much more relaxed. Handsome, is really handsome. Young and handsome and rich. Even if you give people as a little 4 or 5, you are willing. Those who can be flight attendants and have been in this circle for 2 years know what kind of circle this is. Almost all flight attendants will want to catch a rich man. Zhang Lily is no exception. It was just that she had been waiting to sell herself for a good price. As for Chudu and the other 4 girls, she knew about it, but she didn't care. What's the point of thinking so much about being a lover to the young master? It's not like she's robbing the main palace. As long as she does as she's told, and serves the young master well in exchange for glory and wealth, she'll be fine. As long as I can save enough money for the rest of my life, that would be enough. If you are lucky and can give the young master a child, then it will be even more stable. Food and clothing without worry. Due to the large number of people, both sides didn't talk about anything private. just eating and chatting. After dinner, it was already close to 10 o'clock in the evening, and it was time to go back. But John Lily is living in the hotel. Chudu they live on the yacht. Looking at Chudu, John Lily secretly thought, if you can't grasp this opportunity, I don't know when I can run into such a super god ho. As for the usual take the set of fish ponds, John Lily also pressed the useless, not a level. You can fish, pinch the second generation? Don't think about it. Encountered this grade, you have to go to be a licking dog. To paste, only have a chance. Don't look at John Lily hasn't experienced anything, but her heart is like a mirror, clear as day. Don't play with that set of desire to escape, even if it was to be a vase. John Lily knew how to be a vase with emotional value. Have to say, John Lily is a smart person. Therefore, John Lily is very simple to come to Chudu in front of the eyebrow with love said, Chu brother, I have not seen the yacht. Can take me up to see it. Looked at John Lily eyes are fast pulling the look. Chudu understanding, immediately said, no problem. You returned the hotel room, live directly on the yacht, is not more able to see clearly some. John Lily nodded and said, okay Chu, but I also have to go to the room to pack up things. Chudu waved his hand and let the driver master drive to the hotel. Arriving at the hotel, Li Shinran went up to help John Lily pack up her things, while Chudu and the few of them waited in the car. John Lily packed very quickly, perhaps the things themselves are not too much. Just after half an hour, the two came down together. Then, it was time for everyone to go to the yacht together. Came to the yacht, John Lily really was shocked. It wasn't that she hadn't seen a yacht before, but she really hadn't seen one this big. General people's yacht are the kind of small and medium-sized, even if it is a club. There are few large, are small to simply play, experience on the line. But Chudu this yacht is too big, all kinds of configuration are very advanced. Worthy of being a rich man. John Lily beauty eyes flooded with glamour. Their own bitter wait for so many years, rejected so many old men. Finally the time has come. It is the sister I turn the time. The four women are all very sensible. Early cleaned up, all went back to the room, leaving only Chudu and John Lily. Chudu sat on the deck, blowing the sea breeze, while John Lily first went to take a shower. It wasn't long before John Lily was wrapped in a bathrobe and came to Chudu's side. Looking at the lights and the large yacht, John Lily sighed, a life like this, I've never thought of it before either. Chudu sniffed the aroma of her shampoo and shower gel and asked, what about later? John Lily turned her head and looked at him with foxy eyebrows. Then, it depends on whether or not Brother Chu is willing to show me these landscapes. Chudu let out a laugh, stretched out his arm, and wrapped John Lily in his arms and said, I think you are a smart person. You are very clear about your position. John Lily also fell into Chudu's arms smoothly. I have always felt that having a clear self-awareness is the most important thing. People must carry themselves, Chudu said with satisfaction. What you want, I can give you. However, you certainly can't be a big one. John Lily shook her head and said, it doesn't matter. The status is different. I certainly won't want that position. That's where I'm sober. Chudu became more and more satisfied with John Lily's attitude. My request is also very simple. John Lily said with a straight face, Brother Chu, you say. Chudu's request can be related to her future brocade. She must listen well. It wasn't that there were no other rich people besides Chudu. Rather, it was not easy to find a young and handsome one who still had money. Chudu calmly said, you can't start strife with other people. Even if you meet, you are not allowed to make a mess for me. You can't have any excessive contact with other men. Normal friends can. I won't limit your circle of friends. In addition, on call, unless you are flying in the sky or have already flown out of town. John Lily heard and understood that Chudu had other women besides her and could not be in conflict. As an exquisitely beautiful vase junior, John Lily naturally wouldn't give her gold master any trouble. As for other men, what a joke. John Lily even intends to ordinary male friends have broken the relationship, lest the gold master father angry, not to mention any development. Fishpond can be directly strangled. Chapter 27, John Lily. Sorry, rectification issues. A bit too much deleted stuff in this chapter. On call, that's a given. John Lily was considering if she should change her job, lest she fly flights and Chudu couldn't find her. She immediately took a stand and said, Brother Chu, don't worry, I won't mess with the other sisters. If I see my big sister, I will also be very disciplined. As for other men, I won't have any contact. Chudu nodded and said, one more thing, is to buy more erotic things. I like it. John Lily understood in a second. I'll go pick it out. I'll go buy all kinds of clothes and shoes. Then, John Lily flopped down in Chudu's arms again. Then what rewards and benefits can I have? Looking at the beauty in his arms as docile as a cat, Chudu stroked her shoulder. As I recall, you are from Xinjiang, right? John Lily nodded and said, I am currently working in Xinjiang. The flights are all Xinjiang flying out of town. But my family is not from Xinjiang. It's from Jinmen. Shudu thought for a moment and said, a suite in Xin City, a 300-story large flat, and a Porsche. By the way, how much is your monthly salary and spending? Hearing this, Zhang Lili thought for a moment and said, my salary is not high, almost 12,000 a month, including all kinds of subsidies in it. As for consumption, I'm almost moonlight every month, and my credit card has been used. It's all small money, Shudu directly said. In the future, every month 200,000. You dispose of yourself. I don't care. With me and a piece to go out to eat and buy things to spend. Another calculation. I pay. As for the house and car, you can follow me for a year. This car belongs to you. Can 3 years? This house will also give you at that time. To the time, I will tell you to go to the closing. Sent you. An industry has an industry's market. Shudu is certainly rich, but he will not destroy the market. He can take $1 million a month to package one, but that is not purely destroying the market. How do you let others play? The whole market is quickly messed up. So, a month 200,000, although high sum, but in the high-end circle, is not no reference to Shanghai to find a maid month 14 million. As for the house and car, with enough time to send her, it does not matter. After all, there are a lot of bosses in the south. There are such operations. Indeed, there is, Min province, with their own boss, 2 years, more than 200 W, and a Ferrari. Zhang Lili listened to the excitement. Every month 200,000, together with out of the expenses separately? Totally enough. They can also buy the luxury goods they want. Moreover, there is a house and a car. As long as they follow enough time, all belong to themselves. This is what generous gold master dream. Zhang Lili immediately said, thank you, love you, said, took the initiative to kiss up. Since they all bought things for the 4 girls today, Zhang Lili, as her lover, couldn't possibly not have something to show for it. The next day at noon, Shudu brought a few people to the duty-free store again to store. Zhang Lili was a woman, a gold worshipper, but she was very sober. Therefore, she looked at Shudu uncertainly and said, how much can I buy? Shudu said carelessly, pick whatever you want. Zhang Lili froze for a moment, gulped and said, are you serious? Shudu laughed, how much can you only buy? It's not that I look down on you, you just want this store. I can afford it, just pick whatever you want. Zhang Lili sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This gold master father found the right young and handsome, but also super fierce man, and super rich. Simply, Zhang Lili came to Chudu's ear and said, tonight, you just enjoy the whole thing. I'll let you feel what is called fully automatic. After saying that, kissed Chudu, turned around and went to the store next to him. Chudu's heart was immediately filled with anticipation. Chapter 28, Going Back. This chapter deleted a lot of plot due to rectification. Sorry about that. In the end, Zhang Lili bought a bunch of luxury goods that added up to more than $1 million. Chudu directly let the store clerk arrange for delivery to the yacht, while the few of them started to swim. Having come here, how could they just buy things? Of course they had to travel along the way. Although the internet said that this side of the travel is very pitiful, but for Chudu, there is no difference. Just buy a happy. The daily interest is enough to produce a multi-millionaire. Still care about this? Recently, they had been drifting in the sea, for playing in the water. A few people had gotten tired of it. Instead, they wanted to go see the downtown area. So, the crowd began to stroll through the streets of Sonya's downtown. A few people came to the 1,000 Years of Love and watched the rendition. To be fair, Shudu think this thing pure bull *******, but still accompany a few people together to see. Waiting to see the end of the evening has been more than 7 o'clock. Shudu stretched a lazy waist and said, still want to go where to play not? Several people shook their heads and said, let's eat. Sonya's rice, not very good, and many times with the flavor of the sea tide. Shudu eat always feels strange. Zhang Lili took a leave of absence for only 3 days, because at the beginning, she wasn't sure how Chudu was in the end, and didn't dare to take a leave of absence for too long. Now, both sides are very satisfied, but 3 days of vacation quickly passed. This book is also not a travel article. Detailed tour will be lazy to write, lest you say I waterplot. Their own to travel a circle will know. Zhang Lili packed up her things and took Chudu's car to the airport. Looking outside, Zhang Lili sighed and said, after I go to work, I'm afraid I'll rarely be able to see you. I'm on 2 off 1. It's just too hard. Shudu smiled and said, fear what? I'll play for 2 more days and also ready to go back. When I go back to send you a message, your next break, give me a call. I'll take you to see the house and car. Zhang Lili kissed Shudu and said excitedly, thank you. Shudu smiled without saying anything. Zhang Lili had already left, and there was no point in Shudu playing any longer, and the 4 women played 2 more days, and then bought a plane ticket back together. Come when, already sat on the yacht, Go back naturally, do not want to torture again. 10 days it. In the sea is too boring. As for the yacht, let the crew drive back on their own. At this time is not what the tourist season. The plane is not much. First class is only do a few of them. Li Shinran 4 girls also know. After this trip back, I'm afraid we will never have any interactions. Maybe one day the big young master wants to change the taste. May ask them once. However, the chances were slim. Li Shinran, may be better. After all, there is such a best friend in the, took advantage of a little, munchy 3 people well, even if it, after landing, Chudu also did not send them. Anyway, the transfer of money in the past few days are quite a lot. The 4 women were to Chudu to give a kiss goodbye, and only then one by one to take a taxi to leave. Look at the bystanders, a burst of envy. What a dog man, is not just handsome it, how 4 beautiful women kissed him goodbye. The sky is the reason why today is the weekend. Wang Xinyue is resting at home. Chudu told her before she got on the plane, so Wang Xinyue also prepared a meal. After 2 consecutive hours, Wang Xinyue finally fell asleep on the sofa. Chudu, on the other hand, was refreshed and went to take a shower and then eat. Lying on the bed at night, Chudu did not toss Wang Xinyue again. The 2 of them just watched TV while chatting. Brother Chu, this time we went out to play for almost 20 days. How does it feel? Is the yacht fun? Wang Xinyue was still very curious about the yacht. She knew Chudu had it when she signed the contract and swiped the card. It was at the bank, but she had never seen a yacht. Chudu thought about it and said, it's okay, anyway, just on the yacht, play is okay, and then stayed for a long time, but also tired of it. Flopping around is that too. Wang Xinyue relied on Chudu's chest and asked softly, I remember, you told me that you went alone. Chudu laughed a little. I was not counting those of the crew. Wang Crescent let out an "oh," then added, then did you meet any new sisters? Chudu did not avoid it at all and directly nodded his head and said, yes. Wang Xinyue heart a burst of loss, but she also understands her own position. Just a third party. This kind of thing is certainly not her turn to control. However, she still said, Brother Chu, no matter what, still pay attention to safety. Understanding. Wang Crescent did not say anything else, just silently sticking to Chudu. This time the thing, to Wang Xinyue reminded, Chudu will have a lot of women, their own very crisis. To say that like Chudu, that may not be much, at the beginning, but think Chudu handsome, rich, they want to stick to such a rich man, in exchange for resources. Of course, there is also a feeling of fondness over time, and the current Wang Xinyue does have feelings for Chudu. Can't be the main palace, then also want to be a big sister inside the lover. What does a woman rely on to catch a man? Don't listen to any bull *********. If you want to catch a man's heart, you have to catch his stomach first. That's pure bull ********. Have you ever seen a man being abducted because his mistress cooks well? It's all because the mistress is flirtatious and pretty and can satisfy in bed. Chudu naturally understood Wang Xinyue's thoughts. He did not say anything. It's good to have competitive pressure, because if you compete, you'll end up pleasing him. The one who benefits is still him. What are you afraid of? Chapter 29, Completion of the Building. This chapter deleted a lot of plot due to rectification. Sorry about that. Waking up with a start, Wang Crescent had already left for work. Oh yeah, today is Monday. However, Chudu was not accompanied by no one. John Lily sent a message last night and landed at the airport at 10 o'clock this morning. Chudu just today to accompany her to see the house and car. House well, also simple, next door to the flat. Chudu has a large flat, 300 square meters or so, completely enough. A cell afraid of what? Chudu dare to raise fish, not afraid to be known. Car, when I bought so many, it is just the right place to use. Porsche 718, the price of more than $1 million. Red, give the girl just right. When Zhang Lily pulled her suitcase out of the airport, she saw Chudu standing next to a car with a smile on her face. Zhang Lily's footsteps were a few points lighter, ignoring the bystanders to see her stunning gaze. Quickly stepped to Chudu's body, gave Chudu a big hug. Did you miss me? Chudu touched Zhang Lily's hair and said, of course I want to. This is not specifically to pick you up. Saying that, Chudu put the suitcase in the front trunk and said, get in the car. Go. Zhang Lily was wearing a stewardess outfit, with black transparent stockings underneath, and a pair of 3-centimeter high heels, elegant and dignified, but with her enchanting face and seductive eyes, she looked extraordinarily flirtatious. After getting into the car, Zhang Lily curiously said, is this your car? Chudu shook his head and said, it will soon be yours. Zhang Lily froze for a moment, and then said in surprise, really? This is a Porsche? More than $1 million it, you really give me? For the understanding of high-end products, Zhang Lily can be said to be very familiar, naturally can recognize this car, although it is not considered a top luxury car. but more than $1 million? Not everyone can afford it. Chudu's face was calm. Now take you to see the house. Later the keys to the house and car will be given to you. Zhang Lily's face reddened. If it wasn't for the fact that Chudu was driving, she would have rushed up, drove the car and quickly returned to the neighborhood. The Triumphal Arch neighborhood and Wang Crescent were in the same neighborhood, just different buildings. Both sets of houses were large flat floors. When Chudu had bought quite a few, this house had an area of 303 square meters, about 30 square meters less than that side, and the price was 83 million. A square meter is close to the price of 300,000. Even in Shenzhen, is also a high-end neighborhood. Having shown Zhang Lili the house book and car book, Zhang Lili also knew the price of this house, more than 80 million. She thinks that even if she sells herself, it is not worth this price. So what to do? Of course it was to serve him well. Afterwards, Chudu gave her both the house key and the car key and said, "In the future, this house you live in, the car you drive, every month I will transfer money to you, as long as you are obedient. There is everything." Zhang Lili nodded her head vigorously. She could sort of see that Chudu was a rich second generation, even a super rich second generation, which rich second generation in general could spend close to $100 million for a lover. Even if she sacrificed more, she would never leave Chudu. This is a chance to cross over the class of life. It's good to have a chance in one's life, and you still want to miss it? Zhang Lili excitedly ran around in the big flat, looking at her new house like a dream, even though it is under the name of Chudu, and she is only temporarily living there. Zhang Lili knows that as long as she is obedient, as long as she doesn't make any mistakes, 3 years later, the house and the car are all hers. How many people dream of, in the city of Shenyang, house, car, now they all have, although it is with their own 3 years in exchange, but Zhang Lili not regret. Many people want to change, do not have this channel, even do not have the capital to change. Zhang Lili doesn't know how to cook like Wang Xinyue, so the two of them ate takeout for a day. Mostly, they were too lazy to run out. The next morning, when Chudu got up, Zhang Lili had already left as well. Chudu stretched a lazy waist, this everyday nothing to do, also quite boring, just to see how his building is. Just after washing and cleaning up, suddenly the cell phone rang. "Hello Chudon, the caller is Wang Zhengwen. Chudu has a note." Chudu had previously acquired quite a few companies, one of which was a large-scale decoration company, and Wang Zhengwen was precisely one of the shareholders, as was Chudu. The decoration of the building was given to Wang Zhengwen, and at this time the caller, I think it must have been done. Chudu also politely said, "Wang Dong, hello, what's the matter?" Wang Zhengwen immediately said, "Earlier Chudong gave a job. Currently the twin building has been completely renovated, all done according to the requirements. It can already be put into use." Chudu breathed a sigh of relief. This was indeed good news. He returned, "Then it will be hard for Wang Dong. Later I will go and take a look, prepare a plan, turn around and have dinner together." "Ah, no way. When Chudong is free, it's only right for me to treat you to dinner." The two of them politely said 2 more sentences before hanging up the phone. Chudu casually drove a Lamborghini and went straight to the building. Arriving here at the twin buildings, Chudu looked up and saw that the 2 buildings were exceptionally majestic and imposing. There were still workers checking here. Chudu probably looked at it. The basic decoration was designed according to his own requirements, and he was indeed more satisfied, since the problems of the decoration are all taken care of. Then next, you can engage in the company. Although Chudu has not opened a company, and he will not open a company, but he understands one thing: professional people do professional things, amateurs do not easily interfere. As a boss, as long as you can grasp the whole thing, it's fine. Therefore, Chudu decided to look for an assistant first, open the company and manage the company, have a professional team to take care of it. As for whether the team will pit themselves, Chudu said, ask them if they dare? These 2 buildings alone, fools know that this boss background is not ordinary. Who dares to pit? Privately take a little hard money or something? That's normal, not completely clean, but the general direction will not pit him, messing with the rich capital. As long as something happens once, it is finished. Briefly, the current tentative 6 heroine have read my old book. There will be familiar with the 4 heroine return, such as Wang Ziying, such as Li Wenxin, such as Zhang Lili, such as Xin Wangshu, are my previous old book of heroine. This book is still debut. If you still have any ideas, you can also put forward. The next new heroine is about to debut. Ru Yen Da Di. Chapter 34, Footstepping on the protagonist to embrace the heroine, Big Brother's reward plus more. Seeing that it was already noon after turning around the building, Chudu casually found a restaurant on the side of the road, simply ate a meal, and then started to look at searching for talents. For looking for talent, Chudu only knows the talent market, and headhunters. But the talent market, too much luck. do not have to consider, might as well let the professional headhunters to contact. However, Chu-do does not have a headhunting company under his name, so he still has to rely on the bank. After all, the bank's network of relationships, no one can compare. He immediately made a call to Zhao Qian. As the president of a commercial bank, Zhao Qian's connections naturally didn't need to be mentioned. Hello Mr. Chu, long time no see. Zhao Qian's enthusiastic voice came from the phone. Chu-do also said politely, recently blindly played a pass. This is not just back it, just as my building is installed, ready to open the company. Want to find some high-end headhunters? Look at Zhao Governor this side to recognize do not know. Give an introduction. Zhao Qian was overjoyed. As far as he knows, Chu-do has 50 billion in deposits, and all of them are in his side of the commercial bank. Other banks are not. He naturally wants to do everything he can to serve such a super customer. Not afraid of people bothering him, just afraid of people ignoring him. That's when things go wrong. Zhao Qian immediately said, Mr. Chu, don't worry. I do know a few company bosses here. All of them are headhunters. I'll send you the number later. Chu-do smiled and said, then thank you Governor Zhao. Where is it, Mr. Chu is our bank's most honored client. This is all proper. By the way, I'll take the liberty of asking what kind of talent Mr. Chu wants. Perhaps I can help. When Chu-do heard this, he felt that it made sense, as Zhao Qian knew, naturally it wouldn't be bad. So he said, on my side, I'm preparing to open a conglomerate to consolidate the companies under my name, so I need a core of assistant secretaries, as well as talents with experience in managing large conglomerates. Zhao Qian immediately understood. He was present when the contract was signed, and he remembered every contract deal clearly. Chu-do had bought quite a few company shares at that time. Some companies had purchased some of the shares, and some had directly packaged all of them. Now that Chu-do wanted to consolidate it, it was normal. He immediately said, alright, Mr. Chu, please wait, I'll arrange it for you right away from my side. After hanging up the phone, just 30 seconds later, Zhao Qian sent a message with a number and a phrase, Bowl High-End Headhunting Company, Yang Wenk. Chu-do didn't rush to call, but opened the memo and started to record the integration. Not full shares, Chu-do are not going to consider. After all, there are partners other shareholders, and not his one word. But the company that is fully acquired, Chu-do can naturally deal with it. Chu-do probably looked at several companies. One is a clothing factory, including design and manufacturing, men's and women's clothing, medium grade. A high-end Western restaurant, a high-end French restaurant. There's also a real estate company that has developed 2 properties, but they're ordinary neighborhoods, nothing of note. There are also 2 schools, 1 middle school and 1 high school, both private. 2 old age homes and 1 orphanage, not many people in them either. Other than that, there were 4 media companies, one of which was a movie and television media company, 1 was a live streaming media company, and 2 were Netflix media companies. There was also a security company. All of these were companies that Chu-do had wholly purchased. As for the other companies, they all had other shareholders, so they were not considered. Chu-do naturally had the contact information of the executives of these companies in his hands, and he directly and straightforwardly sent a message to these executives, requesting that 1 hour later, they would come to meet him here at the Twin Building. Then, Chu-do called Yang Wenk. The phone was quickly connected. Mr. Chu, hello, just now, Governor Zhao has already told me, I've been waiting for your call. Yang Wenk's voice came from the phone. It was about a 40-year-old man with a thick voice. Chu-do was also very polite. Sorry Mr. Yang, there was a bit of a delay just now. Yang Wenk naturally didn't care about this. Mr. Chu is polite. I heard that Mr. Chu needs some people on his side. I don't know if Mr. Chu has any specific requirements. Talking about business, Chu-do got up in spirit. It's like this, on my side, I need 2 drivers for the time being, to be on call 24 hours a day on a rotating basis, as well as a core of assistant secretaries, tentatively 5 people. In addition, I need executive-type talents with experience in managing large-scale integrated groups, and I need several of them as well. These were all things that Chu-do had checked. The boss's driver can't be only one person can't stay up to follow at all times. 2 drivers taking turns is much more normal. Many big bosses have more than 1 driver. In addition, the secretary side, Chu-do needs secretary responsible for too many companies and things. 1 person is also certainly not enough, 5 is more or less. As soon as Yang Wenk heard this, he knew that the list was indeed big. But he was also very clear about Chu-do's strength, something that Zhao Qian had already reminded him of again and again. Yang Wenk immediately said, don't worry, Mr. Chu, I will immediately arrange for someone to check the database, and in addition go and ask for new talents for you. Since that's the case, thank you, Mr. Yang. Not at all, it's my honor to help General Manager Chu. The 2 sides exchanged pleasantries for a few moments and then hung up the phone. Chu-do also didn't call anyone else, but quietly waited for the arrival of the executives from each company. Within an hour, there were a total of 14 companies, factories, and schools, and various executives and principals holding down arrived one after another, both male and female. Although these executives had never seen Shudu, they had all seen Shudu's picture and knew that the very handsome youth in front of them was their big boss behind the scenes. Shudu looked at the 14 people, cleared his throat and said, "Calling you all over today, is that there are some things that I want to talk to you about. First of all, these 2 buildings you see behind you, they are all mine. I'm now ready to relocate all the companies and merge some of them. You guys can say what you have in mind. In addition, which company's address is rented and bought, also say something." The crowd at first didn't know what Shudu was going to say. They were all a bit nervous. Hearing this, they were relieved and started to tell. After some responses, Shudu also knew something about the situation, the clothing factory and the school, both of which were bought plots of land, and, considering the special nature of the clothing manufacturing factory and the school, it was also not appropriate to move over. This could be disregarded. In addition, the orphanage and the home for the elderly, also special, not suitable to move to the building, can also be skipped. As for those other companies, except for the movie and media company that bought the address, the others were all rented. After all, these days, business was not doing well, and costs were being compressed as much as possible. Chapter 31 Planning. Shudu frowned slightly and said to the person in charge of the movie and media company, "If you sell that side and move to this side, is there any impact? Can you move?" The person in charge immediately said, "No problem at all, don't worry Mr. Chu, everything is fine over here." Shudu gave a and said nothing more. The film and media company, besides the company, there was also a film and television city and a short drama city. It was built specifically for filming movie and TV dramas and short dramas, and it was also worth a lot of money. Naturally, the movie city and the short drama city would not be moved, but there was no problem in moving the company's office area over. According to Chudu's idea at the beginning, this side of the podium is a large shopping mall, where Chudu intends to attract business and find merchants who are willing to cooperate to move in. Whether it is shopping, fitness, theaters, restaurants, there are countless businesses, and Chudu these 2 buildings are very conspicuous. Once the advertisement is out, want to cooperate with a lot of people. The parking lot and office area on the top floor won't need too much treatment. As for the 2 main buildings, not to mention, there are 5 floors underground. Shudu's original plan was to use the 2 underground floors as a supermarket, and the 3rd floor was an underground garage. There was nothing wrong with this. He even considered whether the underground garage was enough. But thinking about the fact that there was a parking lot outside the building, it was more or less the same. The 1st floor is definitely the lobby, naturally needless to say. The 2nd to 5th floors, on the other hand, were the conference hall, auditorium, multifunctional meeting rooms and other uses, all of which were planned at the beginning and were all decorated according to this program. The 6th to 10th floors are the fitness area, with gymnasium, swimming pool, basketball court, badminton court, tennis court and so on, to create a comprehensive fitness and leisure area. And the 11th floor all the way to the 50th floor, our commercial area these places, is to these companies ready. Shudu also thought well, clothing factories, schools, homes for the elderly, orphanages, real estate companies do not move. As for the Western restaurant and French restaurant, our high-end restaurants, also do not intend to move. Then what can be moved is 4 media companies and a security company. Shudu planned to merge the 4 media companies. There was no need to separate them so much. Different directions, divided into different areas can be. For example, 1 area for the movie and television media side, 1 area for the live broadcast anchors, and 1 area for the webcam short videos would be fine. However, these companies also cover a large area, as they need various rooms for practicing dance and song, as well as dressing rooms, check rooms, and so on. There were also separate live broadcasting rooms for the anchors, offices and meeting rooms for each branch, and so on, all of which required a lot of space. Shudu vacated the 11th to 30th floors for this purpose, all of which belonged to the media company, and after the merger, it would be called Star River Culture and Media Company. As for the security company, there can be training grounds room, have a rest area and shower place. It can be security company, mainly training all kinds of bodyguards and security guards. Shudu had a thought, bodyguards? Why don't you train a group of your own and put them around? After all, there will definitely be many inconveniences when you go out in the future, and having bodyguards will indeed be a lot better. However, Shudu also read their information. The current bodyguards are for ordinary tycoons, not up to his requirements. Strengthening training and continuing to recruit. These were the next tasks he would give the security company. In the middle, there is still the 31st to 50th floors that are temporarily vacant. Shudu didn't think about it either, so let's leave it for now. Further up is the cafeteria, both Chinese and Western food. In the future it will be the cafeteria of the whole group. Many schools and companies outsource their cafeterias, and then there are all kinds of food safety and hygiene problems, as well as arbitrary charges, and in the end, people all go outside to eat. Shudu wasn't going to do that. He wants to recruit chefs to become Star River's own employees, chefs who eat the same meals themselves, their own people cooking their own people eating, so it would be a lot more assured. As for the price, Shudu on the market price of 80% off on the good. After all, our staff meals, set so high dry, in itself is to seek benefits for employees, your treatment up, employees work without you urging. Because he is more afraid than you of the company's closure, he will have no good place to go. The lovable MK-cyst Fat West came up with a social experiment that proved that companies can still be fully profitable with fully guaranteed worker vacations and benefits. It proved that the reason workers are poor is not laziness but exploitation, and that the essence of 996 is not backward productivity but capitalist greed. Chudu was not purely for charity either, it was just a normal system. He decided that as long as there are no special circumstances, everything is according to the normal 8 hours of work, double rest on weekends, and rest on holidays. Of course, for the stars on the movie and media side, this article did not apply. He targeted just ordinary employees, everything according to the rules of commuting. There is no need to work overtime. What's the point of staying after work if you can finish the job at work? Still, as long as you can have normal treatment and benefits, the staff work much more actively than you. Because out of this door, he can't find another company like this. The 56th to 70th floors are all hotels, Star River's own hotels. Further up, the 71st to 90th floors are slated to be commercial company areas as well, but at the moment Chudo hasn't wholly acquired that much, and has put it on hold for the time being. As for the 91st to 100th floors, Chudo plans to make it into employee apartments for everyone to rest. The last 8 floors, on the other hand, were office areas, such as, for example, Chudo's office. The design of the two main buildings was basically the same, and Chudo's plan was just like that. After giving these few company heads a word about the company's relocation, they all expressed that they had no problem with it. But with such a large company, several of them, to relocate it wasn't something that could be accomplished right away. All sorts of things would be complicated, and there were quite a few valuables. But for the sake of future long-term development, relocation is inevitable. Find a few professional movers, this side of the packing, moving, the past and then re-unfolded, almost a week to 10 days of time. This is already fast. Things and tasks were separately explained to these people below and let them go. Chudo looked at the two buildings, his heart filled with emotion. The changes in this month were really too great. A month ago, he is still just struggling daily to find ways to make money to pay off the debt of the cattle and horses, and now, holding nearly $1 trillion in assets and 2 beautiful women waiting at any time for their own call. A person's life, change opportunity is too big, ups and downs, who can't say. Just at this time, Chudo's cell phone rang. He glanced at it, Chen Shuai? Picking up the phone, Chudo leisurely said, Yo, what's up? Over there, Chen Shuai sighed and said, will you be free in the afternoon in a while? Come out for a meal and a drink. Chudo time is of course a lot, he directly returned. Time, place? 7 o'clock, old place. The conversation was simple, and hung up the phone after saying that. But Chudo listened to Chen Shuai's tone. It seemed that he was not very happy. Did he encounter something? Chapter 32, Information. This chapter deletes a lot of plot due to rectification. Sorry about that. At night, old place Shabu Shabu, 7 o'clock. Chudo looked at Chen Shuai and said curiously, what's wrong with you, looking in a bad mood? Chen Shuai lit a cigarette and said with a somewhat depressed mood, yeah, quit my job. Chudo frowned and said, what's the situation? Come on, tell me in detail. Chen Shuai opened a bottle of wine, drank a big mouthful, and only then told out. But it's not a big deal, it's some things on the job, take the blame for the boss, plus forced rectification and fines. Chen Shuai in a fit of pique, resigned. Chudo shook his head and said, okay, a big deal, and then find a job. Do not want to find also lying, I have a company here, you come or not? Chen Shuai refused, forget it, we have this relationship, I go to your company is not appropriate. Although the relationship is good, but people and people together for a long time, friction is inevitable. In case of conflict after work, how can the two get along? Chen Shuai felt that brotherly love, or don't be affected by these. Chudo also think it makes sense, said, okay, then you see, and then find a job, there is something to say to me, we have this relationship. Chen Shuai bristled, I've never known what it means to be polite with you. After saying that, both of them were laughing. After drinking close to a box of beer, Chen Shuai said somewhat helplessly, my mom has been urging me to get married recently. Blind date, marriage. Chudo was in a bit of a trance. These two words were a bit distant to him. He asked, so what do you think? Chen Shuai looked up at him and said, are you stupid? Do you think, in my current situation, I can find a date? Chudo thought about it. Although the external debt has been cleared, but the job is now gone, the next job is not known, the family house and car are old, want to find a partner, but also to buy a house and a car, where is that money? Chudo is also speechless. Tell me, this situation your mom also knows, rush what a rush. God knows. Chen Shuai ate a mouthful of barbecue, feeling that life is boring. Suddenly Chen Shuai said, seriously, you are still ready to get married, you are now in this condition, want to find a large number of objects, you cannot really be a person for life. Chudo said indifferently, I did not say it, I have someone outside, marriage, do not consider, tired, and that. Chen Shuai nodded and said, okay, you think clearly on the line, anyway, I'm within a few years, I don't think they will talk about marriage, no money. Chudo also eat meat and drink a lot of wine and asked, marriage you want to talk about it, lack of money and I said. Chen Shuai just shook his head and did not speak. The two have known each other for more than 10 years, almost 3 big iron relationships, naturally they can say anything and know each other's thoughts. The pressure of life still existed, although Chen Shuai resigned, but rested for 2 days, and was ready to find the next job. When he was eating, Chudu's cell phone rang, and at a glance, it was Yang Wenk. "Hello, Mr. Yang." Chudu picked up the phone and was very polite. It was a courtesy that had nothing to do with money. Yang Wenk also said with a smile, "Mr. Chu, sorry to bother you so late. It's like this, according to Mr. Chu's request, we expedited today to check the database, and also went outside to look for a little bit. At present there are some that meet the conditions, you see." Chudu sniffed, came to the interest. "This way, Mr. Yang, you send the information to me first, just send my cell phone, and then arrange, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, let them go to my twin building downstairs, ready for the interview." Yang Wenk agreed with alacrity. After hanging up the phone, in less than a minute, Chudu received the information sent by Yang Wenk. It was evident that Yang Wenk attached importance to Chudu. Chen Shui asked curiously, "What is it?" Chudu said while drinking and looking at his cell phone, "Nothing. Isn't this opening a company, recruiting some people?" Chen Shui dawned on him and buried his head in dry rice. The information can go back and look again. Chudu and Chen Shui drink wine, chatting, time passed without realizing it. Seeing that it was already more than 10 o'clock, Chen Shui got up and said, Go, check out, go." Chen Shui still rode the shared trolley, while Chudu found a chauffeur and returned to Wang Xinu's place. Wang Xinu did not sleep. She knew that Chudu was coming tonight and had been watching TV. After Chudu entered the door, Wang Crescent quickly stepped forward, but smelled the smell of cigarettes and alcohol on him. Wang Crescent hurriedly went to make tea and brought it over and said, "Brother Chu, if you drink some tea, it will be better." Of course Chudu would not get drunk. He had a system that had helped him. His body had long surpassed that of an ordinary person, and it was normal for him not to get drunk from 1,000 cups. But Chudu still drank the tea and lazily lay on the sofa. Wang Xinyu, wearing a black lace nightgown, sat beside Chudu, and just wanted to ask Chudu whether he was dizzy or not, but saw Chudu's incomparably sober eyes. "Brother Chu, you're not drunk?" Wang Xinu was a little puzzled. Chudu said smilingly, "I have a good amount of alcohol, of course I'm not drunk." Wang Crescent instantly flopped down on Chudu, looked at Chudu's eyes, and said seriously, "Brother Chu, you really look so handsome." Chudu cried and laughed. "When I saw you with such a serious expression, I thought there was something going on, but you ended up saying this to me?" Wang Xinu said as she stuck to Chudu's face, "But, you really look handsome." Chudu lay on his back and hugged Wang Xinu in his arms and said, "What's the use of being handsome, these days, everyone is looking at money." Wang Crescent arched over Chudu's body, "But brother, you are handsome and rich." Chudu just smiled and did not say anything. Looking at Chudu, Wang Xinu said with a bad smile, "Brother Chu, people say, being satiated is not a good idea, you say, you've just had your fill of wine and rice, but I'm still hungry." Wang Xinyu lay next to her and drifted off to sleep. Only then did Chudu open his cell phone and check the information given by Yang Wenk. The information was very detailed. Regarding the driver, there were a total of 5 people who applied for the job. Chudu roughly looked at it, and only one person fit the bill. To be a driver for such a big boss like him, there were actually many conditions. For example, one had to pay attention to secrecy. No matter where they went, they had to pretend that they were deaf and blind, seeing and hearing nothing. You also have to have a calm character and neat appearance, and your driving skills must be good, and you have to have a lot of time on your hands, because the boss will call you out at any time. Even more so, you must not drink or anything, and you must always pay attention to washing your car and many other details. From the resume and appearance alone, Chudu only saw one person who met the requirements. Chapter 33 Ruyan Emperor. Retired from the army, Ning Lei. 35 years old, from the line of duty, with 2 old men on top, a wife in the middle, and 2 children below, in great need of a high salary. Chudu believes that people trained in the army must have a much tighter mouth than ordinary people. Next is the Assistant Secretary Corps. In this regard, Yang Wenk sent out a total of more than 20 people's information. Chudu looked at each person's resume in detail next to each other. This one is too ugly, no. Although it is not necessarily necessary to subterfuge it, but also cannot put so ugly in the sighted, work are not in the mood. How does this man look like a bandit? Bad image, do not. This young man is good. Then look. No. Suddenly, Chudu was attracted by a piece of information. Master's degree from the Beijing Normal University, majoring in secretarial studies. After graduation in the capital city, a 5,000 people group has done secretarial work for 3 years, conscientious, professionalism is very strong. But because of too far away from home, so choose to come back to Xinjiang development, has not yet found a job. Resume is good, but can get Chudu hands of these people, not a resume poor. There are several in the multinational 500 companies have worked for more than 3 years. It was mainly the photo of the owner of this profile that attracted Chudu. More importantly, her name was Lu Ruyan. When Chudu saw this name, he hissed and sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The Ruyan Emperor, terrifying as hell. Chudu was not unfamiliar with this name, on the contrary, it was very familiar. In the net literature world, who didn't know the mighty name of Ruyan Emperor? Heaven did not give birth to me, Ruyan Lu, and the slag road is as long as the night. Looking at this photo alone, Lu Ruyan does fit the image of an imperial slag woman, but so many Lu Ruyan in the world of the 10,000 worlds are not necessarily all scum women. In the net text, Lu Ruyan is a white moonlight, a scum woman, a heartfelt, and a vicious woman. Whether she was good or bad, she was rich and poor, but the only thing that didn't change was that she must be extremely beautiful. Chudu pondered for a long time and picked 10 people from them, among them was Lu Ruyan. As for the management side, Yang Wenk recommended a total of 12 people to him. Chudu looked at them, and the resumes of all 12 were very good, so he decided to meet them all. After sending the list to Yang Wenk, Chudu put down his cell phone and went to sleep. Early the next morning, Chudu arrived at the twin building. Although Chudu said 9 o'clock, it wasn't even 8:30 and everyone had already arrived. Chudu also finally saw that Lu Ruyan, with a tall figure of about 1.73 m, wearing a pair of 5 cm high heels, almost close to 1.8 m, she stood out amongst the crowd of women. She had a head of black waterfall-like long hair, soft and glossy, with a charming face, somewhat similar to Jiang Lily, but not quite the same. Jiang Lily was born with a flirtatious charm, while Lu Ruyan, it was as if her bones revealed a charm. Her eyes seemed to be born with a seductive charm, just calmly standing there, casually glancing at her, as if she wanted to seduce people. Born with a charming bone. Small and delicate face with bright makeup, agar nose is straight, long and thin, with her face together, more show 3 points of voluptuousness. The delicate petal lips were coated with flaming red lips, dainty and colorful. Wearing a high-class lady's suit with a white blouse inside, wrapping around the firm jade peaks, revealing a proud figure. The lower half of the body is a black professional skirt, until close to the knee, a pair of transparent black silk wrapped in perfect straight legs, hidden, let people want to explore the mystery. Hand carrying a white bag of Chanel, the body if not exudes the perfume of Chanel no. 5 Miss Coco, intoxicating. She just stood there, exudes the cold and seductive atmosphere of the workplace royalty. Chudu cannot help but secretly sigh, if he became her boss, I'm afraid I cannot help but want to subvert her. Sure enough, Ruyan Dadi has been good, bad, rich, poor, just not ugly. Moreover, it was bound to be a supreme beauty. As for the others, although there were also good beauties, they were all much worse than Ruyan Lu. Seeing that the crowd had all come, Chudu also didn't waste any time. He cleared his throat and said, I think you all know, Mr. Yang recommended you all to me, and today, I'm the one who came for the interview, and this twin buildings is also the future workplace. Before the crowd came, they also understood Chudu's basic information. After all, both sides have to understand each other in order to have further communication and conversation. Chudu looked at the crowd and continued, there are a lot of people coming today, but I don't necessarily want all of them. First of all, I will take you guys on a tour, roughly give you a lecture on the future arrangements and planning. You yourselves think you have the ability to be competent, and then talk to me about the follow-up. Although they have never seen this kind of interview before, but the crowd is not surprised, there are always special circumstances, they have nodded their heads, indicating that they understand. Thus, Chudu began to bring the crowd together to visit and explain. After about 2 hours or so, Chudu put the overall planning and program also roughly explained, and then looked to the crowd and said, now I have finished, you think about it by yourselves, think capable, we will talk again, I give you half an hour to think about time. This half hour, Chudu then was ready to take a look at this driver. Ning Lei saw that Chudu called him alone to the side, although he was unsure, he still followed. You're here to apply for a driver, right? Ning Lei immediately said, yes, Mr. Chu, I came out of the army, my driving skills are definitely fine, you can completely trust me. Chudu raised his eyebrows, this person was a bit straight. He continued, what about car skills? As long as you can drive normally, but driving for me, the most important thing is to know what to do and what not to do. Ning Lei wasn't a youngster who just entered society anymore. He immediately said, don't worry Mr. Chu, I understand, my mouth is very strict. Chudu nodded and said, in addition, you alone is definitely not enough, 24 hours, I still have to recruit people, at that time you guys take turns. Hearing this, Ning Lei hesitated and said, Mr. Chu, I want to discuss something with you. Chudu was a bit surprised and said, go ahead, what is it? Ning Lei said with some apprehension, it's like this general manager Chu, I need a job very much, especially a high salary, so I'm willing to work on it. I can accept your 24-hour call at any time, I'm on call, I want to do it alone and independently, in that case, the salary will be a bit higher. So it was like this. Chudu was fine with it, but could Ning Lei do it? Chapter 34 Arrangement and Planning. He pondered for a while and said, in this case, you try it for a month first and see how it goes. If it works, you'll be the only one, the salary will definitely be higher. If it doesn't work, I'll have to recruit someone else. Ning Lei said excitedly, don't worry Mr. Chu, I will be able to do it, I guarantee to complete the task. Chudu smiled and didn't say anything else. With a driver, Chudu also pondered that it was time to buy some business-type cars. After all, it was impossible to let the driver take himself out in a sports car, that wasn't appropriate. Half an hour passed quickly. When Chudu faced the crowd again, they also had an answer in their hearts. Some were self-conscious of their lack of ability and left on the spot. Some began to speak, and the others listened carefully, comparing themselves to each other. Those who felt they could, continued to wait, and those who felt they were not as good as others, left after listening halfway through. In the end, the assistant secretary group, Chudu recruited 5 people, the most crucial one being Lu Ruyan. There are 3 other men and 1 woman, all around 30 years old. once in the secretarial post with rich work experience, calm and sharp. Although Chudu likes beauty, but work, many times men are really stronger than women, this is the essence. As for the executive side, Chudu temporarily settled on 3 people. The first person called Rinjun, 40 years old, previously worked in 500 enterprises, experience more than 10 years, belongs to the middle and upper management. The second person was called Xue Fong, 42 years old, specializing in the film and entertainment industry, had worked in a related large company for 12 years, also in middle and high-level management. The third person was named Lei Liang, 40 years old, specializing in overall group corporate planning and arrangements, with experience working in a large group. These 3 people are experienced people, age is also just right, there is still impetus. As for the other personnel, Chudu temporarily did not look at. As for the treatment issue, Chudu previously all sent to Yan Wank, they also know, this time then confirm one by one is good. After waiting for the others to leave, Chudu said, welcome everyone, from now on, all of you are my Star River Group's people. First of all, I would like to know, when can all of you start working? Everyone said without hesitation, right now. Chudu was very satisfied with this attitude. Good, that's good. I'll start arranging the tasks now. Although the group has just started, I believe that in the future, with all of you's help, it will definitely grow bigger and bigger. First of all, it's the matter of relocating a few companies. Wei Xian, this matter is given to you, pay more attention to it, and strive for within 10 days, all of these companies can be moved over. Wei Xian was one of Chudu's secretaries. He said seriously, don't worry Mr. Chu, I will definitely supervise it properly. Chudu also looked to the second secretary Luo Jihong. Jihong, you are responsible for the issue of formalities, in addition to the school outside of these companies, all integrated, set up a Star River Group, all of these companies into the Star River Group under the Star River Group. There are also 4 media companies, directly merged into one. It is called the Star River Culture and Entertainment Media Company. This matter is entrusted to you. Luo Jihong puffed out his chest and raised his head. Understood, I will definitely go through it as fast as I can. Chudu nodded and said to the third secretary, Zhong Jin, you are responsible for the cafeteria side of the issue. These companies will soon be moving over. Before completely relocating over, it is necessary to recruit the right cafeteria staff. A variety of meal flavors have to be taken into account. After all, many people come from the south and north of the country, with different tastes. Zhong Jin said with his glasses, understood Mr. Chu, I will go in contact today. The 3 male secretaries had already been arranged, and the female secretaries were next. Ding Xian, you are in charge of the office for a while. Just now I showed you. Recently you go to purchase some items for the office and conference room, tables, chairs, benches, computers, projectors, and air conditioning, water, electricity, and internet. Go and take care of it. Ding Jiao was a 35-year-old mature woman, on the thin side, with ordinary looks and short hair, looking smart and capable, very much in the workplace. She nodded her head to show that she understood. Don't worry, Mr. Chu, I will arrange it soon. As for Ruyan Lu, Chudu looked at this charming and multicolored stunning female secretary and said, Ruyan, you go with me to buy some cars and make some purchases for the company. By the way, Ning lay a piece to follow. The tasks of the secretarial corps had all been issued, and the next step was the executive management. The main task of the executive level was to make good arrangements and planning, and lead the middle level. Previously Chudu had already given them the overall layout and plan, they only needed to do it according to the plan. The crowd dispersed and immediately began to act. This was their first mission to enter the Chudu group, and everyone wanted to perform well. If at first they felt that it was a rich second generation playing with their votes, but now they didn't feel the same way. These 2 buildings alone were worth tens of billions of dollars, as well as the integration of so many companies, and Chudu's planning program, it could be seen that this young master really wanted to do something. Tens of billions of dollars of the group, no matter where it is placed, is not a small business, as the first batch of people to come in, or follow the side of the big boss, if it can be grasped properly, the future is unlimited. Therefore, for Chudu's task, they are extraordinarily attentive. Of course, Chudu put the salary in place. Looking at Ruyan Lu, Chudu asked, how did you get here? Ruyan Lu respectfully replied, Mr. Chu, I came by cab. Chudu nodded and said as he walked outside, go, sit in my car, go with me to buy a car. Ning Lei, you hit a car to follow. What kind of car he wanted to buy, Chudu also already had an idea. Previously, in order to brush money, then buy almost all sports cars sedan, are not suitable for business type. This time he specifically wanted to go to buy some business type car. Looking at Chudu drove a Lamborghini sports car, Lu Ruyan did not have the slightest surprise. The boss is so rich, open a sports car is very normal, right? There were quite a few luxury cars suitable for work and business. Chudu finally decided to buy Rolls-Royce, after matching, an 11 million Rolls-Royce Phantom, and a 9 million Cullinan. Ning Lei had received professional training as a chauffeur, and was fully capable of driving these luxury cars. Because the group hadn't been set up yet, there were no group accounts at the moment, so all the expenses went to Chudu's personal savings. He gave Lu Ruyan transferred $5 million and said, you coordinate a little, Ding side of the expenditure of the money to make a record, as well as do the formalities of the money. In addition, these 2 cars are also filled with oil, at any time and so on arrangements. The group's matter, for the time being, was arranged, the rest, handed over to these people can be. Chudu only needed to grasp the general direction, specific things, leave it to the professionals. Busy down, already in the afternoon, Chudu started to get lost again. Chapter 35. An additional chapter. He realized that ever since he'd gotten rich, he'd been lost. With no debts, no need to be a social animal, cow or horse, and someone else to do the group's things, it was surprising that he seemed like a person with nothing to do. But Chudu didn't intend to be idle. Lying around every day was sometimes quite boring. He gave Lei Liang a call. Hello, Mr. Chu. It's like this, I'll give you a list later. Above are some of the companies I picked out, all of which I have shares in. You go from one to another to talk, see if the other shareholders have any intention to sell, acquire all of them. But don't force them, forget about the ones that don't want to. Should have felt that the relocation over the company is too little, their own men and more than a few companies, at that time. But the acquisition of a lot of shares, try to pick some good, to see if you can acquire all over. Which involves hospitals, medical equipment, medicine, schools, training institutions, pension healthcare, self-media, network broadcasting, film and media, advertising, real estate, building materials, tourism, energy, mining and so on. Dozens of industries, involving all aspects. Hospitals, schools and some factories and so on are definitely not suitable to move over, that all need to be independent of the large footprint. But the media, advertising agencies, tourism companies can still be considered. Self-media and advertising companies, not to mention, can be merged into the media company, directly into a comprehensive media type of large companies. As for the tourism category, to be honest, in recent years, the development of the tourism industry can really be. Don't look at people shouting all day long that they don't have any money, but those who can afford to go out and travel are really quite a lot. And these years the fight against the black travel agency is also quite a lot. Now the tours are much clearer. Do not need long distance travel week 10 days, direct group 2 or 3 days of peripheral travel, are very good. The development of this industry, the future is still very broad, because there will always be people who want to go out and see the world. The crowd moved quickly. After leaving the building, they went to do things according to Chudu's arrangement. The building's basic water and electricity, air conditioning, network, etc. In less than 3 days, Ding had already gotten it all done. Several companies were also quickly relocating and packing up all sorts of things. As for the group's formalities and the merger of companies, it was all done in just one day. Once the other party heard that it was the Twin Towers that started the startup of the conglomerate, the leadership immediately approved the passage. After all, they were also clear that once it started to launch, it would be another large commercial office area that would bring in quite a bit of economic development, and it would be a political achievement for them as well. Mutually beneficial. The leadership wouldn't be stupid enough to still have to card a favor fee on this kind of thing. And Xuefeng was also frantically advertising for the podium in the past few days. The location of the twin building itself was very good, located in the center area of Xin City, in the Huangpu district, an extremely prosperous area. In this case, naturally, there is no shortage of businesses that want to move in. Xuefeng is not what business can be put in, each kind of industry area, to be stationed in the most suitable business. For example, cosmetics area, can be put in, are Chanel, Dior, Estee Lauder, Gucci, Hermes, SK2, Aquamarine and such brands. There are watch stores, can come in, is Patek Philippe, Breguet, Cartier, Piaget, Rolex, Omega, Universal, Langens and so on. The worst is Tizot this grade, more pro people some. As for men's and women's clothing, there are Hermes, LV, Prada, Burberry, Armani, Versace, Tom Ford, Valentino, Parisian House and so on. Lingerie stores are also Victoria's Secret, Bordelais, Obad, Flora, Secret Agent, Hedonism, etc. Although many people have only heard of Vimy, it does not mean that the other businesses are worse. On the contrary, several are even more powerful than Vimy, but just the fame. As for the jewelry area, there are Cartier, Bosch & Lomb, Van Cleef & Arpels, Herr Winston, Tiffany, and other brands, as well as La Fengxian, Chow Tai Fook, Zhenyi and so on, which are well known to the people of China. The various merchants in the commercial area, Xuefeng was one by one to review, then talk, and then ask Chu Du about things that could not be decided. There were also other dining areas, leisure areas and so on, and there were just too many merchants to meet every day, and the workload was enormous. Chudu's office was quickly installed, tables, chairs, benches, computers, potted plants, as well as lounges, bathrooms and other various items are complete. And Chudu also played in new recruiting information. Recruiting group manpower. He couldn't possibly recruit all the personnel from headhunters, he still needed a lot of grassroots and mid-level personnel. At this time, it was HR's thing. After a few days of interviews, Chudu gradually recruited a lot of people. For example, HR recruited 5 people, and the finance department, purchasing department, planning department, and so on all recruited a lot of people one after another. The rest, Chudu intends to hand over to HR. He also no longer bothered with these things. Sitting in the office, Chudu idly opened the computer, looking at a variety of information. Suddenly, he saw a tip. You may know someone. Chudu was in a trance for a while. It seemed that he basically didn't look at these chatting software now except for picking up girls and working. Around his board, Chudu randomly opened the people inside, looked around, basically do not recognize. But there was something on it that caused Chudu's interest. Yellow, gambling and drugs, the three major evils of life. But Chudu said, the yellow sky is above, I, someone, do not share the same day with gambling and drugs. So, seeing this thing, Chudu immediately came to be interested. If it is possible, air hostess John Lily is a very good ballplayer. Well, he first casually browsed through it and immediately felt like he had discovered a new continent. Crap, this works? Bullish, up. Big brother, this is, this high definition big picture, so charged? Chudu watched with great interest, and continuously watched a dozen posts and dynamics, really reminiscent of Let Chudu also grew a lot of insight. Some even small movies have not appeared in the play, but he saw a lot here. Casually click on the same city, swish, 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 swish. Chudu was a bit confused. He thought there would be quite a few people, but he didn't expect so many people. Moreover, Chudu roughly swept this circle. What class of people are there? Just by looking at the introductions and pictures of these people, it seemed that there were a lot of people ranging from bigwigs with billions of dollars in their pockets, down to an ordinary office worker or an ordinary student. Chudu couldn't help but let out a tisk emotion. Chapter 36 Ordinary Life. But well, after all, it's online, the identity is given by yourself, who knows what kind of bulls and snakes are there. Chudu held a learning mentality, randomly picked a stranger in the same city to send a message, hello. Less than 10 seconds, the other party replied, hello. Chudu glanced at the other party's attributes and wrote moo. He casually asked, excuse me, is there a master? No. Still a wild one. If it was a normal flirting with girls, such an opening would have been said to be boring, but this circle was special, and it was online, so it was better to be straightforward instead. Chat? Yes. The conversation was extremely simple. Chudu didn't have anything special in mind, just asking casually. However, he gradually realized that this chick on the opposite side seemed to be a bit strange. It seemed to have a tendency to moo, but there was no substance to it. Moreover, the other party actually sent a sentence, if I recognize you as my lord, will you mind that I am already married? Chudu was instantly confused. After pondering for a while, he replied back, don't mind. Anyway, it will not be together, the line of mouth high just, not a big problem. Then, both sides added WeChat to facilitate chatting. The afternoon was spent in this chatting without a word. Chudu also probably knew a lot of things in the circle, and also knew that although the other party had the tendency of moo, but never actual combat, even her husband didn't know about this yard. Chudu couldn't help but lament, people, what kind of people are there? The other party even sent a photo. From the photo, it is indeed a good beauty, also has a kind of euphonious gentle virtuous human wife young woman feeling. It was just that Chudu felt that it was a net picture, right? He has not quite believed that he can be so lucky, casually talked to as such a beautiful woman. Seeing that the end of the day, the other side also returned, have time to chat again, I'm going to pick up the child. After Chudu's casual reply, he ended the conversation. An afternoon of chatting, let Chudu grew a lot of insight. He pondered a lot of things, seemed to be able to buy a little bit, used to John Lily play, but it is a good choice. John Lily itself is relaxed and cooperative, and John Lily itself also has the attribute of Muin, which is very suitable. Casually chatting with a stranger is just an episode for Chudu. He is now more concerned about the various things of the group companies. In the following days, Chudu paid attention to the progress of various tasks every day, as well as the acquisition of some other companies. Occasionally chatting with the young woman named Xiao Xin on WeChat was also considered a spice of life. Chudu this big boss attention, the following work progress very quickly, less than 10 days time, the companies all relocated, the podium of the commercial tenants are also all talked about to move in. There are also some shareholders of other companies who are willing to sell their shares. As long as Chudu got all the shares, he would let the companies relocate over under the right circumstances. In addition, Chudu also gave Xuefang arranged a task. Xuefang was once in the film and media company. Chudu gave her a task, as far as possible, to dig people. As long as there is potential, or fame, can be dug, get over to enhance the overall strength of the company, but before digging, but also pay attention to the person's reputation and word of mouth. Also consider the black material of this person, lest something happen in the future lightning. In addition to this, Chudu will chat with this little Xin every day. It was also interesting, although the two sides did not meet, but they also had voice calls, Chudu could feel that the other party did have some thoughts about him. According to what was said in this circle, it was that he wanted to recognize him as his master. However, it is only a part of the idea. Both sides have not met each other, and do not fully understand each other. The understanding of each other are vague part. Early in the morning, Ning Lei drove his car and carried Chudu to Star River Group. Chudu just came to the office, before his but even sat down, Ruyan Lu knocked on the door and then walked over. Mr. Chu, this is your breakfast this morning. Lu Ruyan put down the breakfast at the table and stood next to it. Chudu opened the bag, inside were Xiaolong Bao, and a cup of hot milk. He casually ate a Xiaolong Bao and said, I remember you said you have an arrangement today. What arrangement? It had to be said that although Ruyan Lu looked gorgeous and pretty and appeared to be a high-class face, she actually had a very good working ability. Lu Ruyan immediately said, today's noon is to have dinner with the director of the Industry and Commerce Bureau's Wang. In addition, the document statement you wanted was already placed on your desk last night. Chu Du glanced at the statement next to him and nodded slightly. As he ate his meal, he said, Ruyan, you say, you are 30 years old, why don't you fall in love and get married? Ruyan Lu ruffled her long hair and said, I haven't met anyone who can make my heart flutter, right, this kind of thing. It still depends on fate. Chu Du laughed and said, I never believe in what fate, the first I can look on, that is called to see the color, contact long time can look on, that is called day-long love. Lu Ruyan was silent for a moment and said, Boss, what you said, a little reasonable, but I think it is crooked. Chu Du laughed loudly and said, don't care about the truth and crooked reasoning, just have reason. Lu Ruyan felt that arguing with her boss about the reasoning of this topic was really too stupid, so she decided to change the topic. Right, boss, at the current stage, all of our tasks have been completed, what is your next stage? Chu Du said in slight contemplation, actually, there is no fixed task, each company will just follow the normal development plan. Chu Du stared at Lu Ruyan and said, working under me is not that rigid, as long as there is a promising direction for development, it can be done, and all kinds of innovative transformation ideas are acceptable to me. Ruyan Lu nodded and said, understood, boss. Chu Du thought for a moment and added, for the time being, on the side of the media company, let the Department of Film and Televisions do a good job of filming dramas and that's it, the anchor's side broadcasts live every day, the Netflix's side shoots more short videos, and there are also short dramas from the Department of Film and Television that shoots more as well. The security company side strengthen the training and recruit more people, there's nothing else for now. Ruyan Lu said that she had recorded it, then said, boss, Star River Tourism Company and the travel agency have moved over, are there going to be any instructions for them to arrange? Tourism company and travel agency. Chu Du briefly pondered for a while and said, it's nothing, let the travel company and travel agency cooperation on the line, after all, they are all under my name, there is business on the arrangement, fertilizer flow outsiders field well. In fact, travel companies and travel agencies are different. Tourism company is basically responsible for traveling vehicles, and does not care about the reception of the team. And travel agencies are responsible for receiving travelers, the formation of tours, the two cooperate with each other, play a role. Chapter 37, Chen Shuai's Blind Date. Speaking of travel, Chu Du felt that he hadn't relaxed for a long time. When these few days were busy, either take the time to organize a group building entertainment for everyone, but even if the organization of group building entertainment activities, Chu Du also does not intend to put on Saturday weekend. Obviously Monday to Friday there is a lot of time, those who have to take up holiday time to go to the group building, really damned Thinking of this, Chu Du took out his cell phone and sent a message in the group. Today is Tuesday, everyone cheer. Friday I arranged for a day of recreational group building, no need to go to work. This work group, there are only 5 secretarial assistants of Chu Du, and 3 executives. In addition, there is a new in the finance. This financial staff actually does not work in the finance department, but in the logistics. It is a middle-aged woman in her 40s, called Zhang Ping, a name of a commoner that was very popular a decade or so ago. She seems to have an ordinary appearance, but Chu Du can know that this person is not ordinary. He had spent a lot of money to find her, because this finance had been in Tilankio for 10 years. Based on this alone, it was enough. Chu Du arranged the group building, but also only to these people arrangements. As for the middle level of those employees below, naturally have their corresponding supervisor arrangements, Chu Du which have the space to care so much. Then Chu Du sent a message to Lu Ruyan, find out where to go for the group building. Lu Ruyan returned in seconds, received, boss. Chu Du stretched a lazy waist, just ready to look at the statement, suddenly received a phone call. What is it? The one who came to the phone was Chen Shuai. Chu Du spoke naturally and much more casually. Over there came Chen Shuai's odd voice, go to dinner with me tonight and be a counselor. Chu Du was full of questions. Chu Du's head was full of question marks. What does it mean? Chen Shuai said with some speechlessness, a relationship, excused but, introduced a blind date, go see tonight, people said to bring a friend, I said I also bring one. Chu Du couldn't help but hold his forehead, no, this is also good? Chen Shuai depressedly said, less nonsense, go or not. Go, time and place send me. Chu Du was a little speechless, but also felt a little funny. Sitting next to others and counseling a blind date, this kind of thing is still quite interesting. After hanging up the phone, Chen Shuai sent the time and place over. Chu Du glanced at it and turned his hand to send it to Ning Lei. Time passed, and a day passed. Chu Du left early. Ning Lei drove and took Chu Du to the hotel. The hotel was just an ordinary hotel, talking about high grade and low grade. Because it is now close to May, the weather is also gradually hot. Chu Du took off his suit jacket, and then the shirt unbuttoned a button, which went into the hotel. Ning Lei is naturally waiting in the car, after all, when the driver, is this work? When Chu Du went in, he saw that Chen Shuai was sitting there alone, wearing a very formal, human-like manner. Chu Du sat on his butt next to Chen Shuai and said, according to the time, there should be 10 minutes left. Chen Shuai gave a hum and looked out the window. Chu Du was not in a hurry and waited leisurely. Not more than 3 minutes later, Chu Du saw 2 women walk into the restaurant, and after looking around, walked towards them. Chen Shuai didn't say anything, but bumped him with his leg. Chu Du instantly understood, and his gaze also went to the 2. The girl on the left, about 168 or so tall, slightly round face is also quite pretty, wearing simple, a white long-sleeved plus a blue thin jacket, underneath wearing jeans and ordinary casual shoes. Simply look at the face, you know it is not the kind of girls who play around. From the dress code, also did not wear gold and silver, no obvious tattoos, seems to be pretty good. The woman on the right, on the other hand, was a full 172 in height, wearing a purple long-sleeved blouse, with her chest high up, showing her large bosom. The dress and skirt still seemed to be a set, a polka dot overskirt close to the knee, revealing a pair of incredibly long and slender legs, wearing flesh-colored stockings and a pair of 3-centimeter high heels. The face was beautiful and pretty, dignified and voluptuous, with eyes flowing. There seemed to be a kind of euphony and gentleness within. Overall, Shudu felt that this female seemed to have a strange sense of maturity, as if a human wife. He looked at this beautiful woman's face and felt some familiarity, as if he had seen it somewhere, but he didn't seem to have a deep impression. Secretly shaking his head, Shudu felt that he was overthinking. Such a beautiful woman, just by looking at her appearance and figure, is the ultimate gentlewoman, and there is also this gentle and virtuous human wife temperament. If one recognizes it, then one certainly won't be unable to think of it. It was estimated that they had only seen people with similar looks. The two women sat opposite Shudu and Chen Shui. The girl on the left said with a smile on her face, "Hello, sorry, we came late." Chen Shui didn't even look at his watch and said, "Not late, it's just that we came a little early." Chen Shui's character was always generous. He politely said, "I am Chen Shui, this is my friend Shudu." The girl on the opposite side also said, "I'm Chen Tianyi, the person you're on a blind date with today, and this is my friend Li Wenxin." The main protagonists of tonight's meal were Chen Shui and Chen Tianyi. As for Shudu and Li Wenxin, they naturally spoke less. Shudu secretly looked at the two of them. It looked as if they were also quite compatible, and both had the surname Chen, so there was no need to worry about the child's surname in the future. Chen Shui is not a very handsome man, but also not bad, close to 1 meter 8 tall, and Chen Sui is also considered to be ordinary people in the long good, more 168 height. The two look, seems to be very good match. Chen Shui handed the menu over and said, "You see what you want to eat? Order food on the line." Chen Sui but smiled and said, "Nothing, I usually eat very little in the afternoon. You boys are more likely to be hungry, you guys just point." The first impression in Shudu's heart was instantly better. No matter what, not coming up and looking for a high price point, it was indeed a good quality. Chen Shui didn't take the menu, but continued, "It's fine, eating a little counts, you just order." Seeing Chen Shui's insistence, Chen Tianyi also took the menu, probably swept a glance and said, "May I ask, you two, do you have any contraindications?" Shudu and Chen Shui simultaneously shook their heads and said, "No." Thus, Chen Tianyi casually ordered 2 ordinary home-cooked dishes, a meat dish and a vegetarian dish, and then handed the menu over and said, "That's fine, the rest of you can see." Chen Shui also ordered casually, eating wasn't even a priority anyway. Shudu and Li Wenxin were sitting next to each other, looking at the two people who didn't say a word after ordering, wide-eyed. Looking at the Shudu were anxious. Under the table with a leg hit Chen Shui. Chen Shui took a deep breath and said, "Hello, Chen Sweet, that. I'm not considering the matter of romance and marriage for the time being." Chapter 38, Encountering Li Wenxin. Shudu almost died of anger. "I am letting you talk to the girl to see if there is any possibility of development. Look at this girl, also does not seem to be very gold-worshipping kind. Maybe there is a chance. Now there is no debt, just work hard. How do you open your mouth is this kind of words?" Chen Sweet and Li Wenxin were both a little stunned, hesitated for a moment. Chen Sweet said, "It can be, then today, let's just get to know each other. It's okay to be a friend." Chen Shui sighed in relief, "No problem, in the future, we will be friends, although I am not considering this party for the time being, but as a friend, if there is anything you need help with, you can call out to me." Chen Tianyi took a sip of tea and said curiously, "Then can I ask why you are not considering a relationship and marriage? I heard Auntie Li say that you are not too young now, and your family seems to have urged you." Chen Shui's face was a bit bitter. "There's no way, the cost of getting married in a relationship is too high now. Buying a house and a car, I don't have that kind of money. I'm a self-aware person, since I don't have the money, don't delay." It wasn't like Chen Tianyi had never been on a blind date, but it was the first time she had seen someone who could honestly say that they didn't have the money to not fall in love. Looking at Chen Shui, Chen Tianyi suddenly smiled. "Then is there a possibility that I am a person who does not covet vanity and does not worship gold?" Chen Shui raised his head openly and looked at Chen Sweet incredulously. Shudu was also a bit shocked. "No, you guys see eye to eye here? So outrageous?" Chen Shui stunned and said, "This is not the problem of worshipping gold or not, but the basic life, such as buying a suite. I now put together a down payment is not enough." Chen Tianyi didn't insist, just said, "Let's see first, I don't care about this aspect. If it's a suitable person, I'm willing to go and save up for the house together." Chen Shui looked at Chen Tianyi, paused for a few seconds and said, "Let's get in touch and take a look first. After all, we're not familiar with each other yet." A few people just like this, casually chatting away. Shudu and Li Wenxin were quiet almost the whole time, seldom interjecting. It was mainly Chen Shui and Chen Tianyi who were exchanging words, chatting about work and life. When the food came, Shudu and Li Wenxin also buried their heads and dried their food. leaving the opportunity to the two of them. Not more than 15 minutes later, Shudu and Li Wenxin had eaten more or less. Looking at the duo who were chatting more and more, Shudu and Li Wenxin's gazes met for a moment, and the two of them both comprehended each other's meaning. So Shudu said, "Ahem, I'm going to the bathroom." Li Wenxin also got up and said, "I'm also going to a bathroom, you guys chat." After the two got up, neither of them went to the restroom, but twisted their heads and walked to another empty seat not far away and sat down facing each other. After sitting down, both of them looked back at Chen Tianyi and Chen Shuai, and couldn't help but laugh at the same time. Li Wenxin looked at Shudu and said, "Hello, my name is Li Wenxin." Shudu listened to the familiar voice and hesitated for a moment and said, "Hello, my name is Shudu." The two frowned at the same time. After a moment of silence, Shudu said, "Add WeChat? Get to know each other? Good." Saying that, Li Wenxin pulled out her cell phone. Scanning the code, it was really her. Looking at the avatar and name on the cell phone, Shudu and Li Wenxin both fell into a stupor and said at the same time, "It's you?" "That's right." Li Wenxin, is Shudu on the internet to recognize that, small Xinshin. Shudu was stunned. Shin City was so big, tens of millions of people, how could he run into it so coincidentally? Li Wenxin was also stunned, thinking of those names and words she called online, and all kinds of pampering in her voice. She couldn't help but hold her forehead, feeling that she had no face-to-face Shudu. The atmosphere fell into awkwardness for a while. In contrast to the fiery chat over there, this side was simply bizarre. After a long period of silence, Shudu said, "I remember you got married." Li Wenxin's face was complicated. "Yes, married." "Then you." Shudu was a little puzzled. Li Wenxin laughed a little. "Only the smile has a few bitter, this married, and not married not much difference, and, maybe when the divorce. People's family matters, Shudu also can't say anything. Then we. Facing this kind of situation, Shudu really has no experience. Although the young woman in front of him was beautiful and gorgeous, Shudu really didn't have this kind of experience. Li Wenxin adjusted her emotions and said, "Depends on the situation, I can't say it right now." Shudu also understands, after all, the two of them this situation, is really some awkward. Let him think through his head, also did not expect to accompany Chen Shuai to dinner today. The woman's friend is actually his own electronic pet. Simply outrageous. Moreover, Shudu found one thing, when Li Wenxin sent him a photo, obviously is not photogenic. The real person can be much more beautiful than the photo. No wonder Shudu didn't recognize her at first, but still detected a familiar feeling. Just now the four people chatting, the two of them themselves talk less. Pressure did not notice the sound here. Now just the two of them, once they open their mouths, naturally feel wrong. Looking at Shudu's handsome and charming face, as well as the words he chatted with himself every day, those talks, Li Wenxin admitted that her heart moved. She was once in love with her husband as well, but in the middle, something happened to him and he was sorry for her. Since then, her heart died. Although the two have a daughter, but so many years, her husband often work in the field, that is, the holidays back, the size of the family things, all is Li Wenxin one person to manage. Li Wenxin also gradually found that they seem to have a tendency to self-mutilation, and later, she slowly understood that this is a special attribute. Husband and wife seem to be separated. The husband has always felt that Li Wenxin still have feelings for him, but do not know, in a few years ago, Li Wenxin's heart, there is no longer a man. And the long life of loneliness, so that Li Wenxin's heart also has ripples, longing for indulgence, she repressed for too long. She felt that once in a while, she indulged herself a little, her heart was not so hard, maybe this family atmosphere, it could still be a little better. Even though she knew it was trippy, she was annoyed in her heart. Just at this time, Shudu appeared. Just the right time, just the right person. Looking at Shudu, Li Wenxin suddenly said, "Why don't we just do what we said on the internet?" After saying that, Li Wenxin lowered her head, not daring to look at Shudu again. What was said online? What did the internet say? What it said was, to establish a private relationship, or special attributes. Shudu is of course willing, the cool one is him, but Li Wenxin's home. Forget it, he wasn't a good person anyway. Shudu nodded and said, "Then, let's go." Li Wenxin silently picked up her bag and cell phone and gently got up. When she passed by Chen Shuai and Chen Sweet, Shudu made a wink, and Li Wenxin also gestured to Chen Sweet. Chen Shuai and Chen Sweet were dumbfounded. "No, if I remember correctly, today is a blind date for the two of us, right, you guys are." Chapter 39, Reunion Climbing. This is not the point. The point was that Chen Tianan was dumbfounded. "Sister, you're already married and have a child." In the gaze of Chen Shuai and Chen Sweet's demented eyes, Shudu and Li Wenxin left the hotel. Just after getting into Shudu's car and preparing to go to the hotel, the result was that in less than a minute, Li Wenxin's cell phone rang. Looking at the cell phone screen, Li Wenxin frowned. "Hello. I'm outside, having dinner with friends. You're back? Okay, I got it. It's not convenient. I'll get back to you later." "Got it." Hanging up the phone, Li Wenxin sighed and said, "I'm going back." Shudu also heard and understood that it couldn't be helped that people were coming back. There was no choice but to let Li Wenxin go back. However, when sending Li Wenxin to the vicinity of her neighborhood, Shudu still kissed up. Li Wenxin did not resist. Both sides carried a familiar strangeness, as if they had known each other for a long time, and as if they had just met today. Perhaps because she was upset, Li Wenxin was extraordinarily devoted. Her warm and soft body leaned into Chudu's arms, her fragrant tongue took the initiative to entangle with Chudu, as if she wanted to melt into one. I really have to go. Pushing Chudu away, Li Wenxin's face was somewhat complicated. Chudu said with a sigh of relief, it's okay, I'll wait for you. Li Wenxin solemnly nodded her head and then got off the car. Looking at Li Wenxin's departing figure, Chudu said softly, let's go, send me home. Ninglei gently started the car and slowly left. As for Chen Shuai's side, Chudu did not ask. When Chudu and the others left, Chen Shuai and Chen Tianyi were still chatting hotly, so it could be imagined that the duel was in a play. So Chudu also did not prepare to disturb them. Since Li Wenxin's husband was at home, Chudu didn't send her a message. Time quickly came to Friday. Today's group building activities were also simple, climbing the mountain in the neighborhood for entertainment, and then the farmhouse under the mountain. The people all said that they can, every day in the office, lumbar and cervical vertebrae are not very good, climbing the mountain is just the right activity to exercise the body. Early in the morning, 5 secretaries and 3 executives and a financial have been in the big downstairs. Because there are more people, Chudu deployed a luxury bus from the travel company today, and Ninglei is responsible for driving. Sitting leisurely in the car, Chudu said with a smile, today, everyone is just out to play, don't think about work or anything, take a day off, tomorrow happens to be Saturday, you can still go home to rest. Long live the boss. The crowd cheered in unison. Without mentioning anything else, just the fact that the reunion time doesn't take up a holiday is already something that countless vampire bosses can't do. Lu Ruyan wore a white sports short sleeve today, as well as black tight sports pants, with a pair of small white shoes on her feet, and tied a high ponytail. The whole person was refreshingly beautiful. Chudu is also a sportswear, after all, is climbing. Wearing a suit is not too stupid. The ride is not far, more than an hour. The crowd gossiped about some interesting things, the time quickly passed. Came to the foot of the mountain, looking at the not-so-high hill, Renjun said with a smile, I used to quite like climbing the mountain, and then slowly ran out of time, which shook, have not climbed the mountain for several years. Chudu laughed, that's just right, we'll go up again today. Next to Lu Ruyan also smiled and said, boss, I often fitness exercise, climbing mountains I also often go, you say, if I am faster than you on. Chudu said confidently, that's impossible, I believe in myself. What a joke, the system had given him the elixir of the immortal cultivation world, based on physical quality alone. He completely crushed everyone. Go! As Chudu opened his mouth, the crowd also started climbing the mountain. Renjun took the lead and walked in front. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, walked in front of Chudu, and Chudu stood in the very center, and as long as he raised his head, he could see the moving and delicate body wrapped under Lu Ruyan's clothes, as well as the voluptuous buttocks under the tight pants, making Chudu's heart itch. Climbing the mountain was hard, but Chudu was energetic and didn't care, and all the time he could look at the seductive style of the beauty in front of him. This journey, it was quite enjoyable. A group of people walk and stop, chatting about parents, all kinds of news, hot interesting things. The atmosphere is extremely happy. Almost 2 hours, the crowd came to the top of the mountain. Want to take pictures, want to go to the toilet of their own to go, want to see the scenery of their own to see, want to rest, sit next to the pavilion on the stone benches to rest. After a lot of exercise, Lu Ruyan at this time, her face is flushed, panting, sitting on the stone bench to rest, drinking half a bottle of water in one breath. But see Chudu calm and relaxed sitting there, face not red, heart not jump, as if all the way up the mountain like an idle walk in general, dashing and comfortable, not the slightest sign of fatigue. Maybe because of a large number of reasons for movement, Lu Ruyan at this time drenched in sweat, the body of the perfume smell also to the surrounding non-stop emanation. Chudu gently sniffed a little to know, this is Chanel's charm perfume, with a kind of elegant, noble and charm. Lu Ruyan handed over a bottle of water and said, boss, drink some water. Chudu picked up, directly gulp, a bottle of water on the bottom. Lu Ruyan was dumbfounded, boss, are you a buffalo? Chudu skimmed his lips and said, I'm not tired, but that doesn't mean I'm not thirsty. Ruyan Lu hemmed and hawed, didn't say anything, and picked up the empty bottle and threw it into the trash can next to him. The crowd also seemed to know what they were doing and each moved away from the gazebo. Chudu sat on a stone bench, blowing the slightly brisk mountain breeze. Lu Ruyan saw the situation, very understandingly got up and stood behind Chudu, his hands placed on Chudu's shoulders to give him a massage in need. Chudu, while enjoying, said, yo, can't see, you will also massage. Lu Ruyan smugly said, how is it, is it comfortable? I often massage my parents at home. Chudu shook his head and said, it's really good, a little better than any professional technician. Lu Ruyan lightly tapped on Chudu's shoulder, boss, I'm not happy when you say that. Chudu laughed loudly, then relaxed himself, his head leaning on Lu Ruyan's belly, letting her massage him. And the group of secretaries and executives in the distance, eye to eye, nose to nose, blindly talking and chatting, as if they were completely unaware of what was happening over here. Chapter 40 Leisure. After more than 10 minutes of massage, Chudu shook his head and slowly got up. You also rest, you don't need to massage me. After all, your physical quality is not as good as mine. Ruyan Lu didn't insist and said obediently, thank you boss. Then she sat there, her hands kneading her shoulders and legs. Chudu couldn't help but look along, the pair of incomparably long and slender legs wrapped under those tight pants. Just by looking at her gentle padding, she knew that it was full of elasticity. After resting for almost an hour and eating some snacks to replenish their strength, the crowd was also ready to move down the mountain. Many people say that going down the mountain is light and easy to walk, but in fact it is not. When you go up the mountain, you are full of energy and just rush, while when you go down the mountain, you are exhausted and your knees bend more than when you go up the mountain. Therefore, when going downhill, on the contrary, one is even more careful. Until close to 3 o'clock, the crowd walked to the bottom of the mountain. Fortunately, before going down the mountain, they all ate some snacks to replenish their energy, and they were not that hungry for the time being. Chudu looked at the time, said, "This is still early, we go over there to fish or something to play, the evening on this side of the dinner, nanjiale, and their own barbecue." Okay. The crowd is very excited. Every day in the office, rarely close to nature time, but also so casual and cozy. Come to the side of the fish pond, want to fish, rent the fishing rod and other props here. For many middle-aged men, fishing is a good hobby, such as Rin Jun and Lei Liang. But not everyone likes it. Shuifang and the girls went to a flower and grass field next to it. The scenery over there is very nice, suitable for rest and chatting, and also suitable for taking pictures. Chudu actually has little interest in fishing. When he went out on the yacht with nothing to do, often fishing, has long been tired. And sea fishing and fish pond fishing is not the same. Fish ponds may Air Force, but sea fishing really is just fishing, a whole lot. Directly throw an apple into the sea, instantly can attract a large number of fish, easy fishing. Time wobbled, and it came to 6 o'clock. Chudu greeted the crowd and said, "Let's go, we're all hungry today, let's go have a good meal." In the farmhouse, basically frying and cooking, are biased towards the homemade category. Not only that, in recent years, in order to enrich the diet, but also added a lot of barbecue elements. The crowd let go and ate. After all, nanjiale can only eat a few dollars. Stir-fried vegetables, barbecue meat, staple food. Of course, there is no shortage of alcohol. The only driver, Ning Lei, of course didn't drink. The crowd ate meat and drank, all kinds of small talk, hot and lively. Lu Ruyan, as Chudu's secretary, or a female secretary, sat next to Chudu the whole time, pinching food and pouring wine and taking tissues for Chudu, as if she was a well-behaved lover. It had to be said that having a sweet woman to take care of dinner at the wine table would indeed be much more comfortable. Lu Ruyan was also a person with a fine heart, considerate and attentive. The crowd was oblivious to this. Those who can mix to this point, which are fools. Everyone could see that the boss obviously had thoughts about this Secretary Lu, and Secretary Lu was gentle enough to listen. This kind of thing, it was not for them to get involved. See, here, pretend not to know, be deaf and blind, is the necessary skills in the workplace. Until more than 9 o'clock in the evening, before the wine and dinner, the crowd dispersed. Ning Lei drove the car and took everyone back with him. Everyone had been drinking, the car was downstairs in the company. Naturally they all looked for a chauffeur to go back. But Chudu had Ning Lei as a driver, so naturally he didn't have to think about these problems. Lu Ruyan also drove the car and found a chauffeur to go back. Tomorrow Saturday weekend, it happens to be still 2 days off. Chudu's company system, put very loose, completely is 9 to 5, holidays and double holidays have 5 insurance and gold payment. Not mandatory overtime, as long as the work is done, off work should go. Overtime pay is calculated by triple. Such a working environment, who does not want to go? Fully guarantee the welfare and treatment of employees. They are more afraid of company closure than you. Sleeping until more than 10 o'clock in the morning, Chudu lazily looked at the ceiling, not wanting to get up. Lying next to Wang Xinyue, seeing Chudu open his eyes, she leaned in close, her hair plastered against Chudu's chest. "Brother Chu, what do you want to eat? I'll go cook." Chudu shook his head and said, "There is no rush, it's this time of the day, wait and eat lunch directly, eat whatever you want. If you don't want to cook, go out and eat or call for takeout." Wang Xinyue laughed softly and said, "After all, the home made some clean, rare Saturday weekend daytime free, I will cook for you." Chudu twisted her long hair and said, "That's fine, then you just watch and fry 2 dishes. Okay." Wang Crescent knew Chudu's taste, preferring ordinary, home-cooked dishes with a main course would be fine. "Brother Chu, is there any arrangement today?" Wang Crescent looked at Chudu blearily. As a lover, it was also to please Chudu, more in accompanying together, the feelings warmed up naturally fast. Wang Xinu also didn't want to just be a lover who would accompany the bed. That didn't have any value to speak of. Chudu would replace her at any time. Even as a lover, she also needs a sense of security, a kind of gold master's need for her outside the physical body. She is considered a valuable canary. Chudu said casually, "There's nothing scheduled today, free." Wang Xinu gave a yell, then said, "Brother Chu, can you accompany me to go out and play together?" Chudu curiously said, "Where do you want to go?" Wang Crescent thought about it and said, "Shopping." Glancing at Chudu, she hurriedly added, "Not necessarily buy things, I just want to shop, and then drink a cup of milk tea and watch a movie together. I'll be happy." Chudu froze for a moment and said, "Just that simple?" Wang Crescent nodded her head vigorously and said, "I ask, really not much." Chudu will Wang Xinyue embrace more tightly, said, "Go, a moment in the afternoon to go shopping, to us all buy something." Wang Xianyu could not help but be stunned. We all buy? Buy what? Buy a watch. Shudu began to brush money, is to take the car brush, and then buy a house, buy a private airplane, buy a private yacht, all kinds of, is not to buy a watch, today's shopping, just can buy a watch. Wang Xinyue suddenly, but for buying a watch, she is not very interested, but accompanied by Chu Du to buy certainly no problem. Lying down for a while, Wang Xinyue got up and put on her clothes, went downstairs to buy food. At noon, she simply fried 3 home-cooked dishes to eat together. Chu Du is an ordinary person born, he is used to ordinary days, this kind of meal, more let him feel a kind of daily life feeling, or rather, the feeling of home. Saturday weekend, this kind of taking a lover out together, naturally there was no need to call a chauffeur. Chu Du drove a Lamborghini Big Bull and drove Wang Xianyu to Wanxiang International City. Chapter 41 Buying a Watch. Wang Crescent is wearing a sky blue Chanel halter dress, jade-like white arm hugging Chu Du's arm, under the swaying skirt, a section of flawless slender legs are exposed, and her feet are wearing a pair of beige pointed high heels, the whole person is beautiful and generous. Although the Lamborghini Big Bull is very expensive, but there is no situation like other novels surrounded by a group of people, most people just sweep a glance, away from the distance, to take a picture of the car, and then go away. The few women who wanted to take pictures were afraid to get close. This is the reality, maybe close, taking pictures accidentally touched somewhere, compensation simply cannot afford to pay. Wang Xianyu hugged Chu Du's arm and said in a delicate voice, Brother Chu, what watch do you want to buy? Chu Du scanned the store door and said, go see Patek Philippe. To say that the list of famous watches, Patek Philippe was currently the first king that deservedly deserved it. As for Rolex, Vacheron Constantin, Cartier and so on, they were all extremely competitive. Arriving at Patek Philippe's store, the counter attendant saw Chu Du bringing Wang Xianyu. She just had a quick sweep of her gaze and knew that there was a big young master coming. As a luxury brand's counter attendant, before starting work, there is special training. For other luxury brands, they are also extremely knowledgeable. Without mentioning anything else, the dress code of these two guests in front of them added up to more than $200,000. What is this if not a luxury customer? The counter lady went forward with a big smile and said, welcome, how are you Mr. Patek Philippe? Here is Patek Philippe, I will be recommending it for you next. May I ask, do you have a good look at the style? Chu Du shook his head and said, no, I need 2 watches, one favoring formal business, one casual. You look at the recommendation. Based on this sentence alone, the counter attendant knew that this guest was really coming to consume, with a purpose, not those who pretended to look at it. She carefully asked, no problem, our watches are enough for all kinds of occasions. May I ask sir, do you have any requirements regarding the price? Chu Du shook his head and said, no, the price is not looked at, just suitable. Price doesn't matter? The counter assistant was instantly shocked. What kind of rich second generation is this? She couldn't help but glance at Wang Crescent beside her, her eyes full of envy. But after comparing the face value of the two sides, forget it, she had no chance. Chu Du turned his head again and said to Wang Crescent next to him, buy you a piece as well, see what you want. Wang Crescent pointed a finger at herself, me? She was a bit caught off guard because she didn't think Chu Du would buy one for himself as well. Chu Du, however, said smilingly, you are my woman, if I don't buy it for you, who will I buy it for? Wang Xianyu hugged Chu Du, her rosy cherry lips left a trace on his face and said in a light tone, thank you brother Chu. Chu Du smilingly sat on the sofa next to him, took a tissue and wiped away the lipstick marks on his face, drinking tea while waiting. Soon, the counter sister brought over a tray with a white cloth with 2 wristwatches on it. The counter sister placed the tray on the coffee table in front of Chu Du, then with gloves on, she began to introduce to Chu Du, hello sir, these 2 watches, one is the Patek Philippe Sport Elegance series, and the other one is the Super Complication Chronograph. Chu Du roughly looked at it, the casual model was 5 million and the business model was 3 million. Price-wise it was expensive, but the modeling did not meet Chu Du's expectations. He shook his head and said, the styling of these 2 models is not my favorite type, take a look again, is there any other styling? The counter assistant immediately nodded her head and said, yes sir, please wait a moment, I will replace it for you immediately. In less than 3 minutes, the counter lady once again brought out 2 models of wristwatches. This time, Chu Du felt good. The Patek Philippe Super Complication Chronograph 6002 G001 watch, valued at 38 million. The other was the Patek Philippe Sport Elegance 5719/10 G010, worth 5.6 million. The casual series is naturally cheaper than the business one, but Chu Du presses the price, there is no point. Tried to wear it and felt good. Chu Du directly put the casual model on his hand, and then said, okay, I'll take both of them, and then see what else she wants on her side. A big order of more than $40 million is an absolutely big order when looking at any watch store. The counter assistant's good professionalism didn't make her froth, but respectfully said, okay sir, I'll go help that lady pick it out. Wang Crescent didn't quite dare to pick an expensive watch, the most she picked was a few $100,000. Chu Du glanced at it and said, I remember, there is a pink one in the Sport Elegance series, is it available here? The counter assistant hurriedly said, yes, sir please wait, I will go fetch it for you now. A few moments later, Chu Du and Wang Xianyu saw the watch. Patek Philippe Sport Elegance Series 7118/1452G001, pink color, worth 4.7 million. Wang Xin, you said unnaturally, brother Chu, it's a bit too expensive. Chu Du glanced at the price and said, am I that poor? Wang Crescent didn't speak anymore. She worked in a commercial bank. As Chu Du's lover, she naturally knew how much money was in Chu Du's account, tens of billions. This more than $4 million was really nothing in front of him. The counter girl saw that Wang Crescent did not speak again, then said tentatively, Sir, may I ask if this is to be wrapped up? Chu Du glanced at Wang Xinu and said, look, wrapping it up is fine, you can wear it directly now. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Xinu said, then I'll wear it too. When the card was swiped, it directly swiped more than $48 million. Wang Xinu looked secretly staggered. Although she was now living in Chudu's house, which was worth nearly $100 million, and the car she drove was also a Porsche, she was still not too comfortable with buying such an expensive watch. The watch was also bought. The next step was to accompany Wang Xinu shopping. But Wang Crescent did not go to look at clothes and bags like Chu Du thought. Instead she brought Chu Du to the entrance of a store. Chu Du, even if he had a thicker skin, this would be a bit awkward. Because the store in front of him was exactly a ladies' lingerie store. It was filled with all kinds of ladies' underwear panties, and there were even quite a few of the erotic kind, making Chu Du really embarrassed. The name of the store was Amore. Chu Du had never heard of it. Of course, this was normal, after all. He did not have any research on this aspect of women's underwear, except for the shape and style. As for the brand, it was even more of a black eye. Wang Xinyu saw Chu Du's appearance, came to his ear, deliberately enchanting said, brother, don't you want to personally pick for me? Then, watch me put it on at night to seduce you, okay. Chapter 42, Chen Shuai's Confusion. The fragrant tongue even gently licked Chu Du's earlobe. Demonizer. An electrifying feeling rose. Chu Du's heart itched. Damn, is not the face of it. I do not want. Chu Du waved his hand. Go. The female shopkeeper saw the duo, and didn't care about Chu Du's embarrassment, because this kind of store often has men accompanying women to come, and they are already accustomed to seeing it. At first, Chu Du was quite embarrassed, but soon relaxed. When checking out, Chu Du was shocked to find that it actually cost more than 40,000. Looking at the bag, just a few pieces of cloth, Chu Du heart secretly sigh, or women's money is good maybe it is to buy what you want. The rest of the time shopping, Wang Xinyue is not so excited. In the evening, the two of them ate hot pot in the restaurant upstairs. Looking at the message in the phone, Wang Crescent said excitedly, Brother Chu, I've booked the movie tickets, later we'll go to the 5th floor to watch the movie. Chu Du of course agreed, good, we'll go after we finish eating. Right, what movie did you book? A romance movie I guess. Wang Xin said uncertainly. Chu Du rolled his eyes. There shouldn't be many men who like to watch romance movies, rather many of them like action movies. Of course, if these two kinds of movies were combined together, then they would like it even more. It's a good thing that movies nowadays have relatively little substance, and after watching a passel of movies, Wang Xinyue wasn't touched by anything, she just felt bored. The weekend is still nothing. Chu Du and Wang Xinyue also lazy to go out. In the home there is a huge projector. The two of them brush the short drama, eat snacks, the day just blindly wandering past. Monday morning, came to the office. Secretary Lu had already prepared his breakfast. Chu Du picked up the bag and took a look at it. Xiaolong bao and tofu brain. He sat paralyzed in his boss chair and began to eat. Secretary Lu sat on the sofa next to him, picked up a large pile of documents and walked over and said, Boss, these documents need your signature, take a look. Ruyan Lu was still wearing a professional suit and white shirt today, and if anything, the perfume reached Chu Du's nose. Inadvertently glanced at the ultra-thin meat silk on the slender legs, TSK, legs play year series He looked at the document, there is nothing wrong, it should be signed and signed. Chu Du signed while casually asking, it feels like you changed your perfume today. Lu Ruyan smiled and said, today changed Dior's Flower Sweetheart. Chu Du sniffed hard and said, the flavor is good. Lu Ruyan put her wrist over and said, nah, boss you smell, my perfume sprayed on the wrist. Chu Du is also not polite, smelled hard twice, gusts of fragrance. Lu Ruyan quickly retracted her wrist, picked up the words that Chu Du had already signed. Her face was a little red, boss, I'll go and get busy first. Thump, 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 stepping on the sound of crisp high heels, Ruyan Lu left the office with a swaying posture. Extremely beautiful Chu Du silently sighed. Regardless of whether it was Jiang Lily, or Lu Ruyan, or Li Wenxin, they were all top-class beauties of the imperial sister category, but each was different. Jiang Lily is the kind of tawdry imperial, Lu Ruyan is the charm in the bones, as for Li Wenxin, is the gentle human wife imperial type. But no matter how you say it, it is the absolute best color on earth. Chu Du also knows that Li Wenxin's husband is an ordinary man. He is very curious, such an ordinary man, how can he marry such a beautiful woman, and before this, Li Wenxin has not had another man. Today, Jiang Lily is resting, but they have added a new training task, so they can't come to Chu Du at the moment. On the contrary, Li Wenxin, I do not know when her husband will go to work. While pondering, Chen Shuai's phone call came. Hey, what is it? Chu Du picked up the phone carelessly. Chen Shuai's voice was a little confused. I seem to have encountered a problem. Chu Du immediately came into the spirit. Tell me about it? Chen Shui organized his language and said, you said, in this world, is there really a woman who can accompany you to share your suffering? I feel that I may have come across one. The topic was too high-end, and people were too restless. Chu Du slightly pondered, said, in this world, so many people, surely there are all kinds of people, some people worship gold, there must be people who do not worship gold, this depends on their own luck. Anyway, around me, at present, it seems to say that they do not worship gold, but also no too. Chapter 43, Emotional Problems. One is Lu Ruyan, one is Li Wenxin. To be honest, in order to Lu Ruyan's posture, she as long as she is willing, can be a few million a year, but hard work, graduate school, work, with their own ability to make money. As for Li Wenxin, well, in the beginning, Li Wenxin simply do not know his identity, the two pure as the netizen, Li Wenxin simply like his voice, and chatting with him feeling, coupled with the special family situation, so that she gradually addicted to it. Even if you later know that he has money, but Li Wenxin did not say want any little thing. A very pure kind of feeling, even though this feeling was very special and carried a bit of something strange. Chen Shui sighed and continued, how to say, these few days, I think, I also met with Chen Tianyi 3 times, from an objective point of view, this girl is quite good, people also do not worship gold, and are also willing to work hard together to support the family, including working hard to save up money to buy a house together, it's all fine, but I always feel it's too illusory, this kind of good thing, can it be my turn? Chu Du was somewhat speechless. You too, how exactly did you talk about it? Chen Shui thought about it and said, not much to talk about it, anyway, is to talk about these, work money caravan all kinds of. So far, it seems that this girl's character is good, quite generous, there is a sister at home, ordinary family. I talked to her house and car problems, she means, first look at the feelings, if the two people think it is suitable, then the two families together to put together a down payment, and then we slowly pay the mortgage. Car, she means no money on the temporary do not buy, commute to and from work on the subway bus. Chu Du couldn't help but hold his forehead, crap, really? Chen Shui laughed. This kind of thing, I'm kidding you. Chu Du sighed and said, from your words, I can probably feel that this kind of thing of hitting the big time, you have encountered. Chen Shui said helplessly, I feel it, my heart, is not firm anymore. How so? Chu Du ate Xiao Long Bao while listening to Chen Shui's emotional story. Before, I had been thinking that I didn't have any money and wasn't going to fall in love, but now that such a person has appeared, who doesn't want money, but only looks at feelings, and is willing to share the same pain, I've been swayed. Listening to Chen Shui's words, Chu Du also felt magical. The two people seem to be born as a pair, matchmaking to now, full count, only met 3 or 4 times, this is on each other. Not money, then figure what? Shoulda think through the head, also did not expect Chen Sweet can have what misbehavioral thoughts, can only be attributed to Chen Shui good luck, destiny has such a wife it. But after all, it is a good brother's lifelong affairs, Chu Du reconsidered, or cautiously said, so, you are not anxious, you two know time is still short, not immediately married, you can then contact, look, talk about a half a year, or a year and a half, are very normal, right, after all, marriage is a lifelong thing. If the other girl is really this kind of character, then I can only say, you won the lottery. Chu Du envied Chen Shui for being able to meet such a girl, but he himself might not need it. As a man who wasn't considered a good man, or a scum, a girl like this would be a huge burden to him. He had his feet in several boats at the same time, and if it really blew up, it would be a disservice to a good girl. Fortunately, Wang Xinyue and Jiang Lili beside him both knew their position and didn't have any grievances. Lu Ruyan, well, it can't be seen at the moment. As for Li Wenxin, the relationship between the two sides is very complicated, and this kind of thing is not a problem at all. Chen Shui's feelings, his own heart is also clear, Chu Du believes that he will have his own judgment. After hanging up the phone, Chu Du let out a long sigh, emotional matters were too complicated. Once he is also an innocent teenager, also had a beautiful first love, but in the end, but a dream, the two sides broke up, and so after graduating from the university, each side of the world, never seen each other again. Now he has gradually disappointed in the relationship, perhaps as a scum, as a golden father, but more suitable for him some. While pondering, Secretary Lu knocked on the door and came in. Boss, listening to you sigh, it seems like you are very upset, is there anything our secretarial team can all share? Chu Du shook his head and said, you don't understand, it's not about me, it's about a friend of mine's blind date. Lu Ruyan bristled and said, blind dates that I have a lot of experience, my mom often arranges blind dates for me, I'm used to it. Chu Du was surprised and said, frequent blind dates? Then you've been on so many blind dates, how come you're still single now? Secretary Lu blushed, it's not suitable, although I've seen a lot of people, but we are not very suitable, even if. Chu Du said with interest, tell me about it, let me see what your requirements are. Ruyan Lu put the documents on Chu Du's table and thought for a moment, boss, do you think I look pretty? Chu Du carefully sized up Ruyan Lu, and said seriously, indeed beautiful, the body is also good, inside the people I know, there are few that can be compared to you. Lu Ruyan said complacently, right, I also know that I am good looking, my family's condition is also quite okay, so, I want to find a better condition than the specific? Specific for example, I am a master's degree graduate, that at least have to be the same as me. I am now in this company, the annual salary of 800,000 yuan, that can't earn less than me. My family, although the conditions of the general, but at least there are 2 suites, 2 cars, this aspect always have to be better than me. I'm 173 tall, wear a high heel at work, let's also have 178. You say if my boyfriend does not have 185, can it work? As for character, anyway, don't mess around outside every day on the line. I'm so pretty, but also go out to steal food, inappropriate, right? Almost like this, but I've been dating until now, one can't meet. After listening to Ruyan Lu's request, Chudu slightly swayed on the boss chair. Have you ever thought that this kind of condition, how many people meet? Lu Ruyan righteously said, thought about it, but I don't want to find a man who is not even as good as me. I still have to support him, if there is really no. The big deal is that I'll be alone. Anyway, my salary can also support myself, not afraid. Chudu was silent. What Ruyan Lu said is also right, she herself is a very good person, the salary is also enough to support themselves, and do not need to rely on a man. In the case of conditions, find a better than yourself, cannot find on their own. There's nothing wrong with that. Individuals have individual choices. One more chapter. Chapter 44, 2 more chapters for the big brothers who have rewarded you. Suddenly, Ruyan Lu asked, boss, how tall are you? Chudu subconsciously said, I'm 1 meter 8.5. Ruyan Lu breathed a sigh of relief, her face somewhat strange. Chudu's eyebrows rose. What, fancy me? Want to have an office romance? Lu Ruyan said with a red face, no, just ask. Boss, you don't think too much. Stealing a glance at Chudu's side face, he was really handsome. Ruyan Lu was a face control, and also had a very strong face control. On the contrary, Chudu was handsome. When Lu Ruyan first saw it, she ate this look. And Chudu also tall, rich, all aspects seem to be quite good. As for the philandering not philandering, Lu Ruyan does not know, but more or less can guess. There are several times in his body have smelled several different kinds of perfume flavor. It is estimated that this guy has more than one woman. Bah, philandering big carrot, but really handsome, what to do? Lu Ruyan was more or less a bit of an nymphomaniac, and also a bit of a love brain. But Chudu is currently only in contact at work. Private contact is not much, can't talk about that step. Packed up the documents, Lu Ruyan stepped on high heels and walked again. Just stretched her waist, suddenly her cell phone had a message. He's gone. The person who sent the message was Li Wenxin. Chudu immediately got excited and sent a message. You will be free this time? Li Wenxin, I'm at work. Chudu dawned, also right, not everyone is like him, want to go. However, according to the general situation, Monday through Friday are free, time is still very generous. The two of them had a sentence without a word and just chatted. Li Wenxin's work is also simple, is working in a real estate company sales center side, due to the beautiful looks, tall figure, but also quite temperament, so is responsible for shooting some publicity short video. The work content is not very troublesome. However, Chudu is not in a hurry to really experience the new gameplay, but also need a lot of props. After thinking about it, Chudu opened the website and began to research. Buy things naturally want to buy good, Chudu and not lack of money. Buy things, to good quality, but also exquisite. After all, these things, if ugly, play up no mood, right? Soon, Chudu studied a lot of things against, and placed an order to buy online. Until the afternoon, Chudu almost bought close to more than $30,000 of things. In fact, these things are not expensive, is the type is more, each kind to buy. However, Chudu also looked at the situation, not all props can be accepted, look at the acceptance of the two people to decide. At night, Chudu lay on the bed, next to Wang Xinyue had fallen into a deep sleep. He looked at the message on the cell phone interface. The message was from Li Wenxin. Tomorrow, are you free? Chudu, free, you say. Li Wenxin, tomorrow at noon, I cannot pick up the child from school. Chudu, I see, I'll pick you up at 12 noon tomorrow, you send me a location. Li Wenxin, okay, share the location. Chudu, no problem, I'll just wait for you. Li Wenxin, you say, what I wear tomorrow is good. Chudu, I think so, you look good in professional clothes. Chudu did think that Li Wenxin looks good in professional clothes, white shirt, and skirt, with stockings and high heels. There is a kind of gentle female secretarial feeling, and a different kind of sexy. Li Wenxin, that's good, I'll wear it like this. Chudu, see you tomorrow. Li Wenxin, see you tomorrow, BB good night. Chudu, good night. Looking at the sleeping Wang Xinyue next to him, Chudu heart but no guilt. Scum, why guilt? Putting the cell phone aside, Chudu also slowly lay down. Noticing that there was someone next to her, Wang Xinyue opened her confused eyes and saw that it was Chudu. She reached out and hugged Chudu, leaned her head against Chudu's chest and said dreamily, go to sleep Chu, don't stay up all night. Chudu hugged Wang Xinu a little tighter and closed her eyes to sleep. Going to work could be busy or not for Chudu. With the three executives around, there were many things they could handle. There was no need for Chudu to do everything himself. Seeing that it was close to noon, Chudu didn't call Ning Lei and drove a Lamborghini by himself, leaving the company. Li Wenxin was afraid that her co-workers would see it, and purposely chose a location that was slightly farther away from the company. When Chudu arrived, he sent a message to Li Wenxin. I'm here, waiting for you. Li Wenxin quickly replied to the message, I still have 10 minutes to get off work, wait for me. Shu Du, good. I have to say that the optional down, worth $10 million of big cows do have a row. Shu Du just casually parked in the parking lot here, sitting in the car to play with the phone, less than 3 minutes. There are girls up to want to know Shu Du. There is a saying, you don't have money, never know how active girls are. Especially in this materialistic society, money has become the standard that most people go by to measure whether or not a person is successful. With such a car alone, it is already enough to attract countless people. Especially in cities like Beijing, Xinjiang and Yangcheng, there are countless girls who want to become a phoenix. The owner of the car is young and handsome, but also rich in gold. Passing girls want to talk to recognize, is really normal. Even many girls are considering, even if Shu Du does not have this car, only this face value, that come a hair, they are also willing to give for nothing. No way, too handsome. The so-called handsomeness of many stars was made up and effeminate. Shu Du's handsome, on the other hand, was very natural and angular, like Nuwa's favorite. However, Shu Du had no interest in this kind of vulgar powder, using them to compare with Li Wenxin and Lu Ruyan, the gap was too far. However, Shu Du was also clear that it was difficult to casually encounter that grade of beauty on the street. If you put it in ancient times, with Li Wenxin this kind of body looks, and that gentle young woman temperament, I think Chao Prime Minister desperately, all want to get. If it was Lu Ruyan, it would be more or less the same kind of stunning beauty that could turn the country into a city, the kind that countless dignitaries would want to get. After rejecting the thoughts of countless passing girls who wanted to hit on her, Li Wenxin finally appeared in Shu Du's line of sight. She was wearing a white short-sleeved work uniform, exposing a section of her white tender arm. A head of long, silky black hair with a hint of slight curls on the bottom half added 3 sexy and flirtatious points. On her hand was a lady's wristwatch, looking quite a bit like a workplace lady. The lower half of her body was wearing a black sheath dress, revealing her plump thighs wrapped in ultra-thin meat silk underneath. Li Wenxin is not the kind of very thin women, but slightly meaty. Itself she has a height of 172, coupled with her large breasts, buttocks also warped, thighs with a hint of abundance, but more of a kind of beads and jade beauty. Plump but not fat, a different kind of beauty in her body to show the most. Feet wearing a pair of 5 cm high heels, so that her original tall figure, more crane. At this moment, Li Wenxin held a small bag in her hand, stepped on her high heels, and was walking this way. Chapter 45, 3 more chapters for the big guys who rewarded me. This chapter due to the rectification, delete a lot of plot, sorry. High-heeled shoes stepped out on the road with a crisp and moving sound. Her overpowering appearance and tall figure made the people passing by around her unconsciously look at her twice more. Sitting in the car, Li Wenxin looked at Shu Du, a smile on her face. Shu Du came forward and directly kissed her on her flaming red lips, then said, go, take you to eat first. There wasn't much time at noon, so if one went to purposely look for a high-grade restaurant, plus the waiting time, it would be a long time. So Shu Du casually found a nearby restaurant, and the two of them simply ate a meal. Li Wenxin didn't have any idea about this. Every day after work she ate like this, and was already used to it. After eating, Shu Du drove a car and brought Li Wenxin to a nearby hotel and opened a deluxe room. Entering the room, Li Wenxin casually placed her bag on the table, and then sat on her but on the edge of the bed, and just looked at Shu Du. Shu Du looked at the beautiful young woman in front of him, and directly pushed Li Wenxin down on the bed and kissed her deeply. Li Wenxin clasped her hands around Shu Du's neck and passionately responded to him. When a man is kissing passionately, his hands are never idle. Li Wenxin couldn't help but let out a moving humming sound from her throat. After kissing, Li Wenxin panted and looked at Shu Du, and said seriously, this time he came back and wanted to, I refused, I didn't give it. Shu Du did not say anything, but lowered his head and licked gently on Li Wenxin's ear. After everything had calmed down, the two of them lay on the bed. Li Wenxin's face was still flushed, but her eyes were full of satisfaction and happiness. I like you. Li Wenxin tenderly said warm words. Shu Du wrapped his arms around the beauty in his arms and said, I like you too. As if she was a kitten, Li Wenxin rubbed her head against Shu Du's chest. After lying down for a long time, the two of them got up and dressed. Li Wenxin still had to go to work. On the way to drive Li Wenxin to work, Shu Du couldn't help but ask, since you guys are already like this, why don't you get a divorce? Li Wenxin hesitated and said, the situation is complicated. On the surface, we are still a model couple, but I don't have him in my heart anymore. It's just that he's the father of the child, and I don't want the child to not have a complete childhood. In fact, for me, it doesn't matter if I get divorced or not, I don't care, but I was not happy in my childhood. I don't want my child's childhood to be shattered as well. I want her to live a good life and have a complete family. Shu Du was silent. This was related to Li Wenxin's early childhood experience, involving the child's biological father in childhood. This was also something that would affect her for the rest of her life. He could not intervene. Li Wenxin looked at Shu Du and said, I'm sorry, I can't be with you openly. Shu Du reached out and took her jade hand and said, it's okay, I understand your difficulties. Waiting until close to the company downstairs, Li Wenxin was afraid that her colleagues would see, so she let Shu Du stop. Gently kissing Shu Du, Li Wenxin said, I'm going to work. Shu Du had a gentle smile on his face, go. Only after watching Li Wenxin enter the building did Shu Du slowly leave. Shu Du was wanting to be with Li Wenxin, but it was on the other hand difficult. What Li Wenxin's own childhood experience was like, Shu wasn't sure, but it didn't seem to be happy. She wanted her own child to have a complete family, to have the company of her biological parents, and this, too, Shu could understand. It was just that they could only remain underground. Shu hated this feeling, a feeling of not being able to see the light. He had countless ways to make Li Wenxin and her husband divorce, but Shu was in a dilemma. Sighing deeply, Shu could only put this matter down for the time being and talk about it later. Perhaps in a bad mood, Shu spent the afternoon in the office, seriously thinking about this matter. To be honest, with Shu's current ability, it is completely possible to find a way to make his husband dabble in pornography, gambling, and drugs, and then family conflicts and divorce. But doing so, even though it would allow him to get Li Wenxin completely, but it would also make Li Wenxin sad and painful, and leave her child with a lifelong psychological shadow. Is it worth it? Shu asked himself. He is not considered a good person, but to destroy other people's marriages and families in such a way, with the purpose of just getting a woman, his conscience still can't pass. Shu's moral bottom line was very low. It was just that, this time, there was a small child. If it was simply Li Wenxin and her husband, Shu did not have any moral pressure at all, but when it came to a child's heart and future, it was difficult for Shu to start. Thinking about it, Shu still can't pass that hurdle in his own heart, can only look at the situation, now he still can't do this kind of thing. Until the end of the day, Shu are still in a trance. Next to his ear suddenly came the voice of Secretary Lu. Boss, what's wrong? See, you are in a bad mood all afternoon. Shu jolted awake and looked at Lu Ruyan next to him. He breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. Lu Ruyan looked at Shu, frowned and asked, Boss, I feel that you have something in your heart. It's very depressing. You've been in the wrong state all afternoon. Is it uncomfortable? Shu shook his head and said, You don't need to think about this matter. It's because I have some other things that are more distracting. Lu Ruyan hesitated for a moment and said, Boss, can I help with anything? From the time Shu came to the office and Ruyan Lu came over to report her work, she knew that Shu must be upset about a woman. Moreover, it should be a new woman. Because the perfume odor that stained his body had never been smelled by himself, so in all probability it was a new woman. As for the previous perfume odor, she probably smelled it as well. Shu stretched his waist and said, Forget it, there are some things that you are not fit to get involved in. Lu Ruyan pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Boss, why did you go and provoke women again? Piss me off. Chapter 46, Zhang Lili and Wang Crescent meeting. Although Li Wenxin's matter could not be solved immediately, the days still had to be lived. Shu went to work every day, occasionally flirting with the little secretary, and Li Wenxin went on quiet dates when she was free. But several times there was a video check by her husband, and it was almost discovered. Go back at night, either Wang Xinyue or Zhang Lili. In short, Shu's bed will never be missing a woman. Time gradually moved, came to the height of summer. In the summer, the weather is too hot. Shu's body has a big fire. In this summer is even more hot and uncomfortable. The good thing is that every day is not the office, is driving on the road, or is home. Everywhere there is air conditioning, can let him comfortable a lot. Today's Saturday, Zhang Lili happens to be off today. Shu accompanied Zhang Lili out shopping to buy things. Raise a pet, not only every day to let her eat and eat full, material rewards, but also from time to time. Coming to Wanxiang International City, Shu intended to buy a few pieces of clothing jewelry for Zhang Lili today. Strolling leisurely through the women's clothing store, Zhang Lili looked at the clothes with interest, while Shu leaned back on the sofa and was lost in thought. Suddenly, a person stood in front of Shu and looked at him with a crooked head. Shu suddenly woke up and looked at the person in front of him. I'll go, Wang Xinu. Wang Crescent was wearing a blue and black dress, revealing half of her calves, and a pair of white pointed high heels. Next to her stood a girl. Shu had a little impression, remembered that when Zhao Qian invited him to dinner that night, 10 bank girls were there, long and really pretty, but favoring petite cute type, not Shu's dish. He likes imperial ladies. Wang Xinu looked at him curiously and said, Brother Chu, why are you here? Before Shu had time to speak, Zhang Lili's voice came from behind him. Brother Chu, how about you see me change into this outfit? Shu was a little speechless. Damn, was he so lucky? Actually letting Wang Xinu and Zhang Lili bump into each other. But Shu didn't panic in the slightest. In itself, the two women knew their own positioning, and there was no such thing as a cultivator. So Shu was as steady as an old dog. Wang Xinu followed the sound and saw Zhang Lili. At this time, Zhang Lili happened to change a sexy silk hip dress. Tight and slender clothes will be her sexy and proud body completely modified out, radiant. Zhang Lili also saw Wang Xinu. Seeing this beautiful girl standing in front of Shu, she was also stunned for a while. The two gazes looked at each other, neither one stepping back. The girl next to Wang Xinu looked embarrassed and quietly walked to the door. People's big brothers' women were bumping into each other. It was better for them not to get involved in this kind of thing, lest Wang Xinu's face would not look good. When the shopkeepers saw this scene, they all stood away from each other and quietly ate melon. The original spouse bumping into the mistress? Exciting, ah! However, this original mate and mistress are both beautiful, ah, no wonder people's big brothers want both. Although Wang Xinyue had known that she wasn't the only one seeing this scene, it was inevitable that she was a little lost. Especially Zhang Lily carries with her a kind of flirtatious and charming feeling that she does not have. So she was worried that Chuda would not favor her one day. And Zhang Lily was also a bit stunned. But she wasn't in a hurry. She knew that Chudu was not married, so this beauty in front of her must be about the same status as herself. Wang Xinyue just hesitated for less than a second, then sat on Chudu's lap, hugged Chudu's neck and said, "Brother Chu, you're still ready to go back for dinner tonight?" Chudu shook his head and said, "Not going." Seeing this scene, the shopkeepers in the distance were all shocked. "I go, what kind of divine unfolding is this?" Both sides met and instead of tearing each other apart, they were trying to please the man? "I see, this is the joy of the rich, opening the crystal palace wide. No one dares to make a scene in the Shura." Zhang Lily also did not look like she was going to be angry in the slightest, walked in style, sat on Chudu's other leg, faced Wang Crescent, stretched out her right hand, and said with a big smile, "The sister, how are you? My name is Zhang Lily." Wang Crescent also reached out her hand, shook hands with Zhang Lily and said, "Hello, my name is Wang Crescent." Outside the door, Wang Crescent's co-worker saw this scene and was not shocked, only envious. She herself was working in a bank, and there were quite a few co-workers around her, all of whom were following their bosses, and almost all of them were of the semi-public kind, which was nothing at all. Especially since she sometimes had access to some people and knew some things. These rich people, behind the back to raise a few, that is a common occurrence. She doesn't laugh at Wang Xinyue, instead she is envious of why it is not herself, although there is no dignity, but she can change her fate in class. People cannot for the sake of dignity, even money do not want. Both Wang Crescent and Zhang Lily have no intention of getting angry, instead they are both smiling. Zhang Lily looked at Wang Xinu and knew that Wang Xinu was no threat to her. She could see that Wang Crescent was a more well-behaved girl, cooperating with Chuda to play love interest can be, but the initiative is less. Unlike her, if she dared to be a mistress, she let go and went out of her way, taking the initiative to please Chudu, so that the gold master's father could have fun. Chudu looked at Wang Xinu, and then glanced at the entrance of the store, and casually asked, "Are you out here with your colleagues today?" Wang Xinu said, "Yes, I want to buy something and then buy something for my parents as well." Chudu didn't care about this, as long as it wasn't with another man, it was fine. He held both of them with both hands, one on the left and one on the right. "Is there any money left? If it's not enough, I'll transfer some more to you to buy things for your family. Don't be reluctant, it's not like I don't have money." Wang Crescent hurriedly shook her head and said, No, I still have more than $1 million here from you, it's completely enough." Looking at Zhang Lily, Wang Crescent felt that she should leave, so she said, "Then, Brother Chu, I'll go first, you guys continue." Chudu did not hurry to let her go, but said, a moment later, "A piece of dinner in the evening, just in the upstairs restaurant." Wang Crescent glanced at Zhang Lily, seeing that Zhang Lily had no reaction, returned, "Okay, Brother Chu." Saying that, she kissed lightly on Chudu's face, then got up and said to Zhang Lily, "Then, I'll leave first, see you later." Zhang Lily also smiled and said, "Sister, take care, see you later." Watching Wang Crescent leave the store, Zhang Lily curiously said, "Brother Chu, which sister is this?" Chudu rolled his eyes and said, "It's just the two of you at the moment, you tell me." Zhang Lily's eyes lit up and she kissed Chudu and said, "BB, don't worry, I'll be good." Chapter 47, Whose house to go to tonight? Chudu gently patted her arse and did not say anything. Although the two women accidentally bumped into each other today, the good thing was that both of them were very understanding and didn't have any conflicts. This was also due to multiple reasons. The two knew from the start that they were both lovers, so naturally they wouldn't consider anything else. If it was Chuda who was in love, both people thought they were proper girlfriends, that bumping heads would be interesting. But well, today's society, distorted values, in Chudu such financial strength, I believe that very few girls will break up because of this, at most crying and crying just. Chudu also did not affect the mood because of this, but continued to accompany Zhang Lily shopping. By dinner time, Chudu had already booked a restaurant upstairs in advance, or a private room. He and Zhang Lily sat in the private room, but 3 minutes, Wang Xinyue carrying a few bags also walked in. Her co-workers knew that such an occasion was special, so they left early. Chudu put the menu on the table and said, "You two order, see what you want to eat." We are all very familiar, ordering food naturally won't push and be polite. After the two of them both ordered some, they gave it to Chudu. Chudu ordered a little bit more, and only then did they let the people serve the food. After the waiter left, there were just the three of them in the box. Chudu coughed and then said, "Formal introduction. This is Wang Xinu, currently, is my deposit assistant in the commercial bank. This is Zhang Lily, flight attendant." Hello. The two reached out to shake hands at the same time. Chudu said calmly, "Before I have a relationship with you guys, I also said that I have more than 1 or 2 women around me, and you all know that. Meeting today is really an accident, but then, since we have met, we can just get along well in the future." Wang Xinu said gently, "Don't worry Brother Chu, I know. Chudu is an honest person, like is like." Wang Crescent was confused and said, "What Zhang Lily came to Wang Crescent's ear and didn't know what to say. Wang Crescent's face instantly reddened. At least, in this aspect, she understood Chudu very well. Neither Wang Crescent nor Jiang Lily was a proper lady, and furthermore, the two basically wouldn't become proper ladies, so at the root, the two had no conflict of interest. It so happened that because of Chudu's existence, the two could recognize each other and could also completely become good sisters. Both of them thought about it, and moreover, they would not make Chudu angry because of the competition for favor. Thus, a magical scene appeared at the dinner table. The two people sat on either side of Chudu on the left and right, and across Chudu, they enthusiastically discussed women's clothes, cosmetics, and so on. Chudu was speechless, but it was still great to see the two in such a cordial relationship. The meals were some ordinary meals, a meal that came down to a few $100s. The food was simple, but the atmosphere was very good. Especially Chudu said that the meal was fun. Almost to more than 9 o'clock, the three people leisurely ready to go back. Chudu drove a Ferrari today, which can only carry one person, but it doesn't matter, let Ning Lei come over to pick it up. As for the Ferrari, let Ning Lei come over tomorrow to drive it back, it's fine. No need to consider whether this is squeezing Ning Lei and tossing him. In fact, Ning Lei is willing. To do so. This is to show that the boss values you and wants to use you. If you are not doing anything every day, then I am afraid that you will leave soon. Not more than half an hour later, Ning Lei drove his Maybach to the mall parking lot and received the Chudu trio. Go to the Arc de Triomphe. After Chudu instructed Ning Lei, he put down the center grill. The only problem is to go to whose house tonight? Which knew that Chudu didn't go to either of their houses. After coming to the neighborhood, Chudu took the duo to another set of houses. Today 4 more, this is the first chapter. Chapter 48 The Three Stooges. I'm sorry that this chapter was overwritten, it's been overhauled much, basically a major overhaul, and the plot is incoherent, so I hope you don't mind. Served, 7 rounds, this chapter deleted 800 words, all colors. Hearing Chudu's explanation, the two were relieved. The two just need to be good and obedient, then the house will indeed be given to them in the future? The cleaning of the house was done by the property at short notice while he was having dinner, including the fruits that had just been bought and the water that had just been changed in the water dispenser, all of which he had asked the property to do immediately and expeditiously. It had to be said that the ability of money, really great. If you changed other properties, you would have already cursed and grumbled, and even pressured you not to pay attention to you. But the property here can only say that Mr. Chu waved the money and conquered us with his feelings. When Chudu woke up in a daze, Wang Xin you had already made dinner. Your craftsmanship is indeed good. Chudu complimented as he ate. Hearing Chudu's praise, Wang Crescent hurriedly said, Brother Chu, what you like to eat? I'll go and learn more. My craftsmanship is average, but I'll learn it well. It had to be said that Wang Crescent was now gradually trending towards the direction of a housewife. Since Chudu's group had just started recently, and he had decentralized a lot of his power, Chudu was not at all as busy as other old bosses, and every day he was either at a drinking game or on the way to one. The days, for the most part, did not have too many ripples. It was worth mentioning that the various prop items that Chudu had bought had all arrived. At that time, Li Wenxin was not available, but Jiang Lily happened to be resting. Thus, Chudu brought a whole set of things to Jiang Lily. Seeing 3 big bags full of things, Jiang Lily people were dumbfounded. This is due to security audit problems, forced to delete 200 words, otherwise it will not pass. Sorry, you can use your own imagination. Jiang Lily is also a very complicated woman, said she let go, but she was with Chudu, or the first time. Looking at Jiang Lily's seductive eyes and kitten-like state, Chudu thought of Lu Ruyan again. Jiang Lily is sultry sexy, Lu Ruyan is seductive sexy in the bones. If it is Lu Ruyan like this, then I think it must be very exciting. Wang Crescent itself is just an ordinary bank worker. In addition to looking pretty, there is no special advantage. But since she followed Chudu, her position in the bank was simply skyrocketing. Everyone up and down the bank, when they see her, they all have to call out a sister moon, even if it's the president Zhao Qian. Talking to her is also polite, without the slightest bit of a stance. Zhao Qian knows one thing, such a woman, even a little pillow wind, then outsiders speak well. Chudu this tens of billions of dollars, he does not want to bewitch dog counterparts to steal. Recently, there just happened to be a training opportunity. He inquired about Wang Xinyue. After Wang Xinyue added to the list, if it goes well, the end of the training, Wang Xinyue can be promoted. In fact, with the amount of Chudu's current deposits, it is entirely possible for the head office to approve the construction of another bank, with Wang Crescent as the president. For chapters today, this is the second chapter. Chapter 49, Late Night Invitation. But Wang Crescent refused. That would be a quick promotion, but she preferred to allow herself to work a little harder. Zhao Qian also told her, after this time back, this side of the bank president position can be officially handed over to Wang Xinyue. As for Zhao Qian, also because of this matter, the water rises, become the whole of Xincheng Commercial Bank highest person in charge. One man gets a government position, this saying is never wrong. Zhao Qianhart also secretly resolved, when he has more power, must be better for the super rich young service, as long as the person served well, completely enough to support the performance of the entire Xincheng. Wang Crescent's training this time, is in the capital, to a week's time. And Jiang Lily only had 2 days off this week, causing Chudu to actually become a person sleeping alone for a while. Bored lying on the bed, Chudu fuming looking at the ceiling, do not know what to think. Suddenly Chudu thought of Li Wenxin. Today is Tuesday, her husband is not in. So Chudu sent a message, sleeping or not? Li Wenxin, coaxing the child. Chudu, wait to talk? Li Wenxin, wait for me for 5 minutes. Chudu, good. Chudu turned over the phone, casually looking at the results of waiting for 15 minutes. Li Wenxin only sent a message. Well, Chudu, voice or phone? Li Wenxin, alright, telephone. The next moment, Chudu had dialed the phone. Li Wenxin glanced at her sleeping daughter and walked to another room to answer the phone. It's already 11:30, why aren't you sleeping? Chudu needed the pillow next to him, couldn't sleep, missed you. Listening to Chudu's sweet words, Li Wenxin also said tenderly, I miss you too. Perhaps it was midnight, the woman was a little more emotional, the two chatted from work to life. Li Wenxin poured out her family's misfortunes. She was never willing to say what exactly her husband had ever wronged her, but told Chudu that it was not cheating. Chudu secretly guessed that between husband and wife, if it is not derailed sad, then 9 times out of 10, it is domestic violence. But this kind of salt in the wound thing, Chudu also do not want to mention again, skip this matter. Due to the book into a small darkroom rectification, here forced to delete about 500 words of content, I am sorry, really cannot put out, sorry readers. Low magnetic male voice came on the phone, Li Wenxin's heart fluttered, don't say it, I'm afraid I can't control it. Wanting is wanting, human instinct, why should I hold back? Just like I want to see you now, very much, very much. Due to the book into the small darkroom rectification, here forced to delete about 500 words of content, I'm sorry, really cannot put out, sorry readers. The voice became lower and lower, but Li Wenxin could feel the longing in Chudu's words. She hesitated for a moment and said very quietly, then, how about, you come over now? Hearing this, Chudu was instantly energized, glancing at the time, it was now just over 12 a.m. and it had been more than an hour of chatting. Chudu did not give Li Wenxin the opportunity to backtrack. To know, women at this time is very easy to be impulsive, if then backtrack, then it is not good to say. He said bluntly, then you send me the location, I'll go over now, or go to the location where I picked you up last time? Li Wenxin seemed to have also gone out of her way and said, I'll send you the exact location, you come over here, inside our neighborhood. Chudu put on his clothes while saying, okay, I'll go over now, about 20 minutes. Li Wenxin thought for a moment and said, I'll get up now and put on some makeup and clean up a little. She hesitated again and said, it's so late, where are we going? Chudu said without even thinking, to your house. Due to the book into the small black house rectification, here forced to delete about 500 words of content, I am very sorry, really cannot put out, sorry readers, up. Li Wenxin said tentatively, well, how about going to your car? Or go to a B&B hotel? Chudu returned, I can do both, see if it's convenient for you. Li Wenxin sighed, but I'm afraid that if I go far away, what if the child wakes up? Li Wenxin's child was 6 years old, it was indeed still small, if he suddenly woke up, it would be a problem. For a while, Chudu couldn't think of a good solution. Suddenly, Li Wenxin said, I know, go to my basement. Chudu was instantly dumbfounded, basement? Isn't the basement a place to put things, it's dirty and messy, so how to date? Li Wenxin seemed to know what Chudu was thinking, explained, my basement has a bed and a sofa, because sometimes my dad will rest over here, so it is livable and clean. Chudu understood, this was remodeling the basement. Although the environment is not as good as a hotel, but special circumstances, special treatment. Chudu immediately responded, good. While saying that, he went out to drive. Li Wenxin hurriedly said, don't hang up the phone, just keep chatting with me. Right, what do you want to see me wear? What to wear? This is a very deep philosophical question. Due to the book into the small black room rectification, here forced to delete about 500 words of content, I am very sorry, really cannot put out, sorry readers. Bye. In this kind of thing, Chudu never ambiguous a bit. Chudu added, as for the inside, it's best if there's an erotic outfit, and a trench coat over the outside will do. Li Wenxin frowned and said, how can I have these at home? We both used to be very conservative, we never had these. Chudu tapped his head, also right. Due to the book into the small black house rectification, here forced to delete about 500 words of content, I am very sorry, really cannot put out, sorry readers. Soon, Chudu drove his car and came to the neighborhood that Li Wenxin sent. Today 4 more, this is the 3rd chapter. Chapter 50 The Secret of the Basement. Audit you want to look at other people's text, compare me all clear water like this, still do not give over? Looking at the door of the cell has been closed, Chudu asked, cell, let foreign vehicles in? Li Wenxin returned, can, if the security guard did not open the door, you can press the horn. Sure enough, Chudu gently pressed the horn and the gate opened. Seeing this scene, Chudu secretly shook his head. In a high-class neighborhood, this kind of problem wouldn't occur at all. There must be an identity check and registration. But this was an ordinary neighborhood, the security was just like that. Chudu was also too lazy to say anything. It was just convenient for himself anyway. Arriving at Li Wenxin's downstairs, Chudu parked his car, walked down and said, I've arrived, how about you? The next moment, the only lighted window appeared with a silhouette, which was Li Wenxin. Li Wenxin hurriedly said, wait for a moment, 3 minutes, I'll be right down. Chu-do naturally wasn't in a hurry and accompanied Li Wenxin as she chatted. Soon, Li Wenxin said, "You go into the building. I'll come downstairs now." After hanging up the phone, Chu-do quietly walked into the hallway. It just so happened that Li Wenxin also walked downstairs, looking at Li Wenxin wearing a trench coat with black stockings over half of her thighs, as well as a pair of slippers, carrying a pair of high heels in her hand. Chu-do's eyes lit up. Li Wenxin said quietly, "Go." Bringing Chu-do to the basement, she opened the door, and the two of them hurriedly went in and gently closed the door again. Li Wenxin first changed into high heels, then got up and spun around, saying happily, "How is it, does it look good?" She was wearing a trench coat, inside was a loose at-home nightgown, and the lower half of her body was directly a thin black silk. She had a plump figure, and at this time, she carried a kind of laziness and sexiness of a housewife, and the two different temperaments intermingled with each other, making it even more heart-thumping. Chu-do held her in his arms, placed her on the bed, and directly kissed her, which was his best response. Perhaps wanting to completely indulge herself, Li Wenxin was also extraordinarily passionate, fiercely responding to Chu-do's embracing kiss. Li Wenxin tried her best to bite her clothes, afraid to make a sound and be heard. After a long time, Li Wenxin twisted her head and said aggressively, "Do you not like me?" Chu-do asked strangely, "Why do you say that?" Only then did the two of them lie down on the bed again. There was no air conditioning in the basement, and looking at the sweat on Chu-do's body, Li Wenxin took a paper towel and tenderly wiped him off. "You've worked hard." Chu-do grabbed her wrist and pressed her hand against his face. "Whether it's hard work or not, I'm satisfied." Li Wenxin also smiled. "I am also very satisfied." The two lay down and just looked at each other. No one spoke, but their eyes were full of tenderness and love. The two of them warmed up for a few moments, and it was time to go back. Chu-do said softly, "Go back and keep your voice down, don't wake up the child." Li Wenxin said with a "You also go back early to rest, I'll go take a bath and go to sleep." After getting dressed, Chu-do and Li Wenxin gently opened the door and walked out. In the hallway, Chu-do kissed Li Wenxin again before saying, "Go back." Li Wenxin returned home and watched from the window as Chu-do drove away before she cleaned up and took a shower. Chu-do looked down at the time. Good lord, it was already 3 o'clock. When he came, it was only 1 o'clock. This would already be 3 o'clock. Waiting for the home, Chu-do also went to take a shower, after all, out of a sweat, and so he rinsed after. Li Wenxin happened to send a message. "Chu-do, I'll give you a rub." Li Wenxin, "You worked hard." Chu-do, "You've worked hard too, you've endured too much." Li Wenxin, "I just washed up, I'm tired, I need to sleep." "You also go to bed early." Chu-do, "Good boy, go to bed early, baby." Li Wenxin, "Go to bed early, love you." Night finally fell into quiet. Today 4 more, the end. Chapter 51 Jewelry Exhibition. Due to the book going into a small darkroom to rectify the situation, I was forced to delete about 500 words of content here. I'm so sorry, I just couldn't put it out there. I'm sorry readers. I have to pick up the kids again in the afternoon and go home to take them and tutor them in their homework. A week, sometimes I don't see them once. And on Saturdays and weekends, sometimes the elderly would take the kids, but Li Wenxin's husband was on his way back, and the two still didn't have time for a date. Although he barely slept all night, when he came to the office the next morning, Chu-do still looked radiant. It had to be said that the elixirs of the immortal cultivation world were really bullish. It was just such a random low-grade elixir that made Chu-do's body surpass the norm. Although he had already taken a bath, Chu-do's body still retained Li Wenxin's perfume scent, strong but not vulgar, seductive but not lacking elegance. Lu Ruyan took her breakfast and came to Chu-do's side, placed it on the table, sniffed hard, twisted her head and left. Looking at Ruyan Lu's departing back, Chu-do just smiled. He wasn't a fool, how could he not see that Ruyan Lu was angry? Therefore, Chu-do was not in a hurry, in the work and life, gradually wear away her ideas, naturally. As for the middle of this will not be snatched by others. Joke, Lu Ruyan still have his own young handsome and rich youth with a good character beside him? The bottom line was sufficient, Chu-do didn't panic at all. Moreover, for a woman like Ruyan Lu, it would be difficult for someone to quickly hook up with her. All aspects of the group were currently on track, and basically according to the original plans of the subsidiaries, it would develop smoothly. Chu-do suddenly felt if work was a little too boring. Other bosses were busy every day, while he himself was idle every day. After pondering for a while, he gave up again. More than 800 billion hard or not, what difference does it make? This life, lying flat until death, was enough. Even to be honest, even if he dabbled in gambling and went to the Haojiang casino, no one could win him this money. Because the capital was too vicious, no one would be able to catch it. While thinking, Ruyan Lu knocked on the door again with the documents. Lu Ruyan during work, always a black professional dress and white shirt, and black sheath skirt and black silk, plus black pointed high heels, seems to never change as well. But this outfit, on her, was extremely slimming, emphasizing her proud figure. "Boss, this is our Star River Hotel's opening ceremony plan, take a look." The Star River Hotel, exactly the plan that Chu-do made at that time, was in Building A of the Star River Building, from the 56th floor to the 70th floor, all of which were hotels. The most luxurious inside was a room specially reserved for Chu-do to use as a backup. An opening ceremony, Chu-do was naturally lazy to go. he casually looked at it twice and said, just let Renjun go, I won't participate. Lu Ruyan picked up the document and said, boss, there is another one. Recently our Star River Media's film and television department over there is ready to shoot a movie. The director hopes that you can make a cameo role in it. The appearance time is about 5 minutes or so. What do you mean? Making a movie? It's a bit interesting, even if it's a bit of fun. Shudu said unconcernedly, give me the script to look at. If it's suitable, I am also able to make a cameo. Lu Ruyan put down another stack of documents and said, the script is here. Shudu did not rush to read the script, but asked, is there anything else going on lately? Ruyan Lu said without thinking, there are a few group bosses who want to meet you for a meal. Shudu curiously said, who are they? Are there any groups that are related to our work? There are. It has to be said that Lu Ruyan's work ability is very strong. What should be memorized, all remembered. There are 2 media companies, they mainly deal with the aspect of Netflix, and we have some linkage cooperation. There is also a pharmaceutical company that wants to talk about cooperation with our hospital. Shoulda said with an O, reject it, or see who's free, go and meet them. Anyway, don't look for me for this kind of thing. Big things will be said. In addition, there is a Cartier jewelry exhibition in the near future, because the Podium Shopping Mall has just talked to Cartier about cooperation. Cartier side said that they hope to rent the large exhibition hall on the 2nd floor of our group to do a jewelry exhibition to promote their products. Jewelry exhibition? Shudu suddenly became interested. If it was good, it would be good to buy a little bit for his several women. When is it? The show is next Tuesday. Shudu said without hesitation, approved. By the way, arrange a place for me then, I'll go and take a look too, you go with me. Understood Mr. Chu. After explaining what should be explained, Ruyan Lu went out to work as ordered. Speaking of the jewelry exhibition, Shudu suddenly thought, these brands are all foreign brands, most of the mainstream top luxury goods are also foreign brands. What about the domestic ones? Shudu pondered, could he also create a top luxury product? Or rather, make all the signs under his banner the top brands in the world? For example, the Star River Hotel, the top hotel that will open all over the world in the future? For example, the world's #1 media company, Star River Media? For example, the world's #1 security company, Star River Security? Moreover, in terms of cosmetics, jewelry, and wristwatches, they could also find ways to build their own top brands. The more Chudu thought about it, the more he felt that this was feasible. Any brand can be created, since foreign countries can, why can't I? Thus, Chudu began a new round of conceptualization and planning. Chapter 52 Exhibition. It was not until the end of the day that Chudu had some plans, however. Wanting to create such a brand, or multiple brands, was not an immediate solution. It still needed time and word of mouth. Back at home, Wang Xinu was cooking. She said gently, Brother Chu, wait a bit, it will be ready in a few minutes. Today we are having braised sea bass, fried broccoli with tomatoes, and fried pork with celery. Looking at Wang Crescent who was wearing an apron, dressed in a homey outfit and tying her long hair, Chudu indistinctly had the feeling of being already married and coming home from work to his wife cooking. Inexplicably a feeling of home, a strange sense of coziness, filled Chudu's chest. He said after a moment of silence, tough on you. Wang Xinu looked at Chudu's face that was not quite right and said worriedly, Brother Chu, I see that your expression is not happy. Is there something wrong? Or is the meal I cooked today not to your liking? Chudu suddenly grabbed her hand and said, don't think too much, you did a good job, I like it a lot. Saying that, he kissed deeply on Wang Xinu's mouth. The worry in Wang Xinu's heart immediately dissipated, and she said with a big smile, Brother Chu, wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Chudu casually walked to her side. Looking at Wang Crescent's cooking appearance, Chudu softly said, next Tuesday, in our group there is a Cartier jewelry exhibition, you go with me then, to buy you some jewelry. Wang Crescent immediately shook her head and said, Brother Chu, no need, I haven't spent much of the money you gave me. Now that I have a house and a car, I'm very satisfied. Admittedly, Wang Crescent followed Chudu in the beginning because she wanted to change her class, wanted to have money and live a good life. Now she was living in a house close to $100 million, driving a luxury car with millions of dollars. The clothes she wore, the bags she held, none of them were top-notch luxuries, and all of her clothes came down to hundreds of thousands of dollars. She was already satisfied. She now only wants to be stable in Chudu's side. Chudu did not officially love marriage before. She can and Chudu long-term living together. To Chudu cooking, wait for this man. When everything is possessed, many times, people's desire for needs will be reduced. Wang Xinu was exactly this kind of person. Her desire for money now, it didn't matter anymore. Anyway, she couldn't spend it all, and there was nothing she needed to buy. Previously unattainable luxuries, now as long as she opened her mouth, Chudu could buy a whole bunch of them and fill up several closets. Once she was still studying how to be a green tea that could coax a man, now all she studied every day was how to cook and clean up the house. Of course it's not that she can't afford a chef and nanny, she just doesn't want to make a simple life complicated. Such a cozy feeling can give her a sense of security. Seeing her refusal, Chudu continued, dress up at that time and go with me. This time the tone, more than one point, cannot be refused. Wang Xinu's heart was sweet, and her mouth said, good, then I'll take leave to accompany you then. It is worth mentioning that Wang Crescent has already returned from retraining in the capital and has just been promoted to the president of the commercial bank in the past 2 days. Although it was only a regional one, this kind of promotion speed was enough to shock countless people. And Zhao Qian also logically became the head of the entire Xinjiang commercial bank. Glancing at Chu Du, Wang Xinyue said, "Brother Chu, should we call Lily on as well?" Chu Du shook his head and said, "No need, you can just come with me." The meal was soon ready. There were meat and veggies, the main food was rice, and there was also purple cabbage and egg flour soup. It had to be said that Wang Crescent's cooking skills was now getting better and better, and the cooking was also in line with Chu Du's tastes, making Chu Du feel comfortable in life. Soon, it was the day of the Cartier jewelry exhibition. Cartier was a French luxury brand, and Richemont Group was a sub-parent company relationship, and in terms of jewelry, Cartier definitely claimed to be a super brand in the top 10 in the world. Cartier rented the conference center on the second floor, which had a total area of 2,000 square meters, and was also an oversized pillarless ballroom with a floor height of 10 meters. In addition, it is also equipped with advanced equipment such as a large LED electronic display screen, which is a very good venue. There are no boxes in such a venue, so Chu Du's position is the front row in the middle, the best position in the room, and once he looks up, he can see all the jewelry in the booth above. He wore a chiton customized suit today, handmade and customized by an Italian designer. The whole set was worth more than $500,000. This is Italy's top bespoke men's suit brand, a brand that has always been known for its premium fabrics, fine tailoring and unique craftsmanship, with each piece representing the highest level of craftsmanship and traditional spirit. Most of their fabrics are made from top-quality natural fibers such as wool, silk, and alpaca wool, which not only makes their suits look upscale and luxurious, but likewise ensures the comfort and durability of the garments. Their tailoring combines traditional Italian tailoring techniques with modern cutting theories to make each suit fit the wearer's body perfectly. Chiton's atelier is in Naples, and it's all hand-sewn by a senior tailor. Incidentally, Naples has a nice view, just poor hygiene on the city streets, as experienced firsthand. Wearing a suit, Chudu, the whole person seems to have become a lot more mature, with his handsome face. It is simply the hero of the cover of the Women's Frequency, Walking Hormone. Many of the women in the arena were secretly sizing up Chu Du, and there were even quite a few whose eyes were brightening up. The female companion next to Chu Du was Wang Xinu. Today's Wang Crescent, who had also prepared quite a lot for this exhibition, was dressed extraordinarily beautifully. Her gown was Pro Novus, a high-grade gown originating from Spain, a long one-line fishtail evening gown with light pink bright diamonds, dazzling all over. The bright diamond design that should be vulgar appeared as attractive as a moon goddess on her. The one-shoulder gown reveals delicate collarbones, and a pair of jade-like arms, skin-like fat, sexy, and noble. The fishtail part perfectly trimmed the shape of her legs and overall figure, making her, who already had a beautiful figure, seem as pretty as a mermaid. The skirt below the knee was gradually transparent, like a light veil, hiding two long white legs, and a pair of silver-colored diamond-studded strappy high heels, noble and elegant. The handbag in her hand was bought by Chudu, who just took her to LV yesterday, worth more than $200,000, and the wristwatch is also a new one, Roger Dubuis Celebrity Pink Diamond, worth more than $3 million. Although it is not as expensive as the last Patek Philippe, it is a bit better looking. Chapter 53, Rectification and Suspension. Wang Xinu had never worn such expensive clothes in these matches, especially since there were quite a few celebrities and tycoons in here, as well as many stars, which she had never experienced before. Even though she was already a bank president, she had risen so fast that she hadn't been able to get used to it yet. All of this made her a little frightened and nervous. Chudu sensed her nervousness and said softly, "There's no need to be nervous, if it's face to face, they're only nervous about me." Hearing this, Wang Xinu couldn't help but smile, and her entire body relaxed a lot. Chudu was right, based on the Star River Twin building alone, as well as the commercial bank's highest level VIP treatment, it was something that others could not compare to. Although outsiders didn't know the amount of Chudu's deposits, those two buildings and the companies that invested in them could all be realistically seen, and no one would be foolish enough to mess with such a super duper. On the contrary, the moment they saw Chudu, many people are stupid, want to go up to talk, just a lot of people are also weighing their own, enough to qualify to talk. The entire society had classes, the poor, the commoners, the middle class, the top class, and the top class. Unbeknownst to the rich and powerful upper class, there were also 3, 6, 9 classes. Someone like Chudu, who threw tens of billions of dollars and ate 2 buildings in one breath, in their eyes, that was a super predator. Tens of billions of cash, as well as the signing of the bank conference room that day. Although many people did not see it with their own eyes, there were quite a few people at the scene, and things would naturally spread out. A day's spending of close to $100 billion in cash was enough to shake the entire rich circle of Shin City. Therefore, whether they recognized it or not, many people knew Chudu, which was a super rich man. The two of them walked towards their seats. Wang Xinyue held Chudu's arm by his side, her lotus steps moving gently. The bright red lips were quite vivid, as well as the perfume of Chanel No. 5 on her body, which couldn't help but emanate to the surroundings. Coming to the seat to sit down. Chudu's left side is Wang Xinu, right side is Lu Ruyan, but Lu Ruyan hasn't come over at this time, and is talking to Cartier's people about tonight's jewelry exhibition, to see if there is still a need to prepare. Then next to them, are some rich celebrities. They are sitting in the first row of people, and even the first 5 rows are rich people in Xincheng, or other places were invited to. Behind them, were some celebrities that Cartier had invited to model for tonight's show, both Chinese and white. Looking at the rich and famous people in the front row, Shuda was also the top one. The show didn't start until 8 o'clock in the evening, and now at 7:30, taking advantage of the fact that it hadn't started, many of the rich celebrities sitting in the first 2 rows came up to climb up and talk to Chudu. The seats were all ranked according to the strength of each family. The first and second rows, naturally, were all equipped with a lot of strength, although they could not be said to be the top in Xincheng, but billions of dollars in assets were still there. Facing these people, Chudu also just chatted casually, completely depending on his mood. And the crowd was not dissatisfied in the slightest. Instead they all accompanied smiling faces, praising Chudu for being young and talented, with a stunning beauty by his side. Wang Xianyu looked at these once unattainable tycoons, at this time in front of Chudu was so humble, like a dream. Can qualify to come up to speak, was not much, the conversation is also very little. After all, the first time to meet, most is to mix a familiar face, friendship or slowly contact. Soon, the jewelry exhibition officially began. And at this time, Lu Ruyan also finally returned to the seat. Tonight's Lu Ruyan, wearing a black evening dress, Chudu just looked at it, and felt his mouth dry. The design of the bustier dress allowed Ruyan Lu to reveal her smooth skin, but she couldn't hide the tall jade peaks. Slim neck as proud as the white swan, noble and beautiful, waist cut just right, slender waist curve exposed, tantalizing. Crotch hair, the dress in slightly loose, S-class curves completely exposed, the side of the skirt under the open fork, long straight long legs hidden, coupled with a pair of black bright diamond high heels. Lu Ruyan was like a noble goddess, revealing her whiteness again in black, mysterious and beautiful, elegant and sexy. M.S. Coco's perfume even added a bit of charm to her. Looking at Ruyan Lu's delicate red lips, Chudu's eyes carried a burning light, very beautiful. Lu Ruyan was delighted in her heart, but when she saw Wang Crescent next to her, she was unhappy again. Boss, please don't molest the female employees. Wang Crescent snorted and laughed, but then she felt that it was not very polite and hurriedly covered her mouth. Chudu was a bit speechless, rolled his eyes and said, "How arrogant." At this time, a voice came from the microphone on the stage, "Honorable guests." With the host's words, the show finally began. The good thing was that everyone knew that this kind of opening was most boring, and the organizer didn't take up too much time, and after a few minutes, the day's display began. The purpose of a jewelry exhibition is usually to promote exchanges, show off the latest new products, warm up a wave, and some will also have on-site trading of jewelry. Chudu looked through today's booklet, which contained all the jewelry on display today, all of which could be purchased in advance. Chudu looked around, came to Wang Xianyu and said, "Is there anything you like?" Wang Xianyu shook her head and said, "Brother Chu, don't buy it. I looked at it. It's really quite expensive, and I don't need it now." Chudu said unconcernedly, "The earrings and necklace are quite good, you don't have any either, so it's just the right time to buy them for you. Moreover, I don't lack money, the money is placed there, the daily interest can't be spent. What are you afraid of?" Wang Xianyu looked at Chudu, knowing that this man really wanted to buy it for himself, so she lowered her head and said, "Then I'll take a look." Next to her, Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes and didn't say anything. Chudu secretly laughed in his heart, and then came to her ear and said, "Whatever you want to buy, I can buy it for you today. This book, due to being reported by some people multiple chapters involved in pornography, said I vulgar pornography, is currently being forced by the tomato into the rectification phase, temporarily suspended. If you can come out, continue, not come out, goodbye." Chapter 54 Ihuhan-san is back. Rectification is complete. Out of the dark room, later Control, Brothers, began to update. Pick up girls well, although the money is for women to see, but you cannot always only give to see, not to spend, that which women can follow you. Appropriate spending, are normal. The so-called appropriate, is also to see people divided into circumstances, such as you have 10,000, you can spend a 3,000 5,000, such as you have a million, you can spend a 50,000 100,000, but for Chudu, even if it is to spend tens of millions of hundreds of millions of dollars, but also do not care. Hearing Chudu's words, Lu Ruyan's eyes clearly erupted with a burst of light. She controlled it well again and said offhandedly, "Then what if the thing I'm looking at is too expensive?" The smile on Chudu's face remained unchanged. "There is no jewelry here that I can't buy." When a man spends money for a woman, the woman will definitely feel that the man is great and handsome, especially with large expenditures. Lu Ruyan looked at Chudu out of her mind for a while, then ruffled her long hair and lowered her head to start reading the booklet in her hand. Chudu, on the other hand, looked at the models on the stage with interest. It had to be said that Cartier's eye for selecting models was still very good, and the ones that could be called over were basically Cartier's spokespersons. All of them were stars, but Chudu didn't recognize any of them. He usually almost didn't pay attention to the entertainment circle, so it was normal that he didn't know about these. Just when there were 2 stars, a man and a woman, on the stage, Lu Ruyan came to his ear and said, "This is from our Star River Media." Chudu looked at them for a few moments. The man was handsome and the woman was pretty. It was indeed not bad. Chudu didn't recognize the stars on stage, but it didn't mean that these two stars didn't recognize him. Those who could give endorsement to Cartier were not some third-rate starlets. Naturally, they were all very famous. The two were also very eagle-eyed, especially in the entertainment industry. One must keep the capitalist in mind, lest one day something happens and they are blocked. For their own group's ultimate boss Chudu, they had long seen the photos countless times. Although they had never seen it before, they still recognized it at a glance. And next to Lu Ruyan, the female secretary beside that boss, they had all seen it a few times. Seeing that the boss was paying attention to them, these two stars also puffed out their chests and stepped out with confidence, hoping to show their best side. Suddenly, Wang Crescent looked at the actress and said, "Brother Chu, this earring and necklace she's wearing is very nice." Chudu twisted his head and said, "Just like it, we'll buy these two pieces later." Next to her, Lu Ruyan was as if she hadn't heard anything, and was concentrating on the booklet. There were close to 20 stars in total, displaying nearly 100 pieces of Cartier jewelry, including bracelets, earrings, necklaces, rings, and so on. All the items on display were in the booklet. The cheap ones were tens of thousands of dollars, and the expensive ones were millions. Seeing Ruyan Lu close the booklet, Chudu curiously asked, "Nothing you fancy?" Ruyan Lu said softly, "There is, too expensive, don't want to buy." Chudu suddenly grabbed her hand and said, "What are you afraid of? There is still me." Lu Ruyan was caught off guard by him, and wanted to take back her hand, but was grabbed by Chudu, so she had to let him be. After hesitating for a moment, Ruyan Lu took out her cell phone and quickly sent a message. A moment later, Ruyan Lu said, "Boss, let's go to the back room and look at the jewelry." Chudu naturally agreed, so the three of them slightly got up and left. When the bystanders saw this scene, they were all a bit puzzled, but they didn't inquire. Coming to the office next to them, the organizer Cartier already had someone waiting here. Two middle-aged men and women, dressed in straight suits. Next to them were a few women in cheongsams, standing in front of the table, and in front of them were the jewelry that Wang Xinyue and Lu Ruyan had favored earlier. Seeing the trio come in, the Cartier representative immediately got up and said, "Hello Miss Lu, thank you very much for liking our Cartier. My side has already made arrangements. The jewelry that you have selected are all here. You can watch the selection up close." Trouble, Ruyan Lu also said with a big smile. As for Chudu, Cartier's representative didn't recognize, when their businessmen stationed in the podium, they were talking to Renjun about their work, and this time the application for approval was also docked with Lu Ruyan. Naturally they didn't know that Chudu was the big boss. But see Chudu a high-level private customization, also know that this is not an ordinary person. Chudu took a look and said, "You two take a look, like to buy." Wang Crescent picked, is a love earrings. The whole is presented silver white, 18K white gold, 750% white gold. Each earrings are set with 48 round brilliant cut diamonds, total weight 0.51 carats. Chudu took a look at it, it looked really good alone, and then took a look at the price, 100,000. Good guy, this thing is $100,000. Chudu can only say, women's money, really good money. But there is no such thing as a loss, earn or not earn, purely happy. As for the necklace, it is the love necklace, which is also all silver white, 18K white gold, 750% white gold, set with 450 round brilliant cut diamonds, total weight 2.45 carats. Although it looks beautiful, but Chudu also knows that the diamond thing really is the IQ tax. Mainly because of the high price, the not so scarce reserves, and the hype. When the diamonds were bundled and sold together with love, it was directly a high-end positioning, resulting in high prices. And can do it, are big brands, in which the brand premium is also quite a lot, has long exceeded the original value, and even more than 10 times the windfall. And this thing is actually really not a shortage, and even all over the place. And in the past few years, the country also has a certain province, actually began to produce a large number of diamonds. Its exquisite degree, not only can be compared with diamonds, and even better. All kinds of technology can be attached, including 8 hearts and 8 arrows, 10 hearts and 10 arrows, 9 hearts and 1 flower, and so on, can do. The output was also extremely cheap and could simply be laughed at. Especially for ordinary people, they simply do not have the ability to distinguish between real and fake diamonds, and for these artificial diamonds, they can completely go and cheat people. It can even be said that if such a large number of diamonds hit the market, then the entire world's diamond market is finished. Why? It is because of the price issue. Many people may not have a specific concept, we all only know that diamonds are very expensive, diamond ring is cheating, but the specific profit can be up to how much, there is no actual figure. I can simply talk about it. First of all, diamonds are dug out of the mines in Africa, but the international blockade of these things is blocked, because many years ago, Europe has seized this piece of cake, so, very often, the flow of diamonds to Europe is legal, but the flow into Asia is illegal. Chapter 55 Resumption of Updates. Of course, most of the diamonds, in fact, are smuggled out, including Europe. Domestic, not to mention, can even be said to pressure cannot get the mine, can only find a way to get from the European businessmen. And European businessmen pay to buy from Africa, that price is simply more capitalists than capitalists. As for the Asian side, the former largest processing plant in India, now basically domestic is also catching up, but the local merchants. The difficulty lies in the source problem. Here, back and forth, and finally sold to the market. The price has been doubled I do not know how many times. For example, diamonds, smuggled from Africa to Europe, a carat, almost a few $1,000s. But when it comes to the European market, it's directly tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars. This gap, 10 times, dozens of times the profit. Moreover, most of the diamonds are smuggled, and many times it's even possible to ignore the tariff issue. This kind of business, who could not be moved? Chudu even began to think, get a few large mercenary team, try to rob a mine in Africa. I do not know if it is feasible. But right now, let's take a look at the jewelry first. Wang Xinyue picked earrings 100,000, necklace 500,000, a total of not a few money. And what Lu Ruyan picked was more expensive. A necklace that looks very advanced, hanging above 3.5. 62 carats of Colombian emeralds, spread between the lines of diamonds. Virtual and real clever design is very dynamic. Tapered diamonds is to add a few points of vitality. The other ring, a 4.15-carat ring cut in the shape of a rhombus, has a fancy brownish-yellow diamond as the center stone, surrounded by triangular white diamonds in a symmetrical cleavage pattern forming a neatly arranged fractal structure. These two pieces would be very expensive. The necklace was $3 million and the ring was $3 million, totaling over $5 million. Wang Xinyue and Lu Ruyan both wore jewelry, making them, who were already gorgeous and beautiful tonight, appear even more eye-catching and dazzling at this time. Looking at the two sexy goddesses in front of him, Chudu took a deep breath and said, "How is it, do you like it?" Wang Xinyue nodded her head vigorously and said, "Brother Chu, it's really good." Lu Ruyan's face was complicated. "Boss, are you really going to buy it for me?" Chudu snapped his fingers. "Normally, I don't see you being so slow at work. Come and swipe your card." Close to $6 million was instantly swiped out, and the meaning in Lu Ruyan's eyes was a few more points thicker. The things that wanted to buy were also bought. The subsequent exhibition, there was no longer a need to continue to watch. Chudu sent a message to Ning Lei, asking him to prepare to drive the people. The three of them came to the car, and Chudu said to Ning Lei, "Let's go, first send Secretary Lu back." "Okay boss." Ning Lei responded softly before lowering the partition. Tonight's events had given Chudu many new ideas. For example, jewelry. If he wanted to do it, it wasn't an easy thing to do. The first thing was the source of goods. Because jewelry wasn't simply diamonds, there were many other things. Chudu needed to think of a way to get multifaceted mineral resources. In addition, there is the problem of transportation. Chudu's name, although there is a transportation company, but the company's size is not big. There is no international transportation qualification. Not only that, this company had other shareholders. Chudu wanted to have the ability to transport mineral resources. He had to get the company up. Next, there is the security problem on the way of transportation. From the African continent to here, more than 10,000 miles away, in the middle of the sea is inevitably encountered danger. If the pirates kill people, that would be even more troublesome. Chudu must put the security capacity to strengthen, but also equipped with a certain amount of armed firepower, to ensure that they can resist the pirates. Safe navigation. Waiting for the source of goods to the country, Chudu also need processing plant, need skilled labor, such as good finished products, in order to flow into the market. The whole process is very troublesome, but if you do it, it is still very marketable. Because there are a lot of people in the country, the population base is huge, all the consumer market is actually very large, and is still growing year by year. After thinking carefully, Chudu said to Lu Ruyan, "Ruyan, there is still a transportation company under my name. Tomorrow you give a word to Vice President Lei, so that he can go and talk about it, and acquire this company wholly." Suddenly hearing Chudu talk about work matters, Ruyan Lu also immediately got serious. "Understood, boss. Also, after this company is taken over, go through the formalities and merge the company into Star River Group's name, rename it Star River International Transportation Company, and then apply for an international transportation license." International transportation? Hearing this, Ruyan Lu was a little confused. Once it involves international, then it must not even be small in scale. But, does our group have any business to international right now? Although she couldn't think straight, Lu Ruyan still immediately agreed. Rubbing his head, Chudu said, "Tomorrow, tell the security company's side to mention the company's senior security personnel to 1,000 before the end of this year." "Okay, Mr. Chu." Listening to Chudu's several orders, Ruyan Lu became more and more confused, unable to see what Chudu meant by this series of instructions. Transportation and security, one could take care of, but this mineral resources, the origin of each raw material is different. For example, the diamond origin, for the time being, the Australian kangaroo has jumped to the first place in the world, and the fighting nation state in the north is in the third place. But diamonds, this thing, in addition to the premium, itself is not worth money. Compared to the ability to preserve the value of gold, is really far from it. Although it is said that the mineral production of other places has exceeded that of Africa, but for Chudu, the best choice is still Africa. Because trying to buy from others, the price would be much higher. If it was their own mines in Africa, it would be different. On the African continent, Chudu needed warlord power, an area he had never touched before. But he wasn't repulsed by it. Instead, there was a sense of excitement. There, a country with just a few tens of thousands of troops, and a regional warlord with a few thousand troops would be enough. With this strength, to put it politely, any battalion of active duty in the country could hang a warlord of theirs. Hiring a mercenary corps of thousands of people was a huge expense alone. Like this kind of internationally famous mercenary corps, basically a month's salary, converted down to almost 200,000 to 300,000, Shudu wanted to hire 1,000 people, then every month's salary expenditure will reach 200 million. Shudu secretly shook his head, so calculated, too much of a loss. A month on 200 million expenses, a month this gold mine cannot earn 200 million, are still difficult to say. But this spending, he could carry it. Chapter 56 Resources Minerals. Other not to mention, on the single that 50 billion, commercial banks give a year 10% interest, converted down, every day is 13 million interest, a month's interest is almost 400 million, spending this military expenditure, but it is completely enough. But long-term so hired, is not a way, must quickly put their own security team training up. Simply using foreign mercenary corps, Shudu is also not assured, there must be domestic ones. After sending Lu Ruyan home, Shudu and Wang Xinyue also returned home. As soon as they went back, Shudu sat in front of the computer and began to check the information. For the piece of mercenaries, Shudu was completely ignorant. After reading the information for a long time, Shudu only felt that it was too much bull *******, either blowing the mercenaries' strength to the sky, or saying that they were a bunch of losers. Anyway, there was no real information to refer to. Rubbing his head, Shudu frowned. No, I have a security company of my own, although it can't come in handy, they surely know about this aspect but now it's already past 11, it's better to ask tomorrow. Thinking of this, Shudu closed the computer, went to bed and hugged Wang Xinu to sleep. The next morning, Shudu came to the office and immediately let the person in charge of the security company come over. The person in charge was called Qin Long, a former retired soldier. Shudu asked him bluntly. After thinking slightly, Qin Long said, Mr. Shu, domestically, there is an ace shield in the capital, which is currently the best company in the country, and abroad, the ones that have a great reputation are Blackwater, MPRI, Aegis, and these. Shudu roughly memorized it, then said, can our company train such people? Qin Long said with some difficulty, Mr. Shu, you may not be clear, our current main business is for some neighborhoods, company security issues, and some celebrities around the security guards. As for the security guards of the high-end tycoons, we have done very little, not to mention the more advanced bodyguards. If we're talking about the kind that can carry out mercenary missions, we currently don't have a single one. As for training, first of all, our various equipment items don't support such training. We need to have a specialized training base, as well as practicing guns. Guns and ammunition are illegal in the country, private individuals won't own them. This is also a difficult point. Hearing his words, Shudu fell into deep thought. Indeed, the limitations of many conditions make him not have the ability to train these people, unless. Shudu thought about it again and again, and said, in this way, this time, I will set up a training camp in Africa, and hire professional trainers. I want you to take charge of it, and within a year, I want a batch of people that I can use, or else hiring people, the expenses are too big. Understood, but Mr. Shu, the cost of this. Shudu waved his hand and said, you don't have to care about this, I'll pay for it, just go and do the job for me. Understood. After Qin Long left, Shudu immediately contacted the Ace Shield Company. Hearing that it was a mission to go overseas, Ace Shield immediately became excited. One had to know that overseas orders were big orders, but they were soon stunned, because Shudu's request was to unite with other mercenary organizations to gather 1,000 people, equipped with arms and weapons, to occupy at least 5 African mines, and, within their capabilities, to guarantee the security of the 5 mines within a year. To put it bluntly, this is going to be a fight, or even a localized armed conflict. The requirements were very difficult, and the Ace Shield family simply couldn't eat such a large order. But Shudu's price was given at a sizable price, and they really didn't want to refuse. Thus, the top management of Ace Shield immediately held an emergency meeting, and finally determined that they would take on this order. For this operation, Ace Shield's manpower was insufficient, so they contacted Aegis, Midtown Guard, Skybottle, Spanish Foreign Legion, Cossacks, and so on, totaling 8 international mercenary security companies, and a total of 1,000 manpower was deployed. One of them is a commanding officer per family. The commanding officer is $500,000 per month, and the rest of the combatants are paid $250,000 per month. The contract called for picking a location, grabbing mineral resources from the local armed warlords, and guarding the security for a year. Should have believed them, these are almost all retired fighters from various countries, not some wild road out. All have rich experience in the battle, with their weaponry and quality of single soldier, and the ability to command, can completely crush those local armed warlords armed. You know, the regular army and the wild road, the difference is very big, especially a lot of African backward warlords, with the equipment are out of the product, while the regular army with the new type of equipment, is not a concept at all. Look at how many battle losses the US Empire suffered when they fought here and there and cleaned up a few small countries. Compare that to a group of retired professional soldiers, going as mercenaries, using new equipment, fighting a local backward warlord, the results are actually similar. The specific planning was left to them. In this regard, people were more specialized than themselves. After the 8 companies talked about cooperation, they all went back. They needed time to prepare, manpower, equipment, intelligence, etc., and were expected to leave for Africa a week later. The next thing was to buy ships. When they occupied the mine, as long as they gave 2 meals a day and $10, it was perfectly possible to recruit a local adult man to dig the mine. Extremely cheap labor, at these prices, almost a man a day at the rate of $100. Chuda didn't have much money even if he recruited 10,000 people. To put it bluntly, 10,000 people, a month's expenditure, was not as expensive as one of his sports cars. This was still the better regions. In many war-torn regions, a piece of bread was enough to hire a grown man to help you kill people. Poor and backward, dangerous and crazy. When the minerals are produced in a steady stream, Chuda must also ensure transportation capacity. But want to buy large cargo ships, ready-made is definitely too late, can only consider acquiring second-hand. So, Chudu lets Secretary Wei Xian to talk to the major shipyards, pay attention to the situation of the second-hand large ocean-going cargo ships, and in the circle of voyage transportation also released the news, the need to buy. Next, just wait for the news. Chudu's daily routine is actually simple: go to work, go off work, eat at night, watch a movie, and sleep. 10 days later, Chudu received a message that the 1,000-man mercenary army had departed. According to several commanders after a joint discussion, the location was determined to be near Lake Victoria. It was at the junction of Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, and there were rich diamond minerals and other resources nearby. As this place was also quite chaotic, there were a total of 3 warlord forces. The strongest force has more than 6,000 people and more than 50,000 civilians under it. Chapter 57, Seizing Resources. The 3 forces added up to almost 11,000 people, but the 8 companies didn't even put them in their eyes. Although it couldn't be done against the country, but to have these elites of theirs fight against the backward tribal warlords of Africa, it would be a complete crush. Chudu didn't want to ask how they did it, only wanted to know the result. Good news came a week later. The 3 warlord tribes were all defeated, surrendering more than 6,000 people, killing more than 1,000 people, and the rest all escaped. And there were a total of 7 resources, 4 diamond mines, 2 gold mines, and an oil field. Chudu's head was buzzing when he heard the news. The diamond mines and gold mines, although they were of high value, would not attract any special attention, but the oil field was different. It was easy to breed mold. The mercenary company also knew the news immediately, but they still chose to conceal it and did not notify the mold. First of all, Chuda was their employer and demanded that it had to be kept secret from the public. This was written in the agreement, and the money that Chuda gave was generous. They couldn't refuse it. In addition, a very important point is that they are now international mercenaries. By definition, mercenaries are people who don't want to die for money. This information was obviously more valuable to sell to mold, but they had to weigh the rabbit. With Chuda's wealth, although they didn't know Chudu's identity, they could tell that it wasn't an ordinary tycoon, and once something happened to such a character, the rabbit's attitude towards them was not easy to say. Especially in recent years, the rabbit's development is a bit fast and outrageous. The American empire is seriously divided internally, so that several mercenaries have reconsidered and decided to keep this secret and serve Chudu. There was another reason: they were an international organization. If they couldn't do a confidentiality agreement on such a big thing, then I'm afraid that the whole world wouldn't have their orders in the future. After considering multiple reasons, several companies decided to keep the secret and guard these resources. This matter gave Chudu a lot of pressure. He urgently needed to develop his own armed forces. From the 8 companies, he hired instructors from all of them, as well as instructors and equipment from the Siberian training camp, and shipped them to Africa in large quantities. At the same time, a construction team was hired to quickly build a training base over there. Xin Long led the team, taking members with development potential to train over there, recruiting if there wasn't enough manpower. Blacks, whites, and yellows, brainwashing, training, in short, must be trained to become Chudu's private armed force. Within a year, 2,000 people must be able to be pulled out. Xin Long was under a lot of pressure, but he still accepted the mission and went to Africa. As for Chudu, after this incident, Chudu began to feel that it wasn't safe enough. So, from Ace Shield, he hired 10 high-end professional bodyguards to guard him openly and secretly. This time, he attacked the warlord and collected more than 50,000 civilians, and Chudu offered them a salary of 2 meals a day and $10 a day. Lured by this offer, a number of civilians around the area quickly joined in and worked hard on digging. This was a large amount of cheap labor. Chudu lamented and felt that he was becoming more and more like a capitalist. Purchase of large cargo ship thing also finally have news. In Wei Xian's efforts, has acquired a total of 5 large ocean-going cargo ships from various places, are 100,000 tons level, a total of 3 billion. The company's formalities were also completed, ready to travel at any time. Thus, Chudu once again contacted the Ace Shield Company. This time, it was an escort mission. Chudu and the Ace Shield Company once again signed a new contract, and in the next year's time, would continue to escort the 5 voyaging cargo ships of the Star River Company under Chudu's name. After the contract was signed, Ace Shield quickly dispatched their manpower, and Chudu's side also arranged for the departure. The minerals on the African side had a lot of output every day, plus a few warlords had saved it before. It was completely enough for Chu-do to use for a period of time. However, when the transportation came back, there were new arrangements. Chu-do arranged to go down again and set up a processing plant, hiring technicians at high salaries. In the future, these could be sold. In recent times, Ruyan Lu was extraordinarily gentle to Chu-do. Even if she sometimes smelled the perfume on Chu-do's body, she would also bring her own perfume and give Chu-do 2 sprays as well, making Chu-do cry and laugh. The processing plant was quickly established. As for the skilled workers, as long as there is money, what people can't be hired? From Xinjiang to Africa, the cargo ship has to go about more than 20 days, plus the transportation of minerals, supplies, almost spent 2 months, before running back this trip. Standing in the harbor, looking at the densely packed boxes above, Chu-do had a satisfied smile on his face. These things would soon turn into money and flow into his account. Ruyan Lu had also completely understood what Chu-do meant, and she was very shocked. However, a woman's perspective was always a little strange. Boss, can I customize my jewelry? Chu-do cocked his head and looked at her. You're already tired of the jewelry from last time? Lu Ruyan hurriedly shook her head and said, neither, just want, women are very eager for these things. This is true, Chu-do can also understand. He thought for a moment and said, earrings, necklace, shape you decide yourself. Thank you boss. Ruyan Lu excitedly kissed Chu-do's face. This wasn't the first time. During these 2 months, Ruyan Lu would sometimes kiss him like this, but never kissed. Chu-do was not in a hurry. He knew that Ruyan Lu's heart was struggling. From an objective point of view, Ruyan Lu was also a proud daughter of heaven. Graduated from a master's degree program, never been in love, the family conditions are not bad, their own savings are quite a lot. People are also first-class beautiful, education is also high. But she lost in the age. No matter what, Lu Ruyan was already 30. Wanted to find a good one, slightly older than herself, but those people would only want a beautiful 18-year-old sister. The older they get, the more some people like the younger, smaller ones. But downwardly compatible, Lu Ruyan was unwilling. It caused a situation where she had gone on quite a few blind dates, but hadn't won a single one. And the appearance of Chu-do seems to have solved this problem. People handsome, and money, undergraduate graduation. Although the education is lower than his own, but the overall big picture in vigor, but very strong. As for the age, Lu Ruyan has already ignored it. But Chu-do has a flaw, he is very philandering, more than one woman. Ruyan Lu had smelled several perfumes. Lu Ruyan, who had always been clean, was extremely resistant to such a person. But in these months of work and life, she had begun to fall. Chapter 58, August 15th. This chapter was deleted a lot due to rectification, sorry. Perhaps it was because she had seen too much. The rich men around her all seemed to have more than one woman. And Lu Ruyan also gradually understood that men, once they are rich, will crave for other desires. For example, power, such as beautiful women. There may be decent men who sit on their asses, but has it ever been considered, what are the chances of that? Want a good-looking, height is still relatively tall, rich, education at least undergraduate, but also dedicated to the man, Lu Ruyan think this life will not find. Unless she considered taking care of a gigolo. Sighing quietly, Ruyan Lu has already self-strategized. But Ruyan Lu also had her own thoughts. Even if he had someone outside, he himself would still be the head of that harem, and no matter who it was, when they saw him, they would have to call him a sister. I, great Emperor Ruyan, have not been weak in my life. Ruyan Lu was a person with a strong sense of action and a very thoughtful person. Since she had decided, she would take the initiative to grab it and, moreover, occupy the position of big sister. Although she had never been in love, but there were quite a lot of romantic looks around her, coupled with the seductive allure of her bones, Lu Ruyan didn't believe that she couldn't take Chu-do. Just as Lu Ruyan was sitting in her secretary's office thinking, Chu-do suddenly received a phone call from Jiang Lily. He was a little surprised. Jiang Lily had flight missions during the day, most of the time was off the phone. How this will suddenly call. Brother Chu, are there any busy When he picked up the phone, he heard Jiang Lily's flirtatious and delicate voice. Chu-do opened his computer while casually saying, this is not busy, what's wrong? Are you resting today or? Jiang Lily said softly, I'm not resting today, it's just that my mom suddenly made a phone call just now. Your mom? Chu-do didn't understand what she meant for a moment. Isn't this the 15th of August soon? My mom asked me to go back. Moreover, the family is urging for marriage very badly. Chu, can you accompany me back? Jiang Lily's family is from Jinmen. From Xinjiang to Jinmen is actually still very close, just 300 kilometers. Driving is just 3 or 4 hours to arrive. August 15th. Chu-do was in a bit of a trance. He heard the director of the orphanage say that when he was a baby, his parents had an accident and were gone, and he was sent to the orphanage by the police and grew up here. Chu-do had never experienced what affection was like, and had never had the idea that he must go home on August 15th and New Year's Eve. It didn't matter where he went, but this time was obviously different. It was to meet someone's parents. However, Jiang Lily will definitely be followed by herself for a long time, so it's okay to meet her parents. Thinking of this, Chu-do said, okay, there are still a few days left for August 15th. Let me know when you're rested and we'll drive over. Okay, thank you brother Chu, I will rest tomorrow, wait for me to come back brother. Listening to Zhang Lily's voice, Shu-du was a bit apathetic again. 5 into the palace deleted. After hanging up the phone, Shu-du suddenly thought of a problem. These girls, all of them have families and parents. If they keep following themselves in this life, they are definitely not married, and in case of trouble, they have to go and face multiple parents. Zhang Lily only had 1 day's vacation on August 15th, but from the 14th night back, he rested. The two ate a buffet together, and then Shu-du said, go, buy something, and go over in the morning. Okay. Zhang Lily jumped for joy. Although she didn't know what to buy, but cosmetics, jewelry, cigarettes and alcohol, they were definitely right. Watching Shu-du buy a whole bunch of things, Zhang Lily said with some hesitation, Brother Chu, buying, isn't it a bit much? Shu-du took a look and said in shock, it's only a few $100,000, is it a lot? Zhang Lily was somewhat speechless. Forget it, this tycoon is rich. Because she was going home tomorrow, Zhang Lily packed up and went to bed early in the evening. Early in the morning, Ning Lei drove a car, carrying the two of them together to Jinmen, followed by a car with bodyguards in it. Zhang Lily said, her parents are also very snobbish people, like money, and there is a younger brother at home. Growing up in such an environment, she also inevitably worshipped gold. Her parents have always wanted her to find a rich man to marry, so that everyone can live a good life in the future. Listening to Zhang Lily's words, Shu-du felt that it was very maneuverable. Like money, right? That's simple. Directly use money to smash until they are willing to let their daughter to be their lover. It's fine. How simple things. Nearly $10 million of luxury cars, with a driver, and the back of the Mercedes-Benz, all of which are bodyguards. There were also hundreds of thousands of dollars in gifts, and all sorts of things, exactly enough to keep their bottom line flexible. It wasn't until close to noon that they arrived at the downstairs of Zhang Lily's house. It was a very ordinary neighborhood, even a bit old. Shu-du told the bodyguards to wait downstairs, and Ning Lei would just help him with his things. Standing in the hallway, Zhang Lily took out her key and opened the door. There were 3 people in the house. The older ones were Zhang Lily's parents, who looked to be almost 50, and a younger brother who was 5 or 6 years younger than her and was in school. Seeing Zhang Lily back, Zhang father and mother were about to speak, and then saw Shu-du and Ning Lei carrying a large pile of things walked in. After putting down the things, Ning Lei didn't say a word, and very understandingly went out, closed the door, and went downstairs. Shu-du looked at the few people and said with a calm face, hello uncle and aunt, I am Zhang Lily's boyfriend Shu-du. Zhang father and mother looked at the various things on the table and on the floor, breathing a little sharply, and hurriedly said, Xiao Chu is it? Sit, don't be polite, just like your own home. Zhang Lily pulled Shu-du, sat on the sofa next to him, while Zhang father and mother secretly measured these things, silently calculating the value in their hearts, while Zhang Lily's younger brother, sitting on the bench next to him, looked at Shu-du curiously. Probably calculated, the Zhang family couple looked at each other, daughter this boyfriend, seems to be not ordinary Zhang mother laughed awkwardly and said, that, little Chu what kind of work do you do? Shu-du pulled Zhang Lily's hand, said naturally, I opened the company, in Xinjiang. Open company, really rich Father Jiang and Mother Jiang both revealed excited smiles. How long have you guys known each other? Shu-du roughly thought for a moment and said, almost 5 or 6 months. The two of them met in Sanya in May or June, and now it's already November, so it's not like half a year has passed. Chapter 59, Shocking Zhang's Family. You've been talking for so long, so when are you planning to get married? Zhang father and mother are also very anxious. It's rare to come across a man who is handsome in appearance and in such good condition. Gifts are sent hundreds of thousands of dollars. There is a special driver. What kind of big shot The daughter climbed on such a high branch, then their own family will not be heir? Hearing this, Zhang Lily hurriedly said, Mom, don't be anxious, his company is very busy. There is not much time for the time being. While saying this, she desperately gave her parents a wink. Although Zhang's father and mother did not understand what the reason was, but still regretfully said, that's fine, then you guys decide. We just think that it's better to be a little early. Shu-du is a little funny. He naturally see the idea of Zhang father and mother want to use marriage to tie, so that there is a sense of security. However, Shu-du did not intend to get married, at least, not now. From a bag next to him, he took out 2 keys and said, Uncle Auntie, this is Audi A8, top of the line, the full set down more than 2 million, this car it, to you and Auntie, you usually drive, there is a spare key, I arranged for someone to go to the license plate, and so on the afternoon will be driven over. Also, this key it, give it to Lily brother, listen to Lily said you are now a freshman, in school it, also don't be too high profile, this is an Audi A6, it's just a few $100,000, you take it to drive, all will drive over in the afternoon. He put the key on the table, not paying the slightest attention to the shocked Zhang family trio, and took out a large book and said, this one is a set of houses in the Yellow Residence neighborhood in Xinjiang, almost 260 square meters. According to the current price of the house with decoration, all down to 40 million, it has been renovated. If uncle and auntie would like to go to Xinjiang, you can usually live here. A 8, 6, and a $40 million house. The 3 Zhang family members were to see this kind of scene in their lifetime, at this time have been stunned. They thought that this son-in-law is very rich, may have a few tens of millions of dollars, but never thought that the son-in-law is actually rich to this extent, tens of millions of dollars of houses said to give away? Mother Jiang stammered, that, this, little, Chu, that, this house and car. Chudu faintly smiled, it's nothing, it's for you guys. Zhang Lili also knew what Chudu meant and said on the side, Mom and Dad, you guys accept it, don't think too much. Although Zhang father and mother wanted to receive, but the value was too high, they did not dare. Only when they heard Zhang Lili speak at this time did the two of them nod their heads and respond. Zhang father suddenly said, just right, originally at noon also did not cook, let's go out to eat, go to that what Jinmen International Hotel to eat. Zhang mother also did not hesitate to say, right, you guys are back, this is just noon, all hungry, let's go eat a meal. The hotel is a very high-class hotel in Jinmen, a place that Zhang father and Zhang mother would never go to before, but at this time, when they met such a son-in-law, they must arrange for their son-in-law to be in place today. While saying that, Zhang father and mother hurriedly went to the room to get money and cards. This meal they must invite their son-in-law, to give people a good impression. The two were afraid that the money was not enough, but also took out the private money in the bottom of the box, which is much more assured. Looking at her parents' actions, Zhang Lili sighed and didn't say anything. Chu Du, on the other hand, was completely indifferent. Zhang Lili with him, counting also have half a year, has been very peaceful, obedient and flirtatious, have a pet well, give some benefits is very normal. And Zhang Lili has always maintained their own bodies, if no accident, even if it is another 10 years, to more than 30 years old, she can still maintain a proud body, just add a few points of mature temperament and enchanting. Moreover, the probability is that at that time, she is still following Chu Du, so this little bit of money, Chu Du will be a lifetime buyout. Zhang father and mother side, sooner or later will know, so Chu Du up to be high profile, with money directly smashed dizzy them. Zhang Lili's younger brother, Zhang Long, on the other hand, did not say a word, but his eyes looking at the keys, but exposed the desire in his heart. Which man does not have a dream of a luxury car? Usually the family conditions are average, do not have that ability. In school, he has seen some rich classmates, driving a car, pick up beautiful classmates go out to spend the night, he can only fantasize about it. And now, a luxury car is in front of him. Don't think that the A6 is not a luxury car. In fact, when you look at the country, for the average family, 200,000 to 300,000 yuan car is the ceiling. The proportion of ordinary families in the country occupies almost 99%, and these people, their whole life is basically the ordinary Miting, Sprint, Passat, these grades of cars, this is the ceiling for everyone. For them, a car like A6 is a luxury car class. Don't believe in any online supercars per capita, that's pure bragging rights. How much does Ferrari sell in China in a year? Put in a certain sound inside, that year's purchase volume, then people's global sales are more, pure blind than bragging. Should've saw their looks clearly. Such a person, as long as to feed their appetite, and then tell them, Zhang Lili is his lover, will not get married, but with their own life no problem, they will still refuse? They won't. Although some would refuse, Zhang Lili's parents wouldn't. They themselves love money and want their daughter to marry into a rich family, although they don't have the chance to marry now, but they can enjoy these treatments, isn't it the same? Even if the reputation is not good, the big deal is to move to Xinjiang in the future, isn't that the end of it? Besides, what do these neighbors in Jinmen know? They'll just say they had their wedding in Xinjiang and they won't know a thing. They'll just envy their daughter for marrying a rich man. That's people. Vulgar people. But we are all vulgar, we just don't have the capital to be vulgar. We don't hate the rich, we just hate ourselves for not being rich. Came to the restaurant, Zhang father Zhang mother very polite to let Chu Du order food, Chu Du is to let Zhang Lili order food. For eating, Chu Du originated from the bottom, no too high requirements, can eat on the line, can eat good better. Now rich, Chu Du but most of the time is in Wang Xinyue, eat Wang Xinyue do home cooking. At the dinner table, Zhang's father and mother kept asking about Chu Du, trying to inquire about him, and in the end, Zhang Lili couldn't help herself, so she shut her parents up. However, because Chu Du first demonstrated his financial strength, so the entire meal down, Zhang father and mother's attitude was quite enthusiastic, the atmosphere was quite okay. When they finished eating and went back, both Audis had already driven over. Chu Du raised his eyebrows and said, Uncle, take a look, this is 2 cars, both are here. Chapter 60 Conversation between Zhang's mother and daughter. The first time Zhang's father saw the car, he liked it. A car worth over $2 million, relying on him and his wife, he couldn't afford this car in his lifetime, and now this son-in-law casually gave it away. There are also bodyguards around, even the bodyguard's car is Mercedes-Benz. This is what kind of big shot At this time, Zhang father and Zhang mother's only idea is to hurry to find a way to let Chu Du and Zhang Lili get married. Only when they get married, they can rest assured that there are too many vixens out there, and if such a good son-in-law is seduced away, what can be done about it? Moreover, it was still unknown how far they had developed. If they hadn't gotten into bed yet, the danger would be great. With various thoughts, the people returned home. Mother Jiang gave a gesture to Zhang Lili, and the two of them went to the bedroom together. Zhang father, on the other hand, was in the living room with Chudu, preparing to open the wine to see. Extreme Madai, although Zhang father has seen, but never drank, did not expect the son-in-law shot, his 5 boxes. Good guy, really good guy. In the bedroom, after Jiang mother carefully closed the door, said with a serious face, you tell mom, is this really your boyfriend? Jiang Lily rolled her eyes and said, of course, we've been together for half a year. Mother Jiang was slightly relieved and said, how far have you progressed, have you lived together? Jiang Lily frowned and said, Mom, this is your question. Seeing this, Jiang mother naturally understood. Not only did she not get angry, but instead, her eyebrows opened up and smiled, good, really good. I'm afraid you guys don't have anything, that's the problem. Carefully glancing outside, Jiang mother said, can you get married quickly, such a good son-in-law, I'm afraid to become someone else's. Marriage. These two words were incomparably harsh. Jiang Lily bit her lip, not knowing what to say. Seeing her appearance, Jiang mother said suspiciously, what's wrong? Is it that you don't want to get married, or is it that he doesn't want to get married? Right, when you get married, quit your job as an air hostess, you're so pretty. It's easy to be harassed by men when you're an air hostess. It's best for you to work in his company, so you can keep an eye on him every day, lest there are unsavory women who seduce him. Mom is a person from the past. Mom give you, such a man, want to pounce on a lot of women, you have to keep a close eye on him, in case he runs away, you regret to death. Right, and, are you doing security measures, Mom to you, it is best not to, you have to find a way to conceive a child, even if the divorce in the future, you can also. Before the words were finished, Jiang Lily interrupted her, Mom, stop it. Mother Jiang froze for a moment, looked at her daughter and said, what do you mean? You don't want to marry him? Jiang Lily was very annoyed, but she also understood that there are some things that can be hidden for a while, but not for a lifetime. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lily said, Mom, it's impossible for the two of us to get married. Jiang mother stared at her daughter with wide eyes, unbelievable, said, what do you mean, say it clearly. Actually, I'm just his lover. Jiang Lily's face was calm, and after saying it, it didn't matter instead. Jiang mother's face was unsightly for a moment, you mean, you now give him as a mistress, he has a wife? Jiang Lily shook her head and said, he doesn't have a wife, maybe he won't get married for the rest of his life, so I can only be his lover. Lover! How could Jiang mother be willing to let her daughter go and be a lover to someone else? She wanted to say something, but when she thought of the hundreds of thousands of dollars of cigarettes, wine, and cosmetics, and the $2 million car, and the $40 million house, she couldn't say anything. Father Jiang and Mother Jiang loved money too much, and in this society, they believed that money was the standard to measure a person. The daughter found a man, young and handsome and money, such a person, cannot find a second lantern. But the only problem, her daughter is just a lover, a mistress. She hoped that her daughter would marry Chu Du, instead of going to compete for favor with a group of women. But she also knew that it was impossible for her own family to sway Chu Du, and that women were only obedient in front of others. If you do not want to, you can reject these, go to find a new one. But such a man, where is good to find? Moreover, if you refuse, these things, and the house and car, are to be returned to others. In her heart, she couldn't let go of 10,000. After a long silence, Jiang mother said, what do you mean? Jiang Lily face complex, in my life, I can find such a person, it's good, what other qualifications to pick? Moreover, he is over in Xinjiang, sent me a set of house, worth close to $100 million, as long as I follow him enough for 3 years, the house will be given to me, there is also a few $1 million car, follow him enough for 1 year, the car will be given to me. When I went to be a stewardess, it was also requested by you guys, hoping to find a rich man, but I've seen too many rich men, basically all of them are already married. It's not like there aren't any young rich second-generation men, but they don't have this much money. Mom, compare and contrast, what do you think? Mother John's breath caught. A house worth close to $100 million? And a car with a few $1 million? In 3 years at most, all of these would be her daughters. Her daughter was right, most rich people were already married, even if there were rich second generation. But which rich second generation was willing to spend so much money? Besides, if you find another rich kid, he won't cheat on you? Simply whimsical. If it is before, have not seen these things, Jiang father and mother may be on the refusal, but things are in front of the eyes, let them back again. Silence for a long time, Jiang mother sighed and said, your thing, see your own decision. Obviously, for the matter of being someone's lover, Jiang mother also recognized it. Want to enter the mansion, how can it be smooth? But the good thing is that Chu Du is not married, there is still a chance. On second thought, Jiang mother added, I tell you, people, not set in stone, he doesn't want to get married now, but it doesn't mean he doesn't want to in the future. If you can give him a child, then even if he doesn't get married in the future for the rest of his life, he won't abandon you. Mother by son, this sentence is very important, you must keep it in mind, don't do any safety measures, just give him a child, preferably a son, in the future, no one can compete with you. By the way, if you want to compete for a man, it's not enough for you to be good looking, there are many beautiful women, when you are 5 or 10 years later, what will you do? You need to have other aspects that can attract him. In the future, often with mom video, mom teach you how to cook, clean up the home, mom tell you, no matter what kind of man, or very eat this set, a woman can clean up the home, also can do a handful of good food, even if this man outside to steal food, he will think of you, because this can give him a sense of home, this is any Thai foxes can't compare. Chapter 61, Talking Within the Jiang Family. Listening to her mother's rambling, Zhang Lily was in a bit of a trance, cleaning up the house and cooking. Indeed, she has always ignored this point, only thinking that by virtue of their own beautiful body, and their own enough flirty, but the years will eventually grow old, and what about the future? At 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Chudu said goodbye to Zhang Lily and left, and did not eat the evening meal. Looking at the distant limousine, and looking at the two Audis in front of them, the 3 members of the Zhang family returned home and sat on the sofa. Zhang mother hesitated for a moment and told Zhang Lily's relationship with Chudu. For a while, the house fell into silence. Zhang father unwrapped the cigarette sent by Chudu, lit one and said in a calm tone, "This matter, it has a great impact on our family, let's all talk about it." Mother Zhang hesitated and didn't say anything. Zhang Long carefully glanced at his parents, and then glanced at the car keys in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Actually, it's not a bad thing." Father Zhang and Mother Zhang's gazes looked at him at the same time. Zhang Long put his heart across and said directly, "There are more rich people in society. Those girls in our school have been adopted a lot. It's not easy for us to find a rich man. If you are not willing, naturally someone else is willing." This is right. You are not willing, naturally someone is willing for money. Zhang mother also followed and said, "That's right, miss this village, cannot have this store, since we seized the opportunity, don't think so much, as long as we don't say, who knows, the future can be all good days." Zhang father looked at a large pile of gifts, and thousands of bottles of wine, set up a few boxes, as well as the car keys on the table, and finally sighed and said, "A few more years, when my son graduates, let's go to Xinjiang." After all, it is the money that moves people. Chudu did not care about what the Zhang family thought, but he knew that the Zhang family would definitely agree. Maybe it was the end of a matter of the heart. Tonight's Zhang Lily, extraordinarily active. Lying in Chudu's arms, Zhang Lily suddenly sounded a little low. "Brother Chu, thank you for today." Chudu swept her into his arms, gently caressing the hair. "Thank me for what? I think your parents, but also very angry." Zhang Lily shook her head. "With their character, they won't say anything, they will only acquiesce to this matter." Chudu smiled. "Wouldn't that be better?" Zhang Lily ruffled her long hair. "Brother Chu, after me, I can follow you, you are not allowed to abandon me." Feeling the smoothness of the jades back in his arms, Chudu closed his eyes and said, "You just have to be good, I will support you for the rest of your life, even if you get old in the future, I will still support you." Old is a person will be old, when the face is old, she is beautiful no longer, also do not know what will be like. But no matter what, Chudu had given her enough face today to make her parents shut up from now on. Zhang Lily was touched inside. 500 words hidden here. A hall full of spring colors. When she got up early in the morning, Zhang Lily had already left for work, but left a fried egg and hot milk on the table. She knew that Ruyan Lu would bring breakfast for Chudu, but yesterday, Mother Jiang had also said that with her beauty, she couldn't go on owning a man forever. The only way to do that was to have some characteristics. Although she was not good at cooking, she still had no problem frying eggs. This is the beginning of a transformation. Coming to the company, Lu Ruyan brought breakfast, and Chudu ate the same. After all, Zhang Lily left a fried egg and a cup of milk, which is enough. After eating breakfast, wiping his hands, Chudu said casually, "What are the things and arrangements for work recently?" Lu Ruyan is still in a professional dress and black silk, she said with a straight face, "Boss, there is basically nothing big in the recent work." "Nothing? How can it be nothing? If it's nothing, then it's something." Chudu snapped his fingers and said, "I'm going to make our Star River group bigger and stronger." Lu Ruyan curiously said, "Boss, do you have any plans and arrangements?" Chudu pondered for a while and said, "Our Star River group, now divided into Star River Media, Star River Transportation, Star River Hotel, Star River Tourism, Star River Advertisement, Star River Jewelry, these companies, the transportation has already embarked on the international route, the jewelry has not yet begun, so let's not talk about it for the time being. The others, each company has requirements." Hearing this, Ruyan Lu sat upright, picked up a pen and paper and started recording. First is Star River Media, currently just an ordinary media company, the Star side, ask them to go and dig people for me, as long as they are popular, or have potential, all of them. The company doesn't have dozens of first-tier stars, how can it work? There is also the side of the Netflix department, give me to go to other platforms to dig people, dig more big anchors, can be used to attract small anchors to follow up, create more topics, and also pay attention to the scale. As for the short drama side, collect more scripts, shoot some fine, at present, although the short drama industry is no longer the peak period, but the audience is still a lot of people. Next you can take the fine route, cultivate a little bit, if the actor is good, you can go into the film and television department side. I hope, within a year, Star River Media's top artists, is the most in the country, to make Star River become the biggest media company in the country, so that it can go global. Lu Ruyan silently sighed at Chudu's big spending, but her hands did not stop at all, recording quickly. Chudu suddenly thought of a problem. A lot of domestic movies, TV dramas and songs, are imitating foreign countries, so what if I recruit people directly from abroad? The more Chudu thought, the more he felt that this idea was good. On the one hand, there were Hollywood superstars from Europe and America, and on the other hand, there were Korean girl groups. It was indeed all very good. Also, our Star River Hotel, which has just been established, can first establish 10 of them in Xinjiang, and when the business stabilizes, then expand to other places. Star River Tourism, let's get ready, expand the business. Recently I'm ready to engage in some international tourism business. The tourism industry is very hot in these years, especially from Zibo and the back of Harbin. Soon the tourism industry is going to continue to rise. The international tourism will gradually increase. Xinjiang rich people, this aspect of the market is very good. Lu Ruyan quickly recorded what Chudu said. In fact, there were many things that needed to be prepared for the opening of the international tourism business. For example, it was necessary to have a certain number of international tour guides, as well as a license for international tourism. However, these two problems were not problems in Chudu's opinion. Tourist guides, there were plenty of them, and there were plenty of guides who were willing to come if they spent money on them. As for the qualification, Star River Group's position in Xinjiang, applying for a qualification is really easy. Thinking about it, there should be nothing more. So Chudu waved his hand. Okay, just follow this direction, make a specific plan and start acting. Chapter 62, Commercial Bank High-End Exchange Meeting. Understood, boss. Ruyan Lu closed the book, stepped on her high heels, and left with a clatter. Just as Ruyan Lu left, Chudu's phone rang. Zhao Qian. Chudu glanced at it and picked up the phone. Governor Zhao, long time no see. Congratulations on the high promotion. Hearing Chudu's words, Zhao Qian also said cheerfully, it's all thanks to Mr. Chu, otherwise how could there be this step of opportunity? Two simple pleasantries. Zhao Qian cut to the chase. This is so Chu. Our commercial bank, there is a high-end VIP circle, our personal deposits of more than 100 million large customers, our commercial bank every year will provide exchanges, to give a platform to strengthen cooperation and exchange. A few days after the exchanges of our Xinjiang will be opened, scheduled for this Friday night, you see. An exchange meeting? And they are all big customers? Chudu instantly came to the interest. He said excitedly, okay, where is the location? Don't look at Zhao Qian talking about deposits over 100 million, it seems to be far worse than Chudu's tens of billions, but you have to realize that not everyone has a hang. Under normal circumstances, individuals with long-term deposits of more than 100 million, in the VIP circle, that are big customers. This can be all liquidity which businessman does not put the funds out to do business, find ways to go money to money. Up and down the country, according to the most recent financial wealth report, all assets over 100 million, the country has 130,000 people. As for the deposits can be more than 100 million, less than 2,000 people, and almost all of them are concentrated in those few big cities. On average, how many people are there in Xinjiang? Not more than 500 people. Can do this, are big bosses, every day a lot of customers, busy business, Chudu estimated, and then the exchange, can come to 100 people, it's good. But this does not hinder Chudu's enthusiasm. Zhao Qian heard Chudu's reply, his heart was happy, this is the biggest customer, as long as he is willing to go, naturally there will be a lot of people who want to go. After all, this circle was this big, even if they didn't recognize it, they had at least heard of it. Just based on some of the outside world's knowledge of Chudu alone, it was enough for many people to want to go and get to know him. Friday night at 7 p.m., the address is at the Cloud Sky Manor. Yuntian Manor was near the suburbs, a very large manor that could accommodate quite a few people. By the way, Mr. Chu, there are also some people from the official side, who will also come. Official people? Chudu understood with just a thought. With so many businessmen and bosses gathered together, it was only natural that the above would want to pull some investment in construction and development. After thinking about it, Chudu made a call to Ruyan Lu. A minute later, Lu Ruyan walked into the office and said, "Boss, what's the matter?" Chudu fiddled with his cell phone and said, "This Friday night, go with me to a party, dress upscale, no money tell me, I'll give you money." Lu Ruyan shook her head and said, "No need, boss, I have a dress." Chudu nodded his head and said, "That's fine, Friday at 5:30 in the afternoon, we'll leave from here." "Okay boss." For this exchange meeting, Chudu was still looking forward to it. Wanting the company to accelerate its development, cooperation was inevitable. However, Chudu only intended to cooperate in business, as for shares and whatnot, it was by no means possible. He liked to have one word, and it was best if it was completely in his own hands, that would be the best. Friday. Chudu wore a high-fashion suit, Hermes belt, casino shoes, from head to toe, all revealed the wealth and luxury. Together with his handsome face, and his height of 1.85 meters, he was completely a walking hormone, enough to seduce countless young girls. And Lu Ruyan also changed her dress in the office, a Prada exquisite evening gown. The overall dress presents blue and gray intertwined, above the slight flash of diamonds, such as stars. The beauty of the vast starry sky is condensed between the mist of this light gauze, and the beautiful gold and silver beads seem to emit a dreaming and translucent light, just like the New Year's fireworks. The gown is matched with an elegant color tone, with a large area of see-through mesh turned wrap in front and back, and dark color see-through long sleeves, which can visually shorten the shoulder spacing. Handmade beading cleverly towards, patchwork into a bright river of stars, so that every detail shows the femininity, inadvertently add a touch of noble and mysterious, to create a strong sense of creative uniqueness. Lu Ruyan 173's tall figure, full of jade peaks in the gown is fully displayed. The waist design shows the perfect waist-to-hip ratio. There is also the exquisite makeup she deliberately dressed today. Chanel Miss Coco's perfume added 3 mature woman's charm and temptation. Lancome's top lipstick embellished the rosy cherry lips. Tonight's Lu Ruyan, like an elegant goddess clad in bright stars, mysterious, sexy and charming. Underneath her feet was a pair of white diamond-encrusted crystal high heels, lifting her originally tall figure directly to 1 meter 8. Even compared to Chudu, it wasn't too far off. That pair of slender and perfect top long legs, under the gown was covered by the light, but the translucent gauze skirt under the knee was hazy and hidden, so that people could not remove their eyes. Wearing the Cartier earrings and necklace that Chudu bought for her, it was radiant and sparkling. Seeing Lu Ruyan's matching, Chudu couldn't help but breathe a few points faster. Since he was rich, he had seen countless beautiful women, but Ruyan Lu's face value and figure were definitely the top kind. Standing in front of Lu Ruyan, Chudu deeply sniffed the perfume odor on her body, closed his eyes and said, "You today, really beautiful." Lu Ruyan's face was slightly reddened, not sure if it was blush or blush. "Boss, let's go, we'll be late later." Chudu took a deep breath and said, "Go." Ninglei drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom all the way to the manor, followed by 2 Mercedes-Benz, all of which were Chudu's bodyguards. An hour later, the vehicle arrived at the manor. The Yuntian Manor, said to be a private manor built by a real estate boss, was also one of today's attendees. The entire manor covers an area of more than 5,000 square meters. The lawn alone, there are 1,000 square meters. Inside there are also villas, open-air swimming pools, indoor hot springs, basketball courts, basements, wine cellars, home theaters, home KTVs, home bars, and many other types of designs, wrapped around the power grid. Ordinary people cannot enter at all. The guards at the entrance let Chudu in after checking his identity. As for the bodyguards, they were guarding outside the door. Lu Ruyan held Chudu's arm. The two of them took a step and walked into the manor. Chapter 63 Exchange Meeting. This time was already 6:30, although it was said that it wouldn't start until 7, but everyone had almost arrived early. Chudu roughly swept a glance. There were quite a few waiters in the whole place, almost 100 people or so, delivering drinks, serving snacks and so on. As for the guests that came today, men and women, Chudu probably looked over, there were actually close to 300 people. But as he thought about it for a moment, he realized, among them, only over 100 of them were really elites. As for the other women, they were all just female companions. Just like Chudu and Lu Ruyan, although Lu Ruyan was a very outstanding woman, she was still not qualified enough to be placed in this level of gathering. Chudu also looked around, a handful of a dozen or so people he recognized, all of whom he had met earlier when he swiped money to buy shares. And the crowd obviously knew him. Chudu just walked over. Many people were waving and raising their cups, greeting Chudu. "Mr. Chu, good evening." Chudu also greeted the crowd with a smile on his face. Although with his financial power, he could completely ignore these people, but it was inevitable that he would encounter one with a questionable personality that had to die with you and play underhanded tricks. There was no need to offend people. As Chudu's female companion, Lu Ruyan was also generous and decent, full of smiles, making people feel like spring breeze. Chudu casually took a glass of wine from the tray of the waiter next to him and clinked glasses with the crowd. "Hello General Manager Chu, I am from Zhongjia Real Estate." "Hello Mr. Chu, I'm from Future Ventures." Those who came here were basically men in their 40s and 50s, and they had all worked hard step by step to have the wealth they had now. Looking around, only Chudu was the youngest in the whole room, but no one would belittle him a little bit. Chudu and the crowd chatted about all aspects of the recent market, and every word they said had the potential to change the direction of the market. Suddenly someone said, "Mr. Chu, I heard that half a year ago, you have been investing everywhere. I wonder if you still have plans to invest now?" Chudu slightly raised his eyebrows and said, "Are you having good programs and plans?" This was a middle-aged man. Looking at the dress, he was also a successful businessman, with a piece of universal watch. He was also a wealthy man. Chudu had a little impression of him. This man was called Sukai. When he was introduced just now, he said that he was in the medical equipment business. But Chudu currently has a company in this area under his name, when he invested in it, so he is not very interested, but still politely polite 2 sentences, which knows that this person opened his mouth and said, "Mr. Chu, I am currently optimistic about the new energy automobile industry, I think." Chudu only listened to 2 sentences, then lazy to listen carefully again. In this regard, it seems that all are promoting. In fact, the limitations are very large. For example, the northern region, once the cold winter, new energy mini cars simply cannot start. Open and air conditioner also have to be stingy. On the highway is even more afraid of death. Charging pressure is currently the most difficult problem for many car owners. The former Lay Total has been doing the car, their own involvement in it, not very meaningful. But this gives Chudu a wake-up call. Can we find a way to do fast charging? If it is not possible to do fast charging, then can we increase the charging pile? Once this problem is solved, the profit space in it is quite huge. But the technical difficulties involved are not easy to solve. Instead, it seems to be easier to increase the number of charging piles. Establishing charging piles over a large area, as well as wind and water energy to generate all kinds of power, was actually enough. Chudu secretly remembered in his heart, and went back to consider this matter. Seeing Chudu's lack of interest, he spoke and fell silent. Many people want to pull Chudu to invest, but there is no particularly good project. Suddenly a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and in his 40s said, I wonder if Mr. Chu has any ideas for this aspect of hydroelectric energy? Chudu's eyes lit up as he said something. He clinked glasses with the other party and then said, I don't know how to address you? The middle-aged man said politely, Mr. Chu, I'm Lu Sheng from Huayuan Energy Company, and I'm currently mainly doing the energy generation aspect. For example, my company is in the northwest, there are doing wind power generation, and over here, there are also hydroelectric power stations, but in recent years, there are more and more trams, no matter if it's an electric car, or a new energy electric car, they all need charging piles. So, in this aspect, the current market is not saturated. I want to expand the scale of the hydroelectric power station and increase the power generation capacity. I wonder if Mr. Chu is interested? Chudu himself had an energy company in his hands, but that company also had other people's shares. It was still profitable, and people didn't want to sell it. He said with interest, Can Mr. Lu introduce the current scale and plans? Lu Sheng said without hesitation, the current main thing is to do the three aspects of wind, hydro, and tidal. I am considering that there are more and more trams now, so I want to expand this aspect of the business. Chudu also has the idea, but right now is obviously not the right time to talk in detail, so Chudu said, let's do it this way, next Monday, let's find a place to talk in detail. How? Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. He knows how rich this god of wealth is. As long as this master nods, that expansion is not a problem at all. He immediately said, good, no problem, next Monday, Mr. Chu, as long as there is time, feel free to contact me. Saying that, he sent a business card with a few moments of respect. Ruyan Lu received the business card for Chu Du and put it into her handbag. Tonight's exchange meeting, in fact, did not have any theme. It was just to give everyone a platform to communicate and strengthen cooperation a bit. From the time Chu Du came here, he had almost never stopped. There had always been people who wanted to find Chu Du to cooperate in various ways. But Chu Du also did not agree. Tonight are just a basic exchange, the real cooperation, but also privately to talk again. Tonight also let a lot of people remember Lu Ruyan, this beautiful as flowers, charming woman. Every move she made seemed to carry a kind of charm. Just standing next to Chu Du, with a smile on her face, seemed to be enough to mesmerize people. But everyone knew that this woman could not be touched. Just by the fact that she could hold Chu Du's arm on this kind of occasion, it was known that, in Chu Du's heart, she had a status, and was by no means as simple as a vase. Chu Du, who was talking to someone, suddenly saw a silhouette walk up to him and said with a smile, Brother Chu, good evening. Chu Du was surprised to see the beautiful person in front of him. It was none other than Wang Xinu. However, Chu Du quickly came to his senses. Tonight was the commercial bank's call. As the divisional governor, Wang Xinu was naturally here. And Zhao Qian must also be in, just Chu Du did not see. Also do not know Zhao Qian in busy what? Looking at the Wang crescent in front of her, wearing a pure white cheongsam, trimming out her perfect figure, and a pair of beige high heels, which is even more clear. Coiling up a head of long hair, inserting a hairpin, as if a young woman in ancient costume, with a few moments of grace and splendor, beautiful and generous. Chapter 64, Lu Ruyan's Parents. Wang Xinu glanced at Lu Ruyan next to her. The smile on her face did not fluctuate at all. Hello, Secretary Lu. Stretching her hand, Lu Ruyan now although she wanted to monopolize Chu Du, but after all, she still wasn't with Chu Du, and gradually had gotten used to the existence of someone else by Chu Du's side. So she also politely said, Governor Wang is polite. Wang Xinu of course wasn't just for Chu Du tonight, but a whole lot of customers had to be maintained. So after greeting Chu Du, she continued chatting with the other clients. The crowd were all smart people. From their eyes they could also see that this Governor Wang was only afraid that his relationship with Chu Du was not the same. With a clear understanding in their hearts, they were all 3 times more polite to Wang Xinu. The exchange will be close to 10 o'clock in the evening, only almost over. Wang Xinyu bankside there are still things, temporarily cannot return. Chu Du is and Lu Ruyan together to go. Ning Lei drove the car, Chu Du and Lu Ruyan sat in the back. After a long period of silence, Ruyan Lu suddenly asked, Boss, you like Governor Wang a lot? The corner of Chu Du's mouth brought on a smile. Yes, very much. Crescent Moon is very well behaved. Her cooking is also delicious. She is very understanding. She knows what she wants and never oversteps her bounds. Lu Ruyan's heart was flooded with a wave of sourness. She paused and said, Boss, you should have more than one banker Wang around you. Chu Du twisted his head and looked at Ruyan Lu and said, there are 2 more. Phew. Lu Ruyan exhaled a long breath. Boss, you really are very philandering. Chu Du, however, did not think so. Men, as long as they are not eunuchs, as long as they still have a breath, which one is not philandering, the difference lies in whether there is the ability and capital to be philandering. Lu Ruyan fell silent. She knew that this was the truth. Suddenly Lu Ruyan added, Boss, have you ever thought about getting married and marrying who? Is it one of them? Marry. Chu Du pondered slightly and said, Actually, I don't want to get married, at least, I don't want to for the time being. What's the point of getting married? It's a lot of work and effort, and you have to coax your girlfriend. It would be better to just adopt, no need to use your brain, and the other party still has to find a way to please themselves. If I really get married someday, the wife I hope for will understand things, and that's it. This understanding, the meaning could be too much. Ruyan Lu didn't speak again, she didn't know what to say. The car quickly came to the downstairs of Ruyan Lu's house, but there were two people standing next to it. Ruyan Lu just looked at them and said in surprise, "My parents?" Chu Du's face was surprised. "Are you sure, it's your parents?" Ruyan Lu rolled her eyes. "My own parents, I can still recognize them?" Chu Du remembered that Ruyan Lu said that her family was from Suzhou and Hangzhou, and she was alone in Xinjiang. However, in the middle of the night, how could Ruyan Lu's parents suddenly come here? Looking at Ruyan Lu's appearance, she was also completely unaware. Ning Lei parked the car. Ruyan Lu hurriedly got off and went forward. "Dad, Mom, why are you here?" Mother Lu's face was not good. "I called you 3 times and asked you to go to a blind date meeting. You just refused and had to let me come and invite you, right?" Lu father's attitude is also not very good. "You are 30, when are you going to wait? Every time you say you are busy with work. What are you busy with? You don't even have time to see someone? People are also in Xinjiang, you can't spare an hour?" Hearing this, Chu Du understood. He had talked to Ruyan Lu before. Ruyan Lu was already 30 years old, her parents were very anxious, and had been trying to get her to hurry up and get married on a blind date, and she had met many people before and after, but none of them were suitable. She felt good. People want to find 18-year-old girl, there are also see her, but not up to her requirements. So it just kept dragging on. Lu Ruyan was very helpless. "Mom and Dad," I said, "I'm now very busy working every day, this just came back from the exchange meeting, the clothes are all still dresses, haven't changed yet, I'm busy like this, which have the time to go on a blind date, and I also know the person you guys introduced, they are all 40, and also with 2 children, what am I going to do? What do I want such an old man for? Because he doesn't bathe? Does he have high blood pressure? Does he snore at night? To say money, I have money of my own, the money I earned from my work in these years, I have already bought a suite for our family, I don't lack money I don't need someone I don't like to be with me, it's very hard." Lu mother but does not care, that I have a young man here in his 20s, just graduated, people do not mind that you are older than him, why don't you see? The more Lu Ruyan heard, the more annoyed she got, her boss was still behind her, and her parents were like this. She just wanted to speak. Chu Du got down from the car, she doesn't go on a blind date because there's me. "Hello uncle and aunt, my name is Chu Du, I am Ruyan's boss and Ruyan's boyfriend." Looking at a decent suit, Chu Du, who walked over, had a handsome face and extraordinary temperament. If the previous Chu Du was just an ordinary oxen and horses, the current Chu Du had changed greatly. Being in this position for a long time, and the support of money, the temperament of people will change a lot. Chu Du became more and more mature. When Lu father heard the voice, he first frowned, then loosened his frown and said, "You are Ruyan's boyfriend, or her leader?" Chu Du walked to the side of Lu Ruyan, pulled her hand and said, "Ruyan may not want to say, we only recently established a relationship, she is trying to wait for us to stabilize a little bit, and then tell you guys." Father Lu and Mother Lu's gazes immediately focused on Ruyan Lu. Hearing Chu Du call himself her boyfriend, Lu Ruyan jumped for joy in her heart, but when she thought of the other women by his side, she was again uncomfortable. But right now was not the time to count on this. Sighing, Lu Ruyan said, "Mom and Dad, we are indeed together, this earrings, necklace, are all bought for me by Chu, a few million, Chu is very good to me, but we have just been together, I don't want to say so much, originally thought to go back in the new year to talk about it." Hearing his daughter say this, Lu father breathed a sigh of relief. "Since you have a boyfriend, then say it earlier, lest I and your mom think about this thing every day." Mother Lu looked at Chu Du, his face is handsome, his clothes are also very high-end fabrics, he is also her daughter's boss, he is handsome and rich, and he looks as if he is quite young. This is much better than his own introduction Mother Lu hesitated for a moment and said, "That, Xiao Chu we are parents, but also more anxious about this matter, Ruyan already 30, her father and I worry about this every day now know that you guys together, we are much more at ease." Chu Du smiled and said, "Don't worry auntie, I am truly fond of Ruyan, age is not a problem, I will take good care of her." Chapter 65 Ruyan Lu's Invitation. This chapter due to rectification, delete a lot of content, sorry. Mother Lu nodded her head slightly. Ruyan this child is also okay at studying and working, tidying up the house and cooking, are not too good at it, in the future let her practice and learn more. Chu Du smilingly shook his head and refused, "Auntie, this is not a thing, my home is also relatively large, a person to clean up is very tired, are to hire a nanny." So Mother Lu didn't know what to say for a while. Lu Ruyan glanced at the time and said, "Mom and Dad, it's so late, tonight in my place to stay, now you also see, my work is quite good, boyfriend also have, you can rest assured, tomorrow we'll go back, I still have a job tomorrow, very busy." Chu Du listened funny, tomorrow is clearly Saturday, Star River can never squeeze employees to work extra overtime for free, and Lu Ruyan also doesn't have a job tomorrow. She was clearly talking nonsense with her eyes open, but Lu father and mother do not know, they look at each other, so late to go back, also really not safe. So Lu father said, "That's fine, your mom and I, tomorrow, you go back, you work well, get along well with others." Ruyan Lu nodded repeatedly, okay, I know. Turning her head to look at Chudu, Lu Ruyan blinked her eyes. Boss, then I'll take my parents back first. You also go back to sleep early. Chudu looked at her with a gentle face. Good. I'll go back and go to bed early too. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Chudu just turned around and got on the car. Lu father suddenly said, that, Xiaochua, must come in the new year. Don't worry uncle, I will definitely go in the new year. Looking at the faraway car, Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know why Chudu would stand out, but today Chudu did help her a great deal. Her parents would definitely not rush her in the future. But she obviously underestimated the thoughts of the previous generation. When you didn't have a date, they would rush you into a relationship. When you have a lover, they will urge you to hurry up and get married. When you get married, they will urge you to hurry to have children. Lu Ruyan's current house is rented, more than 80 square meters, but 3 people can live. Just returned home, Lu Ruyan went back to her room to change her clothes and came out. Lu mother started, Ruyan how long have you talked about it? When can you get married Lu Ruyan was drinking water, almost choked. She looked at her mother incredulously. Mom, we've only been together for a week, you're not in such a hurry, right? Lu mother face a plate. Your company I also probably heard you say, such a large scale, that people must be in very good condition. First of all this material aspect is not a problem. Also, I just looked, the young man looks very spiritual, also quite good looking, tall, with you no problem. People also speak politely. Polite, how respectful you look at yourself, such a good person in front of you, you do not hurry to grasp. What are you waiting for? Waiting to be pried away? Also, don't let your girlfriend see him. Your girlfriends I know, want money are crazy. If they know, that's your competitor. This words down, Lu Ruyan directly speechless. How can your own mom be so pushy? Don't say that the two have not established a relationship, just acting. Even if the two were really a couple, it would be impossible to get married so soon. But she is also too lazy to argue with her parents about these things. Well, I know mom, you don't say, the new year time to meet again to see, whether it is suitable again, right? Mother Lu said with dissatisfaction. What do you mean by look again? What do you mean by suitable? I think it's quite suitable, people so good conditions, do not mind you old. What capital you are not anxious just because you look good? Can you look good for the rest of your life? Isn't it the same when you're old? If you don't seize the opportunity while you're young, I don't know what you're thinking day in and day out. Listen to me, hurry up, more contact. Tomorrow your father and I will go back. You hurry up to ask him out on a date. It's best to come back in the new year and get married. Lu Ruyan wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't. I know, mom, I'm very tired, go to sleep. Chudu returned home. Wang Xinyue hadn't come back yet. He just changed his clothes and saw a message from Lu Ruyan. Did you sleep? Chudu, no, just came back. What's wrong? Lu Ruyan, I'm really sorry today, my parents suddenly came. I don't know, let you also pretend to be my boyfriend. Chudu, is there a possibility that the fake becomes real? Lu Ruyan, boss, are you serious? Chudu, you guess? Looking at the screen you guess, Lu Ruyan a burst of madness, hate to smash the phone. What kind of dogman you guess, small children but also guess to guess. They are so big adults, cannot be painful? She stared at the cell phone screen, thought about it, and sent another message. Boss, are you free tomorrow? Chudu, speaking, what is it? Lu Ruyan, can we have dinner together tomorrow? Chudu saw Lu Ruyan's message, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but smile. Just dinner? Lu Ruyan, other than say. Chudu, okay, tomorrow at noon, you pick a good place to tell me. Lu Ruyan, okay, see you tomorrow. Chudu, see you tomorrow. Stretching and stretching his body, Chudu is also ready to sleep. Just at this time, Wang Xinyue suddenly opened the door and came back. Crescent Moon is back. Chudu walked out from the bedroom. Wang Crescent took off her high heels, put down her handbag, went up and hugged Chudu and said, Brother Chu, I'm sorry, I've just finished working on the bank. Chu said with a smile, what is there to be sorry for? Work, overtime is normal. Wang Crescent poured a cup of water to drink, and then said, Chu brother you wait, I go to change clothes, clean up a bit, you first lie on the bed, sleepy if you first sleep. Chudu looked at Wang Xinyue's beautiful figure outlined by this Cheongsam, and was dumbfounded. Originally, when he was with Lu Ruyan tonight, he had been apoplectic, and now that Wang Xinyue was back, the gust of perfume odor coming from her made Chudu even more impulsive. He picked up Wang Xinyue, not paying any attention to Wang Xinyue's exclamation of surprise, and said, don't change, just this one. Chapter 66 Eating Alone with Ruyan Lu. The next morning, Wang Crescent packed up her things and went to the bank. Ever since she became the bank president, she was busy and had a lot of things to do, and often had meals. Chudu, on the other hand, leisurely packed and washed, glanced at the location sent by Ruyan Lu, and waited until 11 o'clock before going out. Today did not call the driver, he drove his own Lamborghini out. The restaurant that Ruyan Lu ordered is a Western restaurant, just inside the international Wansheng city. The grade is considered mid-range, and it's not bad. Chudu sat in a partial corner position, and soon, Ruyan Lu walked in. At this time is already November. Lu Ruyan was wearing a black tweed coat, inside is a tight white warm clothes, the lower wearing a black short skirt, just can cover the arched buttocks. On her legs was a pair of black bottoms, which wrapped around a pair of super long legs, which were long and straight. There was also a pair of black 5 cm thigh-high boots. Her long hair danced, walking over, her eyebrows and eyes containing love, just like an absolute generation of special objects. Paired with her makeup, she was completely a top-notch beautiful imperial lady. Seeing Chudu, Lu Ruyan walked over with a big smile, sat down opposite Chudu, and put down her handbag. Boss, I'm sorry, I'm late. Chudu was indifferent. It's fine, I just arrived as well. Lu Ruyan took off the woolen coat outside. Her exquisite undulating body curves were completely revealed under the white thermal coat, and that overwhelming bosom made Chudu couldn't help but look sideways. He sighed in admiration. Your figure is really good. Ruyan Lu raised her eyebrows, then boss, do you like it? Like it. Chudu felt that he was an honest person. Lu Ruyan was dissatisfied. What, boss, do you have thoughts about me? Chudu began to pull in reverse. Then do you want me to have thoughts about you, or not? If I say I have thoughts about you, then what if you don't like me? If I say I don't have thoughts about you, wouldn't that make you look unattractive? Lu Ruyan tilted her head. Boss, your crooked reasoning is really one thing. At this time, an extremely flirtatiously dressed woman walked by next to her. It was already November, but the woman was still wearing a purple tight-fitting hip-hugging halter dress, holding a khaki windbreaker jacket in her hand. Underneath was a thin black silk, making people wonder if she was cold or not, and on her feet was a pair of black pointy-toe high heels. Combined with her strong perfume smell and heavily made-up face, she was a standard mistress of the mistress at almost first glance. On this cold winter day, her outfit attracted extra attention, and many people stared at the woman. Looking at the woman's one-step and three shakes walking posture, Lu Ruyan said with dissatisfaction, Boss, people are gone, still looking. Do you just like this kind of dressing? It looks tie. Which one wears like this in the winter? Chudu coughed twice, then said, I always think that the purpose of reading and being educated is for us to set up the correct three views, to be sensible, to know how to respect others, not to judge a strange girl. Everyone has the freedom to dress and pursue the right to live the life they want to live. There is no need to ridicule others. But then again, this girl is indeed flirty. Ruyan Lu almost sprayed out. She had just started listening to Chudu, and it was still very educational, a very sacred feeling, but in the next second, it directly broke. Giving a very extreme sense of contrast, it was as if 1 second she was still indulging in the macro universe of the market economy, and the next second she fell into the animal instincts of the ecosystem, going from the upper 3 ways to the lower 3 ways, seemingly 3 feet, but actually 1,000 feet. If Chuda knew what she was thinking, she would have said, you do understand metaphors. The two ordered some dishes before they started chatting. Last night, what happened afterward? Chudu was still quite curious. An unnatural blush flashed across Lu Ruyan's face. What her own mother said last night, she could remember it all. It's nothing, it's just that they casually asked. The expression on Chudu's face was meaningful. Oh? This nothing. Anyway, in the new year we'll see, then specific chat. Lu Ruyan immediately widened her eyes. You're really going in the new year? Chudu asked rhetorically. Can't I? I'm your boyfriend now. If I don't go, how will you explain? Lu Ruyan was suddenly speechless. In her parents' eyes, Chudu was a good choice of boyfriend. If she dared to tell her parents that the two of them broke up and didn't come for the new year, then her parents would surely kill over that day. Rubbing her head, Lu Ruyan sighed. How so annoying they rush so anxious Chudu leisurely said, then you don't have a favorite person? Lu Ruyan subconsciously said, there is, but, seeing her stop, Chudu instantly raised his eyebrows. You have a favorite person? Ruyan Lu rested her hands on her pretty face and just looked at Chudu. Chudu was not an unintelligent fool. He reached out and grabbed Lu Ruyan's plain hand and said gently, since you like me, why don't you dare to say it? Finally the showdown came to this point. Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief, her whole body relaxed a bit, and said softly, I like you, but there are other women around you, and I'm very unhappy, so I haven't said anything. Chudu got up and sat next to Ruyan Lu, wrapping his arms around her fragrant shoulders. In fact, you've already agreed in your heart, haven't you? Ruyan Lu didn't struggle, just looked at Chudu with a complicated face. Chudu wrapped his arms around the stunning beauty in his arms. Don't think too much, they all have good personalities, just think of it as knowing a few girlfriends. Lu Ruyan cried and laughed. Can this be the same? Chudu, however, didn't care. Rich people, how many of them have clean sides? Today it's me, tomorrow if you find another rich second generation, can you guarantee that he won't cheat outside? Ruyan Lu was silent. She had come into contact with quite a few rich people, and naturally knew that many times, those people came out to play, came out to eat, and the ones they brought around with them were not their wives, and they didn't know if they were little 3 or little 4, or maybe little 5 and little 6. Chudu was also right, even if the change of others, do not let her know, but really can guarantee that there is no outside? Maybe in the future, when it is discovered, people have children outside. In his mind, he remembered what his own mother said last night, if it was his own girlfriends, even if they were raised outside, they would treat it as invisible. Lu Ruyan raised her face and looked at Chudu. What do you like about me? Probably turned over the comments. The previous many people questioned me plot unreasonable, and the previous deleted too much incoherent problem. I reiterate, this book, in addition to the system, the other basically can be seen as the author's autobiography, basically are real things. There are prototypes, including good friends Chen Shui and Chen Sweet matchmaking, marriage, their reality is to meet on a blind date to get married, as well as the heroine, are real things. I have sought the consent of the heroine herself, only to write out of. There are incoherent. I was reported into the black room state for 6 days, rectification 4 rounds before coming out. I really cannot help it. Artificial put me repeatedly friction. Chapter 67. Be nice to me from now on. After tidying up her clothes, Lu Ruyan looked at Chu Du with grudging eyes. In the future, be nicer to me. Chu Du gently kissed the red lips. Don't worry. Perhaps it was because they had spoken openly. The two of them were more open with each other. Ruyan Lu treated her to a meal and didn't spend too much money. After a meal, Chu Du looked outside and said, it just so happens that today is Saturday, and this is still a shopping mall, so I'll buy you something. Ah, good. Ruyan Lu didn't refuse. She herself usually bought high-grade luxuries. For these, there wasn't a lot of resistance, nor was she shocked and excited like those ordinary people. In her heart, there was only the happy pleasantness of Chu Du buying things for herself. Chu Du also does not care. Cosmetics, lipstick, perfume, handbags, clothes, go up as a meal buy. Continuously shopping Chanel, LV, Gucci, Hermes, Lancôme, Dior, Valentino, Paris House and many other stores, has bought more than a dozen bags of things, spent close to more than 3 million. Although Lu Ruyan herself had money, but she had never bought anything like this. Looking at the value of the things Chu Du bought, her eyelids jumped straight. The things were temporarily placed in the store, just have them delivered to the door later. Finding a rest area and buying 2 cups of milk tea, the two sat down to rest. Looking at Chu Du drinking milk tea, Lu Ruyan suddenly laughed out. You say, you are worth how many billions? I am at least a big group senior. We two sit here drinking milk tea, like a young couple. Chu Du smilingly drinking milk tea. So what? Happy is good. Well, happy is good. Chu Du suddenly said, I remember, that house of yours is rented, right? Lu Ruyan was unsure, but still said, yes, because the price of housing in Xinjiang is relatively high. I don't have that much money for the time being, and the money I earned in the capital before, I took it back to buy a set for my family. Chu Du was puzzled. Accompanying girls shopping is the most boring. Fortunately there is Lu Ruyan in. Chu Du can look at her face and body, smell the perfume. It is also considered to be bittersweet. The two of them were like a couple, shopping, eating a hot pot in the evening, watching a movie. By the time they came out of the movie theater, it was almost 11 o'clock. Lu Ruyan yawned slightly. Brother, I'm sleepy, I want to go back to sleep. Chu Du wrapped his arm around her waist. How can you sleep without me? Lu Ruyan gently pushed him. Nasty. Heavenly immortal mansion. A very luxurious upscale neighborhood. Chu Du had bought 3 houses here in the beginning, 1 villa and 2 large flat floors. He brought the bewildered Lu Ruyan and came to one of the large flat floors. This is Chu Du yesterday on the ready. Today during the day has let the property again cleaned once. Furniture and electrical appliances all have. The whole room is clean and dry. Lu Ruyan was not surprised. Chu Du was so rich, having a mansion was nothing. She curiously looked at the luxurious decoration of the living room. Brother, how many square feet is this house? It looks big. Although she was older than Chu Du, she still called Chu Du brother. The seductive brother could call Chu Du's heart every time, and he was in a state of mind. This big flat, it's 700 square meters. The overall layout is okay, the check room and everything. Lu Ruyan said enviously, my salary, I don't know how often I can buy such a suite. Chu Du surrounded her from behind. Now, this suite belongs to you. Ruyan Lu's body stiffened and said with some incredulity, are you sure? This house I'd probably look at least a few $100 million. Chu Du was extremely gentle. Compared to you, a few $100 million is nothing. Lu Ruyan turned around. She was wearing high heels, almost level with Chu Du. Brother, are you trying to hide a golden house? Chu Du laughed. This house has you, only worthy of a golden house. Ruyan Lu took the initiative to kiss. You are really good at coaxing me. Taking off her jacket, Ruyan Lu walked towards the bathroom. Brother, I'm going to take a shower. Wait for me for a while. Lu Ruyan is a very understanding person. Since she likes it, since she wants it, then she will give it. There is no pretense. There is no desire to escape. Good thing there was more than one bathroom. Chu Du immediately went to another bathroom to take a shower. A man's bathing speed is much faster than a woman's. When Chu Du played with his cell phone on the bed for an hour later, Lu Ruyan slowly came out. She was wrapped in a white bathrobe, her long dried hair casually draped over her smooth shoulders, revealing her collarbone and snow-white skin. Her slender hands grasped the bathrobe, which reached close to her knees. A long white leg was revealed underneath, along with a pair of crystal and jade feet, stepping on the wool carpet. Her body carried the aroma of shower gel and shampoo, and even after bathing, with a plain face, she was still as stunningly beautiful. Lu Ruyan deserves to be a generation of stunning beauty. Just standing there, the gaze seems to carry a few points of seduction, such as a secret glance, but also as if the electric eye hooks soul. Chapter 68 It's You. Wang Ziying. After the morning exercises, the two embraced each other and rested. By the time the duo woke up, it was already close to noon. Ruyan Lu packed her clothes while saying, Brother, I'm hungry. Chu Du casually said, Pack up, let's go out to eat. Okay. Ruyan Lu accelerated the movements in her hands. Soon, the two went downstairs and drove out to eat. Today's weekend, both of them didn't have to work. Shudu just happened to accompany Lu Ruyan to play around, eating, shopping, watching movies, singing, but today they didn't buy anything. After all, they all bought a whole lot yesterday. Perhaps too tired, Lu Ruyan went to bed early tonight. However, Shudu is not necessary. See Lu Ruyan's sleeping face, he just gently kissed, and then hugged Lu Ruyan to sleep together. On Monday morning, the two of them cleaned up together and went to work together. Driving the car, Shudu suddenly said, "What do you think? How about this car of mine?" Shudu drove a Lamborghini Dino, with a blue body, very cool. Lu Ruyan nodded and said, "It's really quite good." Shudu snapped his fingers, "This car is for you. I haven't driven it many times. It's still quite new." Lu Ruyan was a little surprised. "This car landed almost close to $10 million. You want to send me? Of course, you don't like it? If you don't like it, I'll give you a new one that you like." For the house and car, Shudu didn't care at all right now. Lu Ruyan thought about it and said, "No need to change it, just this one is quite good. I just think it's quite expensive. You're just going to send it to me." Shudu reached out and placed his hand on her thigh, looking ahead, continuing to drive. "In my heart, a few $100 million house and a $10 million luxury car are not as good as you." Despite knowing that Shudu didn't care about the money at all, Lu Ruyan's heart was still sweet. Coming downstairs, Shudu went upstairs first, while Lu Ruyan went to buy breakfast for the two of them. After eating breakfast, Lu Ruyan was busy. Shudu as the boss can be easy, but she still has a lot of work to deal with. After eating, Shudu made a call to Lu Shang. He was still very interested in that day's cooperation. "Mr. Chu, hello there." When the phone was connected, Lu Shang's enthusiastic voice came. Shudu also said politely, "Mr. Lu, about the proposal you told me last time, I am very interested. If it is suitable, I can invest. When is Mr. Lu free? Let's talk about it specifically." Lu Shang's voice was agitated for a few minutes. "I can do it any time. It depends on your schedule, Mr. Chu." Shudu looked at the time. "It's still early today. That's fine. I'll go over now. Mr. Lu will send me a location." After hanging up the phone, Shudu called Ning Lei. Lu Ruyan followed, ready to go to talk about cooperation. Arriving at Lu Shang's company, Lu Shang personally greeted him downstairs. Seeing Shudu, he enthusiastically went forward. "Mr. Chu, welcome. Ah." Shudu had a calm face. "Good day, Mr. Lu, let's go to the office to talk." Come. I'll take Mr. Chu to the conference room. There is another shareholder inside as well." The duo walked inside smilingly. Ning Lei was consciously guarding the car, while Lu Ruyan followed Shudu. Pushing open the door of the conference room, Lu Shang pointed to the person and introduced, "Mr. Chu, this one, is another investment partner shareholder of my company. She is Mr. Wang Ziying Wang. General Manager Wang, this is Chudu who is talking about cooperation with us today. General Manager Chu, the boss of Star River Group." Chudu and Wang Ziying's gazes met, and both of them revealed a look of dismay. The two people who should have originally shaken hands and laughed about it, but at this moment, they both fell into silence. Perhaps it was because the silence was too long. Shudu and Wang Ziying spoke at the same time. "It's you." Perhaps it was in the conference room where the heat of the air conditioner was turned up. Wang Ziying was wearing a white tight sweater with a curvy figure. Looking at her looks alone, she was even a bit prettier than Lu Ruyan, but there was something different. She had a pair of beautiful pupil eyes that were as brilliant as a starry river, a small and delicate agaric nose, petal lips that looked beautiful and sexy, and was wearing Bond No. 9 Swarovski crystal lipstick, which alone was worth 3,000 yuan, applied on her lips with a rosy luster without being exaggerated. She was like manhwa had carefully sculpted. Her features were exquisite and beautiful. From the appearance alone, Shudu guaranteed that this was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Whether it was Jiang Lily, or Lu Ruyan, or Li Wenxin, or several other women, none of them were extremely beautiful. But compared to the Wang Ziying in front of him, they were all a bit worse. The face is complex, dignified, atmospheric, gentle, cold, charming, sweet. It was hard to imagine that all sorts of different styles could actually be felt, as if a thousand-faced goddess. Not only did she possess a stunning face that was enough to make any man go crazy, her body was even more perfect and impeccable. The slender swan neck was incomparably sexy and charming. Even though Chudu had seen countless beautiful women, in front of such a temptation, he couldn't help but want to gently caress it. Above the sweater, the slightly exposed collarbone is as delicate as an ice branch of white jade. The delicate body had a charming breath under the clothes. She just stood there, with a tall height of 1.75 meters, and even though she looked emotionally complex, she couldn't hide the aura like a big queen, born with her own nobility. Like an ice goddess on a 10,000-year-old immutable ice mountain, it was as if she was a galactic queen roaming in the starry sky. She did not deliberately target anyone, but the nobility and elegance revealed from the bones can make any lining eclipsed. The lower half of her body was wearing a slim-fitting suit pants, slightly taller than Lu Ruyan. She also had a pair of amazingly long legs, a golden ratio, an absolute nine-headed beauty, from head to toe, none of which highlighted her proud and overwhelming figure. The long black hair is as silky as soft damask satin, hanging down behind her back, slightly swaying with the air-conditioned wind. Underneath the pants, a section of ankle without socks was slightly exposed, and further down, a pair of white high-heeled shoes was worn on her feet. Elegant and dignified. Whether it's her body, face value, temperament, etc. It's all impeccable, an absolute top beauty. Probably read the comments from yesterday. No, what are you guys thinking? I can have more than 800 billion. I want to have this money. I have long been looking for a sister to get high, but also here to write a book for what? No system, no money, just the characters and relationships and some plot stories, the heroine and so on is real, is the experience of the once glorious time, now down, don't ask, I don't have money, really. Autobiography is autobiography, but not completely autobiography count half of it. Chapter 69 Laughing to Death, 5 Into the Palace. Seeing the two men's expressions, Ruyan and Lu Shang both vaguely felt that something was wrong. These two men know each other Chudu took a deep breath and slowly opened his mouth, a farewell of 3 or 4 years, long time no see. Lu Shang slightly thought, then felt that the two people this status level recognize as normal. But next to him, Lu Ruyan stared at Wang Ziying and frowned. Wang Ziying's expression gradually calmed down. It's okay, but it looks like you've changed a lot. Chudu pulled out the chair and nonchalantly sat down. The ups and downs of life, no one can tell. To be able to come this far, I rely on luck. It's just a fluke. Wang Ziying's face slightly rippled. Luck is also part of strength. Looking at Lu Sheng next to him, Chudu slightly raised his eyebrows. So, you are working with Mr. Lu now? Wang Ziying nodded. That's right, there are 65% of my shares here. Chudu let out an O sound, then said, alright, in that case, then I will also invest. Wang Ziying's eyes flashed a trace of color. You don't even look at it? Don't you need to talk about it? Chudu looked straight at her overwhelmingly beautiful face. Since you're here, I'm relieved. Whether I look at it or not, it's all the same. Wang Ziying turned her head to look at Lu Sheng. Mr. Lu, I remember, you said that if you can let out 10%, right? In this company, Wang Ziying occupied 65%, while Lu Sheng had 35%. If he let out 10 points, then Lu Sheng still had 25%. That's right, this is what we agreed before, I can definitely do it. Wang Ziying nodded calmly. Good, then how about this? I'll take out another 20 shares and give them to you together. I'll have 45%, you'll have 30, and Lu Sheng will still have 25. How about that? Chudu said without hesitation. I agree. Lu Sheng also hurriedly stated, I have no problem. Although he didn't understand what exactly was going on with these two people, right now was by no means a time when he could bargain. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Lu Sheng hurriedly said, I still have something to do, I'll go to the office first. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, followed out expressionlessly and stood guard outside the door. After closing the door, in the conference room, there were only Chudu and Wang Ziying. Wang Ziying breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes turned soft and seemed to have taken on a bit of warmth. Long time no see, husband. If this husband were to be heard by others, they would definitely be shocked to the point of confusion. Chudu, however, didn't have the slightest intention of being happy, but instead sighed, this title, I haven't heard it for more than 6 years. Actually, you don't need to call me that, after all, we've never been married either. Wang Ziying, however, smiled and said, in the beginning, you liked it the most when I called you this. Chudu's expression seemed to have brought a few memories. That was all in college. Unfortunately, we broke up for so long. Wang Ziying let out a light laugh. The one just now, is she your girlfriend? Chudu was stunned for a moment, knowing that she was talking about Lu Ruyan. Sort of, also my secretary. Wang Ziying's face carried a few moments of curiosity. I'm very curious, why were you able to become so powerful? At first, you had nothing. Chudu's gaze was a bit empty, as if he remembered something. It's actually nothing. Everyone will have some special opportunities, maybe an opportunity. It's enough to change the whole life. This is something I agree with. Wang Ziying nodded approvingly and did not pursue the matter further. After all, everyone had their own secrets in their hearts. Today only 1,000 words, not in the mood to write, an hour and a half ago, was reported, 5 into the palace, send in, temporarily suspended rectification, when to come out, unknown, if not come out, see you next book. Chapter 70, First Love. I, Huhan-san, have returned. The 5th small dark room rectification is over, passed the review, and resumed updating. Wang Ziying's gaze was a bit dark. You have a girlfriend. When do you plan to get married? Marriage? Not getting married. Chudu shook his head. It's not like I have more than one woman. I'm not considering marriage for now. Hearing that Chudu had more than one woman by his side, Wang Ziying didn't fluctuate much. It seems that you have really changed a lot over the years. Chudu asked in return, what about you, after so long, have you gotten married? Wang Ziying shook her head. No, for so many years, I have been alone. Chudu's brows furrowed as he looked at Wang Ziying and said, you are alone? Right. Wang Ziying was a little confused about Chudu's attitude. Chudu's face was gloomy for a moment. So, back then, you lied to me? Looking at Chudu's gaze, the aura on Wang Ziying's body seemed to be completely gone, and she said weakly, I didn't do it on purpose either. I have my hardships. Chudu gazed at her for a moment and let out a light laugh. Forget it, let bygones be bygones. Wang Ziying met his gaze, but I didn't pass. Chudu raised his eyebrows, but I have more than one person around me now, we can't go back. Wang Ziying suddenly showed her face and smiled. This matter, let's talk about it later, it's been a long time, you're mixing so well now, won't you treat me to a meal? Chu Du said smilingly, how about treating you to a skewer? Good. Wang Ziying did not refuse in the slightest. Both of them were worth a lot of money, eating a meal even if it was tens of thousands of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars, they didn't care at all, but a meal of skewers, Wang Ziying showed great interest. It was still early, not yet time to eat, the two of them sat here chatting about some of their former past, chatting about the later experiences of their former classmates. Noon as the three people eat together, Lu Ruyan sat next to Chu Du the whole time, give Chu Du clip food and pour water, also do not talk much, just listen to the two people to catch up on old times. A meal of more than $100 of skewers, in the eyes of Chu Du and Wang Ziying, but has a different feeling. Perhaps, it was all the memories of once being young. After eating, Wang Ziying left in an Audi A6, license plate number, Jing A. Chu Du looked at the license plate number and pondered. Next to him, Lu Ruyan curiously asked, brother, she is? This question, Lu Ruyan had been holding back all morning, always feeling that there was a story between the two. Chu Du's gaze carried a few points of sadness, she is my first love. First love. Alarm bells went off in Lu Ruyan's heart. Regardless of men and women, first love is a very special existence, like the white moonlight, is the indelible beauty and dream in the memory. Moreover, as the same woman, Lu Ruyan could see that Wang Ziying still had Chu Du in her heart, otherwise it would never be this attitude. If Wang Ziying also joined, it would be the most powerful opponent. For Wang Crescent and Jiang Lily, Lu Ruyan didn't feel like opponents at all, but Wang Ziying was different. First love, haven't seen her for years, beautiful and well-built, good family background, no matter which one, it was a huge plus. If she turned back to Chu Du, Lu Ruyan could guarantee that as far as Chu Du that little pervert was concerned, he would 100% eat Wang Ziying. With such a rival, really competing for the position of the harem master, Lu Ruyan couldn't feel any advantage for herself. Her proud face value and figure also seemed to be slightly inferior. For a while, Lu Ruyan was in a predicament. On the other hand, after Wang Ziying got on the car, Chu Du's information over the years had been laid out in front of her eyes. However, due to the greatness of the system, she could only see part of it. Interesting, the source of funds are foreign stock markets and funds. It seems that this first love of mine is quite capable. 50 billion, good guy, did he rob Wall Street? Overseas accounts unknown, this is even. Wang Crescent, Jiang Lily, Lu Ruyan, Li Wenxin, for women, not bad, not as good as my dad's playflowers. Star River Group. Yo, below the company quite a lot of an overseas transportation business and international tourism business, this guy can In addition to the shielding of the system, Chu Du's things, almost everything, was Wang Ziying looked at the bottom of the sky. Putting the information on the side, Wang Ziying murmured, you guy, you've really changed a lot. She put down the mirror in the car and carefully looked at herself in the mirror. So many years have passed, I don't know what you really think, how long can I wait for you? In the car, there was a middle-aged driver driving, an old man with slightly gray hair, and a beautiful young woman. The old man looked at Wang Ziying, his face had a few moments of love, go back, talk to your family, with his condition now, I think, the opposition will be much smaller. Wang Ziying shook her head, it's not time yet, he is now just a simple businessman identity, even if he is rich again, he is ultimately missing a layer of protective identity. Speaking here, Wang Ziying fell into deep thought. Chu Du was sitting in the car when he suddenly received a message from Wang Ziying. After reading the message, the smile on Chu Du's face disappeared, bringing with it a few points of gravity. Ruyan Lu saw him absorbed in his thoughts, and did not dare to disturb, so she sat beside him. Wang Ziying went back to the capital and only left a message for Chu Du and left. Boss, our Star River Tours international business has officially begun, and there are currently more than 60 international tour guides officially recruited. Even though what should have happened between the two had already happened, but now that they were back in the office and talking about work, it was natural to call the boss. Chu Du's fingers gently tapped the desktop. Okay, expand more business, the whole world can be carried out. Chu Du originally had the idea, want to go out with the group to have fun, but right now it's already midwinter, too cold, and he doesn't want to run around, or forget about it, wait for next year's spring and summer, the weather will be better, and then go out again will also be fine. Time day by day, the weather is also one day colder than one day, see December has passed a large part of, everyone also put on the down jacket. There are still a few days to go before Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, and it's also approaching New Year's Day. And then in a month or so, it will be New Year's Eve. In the past, Chu Du was all alone and didn't think about anything else. But this year is obviously different. Wang Xinyue, Jiang Lily, Lu Ruyan, Li Wenxin, Wang Ziying. Li Wenxin, her husband is definitely back and can be ignored. Wang Ziying is in the capital, and the two are now in a somewhat complicated situation, can also be ignored. As for the other three, at that time, I promised to go to Lu Ruyan's house for the new year. Hey, thinking about it is troublesome. When I was thinking about it, suddenly Wang Xinyue sent a message, Brother Chu, the night after tomorrow, Christmas Eve, it happens to be Friday night, do you have time? What to say what to come? Chu Du is thinking about this matter, the message came. Chapter 71, Christmas Eve. However, Wang Xinu asked subtly, the words do you have time? She knew that Chu-do was more than just her, and she wasn't sure who exactly Chu-do would be accompanying that day, so she could only ask politely. Chu-do slightly thought for a moment replied, "There, when the time comes, I call you, but it may not be just you and me. Wang Crescent, it's okay, as long as you are there." Looking at Wang Xinu's message, Chu-do shook his head and sent another message to Jiang Lily, "Friday night, Christmas Eve, I remember you are resting." Jiang Lily, I'm off that day, free Chu-do, okay, together at that time, however, it may not be just you and me. Jiang Lily is very understanding. "It's okay Chu brother, you're happy, I'm alright. After all, Jiang Lily and Wang Xinyu know each other and are more familiar with each other, but it is okay." But Lu Ruyan cannot have seen Jiang Lily, only met Wang Xinyu. As for Li Wenxin, Friday her husband came back, there is no need to consider her. Sometimes more women are troublesome, but the good thing is that Chuda here does not have any shura, but it can save a lot of heartache. Waiting for lunch, Lu Ruyan walked in, she stood in front of the desk, her hands propped up on the table, her body slightly leaning forward. "Brother, off work, eat together?" Chu-do yawned, "Sure, go to the cafeteria and eat together." While walking, Chu-do spoke, "On Christmas Eve, are you free in the evening?" Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up, "Brother called me, of course I'm free." But seeing the expression on Chu-do's face, there seemed to be some hesitation. Lu Ruyan's heart snowed, "Is there someone else?" Chu-do nodded heavily. Lu Ruyan secretly sighed in her heart, but said on her lips, "It's okay." Chu-do knew that Lu Ruyan was unhappy, but it was also clear that Lu Ruyan would adapt. The cafeteria's food, it had to be said, was indeed delicious. This can be all specially invited chef, the price of the meal is not expensive, is outside the restaurant 80% discount price. For the group company office workers, there is no problem at all. And the cafeteria cooking kitchen are monitored, the chef ate these meals, so in the safety and health above, more no problem. Eat at ease and comfortable, the price is cheap, the flavor is good, the distance is close, who do not want to come So the cafeteria is full every day. Chu-do and Lu Ruyan casually sat in a place to eat. Many people around them went over and greeted them. Many people did not usually contact Chu-do, but Chu-do often took a look at the group of companies, and everyone knew him. Looking at many of the employees eating here, Chu-do couldn't help but sigh, it's really rare, a group company's people, all eating in the company. Lu Ruyan laughed, indeed, because many cafeterias are not clean and expensive, our company is cheap and clean, everyone is definitely willing. How nice. Chu-do buried his head in dry rice, braised pork, tomato scrambled eggs, and a bowl of rice soup. A simple home-cooked meal that many people were actually willing to eat. It didn't need to be complicated. Although Christmas Eve was a holiday that came from abroad, it was instead celebrated very lively at home. Chu-do saw that there were Christmas Eve promotions everywhere outside, mall price reductions, activities and so on, it was bustling. Friday. Chu-do simply did not go to the company today, slept well, and only in the afternoon began to pack. Tonight is with Wang Xinyu, Jiang Lily, Lu Ruyan, 3 people together, is also quite special. Chu-do wore a black thick trench coat, and a black sweater, the lower body casual jeans, there are also warm pants inside, there is also a pair of thick sneakers, the overall is very casual and comfortable, but also very warm. Chu-do was in his own large flat, which was his other set of house, 800 square meters large flat, luxury decoration, unusually extravagant. At 4 in the afternoon, Ruyan Lu came over. Lu Ruyan is also dressed in black today, black down jacket, black sweater, black short skirt and black bottoms, on her feet is a pair of black high-heeled boots, the whole person is already close to 1 meter 8. She put down her handbag and sat directly on Chu-do's lap, hugging Chu-do's neck. "Brother, today's Christmas Eve, I prepared a gift for you." Oh. Chu-do looked at her with a smile. "What gift?" Lu Ruyan's red lips gently kissed Chu-do, then said, "Although it's a bit early to give it to you now, but I'm still going to give it to you, so wait a bit." Saying that, she got up and brought a bag next to her. It was only then that Chu-do noticed that when Lu Ruyan came over, she also brought a large bag, and he was curious as to what exactly was contained inside. But he saw Lu Ruyan take out a black bag from inside. "This is a Leica camera, almost 200,000. I hope, inside this camera, in the future, I can take many, many pictures and videos of me and you together." Something that cost 200,000, for Chu-do, naturally he didn't care about the price, but Lu Ruyan had spent a lot of money. Moreover, this blessing was good, and shoulda liked it. The camera was white, shining with a metallic luster, very textured, and looked extraordinary. Chu-do suddenly said with a bad smile, "I suddenly have a bold idea, how about a video of the two of us being happy together, and using this camera to shoot it in the future as well?" Lu Ruyan flirtatiously laughed, but, you have to be careful to lose it was seen by others how to do?" Chu-do said smilingly, "Only put it at home, unless whoever has the ability to come to the house to steal it." Lu Ruyan laughed softly, "Next time you want to shoot, get a tripod and find a good position, so you can experience the feeling of being a director and male lead." Chu-do's eyes lit up, "Baby, I'm looking forward to it." But even if he shoots it, Chu-do won't show it to anyone, he can just enjoy it himself, or, next time, he'll cast the screen TV himself, and Lu Ruyan will watch the selfies of the two of them while there is also a different kind of flavor and excitement. Looking at Lu Ruyan's charming and moving face, as well as exquisite undulating body curves, Chudu began to move again. Lu Ruyan saw the fire in Chudu's eyes, bit her lips and said, "Brother, don't, they will come later." Chudu thought about it, even though Lu Ruyan could cooperate how much in bed. But there are other people again, Lu Ruyan still can't accept it. He hugged Lu Ruyan and said viciously, "Then let me collect some interest and kiss you properly." Lu Ruyan smiled daintily and leaned in his arms. "Come on, brother, feel free to kiss me hard." The two fell into a passionate kiss. Chapter 72, French Food. When Jiang Lily came over, it was already half an hour later, and Chudu and Lu Ruyan were watching TV. Jiang Lily was wearing a purple down jacket and a purple thermal coat, a black leather skirt and black bottoms, plus a pair of long white high-heeled boots, which were also very sexy. Chudu's eyes lit up. Faker really didn't lie to me. Purple color is very charming. Chudu introduced the two to each other. She is Jiang Lily, currently a flight attendant. Lu Ruyan understood. Stewardess, no wonder the body and face value are so good. Indeed the capital is strong. Her name is Lu Ruyan, currently my secretary. Jiang Lily didn't mind in the slightest. Instead, she wore a smile. "Hello, Sister Lu." Stretching her hand without a smile, Ruyan Lu looked at Jiang Lily and could only politely say, "Hello, Lily." The two were not considered familiar, so they simply said hello and sat next to Chudu. The gift that Jiang Lily brought to Chudu was a belt, Gucci's, worth 30,000. Wang Xingyue soon came back as well, while she was dressed in white, a white down jacket and thermal coat, white pants, and even a pair of small white shoes. The three women had different styles, but each had their own characteristics. Chudu looked at the time. It was almost 7 o'clock. He waved his hand. "Go, let's go." The first activity, eating. People are iron and food is steel. A meal is not eaten, you will be hungry. Eating is not active, there is a problem with the mind. Many of the restaurants outside were full today, but it was good that Chudu had already booked in advance. A high-grade French restaurant on the Bund. Ninglei drove a car that was already ready, and Chudu took the three women to sit in the back row and put down the grill plate. Lu Ruyan ruffled her long hair and said with some anticipation, "It's been a long time since I've eaten French food. Recently I've been eating at the company every day, and I haven't changed my tastes." Chudu pretended to be dissatisfied. "Then you dislike our company's food is not good?" Lu Ruyan held his arm. "Brother Chu, our company's food, of course it's delicious, it's not rare to come out to eat once." Chudu actually rarely eat French food, perhaps from the bottom, he is more inclined to eat some home-cooked meals, but it is very good. As for the high-grade meals, it is not that he does not like, just simply eat less. As for Wang Xingyue and Jiang Lily, they seldom go to this kind of high-grade restaurant. After all, before knowing Chudu, their salary is also difficult to support their frequent high consumption. Arriving at the hotel, Chudu brought the three women in together. Immediately there is a good-looking female waiter came forward. "Hello sir, our house is currently full, very sorry, if you are willing to wait." Chudu waved his hand. "I have a reservation, box 888, Chudu." When the female waitress heard this, her face was respectful for a few minutes. "Hello Mr. Chu, please follow me." Chudu was a man with three big beauties. The people eating next to him couldn't help but look a few more times. There was no way, the three women were just too dazzling, just by looking at the appearance and temperament. Wang Xanyu was gentle and quiet, Jiang Lili was charming and graceful, Lu Ruyan was alluring and seductive. Wang Xanyu can be selected among the many beautiful women in the bank, is also a first-class beauty. Jiang Lili is the most beautiful woman in the crew, naturally need not say more. As for Ruyan Lu, just by listening to the name, one should know how the world is crowned with splendor. Even though the down jacket wrapped up the proud figure, that beautiful face made many people have side-eye. The three women were all used to the gazes of onlookers and naturally did not care. Coming to the box, Chudu directly asked, "The dishes I reserved, are they all ready?" "All ready, Mr. Chu, you can serve the dishes at any time." Chudu said with satisfaction, "Okay, directly serve the dishes." French food sometimes has a complicated process, it needs to be set in advance. After today's meal, there is still a need to go out to play. Of course Chudu didn't want to waste his time on waiting for the dishes. The three women were all curious as to what dishes Chudu had reserved. Soon, several waiters came in with the dishes. First is French onion soup. This is a classic French appetizer soup, mainly based on caramelized onions and beef stock, with puff pastry and cheese baked. Many Chinese actually don't have the habit of having soup before meals, but Western food has quite a few quirks and oddities that are difficult for Chinese to adapt to. There is also a dish called beef stew and red wine. This French food has to be prepared 4 hours in advance before it is ready. If it is not booked in advance by Chudu and made now, it will wait for 12 o'clock in the evening to eat it again. This dish Chudu think is still good, mainly red wine, beef, celery, potatoes, plus a variety of special seasonings, baked most terminal on the table. The Orient can also adapt to this flavor. Dinner also has Marseille fish soup, Lorraine quiche, foie gras and so on. Foie gras is a more extravagant dish in French cuisine, the price is not expensive. Chuda commented after a slight taste, "It feels like French and Chinese food are more similar in many places, but French food is complete with modernization, while Chinese food is not, and is considered upscale French food. The final market competition still cannot beat the simple and rough and economic and fast, and energy burst of American fast food and steak. Let's just say that this stuff is all about eating a grade. The profundity of Chinese food, Western food really cannot compare. Western food is heavy on etiquette and processes, but the color and flavor of Chinese food cannot be surpassed by Western food. French food a lot of onions and tomatoes. Chudu cannot understand, this group of Gallic people how so love to eat this thing. Not tired?" Lu Ruyan was eating naturally, she said with a smile. "I used to work in the capital for 3 years. That would be a lot of Western food overall. Steak and foie gras are quite a lot, but most of the time it's actually simple. It's just spaghetti and pizza and all this stuff. Beijing and Xinjiang eat these people actually quite a lot, but a lot of them are figure a grade, do not understand at all. As for those etiquette, even more no one cares." Wang Xinyue and Jian Lili knew less in this area, listening to the two with great interest. Chudu gently shook his head. "My personal feeling is that it's just pizza and steak that I can still accept when I eat it. Many other Western foods, I'm not used to their flavors. After a while when we have time, let's go eat some good Chinese food, find an old private chef, the kind that actually does a good job. I know a few." Chapter 73, Christmas Eve Night. The meal's checkout cost more than $40,000, but the several people were all calm and didn't care at all. Following Chudu, Wang Xinu and Jiang Lili's vision and insight were much higher. Tens of thousands of dollars were no longer in their eyes. The first thing is to go to the bund next to it. Today's bund exceptionally lively, a sea of people, 2 bodyguards open the way, protect in front of the body. There will be no one can take advantage of the opportunity to touch the 3 women. This is also a benefit, otherwise there are too many people. There will really be a lot of girls encountered secretly molested people. And with too many people, it was impossible to find who the other party was. Although the cold wind was blowing, the 3 girls were all very happy, chatting together hilariously and taking pictures of each other. Standing at the riverside, Ning Lei took a high-definition SLR and took a group photo of several people. But there were too many people here after all, and it was hard to find a more open place if you wanted to take pictures. After just a short while of bustling, the 3 women lost interest in this place. Ruyan Lu suddenly said, "Let's go to the church, it's Christmas Eve, there might be some special programs." Although they didn't believe in it, it didn't stop them from wanting to go and take a look. Chudu naturally had no opinion. Several people immediately got on the car and turned their heads towards the church. Xinjiang's Christian church was huge, and there were many people coming, and when there was still one more street, the road was already closed. Chudu frowned, so many people, how else could they get there? Wang Xinu said unconcernedly, "We've come all the way, it's fine for us to get off and walk over, it's not that far anyway." So, Ning Lei found a place to park, while Chudu led the 3 of them to walk over together. For the non-believers, they didn't understand Christianity very well, even if it was Lu Ruyan, what they understood was limited to the ones in the history textbooks, while Chudu was walking while giving them popularization. Currently the mainstream of the country is Christianity and Catholicism. Many people cannot tell the difference. In fact, these 2 were originally a family, only later the doctrine is different, separated. The 3 of them all listened to Chudu's storytelling with great interest. Christianity appeared in the 1st century A.D., initially appearing among Jewish groups in Palestine and Asia Minor. It is recorded in the Bible as having been created by Jesus of Nazareth in Palestine. Christians believe in God, and that Jesus is the Christ, the triune God, who, though crucified, was resurrected, ascended, and will soon come to earth. Later it gradually expanded to include the whole Mediterranean neighborhood, with many believers, though the church itself had all kinds of people, with different opinions, each with their own ideas. Then later, the internal split into Catholicism and Orthodox Christianity, attacking each other, with deep contradictions. Jiang Lili said, "It seems as long as there are people, there will be strife." Chudu lightly laughed. "People, all have selfish desires, everyone has their own ideas, people and people together, there is bound to be strife, so, in our domestic martial arts, there is often this sentence, where there are people, is the Jianghu." Wang Xinu also agreed and said, "This is true, this is human nature." Chudu continued to speak. Then later, the emergence of Martin Luther, the formation of the new Lutheranism, the Western Reformation and so on, made the entire Christianity change a lot. At present, several churches in our country, the Church of Christ is Protestantism, faith in Jesus Christ God, Catholicism, although the foreign church believes in God, but the country does not know how to misinterpret it, so many people run to believe in the Virgin Mary. It seems that they are all Christianity. In fact, there is still a difference. Listening to Chudu narrated many historical stories as if they were counted, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes exuded divine splendor. "Brother, you know so much I've forgotten what the history books told me." Chudu raised his head and chest with a proud face. "That's right, I'm a person who has read books." Seeing Chudu's willful appearance, the 3 girls all burst into a fit of cheeky laughter. Coming to the entrance of the church, there were people wearing church clothes who were specifically receiving the people who came from outside today. Because today's festival was special, the church also knew that there would be a lot of people coming. They were full of warm smiles. Welcome, welcome, the church has a program to perform tonight. If you are free you can go in and take a look. Several people followed the group of people and walked in. Inside the church, there was a large auditorium. Looking outside from the window, there were a bewildering number of people inside. There was a high stage above. There were quite a few people performing programs. They walked in through the back door, found a place to sit down, and watched the program in front of them. Although they didn't understand it, the program was still okay. Even though none of them were professional performers, they could tell that they were performing with all their heart. They watched a few programs with interest, but soon, the three women lost interest. Because of their lack of understanding of the church's own history and biblical stories, they looked cloudy and half understood. But it had to be said that the atmosphere here looked great. After staying for more than half an hour, the few people quietly left again through the back door. Walking on the street, everywhere is out of the crowd. There are many couples. This is already 10 o'clock, but the flow of people on the street has not decreased at all. Lu Ruyan said excitedly, I heard that tonight the mall will close at 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Let's go and take a look. Maybe shopping is the nature of women. Sometimes they shop, not necessarily have to buy. They enjoy the feeling of shopping, to pick, to see. As soon as this proposal came out, Wang Xinu and Zhang Lili said at the same time, I agree. Chudu took a look and spread his hands. Alright then, let's go. Buy a few cups of milk tea and let's go shopping. There were many milk tea stores on the street. The four of them looked around and ended up with a cup of hot roasted sincha for one person, then went shopping. They often went to the international Wanshan city, so naturally they went there tonight as well. The mall was still relatively hot, and the air conditioner was turned on hot. Chudu directly took off his coat and handed it to the bodyguard behind him. Seeing this, the three women also followed suit, taking off their heavy down jacket coats and giving them to the bodyguards behind them, and began to lightly dress for the mall. Winter clothes many are more snug and warm. Originally wearing a down jacket, many people just pay attention to their faces. Now take a look. Good guy, really good figure, are enviously looking at Chudu. However, they also see clearly, the clothes on several people, all are international brand names, worth a lot of money, as well as the wristwatch on the hand. Even if they do not recognize, they also know that it is not a cheap goods. Not to mention the fact that there were bodyguards behind them. This was not someone to be messed with. The crowd didn't dare to look more, and turned their heads. These days, although the beauty is good looking, but the life is more important, the big deal is to go back to see the net map. Anyway, are beautiful. Chapter 74 Private Jet. Chudu leisurely followed behind the three women, watching the three of them shop from house to house. LV, Chanel, Gucci, Dior, Lancôme, Estée Lauder, Prada, and so on. However, the three women have a large pile of things at home. It does not matter if they buy it or not. Perhaps because shopping is a woman's nature, the three women in this moment, the relationship is inexplicably good instead. Even if Lu Ruyan had previously treated them as rivals in her heart, now they were inexplicably on good terms. Perhaps this was the gift of women, Chudu silently lamented. Of course he was happy to see this situation, it was good for him anyway. Perhaps it was today's holiday, or perhaps it was because everyone was having more fun out together. Chudu had the rare opportunity to comment on the things that several people had picked out. This necklace is good, the shape is quite nice. This dress is good, but it's a bit revealing. It's okay to wear it at home, but not out. This bracelet is not good, it looks a bit old-fashioned, it doesn't suit you. The three women were as if they knew Chudu on the first day. They were quite surprised. Brother Chu, you will actually help us pick? Chudu said smugly, underestimating me. I usually don't say anything. Doesn't mean I don't have an aesthetic. Lu Ruyan raised her eyebrows. Straight male aesthetics. Just like this, a few people were laughing and joking while strolling around the mall, and looking at the discounts that filled the mall. Although they didn't end up buying anything, the three girls all had a pretty good time. After 12 p.m., a few people finally took the bus back. There is no nanny in this house. Chudu directly ordered takeout over. Hungry several people cannot care about talking. Last night consumption is too big. Today must be good to make up for a little. After eating a full meal, Chudu lazily leaned on the sofa and sighed. Almost New Year's. Time flashed by, and already half a year had passed. The ordinary man at the beginning had also become the current godly magnificent big brother, sitting on a beautiful woman. These were all existences that were once beyond his reach, but now they were in his arms in 1,000 different ways. Zhang Lili yawned and said, New Year? I don't think I'll go back for New Year's this year. Chudu also knew her family's situation. It didn't matter if she went back or not. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, looked at him with an expectant face. Chudu understood what she meant and nodded his head. Since I said yes that day, I will definitely do it. Ruyan Lu sat on his lap and sent a fragrant kiss. Thank you, brother. Chudu held Lu Ruyan's willow waist with both hands and turned his head to Wan Crescent and said, What about you, Yu? Wang Xian thought for a moment and said, I am preparing to go home for the New Year this year. My home is in Bashu, it's quite far away. Chudu kneaded Lu Ruyan's waist while saying, I'm alone anyway. I'll accompany you to Bashu a year ago, and I've already promised to go to Suzhou and Hangzhou in the New Year, so the rest of the time, I'll come back and play with Lily. The three of them all had their eyes lit up. Although Christmas Eve had already passed, but today everyone had nothing to do, so they simply went to watch a movie together. There was a special home theater room right at home. Shudu went and poured some drinks and prepared all kinds of snacks and fruits, while the three women picked out the movie. Cozy and leisurely life is always beautiful and short-lived. After the night is ridiculous again, the next day John Lily went to fly flights. Shudu got up, stretched, and suddenly saw the phone ringing. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Mr. Shudu Chu? Picking up the phone, a gentle middle-aged man's voice came from over there. Shudu was a bit puzzled. It's me, which one are you? The man immediately said, I'm Wei Ping, the vice president of the Eastern Airline Company. The docking company is Beechcraft Aircraft Company. The contract you signed with our airline before, to order a private airplane, the original scheduled time was until the end of next year, but due to the fact that this side's parts are more than sufficient, and the manpower is complete, the process of us assembling the airplane went smoothly, and just yesterday, the acceptance has been completed, and the inspection is qualified and it can be delivered to you now. A private airplane? This was a top luxury item. Shudu immediately became excited. Where is the airplane now? Wei Ping replied, it is currently docked at the Xincheng International Airport. Regarding the delivery of the airplane and the subsequent docking, maintenance, crew and other issues, we still need you to discuss it face to face. Do not live in the area. When do you have time? Shudu didn't even think about it. I have time now. I'll pack up and go to the airport. Wei Ping said politely, okay, Mr. Chu, we will be waiting for you at the airport. After hanging up the phone, Shudu immediately said loudly, Go to the airport. My private jet is back. Wang Xinyue and Lu Ruyan both came to be interested, although they had both flown on airplanes, but a private plane could be their first experience. Naturally they were very curious. Chapter 75 Luxury Private Jet. Especially since he finally had the private jet that his heart desired, Shudu was now very eager to see and feel how a customized private jet really was. Shudu did not call Ning Lei. The three of them directly drove a Ferrari 612, which was a four-seater sports car, straight to the airport. Arriving at the airport, Shudu made a phone call, and Wei Ping was waiting for Shudu in the parking lot, and brought a lot of people with him. Large private planes are very luxurious, especially Shudu, spent a big price of $3.5 billion, not an ordinary airplane. To know, even the Airbus private jet in the hands of Russia's oligarch Alisher was only $3 billion out. In the eyes of the airlines, Shudu was a super rich man. Especially since Wei Ping was the one who had signed the contract with Shudu at the bank in the first place, he knew very well how terrifying the cash flow of this young man in front of him was. Today, there is one counting. As long as it is in Xincheng, all the senior leaders of Eastern Airlines, all came to the scene to meet Shudu. Even so, there are more than a dozen people, plus secretaries and whatnot, a total of more than 20 people to meet. Seeing Shudu, Wei Ping enthusiastically stepped forward, not caring that his age is more than 10 years older than the other party, hands forward, low profile to hold Shudu's hand. Mr. Shu, hello. I am Wei Ping. When you signed the contract with you in the bank, today, it is me who will deliver this private jet to you. The crowd around him, also greeted with a few moments of respect, Mr. Chu. In front of money, it was just so realistic, this was society. Shudu also smiled brightly and said very gently, trouble Mr. Wei, making a special trip. Wei Ping raised his eyebrows and said, were his general manager Chu's words, to serve a VIP, that's the right thing to do. It was mainly a conversation between the two. As for the person next to Wei Ping, Shudu just gave a shallow greeting, while Wei Ping and Wang Xianyu also greeted each other, as Wang Xianyu was now the president of the bank, with a different status. The airport had a special parking location for private planes, and Wei Ping brought Shudu here. When he saw the private airplane, Shudu was shocked. The entire fuselage was 80 meters long, the wingspan length was 90 meters, the height was 20 meters, the maximum takeoff weight was 680 t, the maximum load capacity was 200 t, and the area of the wing was 800 m. Walking into the airplane inside, the interior is luxurious, which can be described as glorious. The entire cabin is divided into 3 floors, and there are spiral staircases and private elevators connecting. Just look at this, it is already enough to shock. As for the interior of the cabin, it is equipped with large beds, bathrooms, garages, conference rooms, concert halls, guest rooms and so on. Just looking at the luxury of this cabin, it is no less than some of the top mansions in North China. The aircraft cabin space can reach 500 square meters, the maximum range can reach 14,000 kilometers. The entire cabin is large and divided into several areas, placing items such as spiral ladders, ceilings, wall-mounted TVs, wooden floors, wool carpets, and so on, allowed Shuda to enjoy the luxurious elegance of royalty at any time during the voyage. No matter what the room was, it was made with specialized soundproofing setups, using high-grade materials. The soundproofing of each set of rooms was so good that even when loud symphonic music was played in the music room, the bedroom next to it could not hear the slightest sound, and one could completely sleep peacefully. In addition, a small bar, gym, small theater, bathroom, master bedroom, guest room and so on, countless high-end luxury design were used in it, so it was called a mobile palace in the air, luxurious and incomparable. Then look at the kitchen here, all kinds of kitchenware and cutlery have been prepared, whether it's Chinese or Western food, it can be done here, completely depending on the owner's mood and taste. However, the time of the voyage should also be taken into consideration, otherwise it would be a bit awkward if it had already landed before it was made. What about short trips? It is definitely not used. Luxury. Expensive. Top of the line. No matter which angle one looked at it from, this was a top-notch luxury private airplane. Chudu was indeed very satisfied, and it could be seen that the customization had been done with care. Wang Xinyue and Lu Ruyan were also shocked. Their faces were filled with shock. Next to Wei Ping saw Chudu's satisfaction, he said with a smile, "Chu General Manager, the airplane, at present, this is it, about the problem of your docking. Do you intend to park in our Xinjiang airport for a long time or?" Chudu said without hesitation, "It will be parked here. You arrange for someone to calculate the cost." Wei Ping was all smiles. This was no small income. As a rule, the cost of parking a private airplane at an airport is calculated according to the model of the airplane, the time of parking, and the facilities of the airport. At domestic airports alone, the cost ranges from $10,000 to $20,000 a day and night. If it is an international airport, it will be higher, almost one night and more than 20,000 yuan. However, airports usually have discounts and reductions, such as for long-term parking. Let's put it this way, Falcon 2000 this type of private aircraft, landing fees plus parking fees, in domestic airports a day more than 100,000, to note that the takeoff and landing, are charged. This is a private aircraft. In fact, a private airplane, not necessarily how expensive, cheap, many bosses bite the bullet, also buy, but you cannot afford to follow up the maintenance, downtime, takeoff and landing, etc. The cost is too much. Just like private yachts, there are mooring costs and maintenance costs. Simply put, people can't afford it. You can afford it, but you can't afford to keep it. Airplanes are not just parked, there are too many expenses, aviation management fees, landing fees, airport management fees, flight costs, etc., 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 etc. All aspects of the calculation, alone Chudu this one private aircraft, every year to pay tens of millions of prices to maintain. But Chudu didn't care about this amount of money. Wei Ping continued, "Also, regarding the crew of your airplane, do you intend to wait for the time of the flight to temporarily borrow, or long-term employment?" Chudu didn't even think about it and said, "I would like to hire a group of flight attendants to provide services for my airplane on a long-term basis, 24 hours x 7 days on call, and the salary will be calculated according to the highest standard in the industry. For the pilots, too, both are required to be experienced pilots, and 10 flight attendants." He didn't say the requirements for flight attendants, but which one present was not a human being, naturally understood what he meant. However, neither Lu Ruyan nor Wang Xinyue showed any expression. These stewardesses, even if they could get into Chudu's bed, it was just a dewy love affair, it was nothing, they naturally didn't care. I hope you readers have a little more support, do not ask for gifts, can have for love power and catalyst, more comments, I will be very satisfied. Chapter 76, Soaking in the Hot Springs. Usually the recruitment of private airplane flight attendants, in fact, there are generally two ways. And the current source of flight attendants on most private airplanes are basically these two forms. One is to sign a contract with the airline company, and then the airline company can take over all the subsequent services, including the crew. The other way is that the owner himself recruits flight attendants and pays their own salaries, playing a rich and capricious. Generally, it is the rich people themselves who recruit. In this case, there is more room for maneuver. Boss like what kind of, on the recruitment of what kind of, the boss is capricious rich. If it is the first way, then the wages of the stewardess is the airline company, the boss only need to pay money to the airline company on a regular basis. At present, many of the world's private airplanes, stewardesses are self-recruited, long-term fixed, and are based on the body looks as the core standard. Absolutely all are first-class beauty. Chudu, on the other hand, let Wei Ping arrange the personnel, and he would pick them. However, it can be more than just Donghang Airlines, but a number of companies are picking people to come. To pick, you have to pick the best. What's the hurry now? Wait for each company to gather the outstanding flight attendants. Chudu will only go to pick people. But today is definitely too late, tomorrow is possible. After making an appointment with Wei Ping for tomorrow, Chudu left with Wang Xinu and Lu Ruyan. After Chudu left, Wei Ping immediately notified a few other companies by phone and told them to get ready. It was not that Wei Ping had much generosity, but in the face of this kind of tycoon, he really did not dare to play with his heart, just do the right thing. After all, this private airplane, or to give them daily custodial maintenance, already enough to earn a lot, there is no need to offend Chudu because of this small matter. On the way back, Wang Crescent answered a phone call, the bank has something, Chudu drove her to the bank, and only then and Lu Ruyan left. Only Chudu and Ruyan Lu were left in the car. Lu Ruyan looked at Chudu with a pair of beautiful eyes and said delicately, "Brother, when are you going to come over for the new year?" Chudu pondered for a while and said, "My plan is to go to Bashu a few days before the year, accompany you for a few days, and then go to you on 29 or 30. Accompany you for a few days, then I'll come back and stay with Lily for a few days." Lu Ruyan's eyebrows were like a curved moon, smiling happily. "Then how is your drinking capacity? When you go to my house in the new year, you definitely need to drink." Chudu said confidently, "Don't worry, I can't get drunk from 1,000 cups. Jokingly, he was the one who had taken the system elixir, his drinking capacity was simply uncapped. Lu Ruyan naturally didn't know about it, she only took it as Chudu man's boast, "Then don't fall down when you get there." Chudu laughed out loud. It was a rare day when there were only two people. Ruyan Lu's eyebrows were happy and tender. Chudu drove to a hot spring hotel. Lu Ruyan naturally knew what he meant, hugged Chudu's arm and walked in together. There was money to open the way, and soon arranged a couple's hot spring, 30 square meters of a hot spring pool, just indoors. Chudu was wearing a pair of shorts, leisurely leaning on the side, enjoying the warmth of the hot spring water on his body. Lu Ruyan didn't bring a swimsuit, but they can all be bought here. She bought a black bikini swimsuit and also walked to the hot spring. Sitting right next to Chudu, soaking in the hot spring in the middle of winter, her body was warm, it was really comfortable. And the water here is all living water, excellent mobility, itself is also a higher grade place, clean and hygienic. Chudu closed his eyes and rested his mind. I heard that this reputation is good, before an old general manager recommended it to me. Later at noon you can try the meals here. Lu Ruyan side of her face, looking at Chudu, joyfully said, good I can eat anything. Please leave your comments if you see the specifics, let me see your hands okay. After the passion, Chudu held Lu Ruyan, who was already powerless in his arms, and started to go to take a shower. During lunch, Chudu ordered a lot of food, also to replenish Lu Ruyan. Silver dragon fish, snow crab from the northern Earth's waters, black chicken soup and so on, as well as red dates and bird's nest. The ingredients weren't used up, but the price for just such a table of dishes had already exceeded $200,000. Ruyan Lu ate her meal with her whole body exhausted, and Chudu even fed her from time to time. After a meal was finished, Lu Ruyan managed to recover some spirit. She lay on the bed and leaned on Chudu's arms to rest. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Chudu's gaze just looking at herself. Lu Ruyan was immediately alert. Don't mess with me, I really can't, you're a pile driver, what an animal. Chudu did not think in the slightest, but laughed. Who let you so charming and good looking it, the old saying is good, people beautiful X suffered a crime well. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes, brother, really can't, you don't toss me, I'll die, I now feel like all the bones in my body are going to fall apart. Chudu was not that horny, he gently hugged Ruyan Lu a little tighter and said, good boy, take a nap, rest well. Ruyan Lu gave a leaned on Chudu's chest and slowly fell asleep. Maybe it's really tired. Less than a minute, Chudu noticed Lu Ruyan's breathing gradually smooth, seems to be really asleep. Chudu was fine anyway, looking at the beautiful person in his arms, now being tossed around by himself and exhausted, he was also a little heartbroken. But the feeling on the head, cannot help He gently kissed Lu Ruyan's cherry lips, then also closed his eyes and slept. The two of them slept until the evening before packing up to go back. Originally Chudu intended to bring Lu Ruyan back to sleep together, but the company side called, there were documents to be dealt with. Lu Ruyan took the documents and went to the heavenly immortal mansion, which was the house given to her by Chudu. After Chudu sent her safely, he returned to Wang Xinyue's side. Chapter 77, Selecting a Flight Attendant. When Chudu came back, Wang Xinyu was reading a book on the sofa. When she saw Chudu, she put the book down and went forward and said gently, Brother Chu, back. She didn't ask Chudu where he had gone, because the perfume odor of Lu Ruyan still lingered on Chudu's body. It was very strong. She said gently, Brother Chu, are you hungry? Do you want to eat some more? Chudu shook his head and took off his jacket and handed it to Wang Xinyu. No, I've already eaten. Wang Xinyue, as if she was a wife, helped him pack up all his clothes. Tired, don't you want to rest early? Chudu glanced at the book on the sofa next to him. The title of the book was Tips to Improve Cooking Skills and Cooking Fire. Chudu's heartstrings moved slightly. He hugged Wang Xinyu and said softly, it's so good to have you. Wang Xinyu just smiled, Brother Chu, it's only my good fortune that I can have you. Chudu's heart was flooded with heartache, and in a princess hug, he picked up Wang Xinyu and walked towards the bedroom. When Chudu woke up the next day, it was already more than 8 o'clock, Ning Lei was waiting outside, and Wang Xinyue had already left. He leisurely washed and cleaned up and came to the car. Ning Lei handed over a bag and said, Mr. Chu, this is the breakfast that Secretary Lu asked me to bring for you. Chudu took it with a then said, let's go, to the international airport. 5 meat buns and a cup of soy milk. Before the car arrived, Chudu had already finished eating. Today's trip to the airport was for the purpose of selecting flight attendants and pilots, and Wei Ping had agreed to arrange for the best employees of the major airlines to come for interviews. Wei Ping has long been waiting for Chudu, yesterday has already met. Today there is no excessive pleasantries, everyone went in together. Wei Ping brought Chudu to a small exhibition hall, the kind that could hold 1,000 people. At this time, there were already several hundred flight attendants and pilots waiting inside. Chudu, Wei Ping, and the executives of several airlines sat in the center, with Chudu at the head. Chudu briefly greeted the crowd and didn't say anything else. The leaders of the many airlines were quite enthusiastic. After the pleasantries were exchanged, the selection began, starting with the pilots. There was actually nothing to say in this regard, just take the results and talk. In the end, Chudu picked out 2 pilots, a mountain airline and a national airline, both in their 40s, used to fly fighters. Naturally there is no problem, quite experienced. The price of the contract is 500,000 per person per year, almost the market price. As for the stewardesses, there are too many of them today. Moreover, the height alone, none of them is lower than 168, all of them are tall, long legs, thin waist, big breasts, beautiful and smooth beauty. Every stewardess, if placed in the school, that can be a real goddess school level, not the network kind of joke. Even several airline executives have quietly told him that many of these are specially selected in the company, very clean kind, never had a man, are the first time, yesterday emergency selected over. Of course, this kind of privilege is only for top customers like him. If it were someone else, it might come to be a night of 8K, the kind that can fly across the country. After some careful selection, Chudu finally picked out 10 stewardesses, respectively, from several airlines. For example, HNA's Haitian Changyun, there is one to say that this uniform is really good looking, but also comes with a feeling of warmth. There is also China Airlines extremely long-legged stewardesses. China Airlines many stewardesses are from modeling. That body naturally need not be said. There are several other companies. Chudu picked out a total of 10 stewardesses, are first-class beauty, even if not compared to Lu Ruyan and Wang Ziying, but almost in Jian Lily are on the same level of beauty. Chudu's selection criteria is also simple, very vulgar, is good-looking, good figure, long legs. The 10 stewardesses he picked, all of them are 170 to 175 in height, all of them are as beautiful as flowers, and several executives have hinted to him that these are very clean stewardesses, completely casual. Don't think there is any problem, stewardesses the circle, is really messy, but there is always clean, encountered this kind of top customers, naturally took out. Chudu now has a lot of women, Wang Xinyue, Jian Lily, Li Wenxin, Lu Ruyan, although it is said that these stewardesses are also very beautiful, but do not necessarily have to be income bed, looking at the eyes also eye-catching right. As for the wages of these stewardesses, currently tentatively set at 300,000 a year. Private aircraft stewardesses, a year are in 2 or 300,000, Chudu this salary, but also normal, can only be said to be the ceiling within the industry standard. This way, whether it is the airline or the airport have earned, beautiful wages, contracts, long-term docking, maintenance, etc. All are costs. Even the price of one deep maintenance is enough to buy a starter sports car. Being selected on the stewardess also feel that they earn hemp. Those who could come here to be selected, don't think that she would be a girl with a clean heart and body. At most, she would only keep a factory certificate, but inwardly, well, after all, such are alone to face the rich and powerful, they all have ideas in their hearts. When the stewardess, there are a few do not want to hold the golden thigh, although there are indeed, but less outrageous. Coaxing the child to sleep at night, I ended up sleeping myself, woke up in the middle of the night by the air conditioner freezing, climbed up to give you an update. Many people have asked me, the front written in the end is not autobiography. I said one last time, semi-autobiography, I do not have the system, not so much money, the glory days is also 8 figures, not imagined 800 billion, private aircraft I do not have, yacht rental to play, just a lot of things have seen, experienced, know what is the case. By the way, I was reported, account temporarily banned for a week, cannot reply to any comments and fan group messages, I'm sorry, wait a few days on it. Chapter 78 Annual Meeting. The private airplane arrived, but Chuda didn't have much to go to right away. Go to Bashu after a while and use it again. Crew in the case of usually do not have to work, basically is in the neighborhood leisure, do what you want to do, but cannot run around, the boss called the time, must be able to arrive. But usually private planes want to take off, aviation routes are to be approved, and there is no such thing as temporary. Chudu gave Wei Ping a word, apply for the time when the 25th of the waxing moon to go to Bashu Jincheng's route. By the way, there are also 29 flights from Jincheng to Linen. This kind of thing is approved by the ATC, but Wei Ping, as an executive of the airline, applied instead of Chudu. Naturally there was no problem. Moreover, the approval went smoothly. Perhaps it was close to the end of the year, the work had gotten a lot easier lately, and everyone was preparing for the new year. Chudu was also relatively idle recently, accompanying Wang Xianyue every day, or Lu Ruyan, and occasionally Jian Lily rested and accompanied her. As for Li Wenxin, Chudu would like to find her, but her child winter vacation, every day to be at home with the child, she happened to resign want to rest for a period of time, simply cannot come out. Every day the two can only chat on the cell phone, but also take advantage of Li Wenxin children do not pay attention or fall asleep. Chudu also pondered, the relationship between the two, is it always like this? There is also Wang Ziying. Chudu thought of the message she sent to him, his heart was a little complicated. When Wang Ziying was with him in the beginning, he actually didn't know Wang Ziying's identity at the very beginning, and only realized it later. No matter what, Wang Ziying is his first love, to say that there is no feeling at all, is not. Long time no see, Wang Ziying now fell more and more good looking, absolutely is the absolute beauty of the country. Chudu dare to guarantee that if such a beautiful woman in society, no one background, will soon be taken down. The simplest, money offense, attack not down on the heart, always take you. A past background alone is enough to make many people afraid. Time always passes without realizing it. Today is the 20th day of the lunar month, there are still 10 days to the new year. Star River Group also held its first year-end meeting. The year-end general meeting was prepared in the main building's second-floor conference center, with a total area of 2,000 square meters of oversized pillar-less ballroom, with a floor height of 10 meters, as well as oversized LED electronic screens and so on. The entire Star River Group, in fact, is not much, as far as the current full share of the company, adding up to a total of about 1,500 people. namely stars, netizens, anchors, and their teams. As for the other companies, are not many people. There are quite a lot of talents on the media company side, out of a few people to host, no problem at all. This year's annual meeting should have set it to start at 7 o'clock in the evening. At the forefront was a large stage where programs could be performed, and below was a variety of tables and chairs. Chudu sat in the very center. On the left-hand side was Lu Ruyan, then on both sides were the group's executives. Now the group's executives already had more than 10 people. Then there was the secretarial core and the middle level and so on. The entire venue air conditioning and heating was on full blast. It was very warm. Chudu did not wear a very formal today, is a down jacket plus sweater, and a thick pants and warm pants. After all, the annual meeting is a little more casual. Soon, the time is up. Chudu smilingly walked up to the stage, as the boss of the group. Today he is ready to open the speech. Seeing Chudu walked up, the crowd was quiet, no longer chatting. Chudu stood in the center, holding the microphone, with a smile on his face, without the slightest sense of leadership from above. Everyone, I'm glad that everyone can come to this year's annual meeting. This is also our Star River Group's first annual meeting. Since it's the annual meeting then, there's no need to be so tense and serious, relax a bit. The purpose of today is to have fun in order to have fun. So then, let's get straight to the point. I'm going to stop talking nonsense, and directly start tonight's party. The following piece of applause. Chudu's speech actually had little substance, but it was sincere enough. Everyone was tired of hearing the leader's blah 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 nonsense. It was quite good to be simple and straightforward and lively. Next, is a man and a woman, two hosts on the stage, began to prepare for tonight's program. The opening program is a song and dance, a few stars of Star River Media to sing and dance on stage. Chudu was actually not very interested in these, but the following people watched with great interest. After all, the stars usually cannot see, are only seen on TV. Next was a variety of songs and dances. There were stars performing on stage. There were also netizens and anchors on stage. In short, the main one was lively. Chudu was sitting there, high on melon seeds, drinking milk tea, gorgeous. Of course, it can't really be just a one-night program. Chudu also prepared a little something to keep everyone's spirits up. Oh, don't get me wrong, it wasn't any ecstasy. Almost at 8 o'clock, the last program happened to end. The host, who had already gotten the hint, opened his mouth and said, in this lively moment, our Chu especially prepared a surprise for everyone. The next time, give it to Mr. Chu. Chudu smilingly got up and came to the center of the stage. The surrounding lights were shining on him. Today is our first annual meeting. This year's financial statements I also read. Not bad. Here, I announce a message. After the new year, everyone, their salary will go up by 5%. Long live Mr. Chu. Woohoo! Hearing Chudu's words, everyone went crazy. Saying something else is useless. Real money is reliable. Just one upward fluctuation of wages. It's enough for everyone to go crazy. Chudu looked at the excited crowd, smilingly said, in addition, later to 10 o'clock, there will be a round of lucky draw, which contains a lot of rewards. For example, paid travel for a month, such as cash 300,000 rewards, such as an Audi S6 reward, etc. All sorts of things, a total of 10 people. It all depends on luck. Let's see if you guys can draw it. This wave of rewards directly pushed the atmosphere to a climax, and the crowd almost went crazy. You have to know, although Shin City has high wages, but the consumption is even higher. This reward from Chuda was truly awesome. Whether it was a paid trip, or $300,000 in cash, or a car, it was a reward that was enough to drive the crowd crazy. Even for those anchors and netizens, no one would ignore this reward. The crowd was now incomparably looking forward to the arrival of 10 o'clock, all afraid of missing out on the rewards. There were more than 1,000 people present, and only 10 people were rewarded. Even if they knew that there was little hope, they all wanted to see if they were the lucky ones. I've been reported, I can't speak, reply to comments and fan groups for the time being. There are still 6 days left, wait for it. Chapter 79 Shinwangshu. Perhaps because of Chudu, the entire atmosphere that followed was very lively and exciting. The crowd's clamor was about to break through the sky, but Chudu smiled and did not block it in the slightest. Lu Ruyan came to Chudu's ear. You really give up? Chudu is full of unconcern. How much money is this? Fear what? This year's financial statement you also read, earned a lot, take out to send welfare. Lu Ruyan said with a smile, of course I have no opinion, the whole group is yours, even if it closes down, it's all yours. Chudu looked at Lu Ruyan, who was close at hand. Her beautiful face exuded infinite charm. He couldn't help but kiss Lu Ruyan on her face, then said in a low voice, then if I go bankrupt and run out of money, what should I do? Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's face straightened and pulled his hand and said, if one day you really go bankrupt, I still have some private money here that can be a few $1 million, enough for you to get back on your feet. Then, her smile suddenly arrogant some, but well, it is difficult to reach your current level, you have to know. This is my private money. Oh, really? To that point, you cannot afford to raise them, you just focus on marrying me. Okay, I give you a child. Looking at Lu Ruyan's gaze full of love, Chudu knew that she was serious. He gripped Lu Ruyan's hand tightly and said, don't worry, my money is not going to be spent. Chudu was right. To this point, especially the entity, there are so many industries, if simply rely on business these, it is difficult to let him go bankrupt. As long as it wasn't crazy to manipulate the stock market to play with leverage or something, it wouldn't be spent in this lifetime. The daily interest is a number that makes people crazy. Besides, only $50 billion had been deposited in the country right now. And let's not forget the hidden account left by the system. There was still more than $700 billion. Lu Rian's pretty face was flushed as she whispered, "When you come to my house in the new year, I'll give you a surprise." Shudu raised his eyebrows. "Oh yo, I'll wait." Although he didn't know what Rian Lu was up to, Shudu was still looking forward to it inwardly. 2 hours wasn't really a long time, but if you kept looking forward to it, you would feel that time passed very slowly. Finally arriving at 10 o'clock, Shudu was also ready to start the lottery. There wasn't any cattiness in the lottery process. Shudu personally operated it, and a lottery list that was projected on the big screen was a list of all the group's personnel. In the end, an anchor called Shin Wangshu drew a paid trip for a month, an employee called Zhang Yu drew an Audi, and the remaining few people drew cash prizes and other rewards. In short, they all earned. After the raffle draw, today's year-end conference came to an end. However, Shudu also prepared a New Year's goods for the crowd. Rice, noodles, oil, red dates, milk, pastries, and so on, a total of 9 items, one set for each person. For the celebrities and netizens who made more money, they might not care about these, but there were many more ordinary employees in the company, and everyone still enjoyed these New Year's goods. While lamenting how there could be such a good boss, they carried the things to their cars. The next morning, Shudu came to the office. Lu Ruyan came in and said, "Boss, Shin Wangshu has something he wants to find you." Shin Wangshu? Shudu was at a loss. Lu Ruyan immediately said, "It's the female anchor who drew a paid trip for a month last night." Shudu dawned and asked curiously, "What is it?" Ruyan Lu shook her head and said, "She didn't say, she just said she wanted to see you." Shudu gave a ow and said, "Alright, let her come over." After Ruyan Lu went out, not 5 minutes later, Shin Wangshu came. "Mr. Chu," Shin Wangshu said respectfully. Shudu raised his head and looked at Shin Wangshu in front of him. The more he looked, the stranger he felt. Shin Wangshu had an imperial lady face. If he looked at the looks alone, it was with a gentle imperial lady feeling, and Wang Xinyua's style seemed to be somewhat similar. But looking between her brows and eyes, there was a foxy flavor. Shudu could hardly imagine that gentleness and flirtatiousness would be concentrated on the same face. Moreover, he always felt that this face seemed somewhat familiar. Oh yes, the female Bodhisattva Azu. Very similar, especially similar. Not to mention, the body shape was also quite similar. Due to the relatively high indoor temperature, Shin Wangshu didn't wear a thick jacket, but just a white tight sweater, outlining a moving figure. The most Shudu side-eye is her reasoning, completely not with Yule reasoning kind of reasoning, evil to the extreme. Purification. Must purify. This clothing is so big. Oh no. This dress is so big. The lower half of the body was wearing a pair of shark pants, showing off a pair of straight legs completely. And Shin Wangshu's height was also very good, standing at 170. She wasn't the kind of girl who was very thin, but with a little bit of plumpness. Her waist was slightly meaty due to her full bosom, and her butt was also very chiseled, and the roundness on her thighs was instead more elastic. Looking at her figure alone, it was simply the ceiling of the microfat world. Coupled with the face value that seemed like Azu, Shudu was secretly staggered. This female anchor has the potential to be very Shudu looked at Shin Wangshu and asked, "You're looking for me, is there something?" Shin Wangshu took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Shu, it's like this. Last night's annual meeting, I drew a lottery for a paid trip for a month. But there are some special circumstances on my side. I'm not convenient to go out for a trip. Can you give me the cost of the trip directly? I'll just stay away and continue the live broadcast." If that's not possible, then can it be replaced with something else? Shudu didn't answer her directly, but asked, "Can you say why?" Shin Wangshu lowered her head. "Because someone in my family is sick and is rather short of money for me to be an anchor, and I often have to go back to take care of it. There's no way to go out and travel." Shudu narrowed his eyes and looked at Shin Wangshu. "You are very short of money?" "Yes, I am indeed very short of money, so I came to be an anchor. I used to be an online game escort, but I didn't earn as much as an anchor, so I came." Shin Wangshu didn't hide it. Shudu's computer then stored the group's personnel's file information. He did not speak, but opened Shin Wangshu's information to check. What was written in the file was indeed like this. Shin Wangshu's family old man was sick, spent a large amount of money, a lot of debt, now very short of money, so do anchor. This information is someone's special audit check. There will be no problem. So, Shin Wangshu's matter is true. Shudu is not an unsympathetic person, he said after a little thought. Originally, the group is ready to arrange a person to go out on a trip as a reward. Since you have a special situation, then this can be cancelled for you. Corresponding to the preparation of the travel funds, I will let the financial to you to transfer. You continue to live on air is good. Chapter 80, Jincheng. Shin Wangshu didn't expect a big boss like Shudu to agree with her so easily. She froze for a moment and hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you, Mr. Chu, thank you, Mr. Chu." Shudu waved his hand and said, "It's okay, people, all have difficult times, don't be afraid, any problem can be solved." Shudu didn't care about things, but for Shin Wangshu, it was very important. Sometimes it's really just a little bit from the rich with their hands, and for the bottom, it's a splash of riches, or a lifesaver. Generally speaking, now many enterprises give employees annual leave, basically to the end of the waxing moon, and even a lot of New Year's Eve also do not take a vacation. Chudu was different. He didn't need to squeeze the employees, so when Chudu was ready to leave on the 25th, he gave everyone their annual vacation. Those who wanted to go home for New Year's Eve could already go, and the vacation lasted until the 7th day of the first month, close to half a month's vacation. For contemporary laborers and cow horses, it was nothing short of a miracle. However, Chudu also made a request: on the necessary posts, there must be someone on duty and watch. Once the situation occurs, immediately report it. The 25th day of the waxing moon. Chudu and Wang Crescent went to Jincheng today to accompany Wang Crescent back to her hometown. John Lilly and their airline company did not have to consider taking a vacation. After all, airplanes don't take a break just because it's New Year's Eve. They still have flight missions. After saying goodbye to Lu Ruyan, Chudu drove a Ferrari and took Wang Xinu to the airport. The things for going to meet Wang Xinu's parents were all ready. Chudu had Ning Lei go and buy them. All are some cosmetics, perfume, lipstick, and expensive cigarettes and wines, watches, and the house and car that Chudu prepared to take down, directly on the heavy gift district. Tens of millions of dollars, Chudu has not put in the eyes. The private airplane has been designed with a parking space, so Chudu directly drove the car onto the airplane and parked it to fix it, ready to continue to use it over there. Chudu and Wang Xinyu sat in the airplane, had already declared the takeoff and landing, so when everything was ready, the pilot and the tower communicated, confirmed that there was no problem, and began to take off. It usually took 3.5 hours to fly from Shin City to Jincheng, and by the time they arrived, it would be noon. Perhaps tired from being tossed around by Chudu last night, Wang Xinu got on the plane and didn't look around. Instead, she laid down in the bedroom and fell asleep within a few minutes. Chudu, on the other hand, was bored and played with his cell phone, swiping short videos and reading novels. Airplanes can actually be connected to the internet, especially private planes, have a special network. There is absolutely no ordinary airliner to get on the plane to ask you to open the flight mode situation. 10 flight attendants have surrounded the side, waiting for Chudu's arrangement at any time. They actually do not have much to do, mainly to serve every voyage on it. This will be here on Chudu alone. Of course they have nothing to do, just wait for the call. Chudu did not say that he wanted to take them all in directly, although he likes beauty, but not so much as to see one-on-one. He was simply chatting and looking pretty. But these 10 stewardesses didn't think so. They all knew Chudu's identity: young, handsome and rich. Who can come to this airplane with a simple mind? They were all with a purpose. Moreover, they have heard from the people above that this prince has more than 1 or 2 women by his side, making them realize that even if they were to squeeze in, they wouldn't know that it would be a small few. But so what? To the boss as a small 10, the days are also much stronger than now. Sad? But it's reality. If we really want to open up this system, rich people can easily raise dozens of people and still get along. Don't talk about what cultivation, we are all here for the money. Talk about cultivation more meaningless, the money to the place, help each other to wait for the moon, that is a normal thing. Therefore, Chudu around the woman, so far there is no one messed up, they are very clear about their own position. Only Lu Ruyan wanted to fight, but she also did not force Chudu and others to break the relationship. This was being clear. But their first contact with Chudu, or superior and subordinate relationship, coupled with the side of the other people, do not dare to wantonly go to seduce, all rules and regulations, did not happen anything. Just so all the way to the Jin City without waves. After landing, Chudu under the command of the ground crew, to confirm the safety, and then the car out, before leaving, told the pilot and stewardesses, 29 fly linen, in the middle of their freedom. However, Chudu also prepared an Audi S6 on the airplane, and gave it to Wang Xinyue to drive. Afterwards, Chudu drove the Ferrari 612 and followed Wang Xinu to her home. Wang Crescent's home, living in an ordinary neighborhood. At this time it was more than 12 o'clock at noon, when all the families were eating. Wang Xinu did not tell her family to come back today. Came downstairs, Chudu and Wang Xinyue parked the car, began to take things. Although many things, but Chudu power is quite big, one finger a big bag, enough to kick 8 bags. Wang Xinyue also kicked 4, the 2 together on the stairs. Due to the fact that there are too many things in their hands, Wang Xinyue directly knocked on the door. A few seconds later, a middle-aged woman opened the door, looking at Wang Xinu and Chudu in front of her, froze for a moment. Mom! With Wang Xinu's call, Wang Ma reacted and hurriedly opened the door, letting the 2 in. Walking into the house, the Wang family's parents were both there and were eating at home. Seeing Chudu, the Wang family's parents also slightly guessed, and enthusiastically said, come, sit. Chudu and Wang Crescent put down their things, which made them sit on the sofa. Wang family parents looked at Chudu, and then looked at Wang Xinu. Wang dad said, Yu, is this your boyfriend? Chudu smiled and said, hello uncle and aunt, my name is Chudu, I'm Yu's boyfriend. Hearing this, the Wang family's parents immediately smiled all over their faces. Yu finally knows to look for a boyfriend. It's not easy. Chudu also said with a polite face, it's my first time meeting at home, I didn't know what to bring, so I just bought some random things, don't dislike it, uncle and auntie. Don't mind? Bought something randomly? The Wang family's parents were secretly shocked. Although they were older, they weren't blind, so they could naturally see the brands on them. Aquamarine Puzzle, SK2, Heathley, Huazi Cigarettes, Mousy Wine. All of them are expensive items. And it's not one or two pieces, this is a bag, a box. Casually look over, these things are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Wang's parents were a bit dizzy, not knowing what the identity of this son-in-law who suddenly appeared. How is he so rich? Shudu took out another key, and a bag, and put it on the table. Ask you readers a question, for Li Wenxin's plot, do you think it's good to let her divorce and follow the protagonist, or don't divorce and leave it at that? I'm debating on this plot. Chapter 81, Wang's parents. This is a routine he used, naturally he is very familiar with it, uncle and aunt, I bought an Audi S6 car for the two of you, brand new, just airlifted it over. In addition, this is a set of 800 square meters of a small villa in Xinqing's house, book and the key. The two of you can live here at any time in the future, if you want to. There is also a small yard, planting flowers, and raising grass. All of them are available. Chudu's grandiose strokes once again shocked the Wang family's parents. Wang's parents felt that the whole sky had changed color, and it was as if they didn't have the slightest mental ability to withstand it for so many years. A set of villas in Xinqiang? This must have tens of millions of dollars, right? There is also an Audi car, although it is not a super luxury car, but for people in their age group, a lot of them like it very much. There are also so many things that what exactly does this son-in-law do? The Wang family's parents looked shocked, and Wang's father couldn't help but ask, Shudu right, can I ask, what do you do? Can the family agree to spending so much money? Shudu couldn't help but laugh, it's fine, I'm an orphan, I don't have parents, this is all my own money. As for work, I run a company. Next to him, Wang Crescent immediately added, his company is big, a lot. It's a conglomerate. It's a very powerful company in Xinjiang. Our bank is relying on him. The Wang family's parents couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Coming from such a big head? The two of them glanced at each other, and there was a trace of worry in their eyes. What was the situation of their own family? They themselves knew clearly. Their daughter was the one who went to work in Xinjiang, and they heard that she was working in a bank. This is just how long to work, at most as a staff. People, this is to open the company, and tens of millions of dollars to send. This is simply two worlds of people. This can come together? Don't end up with a daughter who was played and abandoned by others. That would be the end of it. At this time, Wang Ma suddenly said, Chudu, you and your uncle chat. I'll go prepare 2 more dishes. You come with me to the kitchen to prepare. Chudu knew what the couple meant and said with a gentle face, okay auntie, you are busy, don't mind me. Wang Ma brought Wang Xinu to the kitchen and closed the door tightly. She was also afraid that the sound would spread out. She purposely turned up the sound of the hood as well. Only then did she ask in a low voice, you two, are you really in love? Wang Xinu snorted and laughed, really, Mom, don't worry. Wang Mother shook her head and said, but the gap between you guys is too big, Mom doesn't think highly of you. Hearing her mother's words, Wang Xinu fell silent. This was a fact that could not be avoided. Even though she was now the president of the bank, so what? To put it bluntly, it was still relying on Chudu to become this bank president. Even if Chudu most often went to her place, ate all her cooking, and slept with her in his arms at night. But in the end, her status, after all, was just a lover. Seeing her daughter's silence, Wang Ma sighed, what is the situation of our family? You know yourself, to go to Xinjiang, it is all your own fight. We can't afford to buy a house in Xinjiang. People can just give it away. This can be a condition grade? The gap is too big, even if you and he came together, but only to be angry and bullied, the days of good or bad, but also depends on his mood. Moreover, Mom told you, men, there is no such thing as not cheating. He is so rich, you two fall in love. Can you guarantee that he will not go outside to steal food? Mom knows that you are good looking, but you have to know, this world and you good looking people a lot of go, who can hold back this money temptation. Even if he likes you now, can he guarantee that he will like you for the rest of his life? Sooner or later, he will get tired of you and find another woman. Then, what will you do? If someone else's mistress gets on top, what about you? You'll probably be 40 or 50 by then. Are you going to come back? Listen to Mom's advice, things our family does not accept, finish take back, you find a time, break up, you are not suitable. Mom would rather you just find an ordinary point of people, can be stable for a lifetime, do not want you to marry into the family, everyday fear, prevent this and that. Wang Xinu's eyes gradually moistened and she couldn't help but shed tears. Mom! She hugged her mother and cried softly. In fact, how could she not know what Wang Ma said? It was just that right now, she was not even talking about marrying into a wealthy family, she was even just a lover, so how could she talk about marrying Chudu? Moreover, Chudu had several people around him now, let alone in the future. Such a man was not destined to be tied down by a single woman. Wang Ma sighed and continued, you are Mom's daughter, Mom knows what you think, Mom can also see that you really like him, but, many times, the Cinderella in the story can only ever be a story, and the reality, will tell you what is called cruelty. The door is not right, destined to be together will not be happy. Wang Xinu cried softly for a while, then quieted down and took a tissue to wipe her tears. Holding her daughter, Wang Ma instinctively felt a pang of wrongness, and said suspiciously, wait, how do I feel? Your skin and figure, seems wrong. Before Wang Xinu could react, Wang Ma said, well, I can see, you two are living together, right? Hearing her mother talk about such things, Wang Crescent lowered her head and whispered a little looking at her daughter's appearance, and the clothes on her daughter's body. Then thinking back to those things just now, Wang Ma's heart suddenly gave birth to an idea. Her face became serious as she looked at Wang Xinu and said, "Tell mom the truth, are you two really in love?" Wang Xinu's heart tightened and naturally brought on a few moments of weakness. Seeing her daughter's unnatural appearance, Wang Ma understood everything. After all, she was a person from the past and was clear about some things. Shaking her head, Wang Ma said, "I told you, why did you bring so many things? It seems like you want to plug me in your father's mouth." Then, she looked at Wang Xinu, "Tell me the truth, are you a junior or a junior?" Wang Xinu knew that she couldn't hide it from her mother and hesitated for a moment. "Actually, he doesn't have a girlfriend." Wang Ma froze for a moment. "No girlfriend? That means, only a lover?" Wang Ma's heart burst with irritation. Her own precious daughter actually went to be a lover for someone else? What's so good about that man? Not just young. Well, it is quite young. Not is the long. Well, the long also really quite handsome, this young man. Not just rich. Well, in Xinjiang, being rich is indeed a big plus point, and even society is measured by money. Thinking about it this way, it seems like this young man is okay? Wang Ma shook her head. This idea is not right. Chapter 82 Conversation in the Kitchen. If he's any good, how can he bully my daughter like this? Wang Ma's anger surged. "Tell me the truth, how many does he have, and how old are you?" Wang Xinu sighed and said, "I know, there are 4, I'm the first one, but none of us are his girlfriends and he doesn't have one." Wang Ma froze for a moment before responding. She raised an eyebrow and said, "So that means it's just a few of you competing now?" "Well, that's pretty much what it means." Wang Ma pondered for a moment and said, "Tell me, what is the status situation of the other few people?" Seeing that her mother asked, Wang Xinu said, "One is a stewardess, similar to my situation, another is his secretary, and the other is already married." "Already married?" Wang Ma's brows furrowed. This kid is playing a really shameless game. Wang Crescent didn't dare to say anything. After all, she was privately with Chu Du, playing quite flowery. As far as the private cell phone that was dedicated to filming was concerned, it had stored almost 100 Gs. A variety of different stockings at home, a whole cabinet, these if you let Wang Ma know the consequences. Wang Ma carefully thought for a while and said, "I think, you guys are still not suitable, after all, this class difference is too much." Wang Xinyue, however, whispered, "But he is really good to me." Wang Ma rolled her eyes. "You guys, who does he usually spend the most time with?" Wang Xinu puffed out her chest and raised her head. "Me." Wang Ma looked skeptical. "You?" Wang Crescent said rightfully, "Of course, he usually has very little socializing, most of the time he is at home, I cook and eat for him, and we live together at night." A fine light flashed in Wang Ma's eyes. "For a week, how many days do you live together?" 3 days and 4 days is about the same. 3 days and 4 days? Wang Ma was secretly surprised. According to what Wang Xinu said, 4 people, even on average, 7 days a week, 2 days for one person, still 1 day short. But her own daughter could take up 3 or 4 days? In that case, it didn't seem impossible? Wang Ma fell into hesitation for a while. Wang Xinu took a deep breath, pulled her mother's hand and said, "Mom, don't think so much, I'm with him when I have feelings, he treats me very well, I live in a tens of millions of dollars of houses and millions of dollars of cars." Wang Ma said nonchalantly, "So what, in the end, it's still his stuff, 1 word from him and you can be let out the door." Wang Xinu was calm. "Every month he gives me $300,000. Wang Ma hummed, 300,000? You sold yourself for $300,000? Wang Xinu was not the slightest bit angry or embarrassed, but continued, "I've been with him for half a year now, and that car, worth more than $4 million, has already been transferred to me, given away for free, which means that the car is now mine. Also, the house will be gifted to me by him after 2 years. Wang Ma shook her head. "But no matter what, you are just a mistress, a lover." Wang Xinu faintly smiled. "Mom, there is Shin City, with me being a foreigner with no background. What am I going to do to solve all these problems? The house, the car, the money, they are all problems. I hope that in the future, my child can go farther, instead of staying in a small place. Even if I go to sacrifice, I go to change, I have to find a way to create an environment for my child. I don't want me to go out of my own way, so that my child can't go out of the way too. This is the reality, although there is a leisurely life in the middle of nowhere. But what is there to be excited about in a lifetime like this? I won't hide it from you, Mom, I'm in Xinjiang now, I'm the president of the bank. It's all because of him that I can get to this position, in our bank. It's something that no one else would even dare to think about. I know, as long as I can rely on him, I can have a good future, and I can also give my future children a good environment and platform. There are some things that you don't have when you're born, and you basically don't have them in this life." Hearing Wang Xinu's words, Wang Ma did not know what to say. After a long silence, she said, "Maybe you guys have your thoughts, but from my point of view, I'm angry because my daughter went to be a mistress to someone else." Wang Xinu sighed. "This is the reality, Mom, many times, we at the bottom don't have a chance at all." Wang Mom closed her eyes and said, "I can't control you, but, it's already come to this, so go and fight for me, fight for a rightful place to come out, don't disgrace me." "Got it, Mom." Wang Xinu was helpless, even though she knew it was impossible, she could only promise first. The sound of Wang Mom turning off the hood, "Let's go," for the sake of him treating you well so far, I won't say anything today for now. And outside, Wang father and Chu Du were also chatting. Mainly, Wang father wanted to inquire about Chu Du's situation. Chu Du didn't hide anything, and soon Wang father understood pretty much everything. This young man, a year younger than his daughter, this is not a problem. Young, started from scratch, made a lot of money in the stock market and funds, and now opens a company, very powerful. As for the family is relatively simple, the orphanage out, there is no family conflict, he can decide his own life. In the future, even if the daughter married over, there is no mother-in-law and daughter-in-law contradictions, home conditions, find a nanny can also be, their own couples to help with the child, are no problem. Wang father thought of the beautiful, it seems that everything is very beautiful look, completely unaware of the kitchen side of the mother and daughter of the conversation content is how explosive. Wang Ma and Wang Crescent soon walked out. Wang Ma looked at Chu Du with a smile, that, there are not enough dishes at home today, let's go out to eat. From the face of it, Wang Ma's attitude was gentle, without the slightest hint of anger. Chu Du was naturally a guest. Thus, the few people simply cleaned up and drove that Audi out to eat. Sitting in the Audi, Chu Du smilingly said, Uncle Aunt, this car, is my air transport over, give you, usually walk what is also comfortable, handbuckle here have gas card, petrochemical, national universal, I saved 100,000, not enough you just say on the line. The gasoline card is 100,000? Rao knows Chu Du has money, they have never thought of refueling like this. Wang Ma was fine, knowing that Chu Du had several women, could she afford to keep them without money? Her own daughter lived in a house with tens of millions of dollars, it was evident that $100,000 of gas card was really nothing to him. Chapter 83, Chuanxi Road. This side of Jincheng was the Bashu region, and people over here liked to eat hot pot, especially spicy ones. Now that it was winter, eating hot pot was hot, and Chu Du also liked it. Although the first time they met and went to eat hot pot, more or less a little that, but no one minded this problem. Already know the general situation, there is no need to ask for details, so, in the meal, basically talk about some work, life, or Wang Xinyue to tell her parents about the city of Xinjiang or something, the atmosphere is not bad. This time to come, Chu Du is to live a few days, this side of the house is 3 rooms and a hall, but empty only a study, good thing is that there is a bed. In the afternoon, Wang Crescent said to take Chu Du to see Jincheng, and went out, leaving only Wang's parents at home. Wang father said smilingly, what do you think? Wang mom was expressionless, not good. Hearing the dissatisfaction in his wife's tone, Wang father was upset. No, what's your attitude? People with good-looking parents, and money, character I can also see, quite a good one, and your relationship is also good, why are you not happy about it? Isn't it said that when a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she looks, the happier she is? Wang father was confused, not knowing what his wife was thinking. Wang ma opened her mouth, but in the end said nothing. There were some things that didn't need to be said, making everyone uncomfortable. What about the future? It was still unclear, so why bother saying it? Wang Crescent brought Chu Du out and was very happy. Brother Chu, you haven't been to Jincheng, I'll take you around today, are there any places you want to go? Chu Du's gaze scanned the surrounding. Actually there is nothing I want to go to, mainly it is also winter, there is nothing to see, it's not like summer, you can still travel and have fun. Wang Xin blinked her eyes, then come back next summer. Chu Du naturally knew what she meant, gently stroking her long hair, good, I have a lot of time anyway. There was no specific place he wanted to go. Chu Du and Wang Xin walked leisurely on the road. Wang Xin suddenly asked, Brother Chu, in the future, are you going to get married? Hearing this question, Chu Du hesitated for a moment and said, well, it's hard to say, in fact, I don't know myself, I don't want to fall in love and get married because I think it's troublesome. Trouble, Wang Xinyue repeated. Chu Du nodded heavily and said, right, with my condition, if I find a far inferior to me, it is easy to turn into a package or lover mode again, she will try to serve me and curry favor with me. If I find one that's even better than me, then I don't want that either. If the grade is about the same, then you still have to think of ways to coax her, it's annoying and tiring. Actually, Chu Du was still relatively satisfied with Wang Xinyue in his heart. Being able to cook and clean up the house, she was a woman who was very suitable for a home. And similarly, Li Wenxin was also such a woman. Her husband worked abroad all year round, and the child was brought up by her alone most of the time, and she also had to clean up the house. Putting aside her relationship with Chu Du, Li Wenxin was indeed a gentle woman who was a good wife and a good mother. The most crucial thing is that Li Wenxin has never been for his money, but for him as a person, simply like him. In the online time, and the first time they met, in fact, Li Wenxin didn't know whether Chu Du had money or not, and how the material conditions were, still willing to maintain a special relationship with him. Within so many people, only Li Wenxin was the purest person. Even if Chu Du had no money, Li Wenxin would have chosen to follow him from the beginning. As for Jiang Lily, she was by his side for the sake of money. Although at first there is no emotion, but love is born over time, especially Chu Du also really long, Jiang Lily moved emotionally, but also normal. As for Lu Ruyan, she is instead attracted because of Chu Du's handsome, the rest is Chu Du's condition. But the relationship had already reached this point, she didn't care about money or not. Although she didn't have so much money herself, but at least there was a few million, to say that it was okay to let herself live a free and dashing life. As for Wang Ziying, they have been broken up for 6 years. If he hadn't accompanied Wang Ziying on a trip to the capital by accident, Chudu would never have known about her family's background and relationship. If they really picked one of them to marry, they would definitely be willing. But, although now Chudu didn't think about getting married, but it's hard to say in the future, people are always changing. Maybe one day, Chudu wanted to get married. At that time, it's a new situation. Wang Xianyu looked at Chudu's face, and could also slightly guess Chudu's thoughts. She hugged Chudu's arm, and softly said, "Brother Chu, if you get married in the future, will you abandon several of us?" Chudu's arm broke free from her embrace, backhanded her into his own embrace, lowered his head and said in her ear, "Don't worry, if you stay the way you are now, then I will support you for the rest of your life." Wang Xianyu lay on Chudu's chest, her eyes a little glazed over, not knowing what she was thinking. Jin City actually didn't have many interesting places. To say lively, it would probably be Chuanxi Road. When Wang Crescent brought Chudu to Chuanxi Road, Chudu instantly felt as if he was a hyena. What is all this hook 8 where Looking at the many netizens who made videos, and those strange styles of dressing, Chudu completely couldn't figure out what kind of artistic behavior they were. Workwear style, cyber style, wasteland style, pureless style and so on. There were also heterosexual outfits. Looking at Chudu's scalp was numb. Chudu's face and body were very good, wearing a luxurious designer label, coupled with the gradually formed temperament. Standing there alone, one could see the difference from others. As for Jin City, it was another very strange city. According to rumors, the poles here are straighter than people. Therefore, Chudu attracted the gazes of many men and women coming and going, and there were even a few enchantingly dressed males who came up wanting to get acquainted. Frightened, Chudu fled. Wang Crescent laughed and couldn't stop smiling. "Brother Chu, I didn't expect you to have today." Chudu ruthlessly slapped her ass and said, "Wait for me to clean you up at night." Wang Xianyu said, "At night? You seem to be in the study at night." Chudu deliberately teased her, "Then won't you leave the door open for me?" Wang Crescent pretended to think and said, "Oops, but my parents are still there. What if they hear it?" The topic is getting more and more colorful. Chudu couldn't help but start to have a fire. Hear it or hear it. Anyway, you are already my person. Can you still run away? Wang Xinyue immediately hugged Chudu. His eyes were tender. "As long as you don't mind me, I will always be by your side." Chapter 84, Sealed Again. Perhaps moved to love, Chudu gazed around and said, "Go, open a room." There were quite a few upscale hotels in Jin City. Chudu quickly opened a deluxe king-size bedroom. Because it wasn't spending the night here, twin beds weren't necessary, no at all. After the passion, the flushed Wang Xianyu leaned in Chudu's arms, and the room was rarely quiet. "Brother Chu, you say, I'll give you a child, okay. Have a child?" It wasn't like Chudu hadn't thought about this, but he really didn't know how to be a good father. After a long period of silence, Chudu said, "Child, I also want it, but I don't really know how to be a good father. I'm not psychologically prepared." Wang Xinyue's hands propped up, not caring about the exposed spring color, softly said, "People live, every day is new, who doesn't know how the future will be? For bringing up a child, we are all the first time, but I believe that we can do it well. Moreover, we are so rich, even if we don't know how to do it, we can also hire a sister-in-law." Chudu slapped his head, also right. With his money, there is no problem at all to find the top sister-in-law in Xincheng. If one can't do it, then two, how big of a deal is it? But, are you really ready to have a child now? Chudu pondered for a while and said, "Let's wait a little longer. Let's wait for another 2 years before having a child. Right now, I'm not ready." Okay. Although Wang Xianyu agreed, her heart was a little lost. She was always worried, although she was favored by Chudu at the moment. But what about the future? She didn't know what the future would be like. If there was a child, she thought that Chudu wouldn't be cruel enough to abandon her. When she went back in the evening, it was almost 7 o'clock, and Wang's parents had already cooked at home. All are some home-cooked dishes. Chudu also has nothing to dislike, eat with relish. Wang's father also cheerfully opened a bottle of wine, and Chudu drank half a day. But Wang's father's drinking capacity seemed to be very average, and after half a bottle went down, he was already dizzy. Chudu also had a reddened face and looked like he was not capable of drinking. Wang Crescent, however, knew very well that with such a small amount of wine, Chudu wouldn't get drunk at all. Wang Ma sighed and helped Wang's father into the bedroom. Wang Xianyu then helped Chudu to the study room. After Chudu laid down, he suddenly opened his eyes, incomparably bright, which still had the drunken look from the dinner table just now. Wang Xinyue gently kissed him, then whispered, "Later, I'll leave the door open for you." Good. Chudu didn't say anything else and lay down quietly to rest. Wang Ma quickly finished packing her things and went to bed as well. Around 12 o'clock, Chudu suddenly got up and quietly walked towards the bedroom. Quite a pain in the balls, today again by someone backstabbing a knife, sent me in. The current small black room phase, on the front of these chapters, still being audited judged pornographic vulgarity, well, the follow-up temporarily suspended rectification, the old rules. Sometimes really quite a pain in the ass. You do not say why I fangroups in comments do not reply, because my tomato account was also reported, banned for 10 days, in addition to sending chapters, I cannot have any communication with you, there are 3 or 4 days, it's good. Regarding the plot, many readers are still asking, I'll say it for the last time, the system is fictional, the company and the money are also fictional, it's really not that much. But quite a few of the characters are real people, like Li, Wang, Jiang, Chen, etc. So it's kind of half autobiography. When I was in my glory, I was in 8 figures, but now I'm down and out, writing books to make money, and other side businesses, trying to figure out how to get back on my feet. As for the reason for the downfall, don't ask, personal privacy. Anyway, I hope you go to work and school every day, obey the law, don't touch the things you shouldn't touch, and live a peaceful and stable life, it's quite good. Well, for the time being, that's it. I'm going to stop working and rectify the situation, and I'm going to be in the palace for 6 months. When to come out, then update. Chapter 85, Drinking at a Party. Even though the door to the room was closed, this was an old house after all, not very soundproof. The creaking sound and the ah sound, if anything, even if they tried their best to control it, some of it inevitably got out. Next door, Wang's father and Wang's mother, their faces were lifeless, looking at the ceiling in the darkness. These two, progress so fast? This kid is really arching my cabbage in front of my face. Wang's father was obviously a little upset, although he felt that Chudu was good, but this is still in my house. Wang mom is very calm. The two people have come together, takes so many things, you have to say that the two of them do not have anything, do you believe it? Wang father didn't speak again, after a long time. No, what the hell is this kid? His stamina is so good? Can you take a break now? I'm sleepy? Wang father was annoyed. Wang mom said disdainfully, anyway, it's much better than you were back then, at least my daughter can still be happier. Wang father was helpless, rolled over, covered himself with the quilt and went to sleep. The next morning during dinner, while Wang father went to wash the dishes, Wang mom calmly said, nah, keep the voice down at night, I'm getting older, I don't rest well. A remark that made Wang Crescent embarrassed. God, Dad and Mom listened to their own bed matters, this. Chudu was then very calm, as if he had not heard. After all, at this time, it is not good to say anything, it will only be more embarrassing. During the day there is nothing much to do, is to watch TV at home, and then go out with Wang Xinyue, familiarize yourself with this side of the customs and traditions. When it was 6 or 7 in the afternoon, several people were eating at home, when suddenly someone knocked on the door. Chudu's eyes looked at Wang Xinu, who was also at a loss. Wang Ma got up and went to open the door, and then, several people came in. 2 men and 2 women, all in their 20s and 30s. Listening to them calling Wang Ma as second aunt and third aunt, Chudu understood that it was the family coming to the relatives. Wang Crescent also greeted them, brother and sister, brother and sister. Several people were carrying various things, it seemed that they were visiting relatives. When the 4 people saw Chudu, they were a bit dazed. One of them, a man around his early 30s, hesitated for a moment and said, second aunt, this is? Wang Ma glanced at Chudu and said, this is Yuyu's boyfriend, called Chudu, staying over here for a few days. Several people got up. None of them were stupid. If they were in a normal relationship, they definitely wouldn't be able to stay at home for dinner at this time. So, it was bound to be that the family had already approved of it, so maybe, it was a future relative. So the 4 of them shook hands with Chudu and introduced themselves. The pair in their 30s were husband and wife, Wang Crescent's cousin and cousin's wife, called Zheng Kaifeng, and Wang Shui, Wang Crescent's great-aunt's son and daughter-in-law, usually working locally, a civil servant, a teacher, very stable. The other 2 younger, is Wang Crescent's sister-in-law's 2 children, a son and a daughter, a senior, a sophomore. The older is a brother, called Zhang Tao, in Chang'an on the university. The younger is a daughter, called Zhang Qian, in the mountain city on the university. Recently are on winter vacation, so at home. A few people are also curious about what Chudu is doing. Chudu just downplayed, said in Xinjiang Open Company, doing business. 4 people are very envious, we are the same young people, once heard in the city of Shenyang Company, will subconsciously feel bullish some. Chudu from the chat also see out, Wang Crescent family and these relatives are good relations, for young people to visit relatives in the new year, are also sincere kind. After thinking about it, Chudu said, this time I came in a hurry, I didn't prepare a gift for you, so, tomorrow night I'll sit in the bank, let's have a meal, but I'm not too familiar with this side, you guys see what you want to eat? Ah? The 4 people were all a bit confused. Seeing this, Wang Ma suddenly said, that's right, you young people have topics together, it's good for you guys to talk more, it just so happens that tonight is still early, why don't you guys go out together and familiarize yourselves? Wang's parents like to be quiet, just encountered this situation, simply let them go out to get to know each other, anyway, are young people. A few people thought about it, it's okay. So, Chudu and Wang Xinyue put on thick clothes and went out with several brothers and sisters. While going downstairs, the crowd said, where are we going to play? Play cards? Drinking? Singing? Or go play somewhere? Although Chudu was not familiar with them, a few of them were familiar, and the crowd could not discuss the results, so they looked at Wang Xinu. Wang Crescent laughed in her heart and said, Brother Chu, where do you think we should go? Chudu thought about it and said, we are all young people, in the middle of winter, either go and drink a couple cups to warm up. Drinking tends to bring relationships closer quickly, which is normal. Wang Xinyue thought about it and said, the night market is too cold, let's go to the bar and have some fun. The 4 people unanimously shouted in favor. Several people usually seldom go, mainly because the consumption is too high. They are all ordinary people, and there are 2 students. Where can they get the money to spend? But Chudu had money, and seeing as they were all on good terms with Wang Xinu, naturally he wouldn't let them pay for it. So, the crowd drove the car and headed to the bar. Since they still have to find a chauffeur when they come back, and driving a sports car with only 2 positions will definitely not work, Chudu and Wang Xingyue went ahead in an Audi. Over there, Zhang Kaifeng drove a Volkswagen Ranger and took the 4 of them forward together. He came to TXCF Bar, which is one of the bigger bars in Jin City. At this time it was 9 o'clock in the evening. The bar was not yet bustling. It didn't even count as a start. There were still quite a few good seats. Chudu said to the marketing who greeted him, "Arrange for the best card seat." The marketing saw Chudu, they are strangers, hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother, our best position, there are all low consumption over there." Chudu did not care, put on a set of dragon. Marketing was immediately enthusiastic and incomparable. "Brother, come, I'll take you there." The Divine Dragon set, in any bar in the country, was the top consumption. Coming to the most central card seat, Chudu handed Zheng Kaifeng the drink list and said, "Order whatever you want, don't be polite, come out to play, just have fun." Zheng Kaifeng was dumbfounded. He didn't know the strength of this brother-in-law, but just by looking at the drink list, he knew that it wasn't something he could spend his own salary on. If this was ordered casually, what if he spent too much and ran out of money? Seeing his hesitation, Wang Crescent smiled and said, "Brother, you can just order, really casually, Brother Chu isn't that bad." At present, this book is still in the state of being sealed, is being rectified, only to join the bookshelf can see, did not add the bookshelf, cannot see. Today a small update, lest by the platform to break the record, it affects my income. I'm very anxious too. Chapter 86 I choose someone came out. Before and after the rectification accumulated 14 rounds, the small black house close to a month, I choose someone came out. Ha 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 ha. The sky is the limit. I know there are dogs reporting me and are in my group and are following what I write and reporting me at all times. I'm telling you now, please continue. I'm not afraid, let's consume to death. You own dishes, do not think of improving themselves, every day thinking of screwing me. You have readers, write, waste, life is a waste, destined to get up. There are also some peers, said I plagiarized, it is really funny, you write a licking dog system, the plot, and my difference of 10,800,000 miles, in addition to all the Chinese characters, I really cannot think of where the plagiarism, compared with me? When can you write a more normal protagonist, then talk to me, report me for plagiarizing you? Go ahead, use the color palette, who's afraid? There is a sister tout. Zheng Kaifeng also drummed up the courage, the 4 siblings discussed, and finally ordered close to $10,000 of drinks. After all, even if Chudu does not have, if they can also take out. Chudu smiled, knowing that they usually lived a relatively simple life and had not experienced high consumption. He said to marketing, Divine Dragon set up, then some other drinks, you see to it that you get it, add a piece, make up a $200,000. Marketing felt that he had really met a nobleman today. Although Jin City's consumption and prices were not as good as those top cities, it was quite a lot. Soon, there were bikini-clad girls who started serving drinks. Where had Zhang Kaifeng's few people seen this scene before? They were all shocked. Was this the luxurious life of the rich? Wang Shui couldn't help but glance enviously at Wang Xinyue, but she didn't have much else to think about. She was a more comfortable person and already married. She wouldn't think about it so much. Since today was considered a family gathering, there was no call for a girl, and the music would not be too loud. A few people chatted and drank at the same time. After about an hour, the surrounding card seats are almost all full. There are also a lot more people. The music is also gradually louder. The atmosphere of the nightclub gradually high up. In the card seat next to Chudu and theirs, a young man came to his seat and said to the youth next to him, "Brother Yang, there seems to be a big brother over there." Brother Yang was dressed in luxury goods. He looked like a rich young master. He asked curiously, "Which one?" The young man pointed his finger at Chudu and said, "I just went to the bathroom and passed by them and saw it, just the somewhat handsome-looking dude in the middle. I walked past him from behind. The watch he was wearing seemed to be a Patek Philippe's and a set of Divine Dragons, and the girl next to him, the one he was wearing, was a Patek Philippe's as well." Brother Yang followed the direction of his hand and frowned. "Strange, the Jincheng circle is so big, I know them all. This person has not seen. It is estimated that it is out of town." But Yang shook his head again. "Forget it, I don't know him anyway." Chudu several people naturally didn't know. They were still drinking and chatting. Suddenly, a man with a bottle of wine sat on their card seat, smilingly looked at Wang Xinyue and said, "Beauty, recognize? Don't feel canon, this is 20 years of author's personal experience. When almost hands, restore." Wang Crescent itself is Zhao Qian from the line of carefully selected beauty, on the body and face value, is a first-class beauty, plus follow Chudu so long, rich and expensive to raise people, body also has an unusual temperament, and so a luxury goods, no matter who, see are going to think that it is a top white rich beauty. Looking at the man in front of him, Chudu's face color was gloomy at once. The man, however, ignored Chudu and looked straight at Wang Xinu. Chudu suddenly reached out, picked up the bottle of wine in front of him, backhandedly grabbed the bottle's mouth, and said expressionlessly, "Where did you come from? Get back where you came from." The man glanced at the divine dragon set on the table, full of disinterest, ordered a set of divine dragon. Don't know what your last name is? Where are you from in Jin City? Know who I am. Next to Zheng Kaifeng, several people were to see this situation, all fought to fight hands. Zheng Kaifeng endeavored to say, this friend, we are together. If you are looking for someone, you are looking for the wrong person, we don't know you. The youth glared at him, shut up, who the hell are you to talk to me? Take a look at your clothes, how much money do you have? Screaming at me. Chudu took the wine bottle, gently knocked twice on the table, weighing the feel of it, and said expressionlessly, want to rob my woman? The youth sneered, I'm Tang Umbrella, look at your clothes, also a bit of money, go out and inquire about who I am before talking to me. A chick is just a chick, come out to play in a bar, you still can't spare a chick? The words just fell, Chudu suddenly stormed up, the bottle in his hand directly smashed on the head of Tang Umbrella, not waiting for Tang Umbrella to react. Next to the two big men suddenly came out, directly holding down Tang Umbrella violently beaten. Wang Xinyue saw this scene, not the slightest discomfort, on the contrary, it is the family's brother and sister are a little afraid, they are ordinary people, have never seen such a violent scene. The commotion of the fight quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding people, a few people from Yang's side also got up and walked over, and there were immediately marketing and security guards around them who came forward, trying to maintain order. Chudu slowly and methodically wiped his hands with a paper towel, and sat there steadily, as if he was not the one who made the move just now, without the slightest panic. When Yang saw this scene, his face was flabbergasted, he carefully sized up Chudu and muttered, I'm afraid this isn't the usual over-the-top dragon something's going to happen to surname Tang. Chudu threw the tissue paper next to him, then waved his hand. The two big men pulled Tang Umbrella in front of Chudu. Tang Umbrella's friends in the distance also rushed over. A few young men and women looked at Chudu, their faces unkind. Friend, overdoing it. Chudu just glanced at them, and a few more big men suddenly appeared behind them, their gazes fixed on them. A few people saw this scene and shut their mouths, just by looking at the posture of people who went out with bodyguards. They knew that they were not ordinary people. I'm afraid that they kicked the bucket this time. The local circle they all recognize, it seems, this is outside to come over the river Fierce Dragon. At this time, a manager dressed as a person hurriedly rushed to see this scene in the middle of the field. Tang Umbrella he naturally recognizes, is the luxury guest here, in the local is also the top second generation, but it seems that now was beaten as a dead dog. And the opposite that person, point of God Dragon set, with bodyguards, a suit worth a lot of money, at first glance is the second generation of the rich, these two male masters fight, their own where to catch. He secretly screamed bitter in his heart, but also can only harden his head to go forward. This gentleman, is there any misunderstanding here? Can you let go of the person first? Let's talk slowly? Chapter 87 Tang Umbrella. Chudu pulled Wang Xinyu's hand and twisted his head to look at him. Trying to rob my woman in front of me, you think this is a misunderstanding? The manager's head was spinning for a while. It wasn't the first time that Tang Umbrella had done this kind of thing, but most of the other party was deterred by the threat or money, and left it unsettled. How did he know that he had run into a ruthless person today? At this time, Tang Umbrella has been beaten nose and face, head is still bleeding, looks very miserable. He angrily looked at Chudu. I see an M. Do you know who I am? The old man is Tang Umbrella. You step on the horse and wait. The old man remembered you. Chudu snorted. Manager you see, not I do not give face, really someone is looking for death With a light wave of his hand, the two big men were punching and kicking again. Brother Yang was watching from the side with a smile on his face. This Tang's usually arrogant, now it's good, he's messed with a tough guy. The youth next to him said worriedly, Brother Yang, he is after all a foreigner, I guess this Tang Umbrella is going to screw him when he goes back. Brother Yang narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment, go and get acquainted later, since he dared to beat up Tang Umbrella, that and Yun Yang are good friends. Tang Umbrella's friends didn't dare to speak, after all, several people were staring at them. The manager was sweating profusely, wanting to call the security guards to do it, but at a glance those bodyguards were not to be me. Said with, not these ordinary security guards under his command could deal with it. Chudu saw that the fight was almost over, he slowly got up, walked to Tang Umbrella's body, squatted down, grabbed Tang Umbrella's hair, and violently yanked it up. You're very bullish? Tang Umbrella was already lax in his gaze and delirious at this point. Chudu didn't have the intention to kill him, and in public, a beating would be tops. As for calling the police, Chudu laughed. A person who was really at this level, if he really wanted to retaliate against Chudu, he would never call the police. If you call the police, there are too many restrictions, it would be better to go private. Tang Umbrella at this time has already said out of words, he really did not expect how there will be so reckless people, come up to fight? You step horse savage He wanted to curse, but now he didn't dare to open his mouth. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, he wouldn't know anything. Chudu gently patted his face, being a human being, keep a low profile, keep your mind clear, see clearly, not everyone can afford to mess with you, you haven't even reached number 1 in the country yet. At this time, Yun Yang led people, slowly walked over, looking at the ground kneeling Tang Umbrella, smilingly said, Tang Umbrella, you also have today. Chudu slightly raised his head, glanced at Yun Yang, and did not speak. Yun Yang was quite self-conscious, this friend, my name is Yun Yang, I am Tang Umbrella well, there are some faults, seeing you beat him, I'm quite happy. Shudu nodded and didn't say anything. The manager next to him was sweating. Yun Yang and Tang Umbrella he knew, both are famous second generation in Jincheng. Their families have a lot of power, not at all a manager he can mess with. Not to mention the fact that there is also an overpowering dragon next to him, Shudu, who is not an ordinary person at first glance. He could only pray now that his boss would hurry over and resolve the situation. Many people around were watching. The manager could only let the security guards drive away the people around and then surround the place to keep outsiders away. I don't know why, hearing the name Tang Umbrella, Shudu was inexplicably annoyed, as if he had encountered his natural enemy. It was very unpleasant. Driving away the inexplicable irritation in his heart, Shudu patted Tang Umbrella's face, still awake. Tang Umbrella nodded with a blurred consciousness and said, I was wrong, brother. In public, Shudu couldn't really do anything to him. After kicking him, Shudu turned his head and said, get lost. After beating him, he couldn't really get him killed, so it was good to let him get lost. Seeing Shudu turn around, Tang Umbrella's friends dared to come forward to help him up. Tang Umbrella looked at Shudu and was helped away by the crowd. Shudu tilted his head sideways and said in a low voice, check this Tang Umbrella's background, arrange for someone to keep an eye on him at all times, and as long as there is any movement, directly tie him up. He only needed to say a word, and naturally someone would do something. The party pooper had already been taken care of, and the manager hurriedly brought people to maintain order and make the atmosphere lively again. Wang Xianyu felt absolutely nothing, but Zheng Kaifeng's 4 people were cautious. He said with some concern, Shudu, no, let's go. This guy, he is really quite powerful here in our area. I've also heard about it. People have strong backgrounds. Let's hurry up and go, don't let it be caught. Shudu smiled and said, Brother Zhang, don't worry, since I dare to sit here, I'm not afraid of him. Zheng Kaifeng glanced at Wang Xinyue, but saw a calm Wang Xinyue. He wasn't familiar with Shudu, but he also understood his sister. Since Wang Xianyu was so confident, he thought that this Shudu was not an ordinary person. Thinking of this, he was also relieved. As for the 2 younger siblings below, they were even more at a loss for words. Shudu patted Zhang Tao's shoulder and said, don't be afraid, brother is here. Zhang Tao was young and didn't understand, but with someone covering him, he wasn't afraid. A few people resumed the lively atmosphere and continued to drink and chat. Zheng Kaifeng a few people also gradually understand. Shudu and Xinqing Open Company, do very big, very powerful. When they were drinking, suddenly Yun Yang came over, holding a bottle of wine, looked at Shudu and said smilingly, this friend, can we get to know each other? Shudu was a little surprised, but still let Yun Yang sit down. Are you looking for me? Yun Yang said with certainty, that's right, looking for you. Shudu sidled his head, a little puzzled, we shouldn't know each other. Yun Yang laughed, it doesn't matter if you don't know each other, you beat up Tang Umbrella, and I have a problem with him. Shudu nodded slightly and said, my name is Shudu. Shudu? Yun Yang's brain flew to think, but wanted to break his head, also did not think of which family in Jin City is a powerful family surnamed Chu. It seems to be certain that it is an outsider. But no matter where it is, people this with bodyguards, next to a beauty of this class like Wang Crescent, definitely not any ordinary second generation. After all, they are the second generation, and have not seen anyone with bodyguards. Yun Yang's face was 3 times more polite. My name is Yun Yang. Listening to this name of Brother Chu, it's a bit strange. Shudu was full of unconcern, knowing that he wanted to inquire about his origins. I came from Xincheng. Now it was Yun Yang's turn to be at a loss. He didn't know much about the circle in Shin City. But seeing Shudu's very confident look, he knew that Shudu would not be afraid. But human intercourse, well, some words still have to say. Chu brother, this Tang Umbrella it, in this side of the force is not small, although Chu brother powerful, but after all, this is not Chu brother's turf. If there is any need to help, despite contact me. Said, handed Shudu a business card. Recently there is not much stock, readers also know why, since the release, then continue to write, the new book has been in stock, do not rush. Chapter 88, Car Accident and Murder. Shudu took a look, the business card is a name and cell phone number on top. He didn't say anything, come on. He took out his cell phone and typed in the number to call it, and only hung up when Yun Yang's cell phone showed up. Putting down his cell phone, Shudu casually asked, you are familiar with Tang Umbrella, very familiar? Yun Yang comprehended his meaning, nodded and said, Tang family in Jin City, the relationship is intricate, his family's business is doing great. Jin City side, basically the second generation circle, he is the first. His family's business range is also very wide, medical, equipment, transportation, and real estate, it's really quite rich. Anyway, we can't compare. Shudu let out a light laugh and did not say anything. Compare money? Lousy has a few $100 billion in cash, smashing you to death. Yun Yang and Shudu casually chatted for a few moments and left. Shudu and his group played until 12 o'clock before going back. As for Tang Umbrella, after being sent to the hospital, after examination and treatment, he was temporarily bandaged up, and the problem was not too big. Tang Umbrella's father was called Tang Hao, and his mother was called Lan Yin. Lan Yin looked at Tang Umbrella, her face full of anger. Fine, find out this person, in Jincheng, dare to beat my son, I want him to die. Tang Hao was also furious. Who the hell did this? Go find out immediately. The duo had only one son, naturally precious. Shudu's identity wasn't hidden, and Tang Hao quickly found out. Xincheng Chudu, Star River Group boss, bank deposits of 50 billion. Looking at this information, the more you look at it, the more shocked you are. Other than that, the Star River Group's 2 buildings and industries alone, Tang Hao knew that he was inferior to Chudu, not to mention that there was still 50 billion in cash. From business for many years, he knows too well that there are 50 billion cash as a concept that is really for up as a father. If it is a different scenario, he will also find a way to get on such a relationship, but now, lying on the hospital bed is his own son. Moreover, after examination, he might have been deprived of his male function and was unable to get an erection. This kind of absolute life and death hatred, categorically cannot be reconciled. Revenge is a must, but exactly how to do it? Economic sparring is not too realistic. They are not as rich as the other side. Really fight, I'm afraid the first to lose is their own. If you call the police, there is no use. In this big land, rich and powerful people, a lot of privileges. The Tang family is involved in the black start. They themselves often do medical parole, etc. And on the basis of this injury, simply cannot put Chudu Hao. Thinking about it, Tang Hao thinks, the positive approach cannot, that play a little dirty. The black family, dirty, but also normal. Tang Hao has seen the video of the bar, know that those people are professional bodyguards, let the ordinary gangsters to go, is simply looking for death. So, he intends to go straight to the first step. The car accident. This was a tight spot, and many people were actually staring, but Tang Hao didn't care. As long as the plan worked, who would speak for a dead man? Tang Hao could totally say that other people who were in conflict with Chuda did it on purpose to frame him. As for who would believe it, that didn't matter. What mattered was that when things came to fruition, whoever won would be the one everyone believed. This reasoning couldn't be simpler. As for Yin Yang, after going back, he also checked and realized that Chudu was actually the top tycoon in Shin City. This discovery made Yin Yang's thoughts active. What's the point of snail in this place all the time? The Yin family also needs to develop. If it can go to Shin City, it will be a great help to the development of the Yin family. Yin Yang's family is mainly in the medical field, such as hospitals, medical equipment, medicine production, and so on these. He knew that Chudu also had a pharmaceutical company in his hands, and it was completely possible to cooperate. But if you want to talk about cooperation, you have to be prepared. Yin Yang spent a day talking to the elders in his family, formalizing the plans and programs before contacting Chudu. Tonight? Yes, I have time. Chudu leisurely hung up the phone. Beside him, Wang Xinu curiously said, "What's wrong?" "That Yun Yang wants to invite me for dinner and talk business with me." Chudu was full of unconcern. To his point, earning more or less, or earning or losing, really already don't care. If he loses again, the big deal is that the $50 billion are lost. Anyway, there are still a few $100 billion behind. Around 6 in the afternoon, Chudu and Wang Xinyue drove their cars and leisurely went to the hotel arranged by Yun Yang. The restaurant was a high-end private kitchen in Jin City. The flavor was very good, and it was filled with some of the top circles in Jin City. There were a lot of cars on the road, more than usual, mainly because there were the last few days left for New Year's Eve. Many people had just taken a vacation, or had taken time off to come out, and were buying things and preparing all kinds of New Year's goods. Suddenly, a medium-sized truck carrying fruits drove by without slowing down. If it crashed at this speed, the car would definitely be unable to resist. And with cars on Chudu's left and right, Chudu was completely unable to avoid it. The car that the bodyguards were sitting in, behind Chudu's car, was simply unable to perform a rescue. Wang Xinyue was in a state of shock and couldn't help but exclaim loudly. The surrounding people thought that the van had a problem, but Chudu clearly saw that the driver was expressionless and staring straight at him. This was clearly a planned murder. At this moment of life and death, Chudu did not hesitate. Grabbing Wang Xinu with one hand, he was strengthened by the system elixir. His strong physical quality completely burst out. Reaching out, he carried Wang Xinu over. At the same time, he flipped his body, holding Wang Xinu in a deadly embrace and protecting her underneath his body. There was a loud rumble. The van crashed into the Audi car, which was not a quantum confrontation at all. The Audi car was directly crushed, and the van almost rode on the Audi car. And in the huge impact force made the Audi car whole were scrapped. The glass in front of the car shattered into a piece, scattered out in all directions. Many of the glass were stuck in the back of Chudu, dyed his back into a blood color. And that powerful impact is indirectly on Chudu body. A moment, Chudu only feel the whole body severe pain, that strong pain, touching the nerve, let his brain a blank, 2 eyes black, almost fainted. But Chudu had ultimately underestimated the system's elixir. It was as if his bones possessed a strong resistance. Under the impact of this kind of impact, it was completely resisted. Only a few clicks were heard, while only part of the remaining aftermath impacted on Wang Crescent's body. And behind Wang Xinu as the seat, is more by Chudu dead pressed on the car seat, will damage all blocked. Wang Crescent only felt dizzy in her head, but she clearly heard the sound of glass sticking into flesh and broken bones. Shoo! In a flash, Wang Xinu had burst into tears. Chapter 89, Revenge. Blood spilled from the corner of Chudu's mouth, and the sharp pain in his body kept him continuously awake. In just a few seconds, the bodyguards behind him had already rushed over, tugging Chudu to get up in a hurry. Chudu was powerless, but he saw that driver get out of the car with a horrified face and shouted, "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose, my brakes went out, how are you doing?" Chudu ignored him and just said in a low voice, "Help me get on the car first." The bodyguards helped Chudu and Wang Xinu and hurriedly sat in the bodyguard car. The driver didn't see Chudu's appearance, but he knew that as long as it was a person, it was impossible to survive. Coming to the car, Chudu barely opened his eyes, and the bodyguards next to him immediately took out the first aid kit they were carrying and started treating him. Wang Xinyu on the other hand was pulling Chudu's hand, crying uncontrollably, even unable to speak. The car drove fast towards the hospital, and immediately a doctor on duty prepared Chudu to save his life. And Chudu also finally couldn't hold on and passed out. And after the Tang family received the news, Tang Hao sneered, "A strong dragon can't suppress a snake, you have to go against me, then I can only send you to see Buddha." Tang Umbrella, on the other hand, was in high spirits. "Very well, the way to take death, finally you've experienced it." But just as he got excited, the wounds on his body couldn't stop hurting again, making him grimace. When Chudu woke up, he struggled to open his eyes. At this time, it was already noon the next day. "Brother Chu, you're awake." Wang Crescent's voice came from the side. Chudu laboriously opened his eyes and saw that next to him, Wang Xinu was looking at himself with red eyes, and then next to him, there were several bodyguards. A bodyguard immediately went to call for a doctor. Chudu slightly got up. Wang Xinu immediately supported him. With this movement, Chudu was almost clear about his state. Logically speaking, it would be absolutely impossible for any ordinary person to survive in his place, but Chudu was different. He now felt that there were just broken bones on his body, a fiery pain in his back, his body was rather weak, and other than that, there didn't seem to be much. The doctors soon came and began to examine Chudu. The crowd didn't dare to speak and waited for the examination. Soon, the doctor said with a sigh of relief, "Mr. Chu, you are really blessed with a great life. At present, according to the results of the examination, 4 bones were fractured, no breakage occurred, the back was injured by the glass puncture wound a total of 19 ways, all of them were superficial injuries, no injuries to the internal organs. This situation, I hope you will continue to recuperate here, probably more than 2 months, you can fully recover." Chudu shook his head and said, "Thanks, but I have something to do, I have to leave." The doctor was stunned. But Chudu's face was cold, no one dared to stop them. Discharged from the hospital quickly, they rode in the car and went to Wang Xinu's home. The bodyguard reported in the car, "Boss, Yunyan came to visit in the middle, stayed for 2 hours, and then left." Wang Xinyu also said, "My parents were here last night to keep watch until more than 3 o'clock in the morning, they are old, they went back to rest, just now before you woke up, said that they were stewing old hen soup, this will go back, I guess it's just right." Chudu nodded, suddenly turned his head and said, "Mobilize 300 people from Africa, the fastest plane, tomorrow is going to arrive, tomorrow night on the Tang family action." Chudu's eyes were full of fury. He had never been a good person, and his morals were not much. He had even sent people to start a resource scramble in Africa, with countless deaths and injuries, and he hadn't cared a bit about it. But now, someone actually wanted to kill him. Chudu didn't even think about it. This was definitely the Tang family's move. He didn't even need to check. Within the Chinese Empire, although the control is very strict on the surface, but secretly, there are some things it is not impossible to do, as long as it is done cleanly. Back home, Wang's parents just happened to stew old hen. Chudu filled a big bowl. Although Wang Ma knows that Chudu is flirtatious, but right now is not the time to care about these things, the two are very concerned about Chudu. After Chudu ate, he lay down on the bed and rested. Wang Xinyue was lying next to him, pulling Chudu's hand, her eyes red. Chudu slowly reached out and gently stroked her soft hand and said in a low voice, "I'm fine." Wang Xin couldn't help the tears falling again. She and Chudu, counting, had known each other for almost a year. In the beginning, it was for the sake of class crossing, and then as the time gradually became longer, she also gradually did not care about this, and she was truly fond of Chudu. Every day tidying up the house, laundry and cooking, these seemingly ordinary things, so that Chudu also has a kind of warmth of home. Wang Xinyue knows that although Chudu is often here with her, but in the end, she is still a junior, but she also desires to be together openly and honestly. This feeling of home is what she has always wanted to create, wanting to be with Chudu. In the end, she fell in love with Chudu. The moment Chudu defended her and shielded her from harm, Wang Xinyue knew that in this lifetime, she would never leave this man. Lying next to Chudu, Wang Xinyue suddenly said, "Brother Chu, when you recover, I want to give you a child." Chudu was stunned for a moment, then lightly smiled and said, "Good." This time, he did not refuse. The manpower on the African side moved quickly, and they were all in place by the next day. Evening. The Tang family lived in a villa, over in the suburbs. Chudu leaned on his wheelchair with an expressionless face, looking at the brightly lit villa in front of him, and just indifferently gave orders, 3 members of the Tang family, to be alive, other dead or alive regardless. 300 people, all elite, experienced the baptism of blood in fire battle, their combat power, simply not the Tang family guards comparable. Not even 10 minutes later, up and down the Tang family villa, except for their family of 3, the others had already been slaughtered, corpses all over the place, blood staining the river. The three members of the Tang family were pinned down, kneeling in front of Chu-do. Tang Hao was still wearing his pajamas, and Tang Umbrella still had a bandaged white cloth on his body. Lan Yin, on the other hand, was wearing a thin silk nightgown. The three of them looked horrified. They all thought that Chu-do was already dead, so they were relaxed, but they never expected that Chu-do could actually survive the impact of the van. Chu-do sighed in his heart, "Brother Tuzi, although you left a long time ago, you saved me once again." He took a deep breath and looked at the three people in front of him. "You guys are quite decisive, directly sending killers." Tang Hao saw today's formation and knew that he wouldn't live through it. He laughed coldly, "I only hate that I didn't make up for it again, otherwise where would I be today?" Chu-do stroked his palm and laughed, "Worthy of being a character who started out in the underworld back then, indeed extraordinary, this son of yours, but where there is a costly matter for you, you won't end up in this situation today." Tang Hao looked at his son next to him, his eyes full of indignation. The son is not a tool. Chapter 90, Lu Ruyan. In this situation, Chu-do rarely lit a cigarette and said lightly, "Feed them aphrodisiacs, send Tang Hao and Tang Umbrella to the bar, wait for the play to be crippled, and then send them to dig for minerals. As for this Mrs. Tang," Chu-do suddenly paused. When Tang Hao and Tang Umbrella heard Chu-do's words, they broke out in curses. "I grass your mom, you have the ability." Before the words were finished, someone next to them took a ball of rag and blocked their mouths. Chu-do looked at a few eyes. Lan Yin calmly said, "Mrs. Tang is very pretty, although older, but I think there must be a market. Sent to the nightclub, sent to Africa together in the next 2 days. I believe that there is such a gift. Those tools, black slaves. Digging will definitely be very hard." He snapped his fingers. Immediately someone pushed the wheelchair away. Chu-do didn't even look at them, and ignored them no matter how crazy the three were. Soon, the three Tang family members were taken away, and the Tang family's villa, too, burned up in flames, and at the same time, there were 3 more corpses inside. The next morning, the news broadcast, the local famous entrepreneur Tang Hao, due to gas leakage at home, explosion fire, resulting in a villa fire, no one escaped, all buried in the fire. Chu-do looked at the news and said softly, "Some people do things they shouldn't do, then they have to be punished." Chu-do's injuries were still not good, but his physical quality was far beyond normal people, and his recovery speed was much faster. At least, breathing was now less laborious and painful. Today was 29, Chu-do still had to go to Suzhou and Hangzhou, and he was leaving today. Wang Xianyu did not stop him, but said gently, "Brother Chu, be careful on your way." Chu-do gently nodded, "It's fine, don't worry." The route had been applied for a long time ago. Chu-do bid farewell to the Wang family's parents, and the bodyguards sent him onto the airplane. At the time of parting, Chu-do had already arranged for someone to buy a new car. After all, that car had already been crashed and scrapped. After getting on the plane, the flight attendants didn't know what happened to Chu-do, but looking at Chu-do's body with multiple bandages, still sitting in a wheelchair, they knew that the situation was not right. The crowd was careful, afraid that at this time Chu-do would be in a bad mood and lash out at them. However, Chu-do just closed his eyes and rested calmly. A few hours later, the airplane landed in Suwon. Lu Ruyan was already waiting outside, but she did not know the news that Chu-do was injured. Wearing a down jacket, Lu Ruyan, originally cheerful, waiting for Chu-do. Parents at home have already made a good meal waiting. But what greeted her was a Chu-do sitting in a wheelchair. Lu Ruyan exclaimed in shock, rushed forward, "What's wrong with you? What happened? Why did it become like this?" While saying this, tears barred their way down. Chu-do gently shook his head and said, "It's fine, just met with a car accident, recuperate for a while and it will be fine, let's go." In the car, Lu Ruyan pulled Chu-do's hand, heartbroken. Chu-do did not explain so much, just said accidental car accident. He did not want Lu Ruyan to know too much, lest she worry. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Chu-do said with emotion, "I came to Suzhou and Hangzhou for the first time, but unfortunately, this time I can't play." Lu Ruyan pulled Chu-do's arm and said softly, "When you get better, I'll take you to play." About an hour later, he finally arrived at Ruyan Lu's home. Lu's father and mother were at home in high spirits, waiting for their family's aunt, and as a result, they watched as Lu Ruyan pushed her wheelchair and walked in. The two were directly dumbfounded. This, Xiao Chua, what is your situation? Injured? How is your recovery now? Where are you uncomfortable? Xiao Chua, you said earlier that you were injured, just rest at home. This bumpy ride, let you suffer, don't toss yourself. Chu-do reveals a smile, "It's alright, uncle and aunt, I'm only slightly injured, recuperating will be fine." Ruyan Lu pushed Chu-do and sat in front of the dining table. Mother Lu said enthusiastically, "Xiao Chua, this is all made by auntie, her craftsmanship is not good, don't mind, since you're here, treat it as your own home, feel free to do as you please. Fish, shrimp, braised meat and so on. There are also several vegetarian dishes, all very good." Chu-do hadn't eaten yet. Just by looking at the color and smelling the taste, he knew that Mother Lu's craftsmanship was extraordinary. He said smilingly, "Since auntie is so enthusiastic, then I won't be polite, I can eat more." Mother Lu smiled broadly, "Feel free to eat, if it's not enough, just give auntie a word, auntie will fry 2 more dishes for you." Father Lu and Mother Lu were very enthusiastic towards Chu-do. Moreover, at the dinner table, they didn't ask Chu-do all sorts of questions. From Lu Ruyan, they already knew Chu-do's situation, in his 20s, young, holding a large sum of money, opening a company, worth a lot of money, and villas and large flat floors, very rich. Character is also good, tall. Suzhou and Hangzhou is the Jiangnan region. In fact, the height of the southerners, on average, is lower than the north, like Lu Ruyan, such as the height of 173 girls, is rare. But comparing Chudu's height of 185, it makes sense. Lu father and mother are very satisfied with Chudu, and even hate to let them get married in place. Since Chudu was injured, after the meal, Father Lu and Mother Lu let Chudu go back to his room to rest. As for the arrangement of the room, of course, Chudu and Lu Ruyan slept in one room. Chudu lay on the bed and surveyed Lu Ruyan's bedroom. In fact, there was nothing special about it, just a variety of books, and a few large cat and dog dolls, as well as a dressing table with a large pile of cosmetics on it. Next to it, there is a closet, and then the rest, there is nothing. Ruyan Lu smiled and said, "Isn't my room very simple?" Chudu said with approval, "It is indeed very simple." Lu Ruyan laid down next to Chudu and just looked at Chudu. "You have injured these bones, the recovery will take a long time. It is said that it takes 100 days to injure your bones, you need at least 3 months. Chudu shook his head, "My body is better, it doesn't take that long." Lu Ruyan suddenly laughed, "So long, can you hold it in?" Chudu rolled his eyes, "That or else, I have to rely on people to support me in my movements now." Lu Ruyan's hand gently stroked on Chudu's chest, smiling flirtatiously, "Do you want to see me tie my hair?" Some readers asked me, is not a change of people, is not going to write the Dragon King beat the face of the God of War killer plot. I declare that it is not. I am still myself, just a small black room to stay too long upset. Think about it all because of a certain Tang dog led the head, set off the table, so wrote a Tang dog. After the return to normal, I'm still me. Chapter 91 New Year. Chudu understood in seconds. He glanced at the door and said, "Wait for the night." Lu Ruyan suddenly put away her seductive smile and said in a serious manner, "No, you're too weak right now, it's better to rest." Chudu was speechless and closed his eyes, not wanting to care about this vixen. "You hooked me up and now you want to run?" If it wasn't for the fact that he really didn't have the ability to act right now, he would have made Lu Ruyan beg for mercy. In the evening, after Father Lu and Mother Lu went to bed, the night was quiet. Ruyan Lu finally tied up her long hair. When Lu Ruyan brushes her teeth and comes back, she lies next to Chudu and says with dissatisfaction, "Almost choked me to death, month after month didn't give you?" Chudu was somewhat helpless and said, "I was injured until now, it's been 2 or 3 days, you tell me." Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes, "Dog man, what a teddy." Chudu stretched out his hand, pulled Lu Ruyan's hand and said softly, "Tough on you." Hearing the gentleness in the tone, Lu Ruyan's face immediately softened. "It's okay, we can't let you have a hard time all the time." She turned sideways and hugged one of Chudu's arms and said, "Sleep, good night, I love you." Chudu's internal organs were injured. Naturally he couldn't hold her to sleep, so he could only give her an arm. The next day, Chudu woke up leisurely. Today was New Year's Eve, so basically there was nothing going on. Since it was nothing, and it coincided with New Year's Eve, it was better to simply play some nationalism and play mahjong. Lu father and mother, plus Lu Ruyan and Chudu, 4 people just happened to put together a table of mahjong. Start happy. In itself is entertainment, a dollar bureau, and 4 people are not what experts. The game can only be said to be a rookie chicken pecking each other. A morning playing down, finally Chudu won 3, a total win of $20. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but laugh, just this much money. It's not as much as your interest for a few seconds. Chudu laughed, that's different. It's more meaningful as it's what I've worked hard to earn. Mother Lu smiled and went to cook, while Father Lu drank tea and watched TV. Originally, Ruyan Lu was also prepared to set off some fireworks, but looking at Chudu's appearance, it was better to forget about it. The Chinese New Year, in fact, is to watch the Spring Festival Gala, eat a dumpling, chat, and then set off fireworks, sleep. When the Spring Festival Gala was about to start at night, Mother Lu brought a few plates of dumplings and put them on the coffee table, as well as 8 dishes, 4 hot and 4 cold. Originally intended to drink some more wine, but Chudu the state cannot drink alcohol, did not prepare, just took some yogurt juice drinks. Soon, after the opening song and dance, the Spring Festival Gala officially began. Lu Ruyan searched the program list and said in surprise, "Yo, this year's Spring Festival Gala, I see several stars from our media company side have off." Chudu leisurely said, "This is normal, the company is now bigger, there are many big stars, it's normal to go to a Spring Festival Gala." Steaming hot dumplings, both meat-filled and vegetarian. The 4 of them chatted and ate while watching the Spring Festival Gala. Lu Ruyan looked at the scene in front of her, as if the two were already married together and spending the new year with their families, quite a bit of home warmth. She hated to have the scene stay forever, but unfortunately. However, the more the Spring Festival Gala was watched, the less interesting it became. It's also true that these year's Spring Festival Gala seems like it has to be educational, and if it doesn't educate people, it can't be on stage. Everyone has been working hard for a year, New Year's Eve, but also put aside this education, not annoying? Do you really think everyone likes to listen to your reasoning? Why can't we have some fun on this great day? Look at the uninteresting. Eventually a few people or change the channel, watch a movie. The ratings of the Spring Festival Gala have been decreasing year by year. Unfortunately, some people still don't realize that they just like to preach and show off their uniqueness. A few decades ago, the Spring Festival Gala was able to mingle with the people, but nowadays, it is trying to detach itself from the masses. The path is going the wrong way. Around 11 o'clock, the fireworks outside had already begun, and many people had stepped out of their homes to set off fireworks outside, with explosions constantly ringing out. Even as it approached 12 o'clock, it was almost like cannon fire outside. The whole country was a blaze of fireworks. If some uninformed foreigners saw it, they would have thought that World War III had been waged here. 12 o'clock sharp. Father and Mother Lu had already packed up and gone to their rooms. Ruyan Lu wrapped her arms around Chudu's neck and whispered, "Happy New Year." Chudu backhandedly hugged her waist, "Happy New Year." Turning off the TV and returning to the bedroom, Chudu glanced at his cell phone. Good lord, there were a ton of messages. Wang Crescent, Zhang Lili, Li Wenxin, Wang Ziying and so on. There were also many company executives, as well as Yun Yang's news. Chudu to several women have returned the message. As for the company executives, back to the ass. Lying on the bed, the light has been turned off. Lu Ruyan is asleep next to her. Chudu's eyes are out of focus. New Year's Eve. So many years, they are all alone. In previous years is to buy some delicious, their own dumplings, and then eat alone, watch TV alone, and then drink some wine, and then go to sleep. This year, for the first time, there are people around to celebrate New Year together. Chudu cannot say what kind of feeling. Some are not adapted, but also quite good. Thinking back to this year, the biggest turnaround for himself is that he met Unicorn. From an ordinary oxen and horses, turned into the current top tycoon, sitting on beautiful women, countless wealth. If there is no united sun, perhaps I am still in the lonely one-person New Year, do not know in which rental house to stay. Life, sometimes is so suddenly, an opportunity is enough to change life. Thank you Unity Sun, I hope that your business in the immortal cultivation realm will also be carried out smoothly. Compared to this urban realm, Chudu also wants to go to cultivate immortality, also wants to live forever, fly to the sky and hide in the earth, to do the dream of childhood. Unfortunately, there are some things that can't be forced. He is here, even if again how drunkenness, dashing freely, the same will be old, will die, will have to leave the world one day. Chudu secretly sighed in his heart, shall not live forever, even if he is rich again so what, in the end, a big dream. But cannot be too greedy, they have been so awesome, some things, destiny is not, that is not. Knowing what is enough is always happy. With a different mood, Chudu gradually entered the dreamland. Recently, there are many readers said to me, want to let the system return. But right, the title of my book is only one day system if the return, is it not their own hit their own face? But there are a lot of voices, what do you guys think? Leave some comments, I'll take a look and mull it over. Chapter 92, Happy Tanabata. The first day of the new year. In fact, there are traditions everywhere for the new year, but there is nothing special about Ruyan Lu's family. There was no need to pay homage to any old ancestral halls, and there were no relatives to go to, because both sides of Father Lu and Mother Lu's relatives are not here. Everyone from all over the world sometimes do not come back on New Year's Day, often do not walk around, and gradually it is so. In Lu Ruyan's house stayed until the 5th day of the first month, Chudu only left. These days, every day is to eat and drink, and then a few people watch TV and play mahjong. Even if he wanted to go out, Chudu's injury was not convenient to go out and play. On the 5th day of the first month, in the unwilling eyes of Lu's father and mother, Chudu left the Lu family and went to Xincheng. Returning to Xincheng, Zhang Lili was waiting for him at the airport. Seeing Chudu sitting in a wheelchair, she also exclaimed in shock and hurriedly went forward to inquire. Chudu comforted her that she was fine and let go home together first. Maybe it is the reason of the system elixir. Chudu feels that he only needs half a month, will be able to completely recover as before, does not need so long at all. In fact, the New Year's Eve is just like that. Now the New Year's Eve has more and more no previous feeling. Maybe it is the pressure of society, maybe it is the Spring Festival Gala is no longer interesting, maybe both, so that now the New Year's Eve, everyone is no longer looking forward to. Zhang Lili originally wanted to indulge in 2 days with Chudu, but as a result, Chudu is now heard like this, she can only temporarily suppress the fire in her heart. Zhang Lili directly asked for leave to accompany Chudu at home. Recently, Zhang Lili listened to her mother, learned a lot of cooking skills, cooking at home, taking care of Chudu. The two watched TV and rested every day, and time gradually passed. Soon, the New Year's vacation was over, and everyone had to return to work. Chudu also gradually out of the wheelchair, can move independently. But if you want to jump and run, you still can't. Chudu simply did not go to the company, resting at home. Lying on the bed, anyway, nothing, Chudu opened the live broadcast to see. He started in a few platforms have brushed 10 million, until now have not used it. However, Chudu does not hold much hope for the anchor. He knows that these people don't look pretty in front of the camera, each is a big beauty. But what about the real person? Remove all kinds of special effects, the real person is just average, and even many are quite ugly. Boredly flipping through the live broadcasts one by one, suddenly, Chudu paused for a moment and flipped back a page. Chudu was a bit surprised, this person, a bit familiar. It seemed like Azu. Not right, Azu was a female bodhisattva, how could she be an anchor? Chudu took a closer look, oh no. but it still looks familiar. Suddenly, he remembered, this is not the company's female anchor, called Shin Wangshu to come, at that time also looked for him. Shin Wangshu is a game anchor, Hero Alliance game anchor. Chudu watched for a while. She can't be considered a particularly good technology, but that mouthful of gentle imperial voice, and often interact with the fans chat. There are a lot of viewers here, but the reward is not much. Chudu thought about it, directly first brush some gifts, anyway, is his own anchor, take care of it is normal. Brush wave down, $10,000 gone. Shin Wangshu was originally still playing the game with glee, suddenly froze for a moment, and then said excitedly, thank you for the rockets and carnivals and castles and fireworks sent by brother Qinglu. Shoulda basically didn't watch live broadcasts before, and today was purely out of boredom. Moreover, this girl had asked him at that time and wanted to change the rewards. It was obvious that she was short of money. However, Chudu felt that she should not have had a date with a list big brother. Because of the list big brother, there was basically no, at most, tens of thousands of dollars. And Shin Wangshu's face value looks, and female Bodhisattva Aju quite like, really beautiful. According to reason, this face value, for her to spend money on men should be quite a lot. Not only the face value, she has more majestic waves than Azu, and her body is also slender and moving. Chudu had seen it up close and personal. Shin Wangshu's body looks were definitely beauty level. Although it is not as good as a few beauties around Chudu, but that cleanser is an advantage that a few others do not have. When he was thinking about it, suddenly Chudu received Shin Wangshu's private letter. Hello brother Qinglu, thank you for your support, this is my WeChat. Chudu smiled a little, casually added friends, and then brushed another 100,000 up. Ignoring Shin Wangshu's thanks, Chudu directly exited the live broadcast room and went to go around. Then, Shin Wangshu sent another WeChat message. Chudu glanced at it, and it was all words of thanks. Chudu did not reply. Just after putting down his cell phone, suddenly, there was another message. It was from Wang Ziying. Next month, I'll go to Xincheng, treat me to dinner. Chudu slightly raised his eyebrows, then replied, good. For Wang Ziying, Chudu's heart was actually very complicated. There was a feeling that could not be described. Wang Ziying was the girlfriend he used to have in his college days, and was also his first love. At that time, Chudu did not know Wang Ziying's background. Two people's love is also very simple. Every month on so little living expenses, two people are living very happy. But there are some things that cannot be avoided. Later Chudu realized that they are ultimately two worlds of people. Under all kinds of pressure, the two broke up. Chudu later also became an ordinary social animal, running around every day for work and livelihood. Wang Ziying, on the other hand, went back to the capital, to be her golden lady, the capital of the rich white beauty. Who would have thought that the two of them would accidentally reunite a few years later? Thinking of the last time, Wang Ziying sent herself a message. Chudu's face became serious again. The content of the message was very simple and very serious. It was to say that Chudu's minerals and oil in Africa were already known to the top. Even that country across the ocean knew about it. But fortunately, the reserves weren't very large, and it wasn't a large oil field, so they didn't look for him. There was a lot of oil in the world, but it wasn't like rice was going to take over all the oil fields. But Chudu's situation, however, was not considered safe. Because from this incident, his name had been noticed by many people, especially some world-class consortiums. This was not good news for Chudu. After thinking about it again, he decided to speed up the pace of training in Africa, hoping to have a group of his own battle force quickly. Today is Tanabata. I know that many of you are not available at night, so I hurriedly updated you in the afternoon, so just take the time to read it later. If you have a partner, I wish you a night of super firepower, comparable to an artillery regiment. For those of you who don't have a date, I wish you all the best. Hand over dog's head. Funny body. It's okay, I'm alone tonight. I'm just as alone as you are. Chapter 93 New Development Goals. In fact, Chudu also gradually realized that many times, to a certain extent, it was a sin if you didn't develop and grow yourself. Because there are a lot of interests involved, if you are not strong enough, then, it is easy to be taken. Even at some point, doing too big, even more need their own power. If the power in hand is not enough, then, wealth will only become one's own catalyst. If you want others to be scornful, then you need to be a difficult bone to gnaw. Chudu pondered for a while and had an idea in his heart. Orphanages, nursing homes, and the issue of working with the disabled, schools for the disabled, these social welfare things, must be done. There is such a layer, it is a gold standard, at least, it can't move him explicitly. Then there are the donations and charities, these are all umbrellas of protection, and even after it gets bigger, to the point where it's known throughout the country, as long as he hasn't committed treason, no one would dare to touch him. People's rumors are fearful. Although it is said that rumors are not scary, but if the name is so big that it becomes known throughout the country, then it is not ordinary rumors. At that time, who would dare to move? What would the whole country think? That's why there are some things that must be done. Not only that, Chudu had to occupy multiple market types and shares, expand his company, and even, there were overseas industries. Early the next morning, Chudu summoned some of the executives, as well as several company managers in charge, to hold a group meeting. Came to the conference room, looked at the following sitting dozens of people. Chudu also did not bowl directly said, recently I have some plans, the name of the plan is called Light of Hope, it is a plan about charity and public welfare. The following people all looked at Chudu with unblinking eyes. Chudu knocked on the table and said, first of all, the first part, is orphanages and nursing homes. The scope of our Star River Group is still too small. From today onwards, Star River Group starts to expand its business in areas, tentatively in Chang'an, Jincheng, Linan, Jiangzhou, Yangchuan, Xanadu, Jiangxia, Jinmen, Changsha, Luzhou, which are a few places, to fully open the Star River Group's branch, no need to buy a place, directly picking a good place to rent, to carry out the group's various businesses that can be expanded out. This task is given to you, Vice President Lei. Following closely the pace of the group's expansion, in each of these cities, I require the construction of at least 5 orphanages, 5 nursing homes, and 5 schools for the disabled, and, starting from the headquarters to the branches around the world, each place should give me at least 100 people with disabilities to participate in the workforce, not discriminate, and arrange for reasonably normal work, at least what the disabled can do, and must not be deliberately make things difficult. This task is given to you, Vice President Ren. This is the first part. Next is the second part, a comprehensive research on the poverty situation in the Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan regions. I want specific data of all kinds, population, area, development, money, food, education, and so on. To what extent are they really poor, and if they want to develop, is it feasible? I want data from at least 100 poor rural villages. I'll leave this task to you, Vice President Zhao. There's one more thing, Boai Hospital. It's a cooperative hospital between me and Mr. Wang. Now I'm going to buy it, expand the scale if necessary, I'll allow a premium. But I demand that the hospital must be completely acquired. This task is given to you, Vice President Zhang. In addition, Vice President Liu, I remember, we have a design company you are responsible for. From today back, I want you to arrange to go down, design the construction of poor rural schools, and then arrange for them to surveyors, followed by Vice President Zhao, to go to impoverished areas, to take on-site measurements, as well as to consider the situation of the local water use, and if it's difficult, then again, design to be able to build a diversion of water or digging canals. Finally, the establishment of a separate charitable poverty alleviation fund. I personally contribute $10 billion as a charitable fund. As for the office address and office supplies, the location is selected inside our group. Set aside 3 floors as the Star River Food Charitable Poverty Alleviation Fund place. Office supplies go to the company accounts to purchase. I'll leave this matter to you, Vice President Yang. Alright, I've finished my words. You guys can say what questions you have. Chudu exhaled a breath and looked at the crowd. Vice President Zhang hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Chu, these things, they are purely loss-making. It's impossible for us to see a profit. In this way, it's good for the group's development. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Chu Du. I don't consider profitability, do you understand? Vice President Zhang immediately said, understood, Mr. Chu. This is Chu Du's personal group, no one else participates in the shares. Completely one word, a vice president, in front of Chu Du does not have the slightest deterrent, he can be replaced with a word. Naturally no one dares to have an opinion. This is the benefit of the private group. What you want to do, you can focus on doing, there will not be any obstacles. However, there was also a risk. Once the decision-making went wrong, then the entire result and pressure would be great. Seeing that the crowd had no problems, Chudu nodded and said, okay, these tasks, at the latest, I want to see the results within a month. Adjourn. 1 month. Time was running out. The crowd immediately went back to make all sorts of arrangements. The tasks that Chudu wanted were troublesome. Although the construction didn't require a month to be built, the planning and application was definitely needed to be done. Although the crowd did not know why Chudu suddenly wanted to help the poor, they all dutifully followed Chudu's requirements. As for Chudu, all of this was for the sake of self-preservation. He wanted to bind himself to the interests of the entire community. And these, he felt, were not enough. What the people are closely linked to is clothing, food, shelter and transportation. There wasn't much to say on clothes. Chudu couldn't monopolize that market. And the same goes for food. It's not like the country expects him to feed the people. These two industries have high prices and low prices. Chudu went in, not very meaningful. And live is different. Although due to various environmental and demographic and social factors, the price of housing has been gradually reduced, but many people still cannot afford to buy a house. According to the 4th-tier cities, the average house price has reached $5,000 a square meter, but the people in the 4th-tier cities, their wages only how much? Only according to the normal working people, enterprises and institutions, it is only 2 or 3,000. They do not eat, drink or spend money. 2 months to save a square meter. Want to buy a suite? How long? Don't say anything about someone earning more, that's bull. But more, it's the ordinary people. This is a social reality. Wanting to break the house price, Chudu was actually under a lot of pressure. This is a problem that he does not even dare to touch. You have to know that the inflated house price is not just black-hearted businessmen who are raising the price, but it involves too much. Even. Chudu pondered for a long time and finally gave up on this option.